Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Before reading The Secrets of Tianshuang Fist and the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms, Bongu could still resist the urge to dive into training. But after even a single glance through the texts, his once calm spirit ignited with rare fervor. That old flame for cultivation, once dimmed by age and experience, was roaring back to life. "Master, should I prepare something a bit more festive for dinner tonight?" Cha Lanzi asked, standing up from his spot, sensing something unusual in the air. "Quiet," Bongu said, eyes still fixed on the manuals. "I won't be eating. You go and eat with the others." Cha Lanzi blinked in disbelief. He had never seen his master so enthralled, not even by battle. Whatever was in those books Ye Qiu had brought was extraordinary. And indeed they were. With the weekend ahead, Ye Qiu had no classes at UA, and the others, Shui and Ijia, were also free from school obligations. The next morning, Bongu returned to them. His gait was steady, but his eyes were rimmed in shadows, two deep panda circles from a sleepless night. Yet, Ye Qiu noticed something even more telling, faint streaks of black threading through Bongu's signature silver hair. Internal energy. The hallmark of inner power cultivation. That subtle transformation could only mean one thing: his qi had begun to stir. With internal energy flowing through his body, even his age was being challenged by newfound vitality. "Teacher," Ye Qiu said with a smirk, "I'm not sure your hero alias Silverfong is going to last much longer at this rate." Bongu laughed heartily, unbothered. "Ye Qiu, you've given me a tremendous gift. These breathing techniques, especially Tianshuang Fist, are unlike anything I've ever seen. This is what ancient martial cultivation must have truly been like." He held up the scrolls with reverence. "If I can keep this pace, I might not match that little psychic girl Tornado, but I won't be far behind either." That kind of confidence was rare from Bongu. He had long mastered the art of flowing water and unshakable calm. Strength and weakness never bothered him much. But the Tianshuang Fist, it stirred something deep inside. Ye Qiu nodded in understanding. Traditional martial arts hold unmatched potential. With time and discipline, no quirk or innate ability can claim supremacy over pure cultivation. Even if progress slows, true strength compounds. Bongu's eyes gleamed. Exactly. Every bit of qi added to the body sharpens it. Layer by layer, the foundation becomes indestructible. He paused, then added more seriously, "But Ye Qiu, based on my analysis, you're not quite ready to learn Tianshuang Fist yet. Its cultivation requires attunement to frost-aligned internal energy. With your current affinity, it might do more harm than good." "Tianshuang Fist and Fengshen legs are very different," he continued. "Frost techniques guide your internal qi from the start. But wind techniques like Fengshen legs require you to understand and harmonize with the element. In the early stages, frost has the advantage in direct power." Ye Qiu waved the concern off with a grin. "I'm not in a rush. Besides, the 18 Dragon-Subduing Palms packs a serious punch, and right now, I'm focusing more on physical refinement anyway." Bongu agreed. "Your current breathing techniques are excellent for physical enhancement. And with your age, your body can still adapt rapidly to different methods. The 18 palms will toughen you up quickly. Given your current level, even most dragon-level threats would struggle to take you down." "In theory," Ye Qiu said cautiously. "But some dragon-level threats are far from average. After what happened with the Monster Association, I don't believe the chaos will end here. Something worse is coming." He had no evidence, just a deep, instinctual dread. The world was on the brink of something greater, darker. Creatures like Orochi couldn't be the final boss. "Worry won't change the outcome," Bongu said calmly. "We'll just keep getting stronger. When the time comes, we'll face whatever awaits us." After breakfast, Bongu began teaching the Tianshuang Fist. Despite only having studied the manual for one night, his understanding of its techniques was already precise. Watching him instruct Shui, Ijia, and Bai, it became clear that experience trumped raw knowledge. He translated the techniques into action far more effectively than Ye Qiu could on his own. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu stayed behind with Bongu, absorbing deeper insights into flowing water rock-shattering fist and the hidden nuances of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. 2 days of training under Bongu's direct guidance yielded more progress than an entire month of solitary practice. Even Cha Lanzi, inspired by the newcomer's progress, began training with newfound determination. Later, as Ye Qiu prepared to leave the dojo, he turned back to Banggu and bowed deeply. "Thank you, master. From now on, I'll come by every afternoon, barring any emergencies. Selfishly, I hope you'll continue getting stronger too." Banggu chuckled, brushing it off. "You're all my students, it's my duty to teach you. But be careful out there. Your strength is considerable, but those girls still have a long way to go. If that mad dog Garu appears again, make sure they're not the ones facing him." Ye Qiu nodded solemnly. He understood. The future wasn't going to be kind. But with every breath, every strike and every drop of sweat, he was carving a path to survive it. And if the monsters out there were growing stronger, then so would he. Bad wolf. Ye Qiu chuckled to himself. Maybe in time the guy would become a threat, but right now? Not worth his attention. And besides, as long as the girls remained inside the dojo, under the watchful eye of Master Banggu, Ye Qiu had no intention of letting them step out alone. He'd promised to protect their training and their growth, and he would. If Garu wanted a fight, he'd have to walk through both of them first. Over the next 2 weeks, Ye Qiu immersed himself deeper into his training. Under Banggu's mentorship, he quickly grasped the intricacies of the flowing water formation, a technique Cha Lanzi had struggled with for years. Despite only using a fraction of his strength in sparring sessions, Ye Qiu was able to bring each fight to a decisive end in under a minute. For Cha Lanzi, lasting 10 full minutes had become the benchmark, a nearly impossible goal. But to his credit, he never gave up. With more people training in the dojo now, the atmosphere had grown livelier. Cha Lanzi's energy, once dimmed by solitude, had begun to return with full force. Meanwhile, in UA's Hero headquarters, All Might placed a stack of documents on the table before Ye Qiu. "The battle suits are ready. I think it's time we start actual combat training. There's been movement from the League of Villains recently. These students need to mature fast." Ye Qiu leaned forward, scanning the plan. "Group confrontation training, huh? That's a solid idea. It'll help them develop a sense of cohesion, and more importantly, teamwork under pressure." He paused thoughtfully. What if we added a twist? Shuffle the teams randomly. Each training session, change the combinations, different quirks, different partners. Force them to adapt, to find synergy even in chaos. That way, we might discover unexpected combos that wouldn't show up in fixed teams. All Might raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit unnecessary? They'll all end up in different agencies eventually. Any chemistry they develop now will have to be rebuilt from scratch later. Ye Qiu gave a small shrug. True, but hero work is increasingly cross-agency these days. If we can identify and nurture quirk combinations that really work, it benefits everyone. Imagine cooperative missions across firms, faster resolutions, fewer casualties. Why not improve efficiency if we can? All Might was quiet for a moment, clearly considering it. You'll be hard-pressed to get every firm to support that kind of model. But it's not a bad idea. Ye Qiu smiled, then casually changed the subject. Speaking of which, can I see the recent credit usage data? All Might handed over the sheet. Most students had spent their hero credits on medicinal bath packs and training supplements. But one name stood out. Shoji Mizo, he had spent nearly all his credits on ancient martial arts lessons. Ye Qiu grinned. Finally, someone gets it. Mizo's quirk is literally made for close-quarters combat. I was wondering how long it would take before he leaned into that strength. Smart move. Also, Ye Qiu added with a playful smirk, I'd like to suggest something fun for the next training session. How about we combine Class A and B? And I join as a third-party wildcard. All Might looked concerned. Are you sure you won't end up shattering their confidence? Some of these kids are still building themselves up. Ye Qiu waved him off with a mock-serious face. Come on, I'm not as black-bellied as the principal. I won't fight them directly. Just give them a few surprises. You know, little gifts. Gifts, huh? All Might grimaced. Last time Ye Qiu gave Class A gift, more than half the students ended up in the infirmary. Even if the injuries weren't serious, the complaints from parents had been non-stop. Still, the next morning, under Ye Qiu's direction, the students of both classes assembled in front of the battle simulation arena, decked out in full hero costumes. And naturally, all eyes went straight to Bai. Her new outfit, styled after the captain of the 10th Division from the Dead Tyrant anime, was sleek, pristine, and radiated cool elegance. The white weave flowed like silk, giving her a noble, aloof air that captivated everyone instantly. Wow, Bai! That outfit is amazing, said Ye Qiu, eyes sparkling as she circled her. Bai smiled softly. Ye Qiu made it for me. The defense systems are on par with pro-hero costumes. It's even resistant to energy-based attacks. If you want one, you could ask him, she added. Ye Qiu quickly shook her head. I specialize in melee. Less armor, more movement. I'll save the fancy outfits for social events. Though, she leaned closer with a grin. Ye Qiu said he's taking us somewhere special soon. He called it a magical place. You'll love it. Bai tilted her head. Where? Ye Qiu's grin widened. Another world. Behind the scenes. Ye Qiu wasn't joking. In the time she'd spent training under Bangu, she'd grown faster, stronger, and more confident. Even she, once unsure of her own worth, now felt like she could stand among the top 5 in either class. That dojo wasn't just a place to spar. It was a crucible. A realm of growth. Of sweat, pain, and transformation. And soon, Bai would enter it too.
Perhaps because the two classes were in the same class, Bakugo and Green Valley did not meet fatefully. On the contrary, it was Nintotoma, the guy who had a copy of Quirks and decided to be one of the top Quirks in Ye Qiu's opinion, and was grouped with Bakugo. Beihi Yugia, under the intervention of Ye Qiu, were divided into a group. The fate of Green Valley and Yurika Okako is not shallow at all, and the fate version is divided into a group. The first set of confrontation, Bakugo Katsuki, Toma Ninto vs Ye Yaoyorozu Momo, Kento Kezuka. After All Might finished the announcement, he glanced at Ye Qiu. Is it really good to cheat like this? Ye Qiu didn't mind at all. In front of the other students who had not yet tested, he said leisurely, Bakugo and Toma are unlucky guys. I think there should be no one except Shoto Todoroki for the time being. 803 It can be stopped. Shoto Todoroki, who had an indifferent expression, obviously did not expect that Ye Qiu would rate him so highly, so he couldn't help but look at Ye Qiu more. Continue reading, you'd better get familiar with the venue first. In order to increase your adaptability to danger, I have done a lot of renovations to that building. I hope you like it. Ye Qiu showed a rare smile in front of the students. Laughed. Seeing him smiling like this, the poor group of students felt even more dangerous. This demon should not be able to smile at all. What is the reason for this inexplicable smile? Soon, they will have the answer. In the first offensive and defensive battle, the attacking side was Beihi Yugia. This was also Ye Qiu's order to let these little devils say the danger in the building. After all, in his opinion, this kind of fixed target confrontation is actually somewhat unfair to the defending side. Be careful, Ye Qiu has come to class today, and there must be some arrangements made by him in the building? Before entering the building, Bai spoke with Yugia. Yugia also nodded, and quickly used his not-so-rich internal breath to adjust his state to the best. Indeed, with Ye Qiu's involvement, there is hardly a simple one. This guy is an S-rank hero, ES, in the One-Punch world. His strength has grown a lot recently. Who knows what kind of weird methods Ye Qiu will use in order to make the students like Xiangying stronger. Is it so serious? Ye Qiu, you are not being kind. How can you treat students differently? How do I feel that both of them must have private professors from you? All Might yelled in dissatisfaction. Sure enough, All Might said so, and the others stared at Ye Qiu with a different expression. They want to get stronger too. Even if it is not as powerful as Bai, if Consultant Ye Qiu teaches a little something, it can still become more powerful? Alas, most of the things in the school are provided by this consultant. Speaking of which, during this period of time, the sales of medicinal bath packages have doubled, and the entire Kento dojo has become the hottest place in the outside world. Countless teenagers want to go to the Kento dojo just to gain the favor of the owner, Kento Tiger Bear, become his direct disciple and enjoy the qualification to use the medicated bath package for free. I heard that at Shija High School, there is a new student who is a direct disciple of Daoist Master Kento Tiger Bear. After entering the school, in a short period of time, relying on the incomparably powerful quirks and terrifying melee strength, he repeatedly overturned the senior students of Shija High School have faintly had the title of the first person in the younger generation. Of course, the title of the first person, whether it is Shoto Todoroki or Bakugo Katsuki, will obviously not be convinced. However, if he wants to play against the people from Shija High School, he obviously has to wait at least half a year. Entering the building, and just taking the first step, Beihi Yugia heard a rumbling sound from inside. As the sound got closer, both the two of them and everyone watching the screen were frightened by the booming thing. It was a huge stone ball. That's right, it's a stone ball, and it's still a terrifying stone ball, at least 2 meters high. It will kill people if you hit it. Minoru Mineta had a chill behind her back. As far as his small body is concerned, he will definitely be crushed to death by this thing. Young Ye Qiu. All Might twisted his neck to Ye Qiu extremely stiffly. Ye Qiu said easily, even if there are 10 more stones like this, you should be able to easily solve it. It should be said that any hero, ES, on the hero, ES, rankings will have a solution. If there is no way to solve even such a small thing, what is the hero, ES? Having said that, they are not hero, ES? Everyone once again realized that the demon advisors are full of malice towards them. I am afraid that in addition to this first level to pass, there are still many strange things waiting for them. There are not just 2 opponents. It's 3, and this third demon is the most terrifying. Jia and Bai looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Ye Qiu is really boring? There are 3 options. Dodge the stone ball, or just go out through the window, and in the end, directly break the oncoming big guy. If you are hiding, you need to jump up at least 2 meters high, and calculate the time. Go up. Jia thought for a while and pointed to the top of their heads. Good. In an instant, he wanted to take out his bow and arrow and use his frost arrow to shoot straight through the ceiling above his head. No, I've learned something new recently. Although I'm not very skilled, I should be able to break through the current predicament. Jia showed a mysterious smile. Teacher Bangu, let everyone see how powerful your flowing water shattering rock fist is. Flowing water rock fist. Kento Kazuka's foot made a force, and his body was a light 3.8 jumping up. Before the huge stone ball arrived, Rakido, who was not exhausted, kept slapping his hands on the hero's bean-curd drag ceiling. She couldn't smash such a big stone ball, but this kind of low-quality simulated building ceiling can be hit casually with a flowing water rock smashing fist. Come up. Jia, who went up from the hole, pulled Bai, who jumped high, and pulled her up. The stone ball rolled out from their side. Are all the girls in your class so violent? Minoru Mineta shrank her neck and looked at the boys in class B. Have it. Everyone is not sure. Kento Kazuka, the big sister meeting, will not take revenge from time to time, and he does not dare to say too much. But just that scene is really shocking. What kind of boxing is this, Ye Qiu boy? All Might looked at Ye Qiu in shock. It is obviously a top-level boxing technique, and there are certain things in it that are very touching to him. It can almost be said that he has applied his skills to the limit of breaking the ceiling. My teacher's unique boxing technique is nothing more than I taught it privately, so you don't have to look at me like that. Ye Qiu officially responded to All Might's previous words. As for your own skills, what if it was taught? Do you have a teacher? Who has such a powerful boxing technique? Why do I never seem to have an impression? Wouldn't it be the curator of the Kento dojo? All Might scratched his head in confusion. Kento Tiger Bear definitely has the strength of Hero, yes, on the leaderboard, but to say that he has the boxing skills that Kento Kazuka just performed, All Might would definitely not believe it. That is the greasy middle-aged man who is about to go bald and thinks about finding a girlfriend every day? Of course not. Uncle Tiger Bear wants to be my teacher too much. It's better for him to concentrate on business with his strength. 12 Ye Qiu said unceremoniously. Too much? The strength of other people's Kento Tiger Bear is not as good as you, but he is also Kento Kazuka's uncle. You kid in front of everyone, so saying that you think that you have a great potential entrepreneur is simply cheating? With the black line on All Might's face, he felt that it would be more appropriate to stop talking about Ken Fujitoran. Then who is your teacher? All Might asked a question. The students also pricked up their ears, and they also wanted to know how powerful Hero, ES, was to be able to teach such a powerful demon. Only the little angel of Green Valley was a little puzzled. In his opinion, the reason why Ye Qiu became so strong was entirely due to his own efforts, and if there was any teacher, he couldn't believe it. After all, what this guy cultivates is created by himself. Could it be that Ye Qiu can create a teacher for himself just like Mr. Kang and Mr. Azawa and the others? That thought is too ridiculous. My teacher is called Bangu. He is a very powerful hero, yes, but you should have no chance to meet. You are not from the same world. Ye Qiu said as if pointing. Huh. All Might froze for a moment, then apologized. I'm sorry Ye Qiu, I didn't know it was like this. Okay. Ye Qiu looked at everyone's expressions and almost didn't laugh out loud. They seemed to have misunderstood something. Poor teacher Bangu. What? Even in the world of One Punch, Bangu, who felt that the other world was full of malice, couldn't help but sneezed. Could it be that the inner strength of Tianchuankan is so evil? I've only been cultivating for a few days, and I've started to sneeze. Alas, one really can't resist being old. Bangu rubbed his nose and looked up at the sky with a little regret. Cha Lanzi, make me a cup of hot tea. Sorry? The powerful hero, ES, who was able to teach Ye Qiu is no longer in this world. What a great pity. After a moment of silence, everyone focused their attention on the screen again. Beihi Yujia, who had just stood firm on the second floor, was attacked again, and there were countless hidden weapon attacks in all directions. The ground on the second floor is where the trigger is. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Minoru Mineta's legs are completely soft. He feels that he is a hero, and it is a correct decision. It turned out that he was just a little scared in class, and now he really has to worry about whether he will die. Not only Minoru Mineta, but a group of relatively timid students, who were already pale and sat on the ground with weak legs. Humph. Those hidden weapons are not sharp at all. If they hit you, they will only cause you a little pain. You have not yet become hero, ES, and you are going to die or live here. You are too embarrassed. Ye Qiu scolded unceremoniously. So disappointed in him. There is no sense of crisis at all. On the contrary, he is greedy for life and fears death, and every day expects the training to be simpler. How can he become stronger? Consultant, when fighting against villain, there should be no such unexpected situations. Aitsa Ida stood up and said directly. Well said. Although the others did not dare to refute Ye Qiu, they couldn't help applauding Ida's courage at this time. Great. They need someone who can refute this demon advisor, otherwise the school life in the future will probably make people cry directly. Your question is very good, but I choose not to answer it, because if you don't follow it, you still don't understand what kind of events you will face after becoming hero. Yes. You said no. Can you know the world? What are all the new quirks like? Ye Qiu said no more. Quirks are ever-changing and can be said to be the advantage of our British world. Anyway, Ye Qiu didn't think that hero, in the British world would definitely be worse than the One Punch world in terms of potential. In a few decades, the hero, of this world will definitely become stronger. It's like Endeavor, who made a 803 bin that far surpassed him, Shoto Todoroki. Although this was done on purpose, I have to admit that the potential is indeed enormous. Ye Qiu also does not know whether in the future Woing world, with the evolution of human beings, there will be a terrifying tornado like a tornado. Quirks. In the picture, facing the overwhelming hidden weapon, Yuji and Bai didn't seem so panicked. You or I. Bai took a look at Yuji. Come on, if I do it, it may waste some time, and the movement may be relatively large. Let's solve the battle quickly and see how the guys in the back are doing. This level of test is for the two of us. It doesn't make any sense anymore. Jia said with great ease. Unfortunately, in addition to Ye Qiu and All Might, others are completely inaudible. Boxing a good vine said the words, or their inner convictions collapse. Fear is again a minute. What is this kind of test? It has no meaning for them anymore. Just leave it to me, but some fluff bail. Ye Qiu really is not taken into account. Quirks of all, this kind of thing for me, there is no use to anyone. After all, Bai directly used his quirks to create a huge steel shield in front of him and Yijia. Ding! An incomparably crisp sound represented the situation where the countless hidden weapons fell on the steel shield in front of 100 body, but it was impossible to advance an inch. Damn! I didn't expect the opponents to be these two women. It's really troublesome, but I have to win, no matter what kind of battle. The final winner will be me. Bakugo, who was hidden in the corner and could not be attacked by the mechanism at all, happened to see this scene completely. Bai's long-range attack level, in the test of the previous class, made him still fresh in his memory. He dared not let Bai discover his existence, otherwise there might not be any close contact, and he would be limited by the terrifying frost sword. Live action, then there is really no chance of winning. Hey. Although your class A people are not that good, but for the sake of cooperation between the two of you in this test, I will reluctantly cooperate with you. Tell me about your quirks. Well, I'm sure to bring you a huge surprise. Wujian Ningran used the bangs he used with great ease. Which idiot are you? I don't need to cooperate with the weak. Bakugo is obviously a bit disdainful of Ningran, this guy who is a bit sassy. Toma Ningran's tone was stagnant, and he did not expect that Bakugo, ABD, would speak so aggressively. Humph. I don't bother to care about you guys from Class A, but it's just luck during the entrance test. It's better. If I remember correctly, you should be the one who got 100 points except for our eldest sister-in-law Kento Ichika. To be able to get 100 points from that devil's hand means your quirk's unique enough, although I really don't want to work with you. I have to understand your quirks, otherwise my quirks won't work, and we'll be defeated by Big Sister and Big Sister. Wujian Ningran is also very helpless. His quirks can be said to be a result, and quirks can be said to be a waste to be happy. After all, if there is no one with quirks around him, or if he fights alone, his copied quirks will not work at all. Out of the tiniest bit of use, Bakugo doesn't choose to cooperate, unless he can get in touch with Yuji or Bai, and use his copied quirks to copy their quirks for a short period of time to fight. Otherwise, he will have no combat effectiveness in this test. Bombshell. Although there was a trace of unwillingness, the newspaper still shared this test, so he forcibly endured the unhappiness in his heart and told Quirks. Actually it's a blast. Your Class A people are really a bunch of violent guys. Quirks are not wonderful at all. Wujian Ningran spit out a word. Stop talking nonsense and say your quirks quickly, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Bakugo gave him a hard look. Wujian Ningran gave a coquettish smile. Perhaps if you meet someone else, quirks like this don't even think about winning the big sisters and the others. It's simply impossible. But it's different when you meet me. My quirks are copy. As long as I copy your quirks, if we join forces, we will be able to create a terrifying power. Che, there are such boring quirks. I don't think your quirks can be used all the time, nor can you copy multiple different quirks. Although Bakugo's self-esteem is a little distorted, in terms of intelligence, he is even a little smarter than Green Valley. After all, he is also a good student who was admitted to Xiangying by grades. That's true, although my quirks can only last for 5 minutes, and even after 5 minutes, I need to rest for a while before I can continue to use quirks, but in terms of your quirks, as long as we have a 5-minute double blast the quirks, why can't you beat them? Defense? No. When Bakugo and Nintotoma formed a team, they didn't think about defense, they just wanted to beat their opponents as quickly as possible, so there was no need for defense. The best defense is to attack? Hey, I warn you, what are you doing torturing me? UBD, don't tell me. Bakugo, who was touched by Ningran, instantly turned pale, and he couldn't help but jump away a bit to avoid getting close to this wretched guy. Wujian Ningran also had an ugly look on his face. Why are people like you so disgusting? I only like pretty girls, and I don't have any interest in boys. Even if I am interested in boys, I won't care about them. Strange-looking guys like you are interested. Damn, who do you think looks strange? Bakugo was instantly provoked, and before they joined forces to solve Beihi Yujiya, the two people in his team started to have conflicts first. All Might, now you can see how bad the mood of these boys is. They made such a big commotion so blatantly, how many of them didn't find out? Ye Qiu sneered. The rest of Class A were all fortunate in their hearts. Fortunately they didn't draw lots with that guy Bakugo, otherwise their situation would not be much better than that of Ningmuma. The rest of Class B are also very fortunate. Fortunately, the people from Class A and Wujianing are separated together. Otherwise, if it were them, I am afraid that they would not be able to bear the misunderstanding of the nature of the poisonous tongue at this time, and they should directly act. Hit him. Sure enough, in the picture, Beihi Yujiya instantly discovered those two guys. Bai directly took out the bow and arrow from behind, and they were so noisy, at least they could end the battle ahead of schedule. Be careful. Bakugo's strength is very strong, at least with the exception of a few people. Almost all the students in Class A and Class B are not as strong as him. Ningran, the good thing of money, hasn't reacted yet, but he was directly thrown to the ground by Bakugo, and where he just stood, 2 frost arrows were inserted after the increase, and the cold air attached to the arrows was already at a layer of frost to the wall. Hiss, Wujian Ningran is behind the sweat. Almost, just a little bit. Didn't that devil say that the organs in the building won't attack the defenders? What the hell is going on here? Are you an idiot? It's not the mechanism in the building, it's Ye Qiu Momo. Bakugo roar loudly pull. Because I felt too ashamed, when tested, it will be something specific about 100, a class simply no one to disclose. Look down the sound Bakugo the past, between objects rather found dead wearing paw filled with hundreds, are far from holding a bow and arrow, staring at them with very cold eyes, is like watching two no power of resistance prey same. The woman in your class is really fierce. It feels like being stared at by a tiger. She doesn't really want to kill me, does she? Ningran Wujian felt that his body began to tremble, and he couldn't help but forget his position in an instant, and cast a look of help towards his eldest sister. Kento Kazuka shook his head at him. Remember, now we are villains. I will not release water. Either stand up and resist, or surrender obediently. You are in the middle of this test. There is no other choice. Surrender? Woman, you underestimate me too, Bakugo Katsuki? Even if I don't need the power of this crap, I will defeat you all, and this victory is destined to be mine. Bakugo's left hand is already on top of his right hand. As the owner of the blasting quirks, his attack is not only melee combat, but this distance has already entered his attack range. Now, instead of thinking about quirks, whether it will destroy the test site or not, what should be considered is how to use the simplest method to defeat these two extremely powerful villains. How could I possibly lose to your Class A at work? I admit that your quirks are indeed extremely powerful, but it is obviously impossible to end the battle alone. You can't defeat them without me. Under the infection of Bakugo Katsuki, the tyrannical 803-like desire to win, Toma Ningran quickly walked out of the shadow of fear, maintaining his arrogant image. Come on, Bakugo. Come on, Toma Ningran. Even in normal times, these two guys are not popular in Class A and Class B, but when faced with Ye Qiu Momo and Kento Kazuka, two girls who are above all boys, the boys watching the battle were still in their hearts and couldn't help cheering for the two of them. Blast! Blast! Bakugo Katsuki and Toma Ningran, at the moment when the two women hadn't shot, almost simultaneously displayed the blasting quirks, that terrifyingly hot flame, under the blasting quirks, with a turbulent heat wave rushed towards 101 good. Frost Fist? A good shot? Frost Arrow? Hundreds also shot? Since there are two boys who like to play with fire on the opposite side, the way they deal with it is one of nature's friends, that is, use ice to completely extinguish the flame that they want to resist. In terms of the training progress of Tianshuankan, Yujiya can be said to have come from behind. With Bangu's guidance, she has now reached the 6th form of BCDJ Frost Quan. Frost Streaks. When Yujia's fist continued to grow bigger and slammed into the terrifying blasting flame, countless Sanyan's inner chi burst out from her big fist, constantly offsetting the power of those blasting flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the guidance of that pair of big fists, the arrows that were continuously shot out from Bai's hands broke through the heat brought by the countless alternating hot and cold, and came to Bakugo Katsuki and Ningtoma in an instant. Don't let that special arrow attack your body, even if it is slightly scratched. It contains a special cold air, which can freeze all your blood and veins, even if you move at that time. A single point will cause unimaginable damage, and then we will be lambs to be slaughtered, and let my quirks burst out. Bakugo feels that the guy around him who he regards as a waste has a little bit of fighting spirit. In this case, let his terrifying quirks bloom once in front of everyone. This bloom will determine who is the real first. 1. I have to say that I hate people in your Class A, especially people like you, but this time I really like it a little bit. It's our honor to be able to face such a powerful villain. There was also a hint of excitement in Wujian Ningran's words. Perhaps because of the high fighting spirit, the two faced the frost arrows shot out of the fog, without the slightest fear, but easily dodged the attacks of these arrows. Start fighting back. Bakugo glanced at Nintutoma. Toma Ningran also understood what Bakugo meant at this time. This guy wanted to hold on to the fog brought by the ice and fire, and quickly approach the two elder sisters for a close combat. Touch, touch, touch. Bakugo took the lead, and countless sparks appeared in his palm. The impact of the blasting quirks made his figure madly rush forward in the narrow corridor at an extremely fast speed. Because he had already copied Bakugo quirks, Toma Ningran also learned Bakugo's appearance at a very fast speed, and used the power of blasting to make his body rush forward. However, because this is the first time to use such an ability, the control of the body is not perfect. During the process of traveling, Ningran was almost hit by frost arrows several times. If Bakugo didn't use it to help him destroy it frost arrow, at this time he has completely lost the ability to move. Go, you must cheer up. The two girls who were like great devils were already regarded as big villains by everyone. Instead, they were two guys who were usually hated. In the face of the absolute disparity in strength, they didn't seem so annoying anymore. Young Ye Qiu, the gap is a bit big. All Might looked serious. Fortunately, the speed at which the strength of a good girl has improved recently has made All Might feel stunned. One must know that the Green Valley youth who was turned into his successor by him took nearly a year, and with the double help of him and Ye Qiu, he barely had the strength that is slightly higher than that of his peers. This guy is partial to girls? All Might complained weakly in his heart. There is indeed a gap. I estimate that after a period of time, I should also get the identity of hero, ES, and then set up an office. With the strength of Beihi Yugia, I will definitely graduate early, but it is better to let them come. My own office. Ye Qiu didn't think much about it. Depend on. Also in his teens, why does this guy have money to build an office, and how much money did he make using the medicated bath package? The two big demon kings in the picture were all taught by Ye Qiu, the demon advisor. Evil? Fancy? It seems that there is a Quirks who is more powerful than others, and that is rich. I want to make money? I really want to buy a bunch of medicinal bath packages, and then defeat the demon Ye Qiu. For a moment, this thought popped up in everyone's heart, and almost everyone wanted to let Ye Qiu, who is indifferent, experience the feeling of being abused. In the picture, Bakugo and the others, through the thick fog, directly transformed the battle into close combat. It's just that these two guys don't seem to realize what kind of terrifying situation they will be in if they do this. The blasting quirks indeed made the two of Bakugo approach Bai and Kazuka at an extremely fast speed, but after breaking through the white haze, they did not see the terrified expressions they imagined. Calm, still calm. Beihi Yugia seemed to know in advance that the two rash guys would definitely choose the method of close combat in the end. I'm sorry? If you attack from a distance, you may have a 1 in 10,000 chance, but if you are close, you have no chance at all. Yugia showed a faint smile. Big sister, we recognize your status in the class, but that BD's quirks in Bakugo are very strong, and the one who wins this time is definitely me. Wujian Ningran said firmly. Idiot? Bakugo was not at all interested in this guy's compliments. Instead, after seeing Ningran's attacking gesture, the whole person gave up the attack. Instead, he prepared to use his speed to take advantage of the two women's attention. When he was attracted by Ningran, he used his blasting quirks to get behind them in an instant. Only in that position would he have the confidence to win. Hundreds are too strong. With that terrifying shooting speed, Bakugo has no certainty of winning anyway. Even when facing Shoto Todoroki, Bakugo didn't have that feeling. You'll know today why Class B is now me, not you. The power of quirks is really important, but even if I don't have a strong quirks, I have a very strong teacher. Speaking of his teacher, Bangu, Yugia had already admired him very much during his practice these days. Too strong? It is definitely not weaker than All Might's existence. Perhaps after obtaining Ye Qiu's 2 exercises, the future Bangu teacher may even surpass All Might. Frost Fist? Meet the enemy head-on? Without the slightest hesitation, Yugia directly unleashed the Sky Frost Fist, facing Ningran Ryuma, who had blasting flames in both hands. Too reckless? Jia's current boxing skills are not enough to compete head-on with this terrifying blasting quirks. Ye Qiu's brows furrowed a little. Perhaps it was because he practiced relatively late, and his uncle, who was originally a descendant of the ancient martial arts school, had high requirements for himself, and practiced very hard. Much better than his classmates. Tianchuang Fist is indeed powerful, but Yugia is not Ye Qiu after all. He has been practicing for a few months. Compared with Quirks, who has been copied by Ningran and copied by Bakugo for more than 10 years, it is still a lot worse. Be careful, Bai's Sing Sing is a little more stable than Yujia's. After all, the time spent cultivating with Ye Qiu will take a lot longer. Although Ye Qiu is not a famous teacher, the accumulation of internal strength will not be too bad after all. Frost Fist? It is also Tianchuang Fist. Bai has already fully cultivated Tianchuang Fist, and the internal strength has been increased for 5 years through the increase of the medicinal power package. Coupled with the speed of Fengshen's legs, the speed of punching is 101, and it is even faster to touch the blasting flame. There is hope? Bakugo's eyes lit up, and he didn't expect that Ningran's role was so great that he could make Yugia recklessly attack in advance. Here's your chance. Blasting? Bakugo crossed Bai's head in an instant, and the most powerful quirks were released without reservation. Create? Feeling the danger, Bai directly created an iron shield behind her. The huge iron shield almost completely blocked her and Yujia's backs. Break? Bakugo's eyes were full of tyranny, and he didn't put a small iron shield in his eyes at all. He would use his own blasting quirks to break that solid iron shield directly. It must be resolved as soon as possible to Wujian and Gren. Yugia, don't hold back. Bai gave an order in a low voice, and at the fastest speed, he pressed towards Wujian Ninggren's head. Not bad. In this case, you can also consider the backside and create a favorable situation for yourself and your teammates to play more and less. Ye Qiu Momo will definitely become a powerful hero, yes, in the future. All Might looked at Bai in the picture with satisfaction. Ye Qiu's face also showed a proud look. After all, it was his family, how could he be disappointed? This is just a small surprise, don't worry, more exciting things are yet to come. Can there be anything better? All Might doesn't believe it anyway. The outcome at this point was whether Bakugo could quickly break the iron shield that Beihi created, or whether Beihi Yujia could completely suppress Ninggren in the shortest possible time. For flowers. Can it be suppressed? It does, and very fast. When Bakugo passed by them, Yujia also knew that she had made two big mistakes of being aggressive and underestimating the enemy, but she was not nervous at all. The Tianchuang fist of the two people's combined force, the internal force is the same source. At the moment of attack, the tacit understanding turned into a chill. 2-1. Toma Ninggren is obviously not that familiar with his own blasting quirks. Advice to you, if you want to be a powerful hero, in the future, it's best to know about the quirks of other hero, beforehand, otherwise you won't be able to use your own quirks at all. 0. Yi Jialo kindly reminded him, after all, he is also a younger brother who is often picked up by himself. If he can help him become stronger, he still has to help. The power of copying quirks lies in the cooperation with other hero, a very powerful quirks can have two of the same combat power at the same time, which is enough to change the situation of the war in any case. However, this is also a double-edged sword. Without knowing the quirks of others, using the quirks copied by oneself at will, is likely to become a matter of injury to oneself. For example, at this time, Ninggren in the world, repression, the cold air came into contact with the blasting flames. This time, a large amount of water vapor did not appear to obscure the sight, but in an instant, a thick layer of frost condensed on Ninggren's hands. Okay, cold. The cold air that was about to penetrate into his heart directly caused Ninggren Wujian to fall backwards with a purple complexion. Right now, let me fall. Bakugo's voice came from behind. Bai was about to take action, but Yujia was one step ahead of her again. Don't worry, in terms of defense, I have absolute confidence. The skybox is flowing. The flowing water formation that contains the strength of the frost fist, constantly attacking the flames of Bakugo, the flowing water formation that can improve the defense power, plus the weather strength restrained by the blasting attribute, Yujia's defense can be said to be completely blocked. Live Bakugo's attack. No matter how fierce the flame in his hand is, under a good defense, he will not be able to advance an inch. Break it for me. Bakugo roared, and almost released his quirks into the largest building where the explosion sounded constantly. In the blink of an eye, the monitor screen was already filled with terrifying flames. The little guys who will not appear in the first group will destroy the entire test building. All Might's heart is broken? He didn't expect that, obviously hoping that everyone would solve the battle through their brains, but it turned into a head-to-head confrontation, and it was still the kind of brutal head-to-head confrontation. Don't worry. Although Xiangying High School's testing site is basically all bean curd construction, in this case, Bai is still very measured, and will never completely destroy the building used for class. Ye Qiu said with certainty. Even if it is destroyed, inside Mr. Xiangying, there are 820 construction experts, otherwise they would not dare to do so many bean curd projects to increase expenses. Alas, it is really pitiful to be the teaching staff of Xiangying. Bakugo, this kid, fully bloomed his quirks, which really made Yujia feel a little pressure. But after all, he is only one person, and he is a genius who has not been taught by any famous teacher. Even though Quirks is strong, he is full of countless flaws in battle, which can be seen at a glance. Fall down. Flowing water rock fist. Too slow, too many flaws. Yujia was addicted to the onslaught in Bakugo, and with lightning speed, he aimed at the flaw with one blow. Teething fingers? Although Yujia's training time was still short, with the blessing of her inner strength, her teeth were able to at least smash something as hard as a walnut into pieces in an instant. Bakugo's defense? At least it's not as hard as a stone, but it's just the physique of an ordinary teenager. In close combat, after breaking through the block of quirks, including which professional hero, there are few defenses that can stop Yujia's half-baked teeth. It hurts? When Yujia's fingers hit Bakugo with great accuracy, that tingling feeling, almost didn't make Bakugo want to give up. No, I can't give up now, there is still hope. Bakugo clenched his teeth tightly, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the flames in his hand continued to erupt. It's a pity that Yujia's hand speed is too fast. It's almost time to keep attacking while defending against Bakugo's attack. Down, 2, 3. The teeth slammed into Bakugo's body frantically. The so-called hero, battlesuit could not defend against the attack with internal force at all. Puff. Even if Yujia's internal strength was not strong, Bakugo had held out for a long time. After being attacked by more than 40 times, he still couldn't hold back and spit out a mouthful of blood. Young Ye Qiu, boy Bakugo, are you okay? All Might looked at Bakugo, who was already kneeling on the ground in the picture, hanging on his chest and spitting blood continuously. It's nothing, a little injury. It's not easy for you to make a big injury, Bakugo now. Ye Qiu said lightly. Spend a few credits to heal, so that they know that if they are weak, they will be beaten, and they will waste credits in such a place. 1. The first battle seems to be a very thrilling fight. In fact, when I look at the results, except for Bakugo and Nintutoma who were injured, at most Ichiko was a little out of breath, and Bai didn't even have the air. Take a breath. The second battle is about to start soon, and there is one Ye Qiu is very optimistic about, that is Shoji Mizo, the only one who chooses to watch the ancient martial arts video teaching. Ye Qiu wanted to know how far Shoji Mizo's ancient martial arts training has reached. If he didn't have his own guidance, if his cultivation was not bad, he would start to think about creating a little body training method with a low level, and first try it out in Seongying High School. The words that I said to All Might before are indeed from my heart, but under the circumstance that I can watch it myself, it is unlikely that there is a problem on Seongying's side. Start with simple body exercises and gradually progress, even if it is really spread some content. The students of Seongying at that time have become stronger than each other. Just when Ye Qiu's attention was completely on the screen, the sound of the phone rang. Young Ye Qiu, should you be careful when you are in class? All Might looked at Ye Qiu speechlessly. Ye Qiu frowned. It's not the number I know, but there are only a few people who know my number. I'm afraid there is something important. With a dignified doubt, Ye Qiu chose to connect. Help, help. The voice from the phone made Ye Qiu's complexion change greatly. Place. XX Road, a Makhim. 5 minutes? In any case, stick to at least 5 minutes. I can't guarantee whether I will be able to arrive the fastest. 5 minutes is the slowest time. After speaking, Ye Qiu ignored the people over there. Whether he had listened to his words or not, he just gritted his teeth and pulled out a hair from his head. 72 changes? In front of all the students, Ye Qiu used his quirks before All Might could stop him. With a flash of pride, Ye Qiu had 2 more pills in his hand. What's the situation? Magic? The group of students were a little dumbfounded by the situation at this time, and they had no idea why Ye Qiu's hand was shining like that. What's matter? All Might hesitated. Ye Qiu even showed his own quirks, so there must be something important. I'm going to save people, don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen, just need a little speed at this time. 3.8 won't explain more to you. Ye Qiu's face was cold, and he directly swallowed the 2 military ration pills he created in his hand into his stomach. Although internal strength and chakra are not the same cultivation direction, they are essentially the energy extracted from the inside of the body. Bingliang pills can stimulate the chakra to skyrocket, even if the efficiency is a bit poor, but stimulating the internal force to skyrocket is still a good idea. No problem. No way. The first item that popped into Ye Qiu's mind was the military ration pill. The terrifying Juyang Truchi, like a flame, surged out of the body. Ye Qiu's whole body was like a god, and the spleen followed the world. Is that fire? Everyone looked at Ye Qiu suspiciously. It's not right. It is a kind of red gas at all, but how can it feel more scorching than fire? Without much explanation, the crimson red gas entangled in Ye Qiu's body instantly transferred to his legs, and the terrifying Juyang Truchi under the blessing of the military ration pill made Ye Qiu seem to have a kind of luffy cast too. General feeling. Let's go, this class is here, you should pay more attention to yourself, things like grades, let's talk about it when I get back. After saying these words to All Might, Ye Qiu's figure was like a flame launcher. With a swish, everyone didn't even have time to react, but he was nowhere to be seen. This speed, All Might flew outside the classroom. Out of sight? It had only been a few seconds, and he could no longer find Ye Qiu's figure in his sight. He borrowed the boost of military ration pills and used the speed of Ye Qiu to spread his Fengshen legs, and even had a tendency to approach the speed of sound. Hiss. Good guy, why is this kid getting stronger so fast? Why do I feel like I am getting older? Could it be that within a year, my number 1 position will be taken away by this kid Ye Qiu? In All Might's mind, 12 can't help but feel a little more middle-aged man worrying about gains and losses. Ye Qiu, who stretched out Fengshen's legs with all his strength, also felt the resistance of the laws of nature to his body. If it wasn't for the explosive seed of the military ration pill, I am afraid that his body, which is not too powerful, was already killed by resistance, gravity, and friction. Ruined. 5 minutes? When Ye Qiu rushed to the designated location, the terrifying speed directly left a scarlet trace in the sky. Huh. I'm not late, I didn't expect it to be like this. Ye Qiu's tone was a little cold. In the sight of the people, one fell to the ground, with many bloodstains on his body, and the other was still standing, dressed a bit like a Hong Kong ninja. Hero, ES, Killer Stain? Kid, are you Hero, ES? Stain licked the blood of Daoshin, and did not rush to drop the blade in his hand on Hung Dongmei. As for Hung Dongmei's other companions, in order to protect her, they all died under Stain's sword. It can be said yes, or it can be said no. I should not be the hero, ES, of this world. If you insist on thinking that I am a hero, ES, I should also be a hero, ES, out of interest, and I don't need any exam certification. Interesting? Ha ha ha, this society is really becoming more and more disgusting. Obviously just a stinky brat who doesn't even have the heart to become a righteous hero, ES. Change? It must be in the changes are made in this era, and if they do not change, the real hero, ES, will never be seen again in the future. Stain's tone was wildly frenetic. Ye Qiu was silent for a moment. Don't use the knife for a while, at least don't hurt that girl. As for you, don't you feel like a cultist? and a mentally retarded person who wants to change this society and directly become hero, yes, #1 man on the ranking list is good. I don't believe it anymore. When you become #1, your words and deeds, your thoughts, can't have any impact on this society. All Might has used practical action proved that he influenced an entire generation. Ye Qiu expressed disdain for the paranoia of the hero, killer, clearly a guy with a mental illness. Since you are hero, I won't try to change anything because of your age. I want this wrong world to realize that they are all wrong, and the real hero, is gone. Stain obviously didn't listen to Ye Qiu's words. In other words, facing this so-called hero, killer, I am afraid that it is really possible to be fooled, but for Ye Qiu, he has long known what the so-called hero, killer, Quirks, is. It's a pity, after practicing with Bangu for a period of time, Ye Qiu has gained great confidence in his own defense ability. Let me see your resolve, shall I? Ye Qiu felt that that guy Aizu was at least a student he needed to take care of. In the past, he didn't go to see Stain, because this kind of mouse hiding in the dark was really not that easy to find, and the distance to activate the telescope technique was limited, because Stain was not in the urban area where Ye Qiu and the others were. Interesting? I don't know why this guy actually met someone from Endeavor's office, and he wanted to kill Hung Dongmei. Now that the opportunity came, Ye Qiu would never give up, he would rudely hammer Stain to the end. The reform of the world, just let him do it, there is no need for such lunatics. Call. Ye Qiu felt a little uncomfortable even though he was traveling at the speed of sound. Juyang Genkai circulated around his body, and the uncomfortable feeling disappeared. I'm sorry, maybe you will have an unforgettable memory for a lifetime. I'll apologize to you first. When I take action, in case it's not serious, please spend the rest of your life in prison to heal your wounds. Ye Qiu's words can be described as extremely arrogant, and with that indifferent expression, Stain is more certain that such existence is what he wants to change. A garbage hero, who needs to be killed by him and needs to be known by society? Whoosh. From the speed of Stain's sudden appearance from Ye Qiu, 820 knew that this was definitely not an ordinary hero, so he pulled out the tang knife he was carrying at the first time, and he had to let Ye Qiu immediately. A wound appeared on Qiu's body. What a quick knife. Ye Qiu couldn't help showing a look of admiration in his eyes. As far as the road to becoming stronger, Stain was definitely ahead of everything. If it wasn't for the wrong path, Ye Qiu even thought that this guy might find a way of invincibility similar to Saitama's. At such a young age, he can press Shoto Todoroki, Green Valley, and Ida, 3 of the quirks who are not weak. Different from Saitama, this guy's physical skills are all beyond the limit between life and death. Pity? No matter how fast a knife is, no matter how powerful a physical technique is, in Ye Qiu's eyes, it is a bit of a pediatrician. Stain, obviously you haven't grown to a point where I'm satisfied. Catch the shadows? Ye Qiu didn't attack directly, but instead used the chasing after the wind, and the whole person kept dodging the attack of Stan Ying at an extremely fast speed. Impressive. Hung Dongmei, who had just escaped the crisis of death, was almost unable to catch Ye Qiu's footsteps completely. Every time she seemed to walk very casually, she could perfectly dodge all of Stain's attacks. Stain is not Bakugo, but when all his attacks failed, his mind became extremely calm. Strong? There is definitely the strength of the hero, on the hero, rankings, and those hero, are the existences that he has not dared to provoke for the time being. Such a strong kid, and those annoying words. In that case, let this kid try his own strength to see if he has the level of hero, on the hunting leaderboard. Stain felt Ye Qiu's troubles, but he didn't fully use his strength, and the crazy look in his eyes became more and more intense. It's faster? The tang knife in Stain's hand stabbed at Ye Qiu's head at a faster speed, and even when Ye Qiu was not paying attention, he wanted to use the short knife around his waist to hurt Ye Qiu. Interesting? This can be regarded as a dual purpose. He is indeed a genius who has gone astray. Ye Qiu wanted to give Stain's quirks a try. As for the effect on him, he simply asked him to slash his arm with a knife. What? Hong Dongmei exclaimed when she saw the pale red bloodstain on Ye Qiu's hand. Ruined? It's all over. Previously, the partner of their office was injured by Stain, so that guy used his blood to activate his own quirks, and that's how he ended up so tragically. Stain's quirk seems to be able to control the actions of villain S by ingesting the blood of villain S. When Stain's tongue licked the blood on the tip of the knife, Ye Qiu really felt a stiff feeling in his body, as if there was a mysterious power that restrained all his actions. Interesting? Kid, the hero, game is over. It turns out you're not really hero, so today you're going to die. Of course, I have to admit, at your age, strength is already strong. Even none of the hero, I have killed are as powerful as you. Stain walked towards Ye Qiu step by step, and the tang knife in his hand showed an incomparable radiance. It's over? It's over? It's my fault. I shouldn't implicate Mr. Ye Qiu. She was as strong as Dongmei, and she couldn't help but cry a little. If she hadn't asked Ye Qiu for help, Ye Qiu would never have been in such danger. Do you know how villains often die? I just want to tell you one thing, villains often die by talking too much. Of course, maybe you feel that you are not a villain, but a hero, living in your own world, but do you really think your quirks will be useful to everyone? Ye Qiu showed a mysterious smile. It's so boring. originally thought that Stain's ability was strong enough, but when the internal force in his body turned, it completely dissolved the invisible force of imprisonment. The power of Juyang True Qi is like a purifying flame. When encountering the power that controls the body, it directly dissipates that mysterious power into the invisible. In general, Stain's quirks are a bit biased towards curses, and Juyang Genkai happens to be the powerful nemesis of this kind of power. After all, even the devil hidden in the burning fruit seems a little insignificant in front of the 9 sun scriptures. Impossible, no matter what blood type, my quirks will never fail. Who are you? On Stain's incomparably cold face, there was finally a look of surprise. Ye Qiu sneered. I explained it to you before, I'm just an interested hero. Yes, don't think too much, you can't control me with quirks, it's all because of your quirks too weak. As I said, you should go to prison and reflect on your life. I have to say that I have never broken my promise. No, don't try to use your words to shake my resolve, even if my quirks can't control you in front of my physical skills, you still have no power to fight back. Stain is obviously not a person who is easily changed, otherwise he would not have taken such a crooked path because of his stubbornness in his heart. It's just that this guy seems to have misunderstood something. When quirks can't do any damage to Ye Qiu, this opponent can't become the winning side of the battle. To put forward this aspect, even if it is ranked first in the Hero ES rankings, the position of All Might also dare not say is his opponent. Squirt squirt. Since Stain had to use his strengths to face Ye Qiu's strengths, he had no choice but to meet his seemingly rude and comfortable request. Be careful, that guy is the Hero ES killer. Stain, don't let him involve your blood, or your life will be in danger. The moment Stain shot, Ye Qiu was ready to fight back. A screeching sound came from a distance, but Ye Qiu changed all the preparations for the attack to a rich one, dodging with a wonderful posture. Stain's sword technique that became more and more terrifying. It's you again? Heroic woman. A dangerous light flashed in Stain's eyes. The girl with blue curly hair on the opposite side was the most dangerous opponent he had ever faced along the way. Although this girl's quirks hadn't been developed to the extreme, and her actual combat ability was not as strong as his, Stain had no way to get close. The other side's quirks suppressed him to the death. Stain, you can dodge once, dodge twice, but you can't dodge for a lifetime. That kind of quirks is indeed a bit strange, and the others make me want to see them, but it's a pity that you don't have any money at all. There is a possibility of promotion. When facing me, all your proposals will be useless. The girl with blue curly hair has a very proud figure, but when she speaks, she will be very excited, as if she is enjoying this feeling. Are you a student of Xiangying High School? Ye Qiu was stunned. He saw the school badge. Although he was wearing Hero ES clothes with some aesthetic problems, there was still the school badge of Hero ES hanging next to the small bag on his leg. Hey, are you the younger brother of this class of Xiangying? No wonder you have such strong strength. I think that after a few years, you will be able to face this kind of criminal like senior sister, and be able to face it calmly. Now, Ye Qiu has a headache, how can he be so confident? Apprentice, you are afraid that you are really undertrained. In the heroic group, whoever dares to take advantage of this will obviously not have a good end. Are you the wave spiral of Big Three? Ye Qiu asked tentatively. Oh, I didn't expect that I was quite famous in Xiangying High School. Even the first-year juniors know me. Let's do the math. I shouldn't have gone to school for a while. Are you my fan? Before the Hero ES, am I going to have as many fans as MT Lady Seniors? There was a hint of excitement in the eyes of the wave spiral. Hateful? They are just two stinky brats. Even professional Hero ES dare not look down on me like that. Sure enough, their understanding of the word Hero ES only stays on basic jokes. I will definitely use them. Life and blood to pay homage to the word Hero ES. In a split second, Stain forgot the little bit of jealousy he had in his heart for the wave scroll. In today's battle, the sword will see blood, but the one who stands to the end of the victory will definitely be him. This kind of twist and turn caught Hung Dongmei by surprise. Tears filled her big, agile eyes, and her face turned into a surprise. 820 Hung Dongmei has also heard about the three big three people in Xiangying High School. It is said that these three have the strength to be on the Hero ES rankings, and even one of them is known as the future number 1, even if Ye Qiu is not that one. The guy's opponent, with such a strong support, should have no problem with the result of the battle. Facing Stain's rage, the two didn't seem to react in the slightest, and continued to chat with themselves. As for Stain, who was waving the long knife in his hand and rushing towards the two, Ye Qiu and Hung Dongmei had a thorough understanding of the fluctuations. The power of the quirks. Spiral? How to put it, it's not a crushing force, but the wave spiral is just a spiral force generated in the air by waving a hand, which directly deviated from the original movement of Stain's near-perfect melee combat technique. Traces of a somewhat interesting ability. With such quirks, if you are cultivating inner strength, the inner strength of the spiral nature, even if the skill is not as good as the opponent, also has the possibility of defeating the strong by the weak. The three heroes of Big Three are currently high school seniors, just like the current first-year Shoto Todoroki, Bakugo Katsuki, and Midori Izuku, who have top quirks of completely different nature, and will definitely become the top of the Hero ES rankings in the future. A very high-ranking person. It's just that the three of them in Green Valley are different from the quirks who prefer violent output. The three of them in the third grade are more powerful in terms of skills and characteristics of quirks. It's interesting, Quirks, but even if you are so confident, in such a long tracking time, you have not been able to kill the hero, killer Stain, which shows that your quirks are not strong enough. Since you are confident if so, I will not intervene in the battle for the time being. Ye Qiu smiled slightly, and immediately retreated to Hung Dongmei's side to check her injuries. Ah, little brother, what do you mean? I came here from afar to save you. How can you be so ruthless and unjust? Let your lovely senior sister abandon you before you start fighting. Isn't it too much? You will lose my lovely senior sister if you go on like this. The wave spiral was dumbfounded, and did not understand why Ye Qiu could abandon a beautiful girl so indifferently. That's really embarrassing. I'm not a student of your Xiangying High School, nor your junior brother. Of course, if you want, you can call me Ye Qiu Consultant. In Xiangying High School, I should barely surpass you. Superior. Ye Qiu said lightly. The injury on Hung Dongmei's body was not serious, that is to say, Stain's extremely strange quirks restrained him from moving, and he didn't even have any internal injuries. Zhuyang Zhenkai helped him relax and activate his meridians, and there was no matter at all. Ye Qiu Advisor? It has been a long time since Wu Luojuan went back to school, and she didn't know anything about such a special counselor's position in the school. While dealing with the troublesome Stain, Luo Wan wondered if Ye Qiu, the eccentric little brother, was using this hard-to-get approach to approach her cute and invincible senior. Ye Qiu seemed to see at a glance what this energetic and even overflowing girl was thinking. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything to you, and I don't have any idea of playing hard. That guy Stain is very strong. I advise you, it's best to focus your attention completely on the battle, otherwise you may be attacked by that guy Quirks. Not cute? Your education is really not cute at all. The spiral directly pouted. Humph? You said it yourself, I'm a member of Big 3, and even the man who spent so much time tracking down this full hero, killer didn't have his life in danger, just because I'm strong enough. Don't worry. With senior sister here, he absolutely can't hurt anyone. Confidence? In the end, Luojuan is a third-year student, and the system for Xiangying to cultivate talents is indeed a bit backward, but after 3 years of tempering, whether it is temperament or combat experience, it is many times better than the group of little devils in the first year. It is a pity that Stain is definitely not a weak person, nor is he a little sheep who is slaughtered by others. He is a hungry wolf hidden among countless little sheep, ready to launch a deadly attack at any time. Having been tracked by such a little girl as Wave Conk for such a long time, Stain's heart also has a trace of shame and arrogance constantly growing, and in the countless fights between the two sides, Stain also has a feeling for quirks of Wave Conk. 70% understand. 70% is enough. However, the power of the spiral is greater, and with the current strength of the wave spiral, the degree of development of quirks is not so high as the power of the spiral. It is still within the range that he can bear. Determine the correct tool path. Knife out? The trajectory of Stain's sword strike again looks so strange, making wave spiral stunned for a moment. He doesn't know why Stain, a master of physique, never had any extras when he hunted hero, a guy who has never missed a move. Why would he have this kind of situation where he didn't go to the point when he attacked himself? Could it be that this guy wants to hurt me instead of killing me because he sees me joining forces with my unlovable little brother, and it is very likely to keep him? Naturally, the wave scroll had no idea what Stain's real purpose was. Be careful? Waves can see it, but neither can Hung Dongmei. How could Ye Qiu not see through Stain's thoughts? When he made his move, Ye Qiu was also doubting whether the current Stain was not strong enough to the extent he knew. Now it seems that he underestimated Stain? What a horrible guy. The speed of improvement is too fast. In such a short period of time, I know that I can use the quirks of the wave to make my physical skills play a greater effect. If it wasn't for this guy's brain problem, Ye Qiu would be a little moved, a complete physique genius. In Class A, he is more optimistic about Ajiro Masharao and Shoji Mizo, but now it seems that even if the quirks of this guy Stain does not have any improvement in physical skills, he is an out-and-out genius in physical skills. Has unparalleled talent. Sure enough, if Ye Qiu expected as expected, the wave scroll still felt very indifferent to display his quirks. It's so easy. It seems to be really easy, as if using quirks casually, a guy like Stain who relies on physical skills as the foundation of battle, there is no way to do anything with her. After all, quirks are powerful by nature. Pity. Those who are extremely powerful with quirks will always choose to rely on their own quirks and have no intention of developing them. Ye Qiu felt that if he were to wave the scroll, he would have developed countless moves at this time, and the attack in this mode is too rigid. Monotonous? Even when fighting, he was full of arrogance, because he felt that his quirks were strong enough to be invincible. Not good. Just when Wave Luojuan thought that she could easily dodge Stain's attack again, that elusive tang knife directly cut through her battle uniform, leaving a deep wound on her arm. How so? I have clearly cast quirks? When the guy Stain quickly launched quirks, the wave spiral also began to think about why he was injured. It was obvious that the guy's Tang Dao had been guided by the power of the spiral when he reacted. Etc., etc. Wave spiral carefully recalled the scene just now. It seems that before she cast quirks, the knife of that guy Stain was not aimed at her vital point, but wanted to hurt her and then escape. Perhaps, this guy didn't intend to hurt her from the beginning, but wanted to use the spiral power in his quirks to change the attack trajectory of the knife, so as to achieve the purpose of hurting himself. Unfortunately, my original plan for this move was to chop off your arm. Stain put away the tang knife again, took out his 2 short knives, and said with a little regret. You little brats, you always think that your quirks are strong, so you can treat the word hero, as a game. So, what's the use of quirks being strong? It's not like the person who looks down on quirks, the million guy, from the beginning. He gave the appearance of a weak quirks, but through his own efforts in the past few years, he has been called the most powerful by the outside world. Competitor. Still too careless? After following Stain for so long, he knew that this guy's ability was terrifying, but it was because of his carelessness that made him so proud. Could it be that I haven't become a hero, as popular as MT Lady, and am about to die at the hands of the hero, killer? Hero, game? Sure enough, it is a death game, even if there is a moment of relaxation, hero, as the protagonist will die. As Stain approached step by step, the girl's wave spiral couldn't help but closed her eyes. This is not the first time I have seen a willful woman like you. But the strength of that lowly royal sister is indeed strong enough and willful enough. At least I am not her opponent, but you are obviously not as strong as her now. The smell of death hadn't come for a long time, but Ye Qiu's little brother's voice, which made her speechless, reached her ears directly. When the wave spiral opened his eyes again, he saw a scene that shocked him. In her sight, Ye Qiu actually held Stain's Tang Dao directly in his hand, and at this moment Ye Qiu's whole body was also exuding a layer of faint golden light, a majesty far beyond his age. For flowers. How is this possible? Stain looked at Ye Qiu in disbelief. It was clear that when this guy came over, he used a speed that far exceeded the limit of human beings. In addition to the speed of dodging, there were 9 out of 10 speed quirks. The reason why the knives in my hand can stay is because they are all strong enough. However, those knives that are sharp enough in his eyes now seem to have never been sharpened in Ye Qiu's hands. No matter how hard he tried, Stain found that Ye Qiu's palm didn't have the slightest wound. Physical strength, beyond normal? Are they double quirks? Thinking of this, the anger in Stain's heart burned even more fiercely. He clearly has such an excellent talent, and he can even become a hero, recognized by people, but he still looks cynical. Is he worthy of his own quirks? Point 0. You seem angry? Ye Qiu stared at Stain unexpectedly. Hasn't this guy's emotions been well hidden? How could he see that he had blocked the knife in his hand, as if he wanted to kill his father, etc.? Could it be that Stain, like some people with unique hobbies, treats his knife as his wife? Thinking of this, Ye Qiu felt a chill all over his body. He couldn't help but let go of the tang knife he was holding tightly in his hand. He felt a little bit unwilling to touch that knife. I'm very angry. I can't wait to kill you immediately, and then throw your body in the downtown area, so that those ignorant people can see clearly how the so-called hero, will end up miserably. As Stain spoke, he kept slashing at Ye Qiu with the tang knife in his hand. Be careful, Junior, don't resist. After returning to his senses, the wave snail seemed to have forgotten that he had a strong fighting power, so he directly protected Hung Dongmei by his side, and directly became a cheerleader. Ye Qiu pouted, feeling a little speechless about this vitality girl. Flowing water rock fist. Flowing water array? Ye Qiu didn't bother to dodge either, so he directly displayed the flowing water formation. No matter which direction the knife attacked from, he easily blocked it. Small. Weak. Too weak. Poorly weak. Ye Qiu wanted to completely destroy Stain's heart, and mocked Stain unceremoniously. The difference is really big. Obviously he could still hurt Ye Qiu before. No, at that time, he seemed to have activated quirks, but that guy Ye Qiu didn't seem to have any effect. If it wasn't for that stupid woman with a bad mind coming over, it would be impossible for him to fail to see through Ye Qiu's true strength. Suddenly, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Stain's back, and he felt as if he was falling into the trap that Ye Qiu had laid out early on. Show the enemy's weakness? That knife was definitely made by Ye Qiu on purpose? I have to go. If I don't go now, I'm afraid I will really be planted here today. Stain's survival instinct told him that Ye Qiu was probably not a match for 820, and he had to leave. Even if the anger in his heart is overwhelming, only by staying alive and letting more people know about him as a hero, killer, can he have the opportunity to change the world. When did Xiangying have such a powerful apprentice? The small mouth of the wave spiral opened slightly. After recovering a lot of Hong Dongmei, he said seriously, Sister Luojuan, I think it is better for you to know something as soon as possible. Mr. Ye Qiu, it seems that he is really Xiangying's advisor, and he is really not a student. Sister, are you kidding me? At that age, obviously younger than me, how could such a person be Xiangying's advisor? Besides, in our Xiangying High School, apart from the principal and a few teachers with poor teaching quality, there is no consultant position. You must be joking with me in partnership. The wave spiral roll looked incredulous. Humph. I told you, this kind of thing, when I was very young, I could see through it. The two guys who lied to Million are almost the same. If you want to lie to me, there is no way. That energetic look made the cute Hung Dongmei really don't know how to explain this matter. As for Ye Qiu, Xiangying's special advisor, Xiangying has given him the highest level of confidentiality. She doesn't know much about him anyway, but from that cooperation, she knows that Ye Qiu is very strong, etc. When we cooperated before, it seemed that Ye Qiu's ability was flame. Why did Ye Qiu's ability seem to be speed and defense when we meet again this time? How many quirks does he have? Don't talk about the fluctuation. Now when Hong Dongmei looked at Ye Qiu, she felt that her mind was a little bit out of control. That body that radiated a faint golden light was simply a huge bug, and even Stain's extremely sharp weapon could not be hurt, so what else could hurt Ye Qiu's body? Got stronger again. Although I don't know what method was used, if there is a chance, I must make him promise to help my brother. Under Hong Dongmei's glasses, her eyes look extremely firm. There is only one younger brother. If she can't protect her younger brother, how can she be worthy of her mother who has not been able to meet for a long time as her elder sister? Speaking of which, Hong Dongmei has always felt in her heart that the reason why Shoto Todoroki became such a person is that she, as an older sister, also has a certain responsibility. Hong Dongmei stared at Ye Qiu, and now he can make his younger brother become the indifferent state he used to be when he was a child, and only he can do it? Sister, why do you keep staring at that junior? Could it be that? Wave Spiral Scroll laughed with some gossip. Hong Dongmei's face turned red when she recovered. Don't say nonsense. Consultant Ye Qiu has a girlfriend, and there are more than one. How could I be attracted by Consultant Ye Qiu when I look like this? He is very strong. More than one girlfriend? I didn't expect to be a big radish. Now it seems that it is not a good thing to have such a strong strength. It is used by this junior to hook up girls. We must keep this cute-looking big sister away from him. The Wave Spiral nodded firmly. She would never let an ignorant girl fall into the hands of the devil. On the contrary, the battle between Ye Qiu and Stain was not paid too much attention by the two women. Nothing fancy. Ye Qiu's fingers that radiated pale golden light were able to block Stain's attacks incomparably every time. Ding! That incomparably crisp sound, like the sound of metal humming, sounds unusually pleasant. However, with the changes of time, the intensity of this crisp sound has become lower and lower, or even close to none. Ye Qiu's slightly smiling face seemed to be playing a game of cat and mouse, and he didn't take Stain in his eyes at all. Continue, why not continue? Ye Qiu even urged Stain, who was gasping slightly, when he was free. Killing him is not the most terrifying time. Completely crushing him and letting him know that the so-called demon who has killed countless hero, ES, and is called the hero, ES, killer is nothing to him. Physically, he was very tired, his physical strength had reached a critical point, but Stain's spirit was not hit too much by Ye Qiu. The so-called verbal attack is no longer a threat to Stain. His thoughts are already paranoid to the extreme. He just wants to get rid of Ye Qiu as soon as possible. After he becomes stronger and has a sharper weapon, he will kill him again. Death, in his opinion, can already be set as the strongest target. Go! Stain felt that Ye Qiu's attention was not completely on his body. After attacking again for a while, he felt that Ye Qiu was still immersed in the mood of teasing him. I'm going to run again. Junior, hurry up. Wave Luojuan had never imagined that Stain, a terrifying 3.8 level physicist, had no power to fight back when facing Ye Qiu, a junior. This year's hero is beyond her expectations. Is there another big 3 combination? Interesting. The seniors on the hero, ES, rankings will soon feel the pressure of being incomparably strong. They are a group of young people who will not give the seniors too much time to wait. Don't worry, he can't run away at all. Ye Qiu didn't chase after him, just stared at Stain's body and jumped up the tall building in an instant. Why don't you chase it? Wave Conk stumped her feet angrily, every time she was kept away by the opponent because of Stain's terrifying physical skills. I finally met someone who could suppress Stain's physique. How could I let him escape again? Can you escape? He glanced at the wave scroll that had already started to move and was about to chase. Ye Qiu's foot was just a force, and the whole person seemed to be crossing the void. A crimson infuriating flame made the wind under Ye Qiu's feet. Can't see. He didn't catch Ye Qiu's figure at all. How did he rush out? So fast? Is he so fast? The wave spiral looked at Ye Qiu a little silly, and there was almost only a red shadow left. Ye Qiu's ear is very good, and when he heard the words of the wave, he always felt a little strange, and he almost didn't fall out of the air. It didn't seem that fast before, but now it's very fast. Hong Dongmei also responded in a cute way. These two women? One is too energetic, and the other is cute. Murder and kill? They don't even have to do anything, they are just killing their hearts when they speak. It hurts so much. Ye Qiu suddenly felt an inexplicable heartache, but he was still in the air and easily caught up with Stain's figure. I'm sorry, Stain, the 12 hero, ES, killer. It seems that I'm in a bad mood today. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to go down there obediently. Stain originally thought that he had completely escaped Ye Qiu's control, but he didn't expect that voice like a real devil, but it sounded from his ears again. Rao's heart was as firm as Stain, and he couldn't help but have a layer all over his body. Fine goosebumps. So fast. Yes, what you said is not bad at all. I am so fast. When you were fighting before, you have not seen my speed. Even so, you still feel that you can escape my pursuit. You are really too much. Underestimate me a little. The moment Ye Qiu finished speaking, the whole person accelerated, and instantly came to the sky above Stain. Feng Shen leg resolutely popular? To deal with such a simple expert, Ye Qiu didn't even need to use the ability to burn the fruit. He was simply a ferocious Feng Shen leg. The physical energy that surpassed the limits of human beings instantly put his arms in front of his eyes. He wanted to. Stain, who blocked Ye Qiu's attack, kicked back to the ground. Boom! After the loud noise, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and Stain, who was still alive and kicking before, lay in the middle of the pit, coughing blood continuously. Cough, Cough, cough. Okay, amazing. Even if he thought that this guy Ye Qiu was a big radish, he couldn't help but sneered at Ye Qiu's physical skills. It was even stronger than Millions, and his terrifying destructive power was even more powerful. It is far more than Million, which makes Wave Spiral not thinking about one thing. Will the future number 1 be Communication Million or Ye Qiu? This younger brother of Xiangying Academy is really not easy. Consultant Ye Qiu didn't show his real strength. I think he should be more powerful. He really didn't show all his strength. The cute Hong Dongmei continued to amuse Ye Qiu's strengths towards the Wave Spiral. In this world, no one can claim to be stronger than me. You are indeed strong, but unfortunately you chose the wrong opponent. The title of Hero, ES, Killer may disappear from this world from today on. Waiting for you it will only be an endless prison career, in which you will see a Hero, ES, warrior's so-called change, and we will use our strength to change it, not in your extreme and paranoid way. Ye Qiu said plainly. Stain looked at Ye Qiu viciously. The man in front of him was an excellent prey. Unfortunately, his current strength is not enough to kill such a powerful prey. Why did he meet such a monster so early? Be careful. If God could give him another chance, he would wait until he became strong enough to hunt down prey like Ye Qiu. I'm sorry, you can't go to the title of Hero, ES, Killer for the time being. You will become his prey and our prey. The boss has reserved your quirks. I hope that before we take you away, you can live well. Ye Qiu had already made a call to inform Nei Zhai's Hung to come and take this dangerous person into custody, but he didn't expect that someone would take Stain, a Hero, ES, Killer who couldn't make any waves, and left under his nose. In an instant, the Quirks from Kurogiri, who was the teleportation guy, entered the battlefield, and directly through his teleportation ability, Stan Ying completely disappeared in front of Ye Qiu and the three. Ye Qiu wanted to do it, but his current attack couldn't completely damage Kurogiri's incomparably weird body. I have to say, the bugs in your League of Villains are really annoying. I thought that your opponent was All Might. I don't need to work so hard to get rid of your bugs so fast. Now it seems that I may have to cultivate a few myself and let you League of Villains try the taste of destruction. Ye Qiu was very angry. He was the only one who took the prey from others, and no one else took the prey from him. This guy Stain had already killed so many people before he came. Ye Qiu was also teasing that guy in the palm of his hand, completely shattering his absolute confidence. Ye Qiu was tired of this game and was going to bring him to justice. Yufa, I didn't expect to kill Kurogiri 820 from the League of Villains halfway through. Mr. Ye Qiu, I will bring your words to the boss. The boss has said millions of people from the family. Quirk seems to be very good. Maybe one day they will be interested. I hope Mr. Ye Qiu can speak carefully. All right, or some quirks will end up being the strength of our alliance. Kurogiri said politely. You, me. Ye Qiu stared at Kurogiri, his eyes full of incomparable murderous intent. Don't dare, I'm just an errand. My strength is far less powerful than you, and even the existence of Hero, ES, Killer is played by you to applaud. I just give you a friendly reminder. Whether you listen or not is your own business. I am only responsible for speaking. Kurogiri looked as if he really thought so. Goodbye, Mr. Ye Qiu. The words I told you just now are all the boss's true thoughts, and I hope you can keep them in your heart. Hee, that's really embarrassing. I never like to remember the idea of bed bugs. Go back and tell your boss, let him wash his neck and wait for me. All Might doesn't want to kill him. I will do it myself. Hero, the hypocrisy of ES never existed in me. Ye Qiu, those who want to touch me, I am the god of killing. Ye Qiu gave Kurogiri a cold look. Kurogiri still used his teleportation ability to quickly disappear into the battlefield, but he still took Ye Qiu's words firmly in his heart. Especially before he left, Ye Qiu's incomparably terrifying eyes seemed to make him experience the feeling of hell, a pressure that even the boss had never brought him. League of Villains? Younger brother Ye Qiu, what the hell is going on? Why did you let someone save Stain, and when that Hero, ES, Killer recovers, there will be more Hero, ES, you should not let him go after being attacked by him. The wave spiral was constantly talking in Ye Qiu's ear. Ye Qiu was a little impatient to hear it, so he put out a finger directly on the brow of the wave, completely suppressing her movement. Be quiet, do you really think I don't want to stop that guy Stain? The ability to teleport belongs to the space ability, and the person who cast quirks only showed half of his body, and that half of his body was completely atomized, no matter what. Whether it's a physical attack or an elemental attack, basically doesn't have much effect on him. If you shot just now, you might be able to stop them, but unfortunately you didn't, so it's not me who let Stain go, but you. How so? Wave Luojuan was a little lost, touched his forehead with a little red mark, and squatted down aggrieved. Sister Luojuan, don't worry, Ye Qiu can defeat Stain once, and he can defeat him twice. And he just said that he will deal with that organization called League of Villains. Hung Dongmei comforted her. But, many innocent Hero, ES, may be killed because I let Stain go. It's my fault. After tracking Stain for so long, it's finally time to bring him to justice. It's all my fault for choosing to stand by at the most critical time. The big eyes of the undulating spirals have already begun to burst into tears. Women are really troublesome, let them go when they leave. What's the use of crying now? Could it be that Stain won't hunt Hero, ES, after he fully recovers? Since the past cannot be changed, why can't you become stronger, when you have the ability to fight alone, completely suppress that guy Stain, and you are afraid to let him escape again? You are afraid that more Hero, ES, will be affected by this guy hunting. Ye Qiu replied impatiently. Now he's really annoying and doesn't want to take care of a crying woman. The League of Villains group of guys seems to have thoroughly investigated his details. If he wants to attack the people around him, AFO really has that ability. Time? Now the time is very tight, and there is still half a year at most, and the group of mice hiding in the dark will not help but start to invade the light world. He had to make everyone around him stronger, and Ye Qiu told that guy Kurojiri just now that he would personally train a few disciples and let them take on the important task of eliminating the League of Villains. Is your brother afraid of death? Ye Qiu looked at Hung Dongmei abruptly. What? Hung Dongmei looked at Ye Qiu a little puzzled. You heard the conversation between me and that guy just now. I will train some disciples to let them take the responsibility of resisting the dark forces. I think your brother's talent is not bad. If he is not afraid of death, I will be there under the condition that the system of Xiongning High School is fair, let him accept some tasks between life and death, get enough credits, and exchange the possibility to make him stronger. Ye Qiu frowned a little bit. Because the one world is better for his cultivation, and there are more dangers there, Ye Qiu didn't feel that the human life in the British world and the human life in the One Punch world are not equal. No matter which side he is, he needs to guard. This is a responsibility as a hero, ES, although he is only a hero, ES, more amateur than Saitama. As an S-class hero, ES, you must be worthy of your name. So what we have to do now is to make the boys in Xiongning High School become stronger and have enough strength to resist AFO's ambition. He shouldn't be afraid of death threats, but as a sister, I hope you don't let him face such a severe challenge. He is just a child. Hong Dongmei looked at Ye Qiu with a slight request. Ye Qiu looked at him speechlessly. Are you more aware of your younger brother than me? If the guy is still a child, why did I become a special advisor at Xiongning High School, and why did I fight with these vicious guys of age? It's not a reason to evade responsibility. With great strength, no matter how old you are, you need to take on corresponding responsibilities. Genius, after all, should bear things that others have never shouldered. Hung Dongmei was a little silent. She wanted to make her younger brother stronger and even catch up with her father's footsteps, but she didn't want her younger brother to face extreme danger before his strength reached his father's level. Condition. Speaking of which, every time I meet Ye Qiu during the battle, the danger that Ye Qiu has to face is terrifying, and this is what makes Hong Dongmei's heart shake. Forget it. What do you want? The specific choice is still in your brother's hands. I don't need to tell you so much, but you'd better contact you recently and find a house near her house. Come down, that group of guys will most likely target you, including your self-proclaimed senpai-san. Ye Qiu said helplessly. Father is very strong. Hung Dongmei explained. I know Endeavor is very strong, otherwise he wouldn't be the second man in the Hero, ES, rankings with one person under 10,000 people. But you really think Endeavor, who is so busy, with money, will have time? Do you care about your family? Those guys are always so unscrupulous when they do things. Is this young lady actually Endeavor's daughter? Wave Luojuan did not expect that Hung Dongmei, a young lady who did not seem to be very strong, would have such a great background. Hey, I said, Junior, you should stop pretending to be an adult at this time. Next time I won't be careless, whether it's the League of Villains, or Stain coming to me. With my strength, they can't pose any threat to me. Wave Spiral is obviously confident enough about his own strength. Now what? Ye Qiu didn't say anything to her, just used absolute speed to instantly move behind the Wave Spiral, and a hand knife gently tapped on her neck. So fast? Is this speed cheating? Let me tell you this, your quirks are indeed very powerful, but you must know very well that even if your quirks are extremely powerful and possess potential that others cannot match, you are not currently on the Hero, ES, rankings after all. Hero, ES, above. There are always many people in this world who are stronger than you. Don't think that those guys are easy to deal with. There are definitely more than 10 people who can easily kill you, Ye Qiu said calmly. Maybe I still underestimate the strength of those guys, and the most important point is, that guy Stain has absolute faith in his heart. His faith is stronger than any of you. When you see him again, the strong admiral will make you daunted. These words are not alarmist words, but the most true portrayal of Ye Qiu's heart. Stain's greatest potential is not his quirks, who tend to be cursed and immobilized at any time, but his terrifying willpower. No matter how high a person's potential is, without the super willpower that wants to become stronger, he will not become a terrifying opponent. When the willpower reaches a limit, even if your potential is not that great, the upper limit is still far away. Much higher than those with high potential but not strong willpower. It's like a million. Since there is nothing to do here, I will leave first at 820. The class at Xiongning High School is not over yet. As a consultant, I still have to pay attention to the situation of the students in class. Ye Qiu greeted and was about to leave. Wait, I want to go to Xiongning High School with you to see. What class are you in, and you dare to say that you are called senior sister? Of course I admit that some of what you said is still reasonable, but you really do think that senior sister? I won't work so hard to improve my strength. I must show you how hard I work. The wave spiral directly grabbed Ye Qiu's arm. Ye Qiu looked at her speechlessly. You're going to Xiongning High School, then go and blow it yourself. What are you doing with my arm? I'll tell you, those little tricks are useless to me, and I will never do it. Because of some small favors, I will help you improve your strength. Wave Snail Roll's body development is also very good. Compared with her, Beihee Yujia makes Ye Qiu feel that the nutrition is not good enough. I feel that your speed is so fast and your strength is so strong. Even if you take me back to school, it shouldn't be a big problem. Do you have the heart to reject your senior sister? Gdi. Wave Spiral looked at Ye Qiu pitifully. Ye Qiu was very helpless at this look. Okay, I have convinced you. Everything you say is right. Your weight is really nothing to me, but when I start better hold me tight, or I can't guarantee that you will be able to go back to school safely. Abba, Huaxin Big Radish, I just want to hitch a ride. You still want to eat my tofu, how can you take advantage of it? What's the harm? Wave Luoju obviously didn't take Ye Qiu's words to heart, and patted his arm carelessly. Okay, don't worry, I'm sure there will be no problem here, don't worry about me, let's go back to Xiangying High School early. I haven't been back to school for a long time, I really want to see the school, the young people in there are really amazing. Before leaving, Ye Qiu still instructed Hung Dongmei, look for a house as soon as possible, those vicious guys will come to you at some point, you must be careful at this time. As for those who kill because of Hero, as for the dead, I think your Endeavor office should be able to take care of their aftermath. Well, they are all people who died fighting against Hero, killers, and our Endeavor firm will never regret any Hero, who died fighting against evil. Please rest assured, I will definitely handle it. Hung Dongmei looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Ye Qiu nodded. Let's go. Ye Qiu exerted force at his feet, and his whole body rose into the air. With his extreme speed under the chasing wind and shadow footwork, he almost didn't throw the fluctuating spiral directly down. How so fast? The small mouth of the waving spiral was irritated by the wind, and the speech was discontinuous. Ye Qiu silently looked at the wave scroll that was pulling his arm tightly. I already told you, be careful of getting hurt. Can you hold me tighter and pull my arm? You will fall down sooner or later. I don't want to lose my position as a special advisor because Xiangying's student fell and was injured. On purpose? This flowery radish must have done it on purpose, deliberately showing his strength in front of me, deliberately making it so fast and eating my tofu. Badass? Simply awesome? It's just to return to the hero. Why use such a fast speed? It's too much. The wave spiral scroll has a feeling of aggrieved to cry, but the path he chooses always has to go down by himself. Never mind. It's like holding a pillow. Looking at the incomparably terrifying gap between the tall buildings under her body, Wave Luojuan was not able to let go of Ye Qiu in the end. She was really afraid that if she accidentally fell, she would really be disfigured. The power of the Bingliangguan gradually disappeared from Ye Qiu's body. When he was about to reach Xiangying High School, the speed was a little slower, which made the wave scroll more certain. Ye Qiu was deliberately eating his own tofu. I remember. After landing, Ye Qiu rushed to the baffled by the words of the wave scroll. What do you remember? Are you now finally acknowledging my status as special advisor? Ye Qiu was a little confused. Wave Luojuan glared at Ye Qiu fiercely, but didn't say why, but walked towards the Xiangying campus with a very unruly face. Women, that's weird. Ye Qiu shook his head. What are you doing with me? The wave spiral turned around and glared at Ye Qiu fiercely. I'm following you? I'm just going over there. Ye Qiu pointed to the staff building. Humph. You, a student who skipped class, finally remembered to take the initiative to admit your mistake. The undulating spiral raised his buoyant little face. Ye Qiu smiled casually. He really wanted to see later what kind of expression the wave will look like after seeing the group of teachers. Wow, Mr. All Might, I didn't expect you to come to our Xiangying to be a teacher. Unfortunately, I'm already in the 3rd year of high school. I really want to listen to your class. As a hero, reserve, Wave Spiro naturally wants to meet number 1 himself, who is the idol of all the younger generations. Why are you two together? Ye Qiu, why did you go out and bring back a little girl who is also our Xiangying student? Isn't it too much? Angry? So angry? All Might's anger as a bachelor has been completely ignited by Ye Qiu, a shameless guy. Mr. All Might, do you also think this little boy is a little too much? Although we met for the first time today, I really think you are super powerful. I have always regarded you as my goal to become hero, idol. Wave Spiral looked at All Might with excitement, and almost took out a small notebook and asked All Might to sign it. Ye Qiu rolled his eyes, both of them were so worrying. No wonder the principal Mr. Principal became more and more black-bellied, all being tortured by these guys. You don't teach the students, just because you received a phone call. Do you go outside to hook up with little girls? Isn't it too much? What else is there? You, this guy, actually learned to pretend to be someone else's identity is simply a shame for our heroic faculty. All Might has a headache. Hey, All Might, you're a bit too much. I never said that I was a student of Xiangying High School. It was this woman who insisted on misunderstanding my identity and kept calling me a younger brother. I think this kind of ignorant student should be under the control of Xiangying before graduation. Maybe I can let her know that a student should understand something important. Ye Qiu looked at the eyes of the wave spiral, with a playful smile. Junior brother? The time fluctuates along the way and the spiral is really smooth. Now that I finally met my idol All Might, I immediately understood his identity. If this is the case, Ye Qiu has been taken advantage of so much, Ye Qiu should always get back a little bit. Mr. All Might, have you colluded with this little brother in advance? How could he be the special advisor of the Eagles? When did our Ambition High School have the position of special advisor? And at his age, it is impossible to you are not qualified to teach other people how to become hero. Yes, you must be joking with me? Yes, you must have colluded in advance and deliberately wanted to prank me and see my jokes. The wave spiral looked at the two with incomparable determination. Ye Qiu had a headache. He was afraid of this kind of woman who didn't reason with you at all. After he strengthened his point of view, he didn't let go at all. It was simply too scary. All Might also had a headache, and rubbed his temples with his hands. Luojuan, I know this seems a little unrealistic, but with Ye Qiu's strength, he is indeed qualified to be this special advisor, and it is precisely because of his joining that our Xiangying reform in the teaching system has been significantly improved. Is it just your group of juniors and juniors? Times I believe that they may be able to follow Hero, S will and go to the office for formal internships without having to wait until the 3rd and 2nd grades. Are you really not kidding? Spiral looked carefully at All Might. Really not? All Might reconfirmed. By the way, I think it's necessary for me to tell you that this kid named Ye Qiu is very vengeful. I think you offended her a lot. If you have a chance, it's better not to return to Xiangying recently. Ye Qiu, this BD, do you really think I will speak for him? Such a poor little lamb, if he stays in Xiangying, he will not be in his bag sooner or later. I am All Might, such a righteous hero. Yes, how can you do such a helpless thing? All Might will never admit that his jealousy from a single dog? That's right, it's justice. Definitely not jealousy. That. Mr. All Might, and Ye Qiu's younger brother. No, they are Ye Qiu's consultants. If there is nothing else, I will go back to the office first, and there are a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. After all, I just met Hero, Killer Stain. I have to talk about all the fighting process. All reported to the office. Let everyone beware of this guy appearing again. The wave spiral swallowed his saliva. Ask for flowers. Scary? She seems to have offended a very powerful person in Xiangying High School unknowingly. Even All Might is polite to 3 points. She is definitely not a junior. It's really scary to think that she has taken advantage of it all the way. Wait, you are saying that you just met the Hero, Killer Stain. That guy has been very arrogant recently. I don't know how many righteous Hero, you have killed. We old guys are discussing how to do it. Arrest him? You actually met that guy, and yet Qiu's skill has no reason to beat that guy. Tell me in detail, what happened? All Might's expression suddenly turned serious. 0. Ye Qiu showed an expression of schadenfreude. It's not that I set you up, it's you who insisted on telling about Stain at this time. In fact, I was planning to give me a headset in return later. Yes, if that's the case, I'd like to invite our talented student of Xiangying High School to tell us about the Hero, Killer Stain we met just now. What the hell happened? Who knew that a little monster like you, at such a young age, became a special advisor of Xiangying High School inexplicably? If God gave me another chance, I would definitely not say a word to you without any hesitation. Go back to the office and enjoy your own beautiful afternoon tea. The wave spiral was about to cry without tears. Ye Qiu didn't smile. It seemed that All Might was right. When dealing with a little girl like this, he really should think carefully about how to get revenge. In the eyes. What about the gifted students in the 3rd year of high school? Just recently, I feel that the students of the 1st year of high school are a little too lazy to complete his teaching philosophy. It is better to let the gifted students of the 3rd year cooperate with him. But a very valuable thing, I believe that the wave spiral should not refuse it. With a bitter face, he didn't know it yet, so this guy had already started to make up her mind, and he told All Might about the process of meeting Stain before. Small. League of Villains again. Those guys are really haunted, like mice in the sewers, there is always no way to eliminate them. Hateful? All Might slammed off the table. Ye Qiu, is there any way for you to find the nest of those guys? I think my strength has recovered pretty well recently. If possible, the 2 of us will join forces, or even I can discuss with Endeavor, gather the strength of the 3 of me, and directly destroy this group of mice completely. At -2 at plus. Is the strength recovering well? Although he was full of energy, the delicate wave spiral scroll instantly noticed some great news. Gum? Quietly swallowing his saliva, Wave Luojuan felt that he really regretted it, as if he was somehow involved in the big event. 820. I think you'd better not think about it for the time being. In your state, the guy who encounters AFO will definitely deliver food. Even if you add Endeavor and me, you may not be able to convince that group of people. The guy's nest is completely broken. Don't think about that old guy so easily. His hidden strength is far more terrifying than we imagined. Ye Qiu's expression became extremely serious. That guy Stain should have been cast out of his mind by me, and he won't come out to do anything that hurts any hero, in a short time, and taking advantage of this time, I think we should focus on cultivating the next generation of heroes. Above, only if they become stronger, can they guard against the destruction of the world of light by those rats anytime, anywhere, 1 or 2 hero, powerful. There is absolutely no way to stop their elusive actions. Kind of handsome? Although Ye Qiu is an out-and-out big radish in the eyes of the wave scroll, but when he and All Might discuss about dealing with Stain, and the mysterious villain, who don't know the origin, I also hope that they can quickly become stronger in a short period of time, but from today's test, it seems that these boys want to grow to your level. No, even if they want to grow to the strength of Xiangying High School's Big 3 there is still a long way to go. All Might motioned Ye Qiu to sit down. He didn't have any intention to hide from the Wave Helix, one of the big four members. After all, this girl will also become a very high hero, ES, on the hero, ES, ranking in the future. Some things can still be known in advance. During the period of Ye Qiu's departure, the group confrontation test between Class A and Work was completely over. All Might returned the video he recorded to the two of them to watch. After the first group, almost all of them were one-sided. In terms of the situation, a few people who performed well were all concentrated in Class A, Green Valley Izuku, Shoto Todoroki, and Shoji Mizo. Except for Shoto Todoroki, who is Quirks is really powerful, the little angel of Green Valley and Neck Mizo, all of them have used themselves to improve a lot of physical skills. Victory. Mr. All Might, is the heroic test so scary now? Why are there so many things that I have never seen before? Is it too dangerous for the students, even those of us who are in the third year of high school? There is no guarantee that I will be completely uninjured during the test. After watching the video, Ye Qiu was still contemplating and didn't speak, and the wave scroll was the first to hold back. Terrible? Too much? Those little guys have been abused inhumanly. She doesn't think this is a normal teaching method at all, and now Hero, ES, doesn't need such a teaching method that encourages her. Being a hero, ES, is not just about strength. To become stronger, it is necessary to completely agree with the meaning of the existence of the word hero, ES, in the psychological point of view. At least from the point of view of Luoju, Ye Qiu, a stinky brat, had become a special advisor at Xionying High School, but it had nothing to do with the word hero, ES, that she understood in her heart. All Might sat in the chair, without showing any emotion. His tone was very flat. This matter is something that Mr. Principal, I and all the faculty and staff agree with. Everyone thinks that Xionying High School has achieved grades for many years. It's time to change the way we teach. It's not that we're going to be the hallmark of the college world, or whatever. It's just that the previous teaching environment was too comfortable. Was your previous study life comfortable? Luojuan didn't feel at all that none of the violent teachers at Xionying High School made their students feel comfortable. During the 3 years of study and life, they were filled with painful memories everywhere. But it's nothing. Ye Qiu directly interrupted the wave scroll. Do you think there are so many hero, ES, students in Xionying High School? Why are you the only big three who have the potential to become real hero, ES, when you reach the 3rd year of high school, and the others people are lost to everyone, and you don't even know if you can become a real hero, ES, in the future? Isn't this fact enough to make you realize that in the past 3 years, a lot of your time was really wasted? Don't talk nonsense. Everyone will become hero, ES, it's just a matter of time. Everything learned in Xionying High School will become our precious wealth after graduation, helping us to grow further and become qualified the hero, ES. How many high school students have you met to be on the hero, ES, list? This kind of requirement is a bit too much, right? The wave spiral was so angry that his face was a little red. Ye Qiu, a big radish with a big heart, is clearly measuring everyone by his own strength. His quirks are so powerful, of course he thinks it is very easy to become a hero, ES. Does this person have no self-awareness and not all quirks are that powerful? I know 3.8 that you have doubts about my teaching methods. After all, you are a senior in high school and have not enjoyed my teaching with love. In that case, give me a month and give you a month's. I hope you can see the quality of my teaching with your own eyes, and then make a comparison with what you have learned. I like to speak with facts, and I will not say more about other things. If you dare, you will agree. If you don't dare, don't go back to Xionying for the time being. I don't guarantee that I will have any revenge. This is a conspiracy, and it is not a high and aggressive method. For people like All Might who have been carrying out the hero, ES, operation for many years, there will be no wavering at all. For the fledgling girl of the generation, it deeply stimulated her self-esteem. Don't look down on people. What do I dare not? Isn't it just training in your hands for a month? The big deal is that I won't do hero, ES, tasks this month. Anyway, with my strength, hero, ES, affairs there are many people who can replace them, but I want to see how much you can make me stronger in this month. I am not a person who is afraid of revenge. Special advisor? Humph. It's just a little bit of strength. It's also because of Quirk's restraint that he can defeat Stain. I still don't believe that your quirks are stronger than my spiral quirks. You want to take revenge on me in a month, then I'd like to see who can get revenge on whom during this time. Wave Luoju has never seen Ye Qiu's real quirks. In the battle with Stain, Ye Qiu only used the flowing water array in the flowing water and rock-shattering fist. It can be said that he was a bit powerful in that battle. Let the wave spiral scroll have such an illusion that maybe his quirks can defeat Ye Qiu. Then since you have agreed, let's meet tomorrow. I will give you a different 1-month experience day. I hope you can bear it and become a truly qualified hero, ES, at least 12 years old. You're not a full-fledged hero, ES, in the Stain thing, in my opinion. It's not because of me that he ran away. The real reason is you. Humph. The wave snail snorted lightly, obviously not taking Ye Qiu's words to heart. This guy's strength is much stronger than Stain. At that time, if he had made a full effort, it would have been resolved that he won and had to be like a cat. Just like a mouse, he played Stain, the hero, ES, killer. Otherwise, how could he have no means of countermeasures when the opponent's help arrived? Let's go first. All Might and I still have some things to discuss. For now, your identity is not enough to hear those things, so go and be a senior who will be admired by the younger brothers and sisters, give us have some privacy. Ye Qiu said bluntly. If you don't listen, you don't listen. What's the big deal? It's like you didn't say anything important in front of me just now. You really think I'm deaf? Wave Spiral pouted and muttered a few words in dissatisfaction before leaving All Might's office. I think that little girl should have discovered what you said about yourself in your words, so women are still very sensitive in certain things. Can't you pay attention to a little detail as a single dog? Ye Qiu looked at All Might bluntly. Roll? No matter how good All Might was, he couldn't hold back Ye Qiu's mockery of himself. Okay, let's talk about how we're going to deal with Stain, the hero, killer, and how we're going to deal with the League of Villains. Now that the wave scroll is gone, you can't hide your plans from me, right? Facing All Might's urging, Ye Qiu was not in a hurry at all. These are all small things. I have already given you the answer just now. Everything I said is the truth. I really intend to train some qualified little guys in a short period of time and let them face the League of the Impact of Villains. Otherwise, in terms of the number of hero, you can't protect every corner of the country. Those guys always have an opportunity. The real strength is enough to resist the hero, of those guys. There will never be more than 100, and once they attack in groups, at least half of the 100 will be caught off guard because of their lack of strength, but your hero, side will lose a lot. So didn't I say it all? Hurry up to find the nest of those guys, and then we will unite with some powerful hero, to completely destroy the nest of those guys, otherwise this hidden danger will always exist. All Might was dying. Although it is said that because of Ye Qiu's recent actions, League of Villains has successively lost Muscle Man and Noma, the Killer Copper, and some petty activities have also decreased a lot, but these guys seem to be attached to like maggots on the bones. If you don't get rid of them for a day, you will have trouble sleeping and eating. Don't worry, my strength improvement crash course will definitely satisfy you. Anyway, it won't take long for the Heroes Sports Festival to come soon. You can see it for yourself when the sports season arrives. How powerful the students are, Ye Qiu said with great confidence. By the way, in order to speed up the absorption of the medicated bath after everyone uses the medicated bath package, I plan to build a gravity room myself, but all students who have used the medicated bath package must go to the gravity room to practice. Polish your body well, so that the body can absorb the medicinal power as soon as possible. That's no problem, but not many people have conquered the technology of gravity. Are you sure you can build such an advanced functional place? And you can guarantee that gravity is not something for students who are still developing. Influence? All Might asked uncertainly. Even if it is only double the gravity, it is extremely terrifying for students who are not good at physical arts. Even because of the influence of gravity, the health of the human body will also be affected. This kind of risky thing, All Might must confirm it. To do it. Don't worry, the medicinal bath package is not as weak as you think, and this group of students is not as weak as you think, but those who can produce quirks are much stronger than the ordinary people before. You think they are? Will you be able to survive in 820 environments with 10 times the gravity and 20 times the gravity? At most, it is just to use 0.5 times the gravity to polish the arrogant mentality of these guys. Ye Qiu's tone was a little low. It's not just the gravity room, it needs to be built. I will also see a passage dedicated to testing strength. The name of the passage is called Wooden Man Lane. There will be wooden figures created by the very famous organ skills in Huxia history. Those everyone's physical skills should be stronger than yours. As long as you don't use violence, there should be no way to easily overwhelm the wood. Rengxiang, you can also suppress your own quirks. Try the power of wooden Rengxiang, and improve your physical skills by the way. Really that powerful? All Might is a little unconvinced, but they are just some mechanical wooden people. I am afraid they are not as good as the robots in their school. It's really that powerful. In addition, because of the need to build a gravity room, I decided to come up with some physical training methods. Don't you also have some credits? The body has been recuperating well recently. After your quirks have completely disappeared, if you want to continue to be a hero, just let me practice taijutsu honestly. While the power of Ofa is still there, your taijutsu training speed should be much faster than that of ordinary people. Don't let me down. I hope you will still be a mighty hero, after losing quirks. Still a strong hero, after losing quirks? Ye Qiu boy, the way you express your tenderness is really different. Thank you for your kindness. I will definitely live up to your expectations. I also hope that you can make Xiangying High School stronger. Okay, don't look at me with such hypocritical eyes. I can tell you, even if you're single, I won't know men better. I like girls, beautiful girls. You rough man, I would never like it. Ye Qiu was confused by All Might, so he quickly moved away from All Might, who had a tendency to be gay. What? All Might reacted with questions all over her face. She has no interest in men at all. She has seen so many beautiful teachers recently. His biggest dream now is to find a beautiful girl to marry, and then give birth to a hero who can inherit him. Yes, good baby of the will. BD Ye Qiu, I really misunderstood you. You are not a gentle person at all. You are a devil, a real devil. In All Might's office, there were bursts of heart-wrenching roars. In the lounge of the faculty and staff, everyone had a sympathetic look on their faces. In their hearts, the moon was a real demon. It seems that occasionally Matt was harmed by that demon again, and we observed a moment of silence for him. then obediently enjoy the various benefits brought by this devil. Ming, it seems that everyone is doing well. I recently decided to add something to the credit exchange collection room. I wonder if everyone is interested in spending more credits. Ye Qiu does not have the status of All Might after all. Although he is currently the biggest and richest sponsor of Xiangying High School, he still shares an office with all the faculty members, which is also convenient for him to have an occasional underground romance with sleep in the office. Of course, this kind of blatant underground love, everyone can see it in the eyes and dare not speak. What? Consultant Ye Qiu, why do you always come up with so many strange things? It's a bit amazing. You are the lucky star of our Xiangying High School. Come and be our principal, and I will definitely agree with both hands and feet. Teacher Mike screamed with excitement. Of course, after you become the principal, don't forget to give us a little more salary. Compared with those who are Hero, ES, our ordinary faculty and staff are not sure how many times the income is worse. There is nowhere to go. Cry. Consultant Ye Qiu, I don't know what the good thing is this time. Recently, I feel that the credits are not enough. Aizawa Shouta, the guy who has been sleeping in the office of the faculty and staff for thousands of years, couldn't help but ask. The taijutsu videos of the ancient martial arts school, which he watched recently, were fascinated. There were many very practical ultimate moves, which were enough to help him improve his shortcomings in taijutsu. It can be said that he has benefited a lot. It is precisely because of this reason that Aizawa Shouta found that his credits as a teacher were consumed very fast, and now it has almost bottomed out. Are there not enough credits? These are all small things. If you want to get credits, you can also take the tasks issued by Xiangying High School, but if you complete the tasks, you will get corresponding credits. This kind of person is not only for students, but also for teachers. Of course, the credits that the teacher can earn should be a little more than the students. After all, you are now completely stronger than those boys. If you can't accumulate credits quickly, then I really have no way to help you. Ye Qiu shrugged. Now he is thinking about whether to let these guys with a very good sense of justice go to the world of One Punch Man to help eliminate weirdos. Speaking of the high-end combat power in the One Punch Man world, it is very powerful, but those guys are a little too arrogant, and their recognition of the word hero, ES, is far less than that of hero, ES, in the British world. Must be conscious. The most important thing is that the low-end combat power of that world is simply insufficient, and it is not good at speeding up at all, and there are no various quirks like the world of mine, which can be used as a means of combat, such as hero, ES, and C. The level of hero, ES, is also one of the reasons for the continuous compression of the human world and the continuous reduction of the population. Perhaps this group of faculty members can also be trained, and when their strength can completely pass the Wooden Man lane, they will release some regional and global tasks. As long as they do not encounter dragon-level disasters and team up to complete the tasks, they should not appear. Too many dangers and variables. Guan Akajiro, who ran to exchange first, quickly ran back. His face was both excited and disappointed, and more filled with endless resentment, those eyes staring at Ye Qiu with extremely resentful eyes. Mr. Guanqi, why are you looking at me with such an expression, as if I have done something that I am sorry for you? Soon, the rest of the group who returned to the teacher from the exchange room looked at Ye Qiu with even more resentful eyes. Iron Shirt, 300 credits. Admiralty, 500 credits. Iron Sand Palm, 1000 credits. Wudang Chang Quan, 800 credits. Catching the Cicada in 8 steps, 2000 credits. Looking at the price list inside this conversation, these guys almost didn't want it, and robbed Ye Qiu directly. Considering the contributions these teachers have made to the Eagles for many years, when the credits were calculated for them, basically everyone had more than 1000 credits. But since Ye Qiu sponsored the medicated bath package, everyone basically used the credits to redeem the medicated bath package, and only this guy, Aizawa Shouta, spent almost all the credits on watching the video of the ancient martial arts. In addition to the monthly salary, the staff of Xiangying High School can also get an extra 100 credits, but even if you count the extra credits you can get each month, it will take at least 5 months to redeem money, among them the cheapest iron cloth shirt to practice the exercises. Who does not know about the entire Xiangying High School? Ye Qiu, a demon advisor, can be called unparalleled in physical skills. The exercises he has come up with are definitely much more precious than the video of the ancient martial arts. After all, the cost of watching a video is also it's just 20 credits. I really want to exchange it, especially the 2000 credits. It is called a footwork that can make ordinary people speed up, and the 8-step chasing cicada is even more exciting. You guys are really good enough. It took only a long time for the school to use up all the credits on your body. I said that if you really don't have any credits, you can go to the task. Although I say the task is a little less, but using his leisure time to help Xiangying establish some positive images outside the school can be considered a good leisure activity. Ye Qiu looked at the group of Hero, ES, who had basically retired from the front line with a funny look. The weather is nice today, so I decided to go out for a walk. Aizawa Shouta said coldly, as if he really wanted to see the outside world. Does this guy look like someone who likes to walk? Mike couldn't help but ask a question that everyone found strange. No, he's not going for a walk at all, he's going to grab a mission. He wants to grab the mission and then get more credits. Go to the exchange room to exchange for special exercises that can become powerful. The BD thinks. The little lady is so insidious, I have to take up the mission too. Guanakujiro, who reacted, didn't care whether he was a big mouth or not, and let everyone else know his inner thoughts, and rushed out of the office like a madman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ye Qiu felt a few turbulent winds passing by in front of him, and the office that was still noisy. Suddenly only him and Sleep were left. Just this group of guys, now one is faster than the other. Do you need to practice 8 steps to catch the cicadas? Ye Qiu even suspected that the group of teachers, who smelled like sharks, had underestimated the speed of their potential explosion. What on earth did you put in the exchange room? Why are all these guys so excited? Sleep a little strangely asked. Ye Qiu said speechlessly, the 820 didn't put anything particularly good, that is, a few external exercises that can be practiced, plus a footwork. I didn't even put the internal exercises. How did I know they would be so excited? It's like a child who sees a new toy. Sleep couldn't help but give Ye Qiu a blank look. It's because you have practiced more powerful things that you feel that those speed-up exercises or footwork are not too precious things, but for every hero, yes, in other words, whether it is improving physical strength, close combat, or speed, they are all extremely valuable, because these things will become the key to their life. Sleep, do you want me to expand the location of the mission and let them also go to the world to help kill monsters? I always feel that these guys are too comfortable recently. All the hero, yes, in our world are it's a bit too comfortable. Only madmen like Endeavor and All Might can push themselves to become stronger all the time, and other people's consciousness is not as high as we imagined. Ye Qiu spoke out his thoughts. Maybe let them go to the world of One Punch Man and really feel how cruel it is to be hero, yes, but it can strengthen their determination to become stronger, and at the same time, it can ease the survival of human beings for that world. Pressure. I didn't expect you to have such an idea. I thought you had to rely on your own strength to change the world. My little man has finally grown up and knows that some responsibilities cannot be shouldered by himself. This world needs more people to take responsibility. The idea is good. I absolutely support those guys. They are used to being comfortable in Xiongning High School. It is time to find something for them to do. I'm glad that Ye Qiu can think like this. But it's best not to tell them that you have the ability to reach other worlds. Just place any door in a fixed place, as if you have discovered a great secret, like a copy in an ancient game. You are just the discoverer, not the creator. Some things are not so safe, even if they can be trusted, but I also feel that if something gets out, the most dangerous is the little man in our family. Ye Qiu was greatly moved after hearing this, and couldn't help but sit beside the sleeping man and kissed her tenderly on the cheek. Don't worry, the little man in your family has his own measure in this kind of thing, and it won't take long for him to believe it. No matter what world, no matter who it is, no one can threaten me, and I will be the strongest one, Ye Qiu said with great confidence. Compared with All Might, Saitama is a more powerful being, but Ye Qiu's goal, Bhakti, is not Saitama's non-human being, a hero, yes, who is interested, and will not have anything to him. Malicious. The strongest battle is to be fought after all, but Ye Qiu didn't plan to fight so early in the battle against Saitama, which had already surpassed the strongest. Will become stronger. Whether it is Ye Qiu himself or the world, they will experience the baptism of becoming stronger last time. The word hero, yes, needs strength to bear. When he came to the world of One Punch again, Ye Qiu had an extra Bai next to him. He was surprised when he knew that he could come to a strange world, even with Bai's peaceful temperament. I didn't expect that in this world, there will really be other worlds. It seems that I think the world is too simple. Beijuan stood outside the corridor, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar world. Ye Qiu smiled. Perhaps, it won't be long before you will see a more terrifying and exaggerated world. In fact, there will be hero, yes, in every world. The title is not as unified as imagined. Will there be a stronger world? Whether it was Bai, Yujia, or Yu Heshui, they all looked at Ye Qiu with light. After all, they are not ordinary women. They want to continue to become stronger, and they also want to see more of the world. After all, they are not that old, and they have an extremely strong desire to explore new things. In other words, if I accompanied Ye Qiu to walk through the scenic spots in the world, wouldn't it be a good experience to be able to see the scenery of other worlds in the future? Ye Qiu was a little surprised. He had expected their reaction before, but he never thought that it would be such a reaction. It seems that you are very interested in other worlds. In that case, try to become stronger. Only when you become stronger will I dare to take you to those worlds for adventure. Ye Qiu didn't say a word, that is, he has to become stronger, otherwise he will not be able to create an arbitrary gate that breaks the barriers of the world. Let's go and go to the teacher to practice. You don't need to be too deliberate to become stronger, just go step by step. Cultivating inner strength is destined to make our lifespan much longer than ordinary people, and there is enough time. Ye Qiu jumped straight from the balcony. King, who just came out of the door, saw the figures jumping off the building, and he was already used to it. His neighbor is not a monster at all, but a group of monsters. You are the disciples that the old guy recently accepted? Why, haven't you heard those rumors before? When the 5 of Ye Qiu walked through the only way to the Bangu dojo, a guy with silver non-mainstream hair jumped out halfway. Ye Qiu looked at him speechlessly. Is it a rebellious person from 2 worlds who likes to jump out at the same time and give him a hand? Not interested? These guys who have become very weak, Ye Qiu really has no interest in taking care of them. Those rumors that have no meaning at all, I have indeed heard of them. It seems that you are the eldest disciple of Mr. Bangu's evil wolf? I really don't know why someone calls such a name, it's tacky dash. Ye Qiu shook his head helplessly. Forbidden food? Are you making fun of my name? It has been a long time since the wolf had encountered such an interesting prey. Originally, he just wanted to become a weirdo, but he was constantly sharpening his strength, and he wanted to make his terrifying strength reach the level of hunting hero, ES. As for those who wanted to apprentice to Bangu, at most they were severely injured and disabled by him, and they really never lost their lives. It's just that it's rare for someone to dare to provoke him. If Ye Qiu's life is not left, the wolf feels that he is not worthy of his name, and sometimes he wants to be a weird person. Is it a little too kind? So what? I'm going to save your life, right? The evil wolf twisted his neck, and his body suddenly exuded a terrifying aura. It's really a genius. Ye Qiu agreed. It seems that I really should go to some hero, ES, activities recently. It seems that because I'm too lazy, the world doesn't know my new hero, ES, yet. What is the name? Haha, I really didn't expect that a kid like you would be a hero, ES, so tell me, what level of hero, ES, are you? What is the title? The wolf looked at Ye Qiu with interest, as if he was looking at a very interesting toy. Actually, it's nothing to say, but I'm afraid to scare you. At present, my ranking in the hero, ES, is 17th in the S class. As for the hero, ES, title, I haven't decided yet, maybe I will fight it later. If you have a meal, I will have the inspiration to think of a better hero, ES, title for myself, and save those fans from giving me random names. Ye Qiu shrugged indifferently. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this month. How can a stinky brat like you become an S-class hero, ES, and if you really are an S-class hero, ES, how can you find that old man as a teacher, is S-class hero, ES, so shameless. He laughed viciously mockingly. Funny? It was so funny. It was so funny that it gave me goosebumps. He had never seen this funny kid before. Maybe because he brought a good mood to himself. I can think about it later and let him save a life, because when we meet again in the future, maybe it will bring even bigger jokes. Ye Qiu shook his head slightly. There is a saying that you definitely don't know. There must be my teacher in a 3-person team. Strength is one aspect, but it can't represent everything. When you recognize others as a teacher, the teacher's strength is not above the disciple. As long as you can learn something from him, he is enough to become your teacher, like your strength first thought, will make you weaker. Weaker? Ah, the wolf has already tried his best to endure it, but watching the stinky brat on the opposite side preaching, it really made him feel very funny. Forget it, I don't want to listen to your jokes anymore. Let's hurry up, I have to go facelift hero, ES. How can a stinky brat like you be hero, ES, if hero, ES, is really like this? If so, the weirdo would have ruled the world a long time ago. The evil wolf directly put on a stance, signaling Ye Qiu, the so-called S-level hero, ES, to attack him. He didn't want to bully the children. I really think you are ignorant. Don't take what others say as a joke. Do you really think that you are stronger than me? While speaking, Ye Qiu's figure appeared directly on the side of the evil wolf, and the wolf's eyes were still fixed on the place where Ye Qiu stood before. Hey? His hair trembled, and a layer of cold sweat instantly penetrated into the wolf's clothes. He didn't react at all. Whether it was his eyes or other senses, he didn't respond to Ye Qiu's speed. It rang in his ear. For flowers. Why? Why are you being dealt with by that old guy? Why are you so strong? Who the hell are you? The wolf jumped back quickly. Why are there so many? Didn't I make it clear to you before? I'm an S-level hero, ES, currently ranked 17th hero, ES. As for Teacher Bangu, it's all because of him. His strength is stronger than mine. I want to learn something useful from him. You don't really think that your strength has surpassed your teacher, let alone a teacher. With your current parallel import strength, anyone S-rank hero, ES, can be easily defeated. Ye Qiu looked at the wolf silently. 0. Weaker than Stain? This guy seems to still have a knot in his heart, and he doesn't intend to use the Kung Fu rock-shattering fist, so in terms of pure combat power, he is a little weaker than the hero, ES, killer Stain that he encountered today. After all, it is not the future. Evil Wolf has not experienced so many things. Is it really an S-class hero, ES? Why are the little devils so terrifying and hateful now? How did they cultivate? The powers of this little devil are taijutsu and ancient martial arts. Could it be that the old man's flowing water and rock-shattering fist? Isn't it the most powerful force in the ancient martial arts world? Let you make 3 moves. If you can hit me, I won't beat you today. No, it's better to give you 10 moves. 3 moves would be a bit of a bully. Ye Qiu said after thinking for a while solemnly. In fact, let alone 10 moves, even if Ye Qiu asked the wolf to make 50 or even 100 moves, he was not bullying people. With his speed, no matter how long the wolf continued to attack, there was no way for the wolf to touch him. The corner of his clothes, let alone attacking him. Attack or not attack. For a moment, the heart of the evil wolf was shaken. Damn, I'm a man who wants to be a weirdo, to be the strongest weirdo. How can a mere 17S rank hero, ES, make me flinch? In the past, in order to become a weirdo, the image of insisting on practicing boxing kept popping up in Evil Wolf's mind. He has never been a person whose will is easily shaken, otherwise he will not go further and further on the road of weirdo. Small. 10 tricks? I will show you in these 10 tricks why I can force that old guy to never receive any more disciples. There seemed to be a green light in the eyes of the evil wolf. Ye Qiu, who was not far away, was directly regarded by him as the biggest opponent in his life. Ye Qiu beckoned. Come here, I won't bully you. I know that the ancient martial arts you are best at is the rock-shattering fist of water. In that case, I will use the rock-shattering fist to take over all yours. Of course, the premise is that you can really force me to shoot. Who can't talk big? Be careful that the wind flashes your tongue. I'm here. With a loud shout, the wolf's figure was as if he were the wind, suddenly burst out, and rushed towards Ye Qiu. One move. Those incomparably sharp fingers cut through the wind and wiped Ye Qiu's 820 face, but at the last moment Ye Qiu chose to move slightly, which looked extremely dangerous. In fact, when Ye Qiu was dodging, that the slow one was like a snail, completely under his control. 2 strokes, 3 strokes, 4 strokes. After the promotion, the hungry wolf is like an attacking machine, tirelessly and quickly attacking him, whether it is his hands or legs, he has turned into the sharpest weapon, and he continues to greet the key points of Ye Qiu. Past. It's a pity that no matter how fast his attack speed is, how crazy the frequency of attacking, how tricky his attacking moves are, the 10 moves will soon be over and he, with endlessly changing attacking methods, none of them can touch the corner of Ye Qiu's clothes. Shouldn't your most powerful technique be the rock-shattering fist of water? Why haven't you used it yet? If you still insist that you can surpass Teacher Bang without using the rock-shattering fist of water, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight back at all. None of them. Your own moves are really bad. They have no rules at all. They are just blindly pursuing speed. Although it is said that the martial arts in the world are only fast but not broken, your speed is nothing to the worse me. Effect. Ye Qiu said disdainfully. Is the world's martial arts only fast and unbreakable? No wonder this kid can become an S-level hero, ES, and the words he said are indeed thought-provoking. This is just a concept about martial arts, but for Hungry Wolf, it seems to have opened a new door. He found what he wanted to pursue, but he still did not show weakness at all. Long-winded, it's not because of the care of your predecessors that a stinky brat like you can cultivate such powerful ancient martial arts, or do you think you will be my opponent? Idiot. Ye Qiu was too lazy to talk to this guy, but it's a bit interesting. Ye Qiu is still very interested in the pursuit of absolute speed for the Hungry Wolf. Taking advantage of the recent period of time, this guy seems to be in the world of One Punch Man and won't do anything big. Ye Qiu thinks that he should be brought back to Xiangying, and it would be better to be a sparring partner for the group of stinky bastards, so that those bastards know what it means to be outside the sky and there are people outside the world. Evil Wolf is indeed not very old now, but the only problem is this violent guy. If he is really brought back to Xiangying, there may be very serious casualties. Gotta figure out a way? That's right, in Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong and the others don't use weight-bearing clothes for training. I simply bring enough weight-bearing equipment to the Hungry Wolf, drag his limbs, and let him fight with those stinky brats. Under the concern, there should be no casualties. And there are quite a few Hero, ES, in the UK world. They look a bit like the weirdos in the One Punch world. Maybe he will be interested in that world too. It's really troublesome. Why don't you get your brains out of your head? Flowing water rock fist is obviously a top-level boxing technique that combines speed and skill. As long as you practice flowing water rock fist, whether it's a freak or Hero, ES, you can become a top of the line. Ye Qiu's words changed, and the aura of the whole person became extremely strong, and that terrifying aura instantly overwhelmed the wolf. Flowing water rock fist. Get started? The flowing water rock shattering fist mixed with internal force was shot at an extremely fast speed. The teeth inserted in the fingers contained the power of one finger Zengong. All the attacks were suppressed. Is this interesting? Ye opened the mouth while making an attack. Do you think flowing water rock shattering fist is not an opponent of the moves you have comprehended? That kind of skill, even if you practice it for a lifetime, will be beneficial, just like you. The guy who abandoned flowing water rock shattering fist training will be like this. For a long time, the strength has not the slightest inch strength. It is so disappointing to me. Long-winded, how could a guy like you who was born with unique resources know the pain of those of us? The wolf, who was burned to the point of exploding with anger, shouted to Ye Qiu fiercely. What a stubborn guy. 72 changes? Fortunately, Ye Qiu created a set of extremely terrifying weight suits in front of the wolf. Touch, touch, touch. The terrifying loud noise was enough to let people know how terrifying the weight of the clothes and shoes Ye Qiu had just held. What is your ability? The evil wolf looked at Ye Qiu in disbelief. Just after a strange light appeared on Ye Qiu's hands, there was an extra set of clothes, and those clothes and shoes looked extremely heavy. If it was magic, how did they make these incomparably heavy things hidden on the body? Soon you will know. I will take you to a very interesting place. Of course, the premise is that you must wear this suit. Rest assured, as an S-class hero, ES, I will not murder you casually for me. Killing you, but not letting you live, is more meaningful. Ye Qiu showed an unusual smile. Whoosh! In addition to fighting with himself, he can also be distracted to do other things. The wolf has already fully felt the power of Ye Qiu. This guy has become an S-level hero, ES, most of which may be because of Gu Wu, because from him in the flowing water and rock-shattering fist and fangs, the evil wolf felt a potential power that was even more terrifying than the old master before him. Back off? Although it is said that he cannot carry out what he insists on to the end, as long as he keeps his life, he will always have a chance to restrain this guy in the future. After all S-rank hero, ES, are his goals. The guy who ranks 17th in the S-class hero, ES, will eventually lose to him one day. Escape? To retreat is to flee. There is nothing to be ashamed of. The evil wolf just feels that his strength is simply unable to compete with Ye Qiu, and the only choice is to flee. Want to go? I didn't agree. Ye Qiu's playful voice followed the evil wolf like a shadow. Aren't you a hero, ES? I haven't done anything illegal, and I'm not a wicked person. If you do anything to me, does it go against your principles as a hero, ES? The wolf tried to make Ye Qiu compromise in this way. It's not bad that I am hero, ES. But are you an idiot? Do you think that all hero, ES, are Madonnas? At least someone like you said you wanted my life just now? In that case, if I don't teach you a good lesson, doesn't it make my life worthless? Ye Qiu looked at the evil wolf with disdain. Whimsical? What are you escaping for? I have let go of all the harsh words, so if you think about escaping like this, isn't it too unmanly? Flowing water rock fist. Ye Qiu used the absolute speed of Fengshen's legs to block the evil wolf firmly, and the flowing water and rock-shattering fist shot, although he did not intend to kill the evil wolf directly, but the boxing technique with internal force was still a bad punch. Wolf 12 body aches. 10 strokes, 20 strokes, 30 strokes. The evil wolf felt that Ye Qiu had enough strength to defeat him, but he chose to use a very disgusting way, just using the inexplicable power attached to the flowing water and rock-shattering fist to accumulate his injuries. Deceiving too much? The wolf is really angry? The flowing water rock-crushing fist is a magical barrier in his heart. Before breaking through this magical barrier, he would never use the flowing water rock-crushing box to deal with villain S. But under Ye Qiu's stimulation, a gap appeared in the magic barrier in his heart. Kill him? Kill the guy who teased himself? Buddha also has anger, not to mention the wolf who is obsessed with walking on the path of eccentric demons. It is extremely easy to ignite his anger. It's a pity. Evil wolf is ready to show stronger strength, which makes Ye Qiu very satisfied, but everything he has done has already achieved enough effect. Okay, just lie down quietly, you don't need to use the flowing water rock fist anymore. The corner of Ye Qiu's mouth rose slightly. 10-fold jabs? In an instant, the wolf's pupils shrank suddenly, and Ye Qiu's mortal fingers turned into flames. It was the first time he had seen such an unheard of thing. Could it be that in this world, apart from freaks and shuddering tornadoes, there are other people with superpowers that make people unable to guard against them? Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the shivering tornado, her sister's popularity is too low, and she is still the first in the B-level hero, ES. I am afraid that the wolf would have noticed that there is not only one human being with superpowers. With the incomparably terrifying ancient martial arts and Logia's superpowers, Evil Wolf completely understood why Ye Qiu could become the 17th S-level hero, ES, at such a young age. One-finger meditation can use the ability to burn fruit to achieve 10 times the power, and the toothbrush finger can naturally use the ability to burn fruit to 10 times the power, or even superimpose more multiples, but it is used to deal with for the evil wolf. 10 times is enough. Boom! Before the evil wolf's flowing water-shattering rock fist could be deployed, the whole person was completely smashed to the ground by that terrifying flame, plus the countless small wounds that had accumulated in the past. The whole person fell to the ground in a bloody mess. He hit the ground, unable to move at all. So in the future, before you provoke people, it's best to investigate the strength and confidence of others. Don't think that everyone is a little sheep in your eyes. This is a lesson for you, but it won't let you die immediately. Ordinary guys will live longer than others, so just lie down here from now on. I'll put on a heavy suit for you and take you to a very interesting place. Ye Qiu smiled strangely. Yujia, take bye to see Mr. Bangu today. I'll take this guy back. I hope All Might will like this gift I brought him. It should be a huge surprise. I think it's almost frightening. Sleep rolled his eyes. Evil Wolf's strength is not weak at all. Although Ye Qiu has been pressing and beating him all the time, it is obvious that this kid's physical skills are completely comparable to their world's hero, ES, ranking. The strength of hero, ES, above, even has the strength to enter the forefront of the hero, ES, ranking. The flying neighbor is back. Standing on the balcony thinking about the king of life, to the flying Ye Qiu family, he can't show any surprises. His calm expression is completely in line with his status as the 7th S-class hero, ES. This is called the master's flattery? Ming, All Might, you haven't gotten off work yet, so I don't need to call you. I brought you a huge surprise. Can you go through a special admission procedure for this kid? Although I don't really want him to become a hero, a student, but if you want to stay in Xiongmile, you still need a layer of identity as a cover. Ye Qiu was surprised to find that the number 1 hero, ES, of All Might was very leisurely today. He didn't know what he was looking at in the office. He was so focused that he didn't even notice it when he walked into the office. Meow 820 chant. All Might was really frightened by Ye Qiu. He quickly put his left hand on the notebook, put his right hand under the table, and quickly took it out from below. Seeing Ye Qiu, he was extremely cold and found that the corner of the tissue paper seemed to be stuck on All Might's right hand. You, me. Ye Qiu was speechless for a while, not knowing what to say. Can you lock the door next time, or if I scare you into something wrong, you have to let me be responsible for helping you find a girlfriend? That's really scary? You misunderstood. I was just watching the videotape of the class. All Might looked serious, he would never admit what he was doing. Anyway, it is number 1, and there is still some face. It's a pity, my beloved Wing Chun master, almost got to see the key point. It's you have already left school, why are you still coming back with a severely injured guy in your hand? All Might looked at the wolf with little air in and out. This guy, how should I put it? He's a guy with a problem in his head. He's a bit like Stain. He's an extreme guy, but his style of behavior is not as extreme as Stain's. I'll let him come over and be a hero. Ye Qiu showed a malicious smile. Is this kid affected by Hero, E.S., Killer Stain, so he has a bad mind? If that's the case, there will still be a chance to correct his evil and return to the right, so it's better to put it on Hero, E.S., for the time being. All Might said of course. Who is Stain? Although I don't know who All Might is, and I don't know much about the current situation, I'm still very sure that the guy who can let an S-level hero, E.S., like Ye Qiu entrust himself to him must be very strong. At least you can completely suppress yourself. You don't know who Stain is? This is strange. Is there really too many young people with bad brains in the current society? All Might was lost in thought. You don't have to think so much, don't you understand this kind of thing? In an era, there will be justice and evil, and they will always be on opposite sides. If there is only one thing left in the world and no evil, one day you will also find out that the world is not as beautiful as you think, and of course this guy is not as paranoid as Stain's mind. He just wants to defeat Hero, E.S., his goal is to converge all Hero, E.S., not to change any society, so the question of tuning is left to you. Ye Qiu directly acted as a hands-off shopkeeper. No problem, but looking at him, he doesn't seem to even know me. It's just because you have helped us solve a lot of troubles recently. I haven't warmed up for a long time. Today I will play with this kid. I will cure the girl later to help me heal him. All Might patted his chest, looking very confident. It was indeed a long time without a fight. Speaking of which, the fight in the right hand just now was interrupted by the midnight snack. The flame in my heart just hasn't been extinguished yet. The strength of the kid who can be captured by Ye Qiu himself. Not bad for sure, should have a nice pre-dinner workout today. I want to go back. If God could give Evil Wolf another chance, she would never stand in front of Ye Qiu and express her words. This is definitely a very unwise move. Many years later, when I recall that painful experience, Evil Wolf they will instantly turn into huskies from a brutal state. Ye Qiu, who returned to the world of One Punch Man, did not plan to return to practice with everyone. Instead, he planned to use his spare time to let the world know more about S-Class Hero, E.S. One person. Speaking of which, a while ago, the Hero, E.S. Association also greeted him. I hope he, a new S-rank hero, E.S., can show his face in the public more, otherwise even if they announced Ye Qiu's news, over time, everyone will gradually forget this person. The boss let me have a bowl of ramen. Walking around the street, Ye Qiu felt speechless. Today is not a day where weirdos are haunted, or is it because his hidden aura is too strong, those weirdos don't dare to come out? If my little brother eats on the street at this time, it's a certain risk. From my years of experience, it's the peak period for weirdos. If you don't have your family to accompany you, you'd better finish your meal and go home quickly. Just as Ye Qiu sat down, he heard the little brother who put the helmet on the table beside him make a kind reminder to him. Are you talking to me? Ye Qiu looked at him speechlessly. Yeah, this time period is indeed very dangerous. Those weirdos often appear around sunset, because at this time most of the hero, E.S., are dealing with their own affairs, and it is difficult to help the citizens in time. The brother's words were very sincere. After all, becoming a hero, E.S., is everyone's spontaneous behavior, and there are no mandatory rules for when the hero, E.S., task will be completed. Attack the human world when defenses are weak. It seems that you know a lot about hero, E.S., and weirdos, and I really admire it. Maybe I should ask a question that shouldn't be asked. Are you a hero, E.S.? Ye Qiu smiled and looked at the little brother beside him while waiting for his ramen. The little brother scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Although I am a hero, E.S., I have never done anything to help everyone. If I have to say it, I am an ordinary person who loves the word hero, E.S. That's it. Remnant? Then, what is your hero, E.S., title? Ye Qiu looked at the little brother with interest. Undocumented knight. The little brother pointed to the bicycle outside the store and said with a smile. It was him? Hero, E.S., the first place in the C-class, rides a justice bike for Hero, E.S., activities. Although his combat power is extremely ordinary, he has a strong sense of responsibility as a hero, E.S. No matter how strong villain, S, are, he is willing to stand up and fight villain, S, again and again. He is friends with Saitama and seems to be a classmate in elementary school. Ye Qiu pondered for a while, then showed a sincere smile. I have heard of you undocumented knight, although you are not the strongest among the C-rank hero, E.S., but you rely on your own efforts. The hero, E.S., who became the first hero, E.S., in the C-class is an amazing person. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to have heard my name. I'm really ashamed. I'm just doing a C-level hero, E.S., and I'm just doing the tasks that I can. In fact, I can't beat many weirdos, so I rely on it. B-level hero, E.S., and their cooperation can defeat the monster. The undocumented knight said a little embarrassedly. Ye Qiu shook his head. No, No matter whether you defeated those weirdos or not, you are already amazing to be able to stand up as an ordinary person, compared to the ordinary people who are waiting for someone else to save them. Tongran, you are the real hero, yes. After a pause, Ye Qiu didn't give the undocumented knight a chance to speak. He looked directly at him and asked, if you were given a chance to become stronger, would you like to become stronger and take on more responsibilities? The undocumented knight was stunned. He didn't expect that he would meet such an interesting little brother just because he wanted to eat a bowl of ramen before continuing the hero, activities. Think, this kind of thing, every hero, will think so. If I can become stronger, I may become a B-level hero, at that time I can help more people and accomplish more. Hero, quest. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is just to think about, whether it is a B-level hero, or an A-level hero, they all have their unique talents, but I don't. The undocumented knight did not show any frustration, but took the ramen sent by the boss calmly. The mentality is really good, the big hidden danger of the evil wolf has been solved, and Teacher Bangu's dojo should also accept a group of disciples. As one of the masters of the ancient martial arts origin, if you can't make ordinary people stronger, I am afraid it will become a big regret in his heart. Maybe others can't give you this opportunity, but I will definitely give you this opportunity, undocumented knight, and you will definitely become a stronger hero, and let the whole world know how amazing hero, is. Ye Qiu took the ramen, and in the slightly surprised and moved eyes of the undocumented knight, he ate the ramen along with him. The weirdo is here. Sure enough, this time did not disappoint Ye Qiu, and just as the undocumented knight said, odd people like to haunt at this time. Little brother, the weirdo has appeared, you should go home quickly, or go to the nearby shelter to hide, I'm going to perform the duty of a hero, The undocumented knight just picked up the helmet on the table. Even if I invited you to eat this ramen, I have already given the money. Ye Qiu's face was covered with black lines. Unlicensed knight, although I am very pleased to reward you, but if you call me little brother next time, I will definitely beat you up. As for the hero, activity, you don't need to do it alone. As a hero, I should also do a good job. It's my first time doing the hero, task, and I'm really unskilled. I hope you, a veteran, can take care of me, okay? The undocumented rider who was just about to straddle his bicycle, looked at Ye Qiu with disbelief. How could such a young child become hero, and he didn't feel a little bit on Ye Qiu the breath of the strong. That little, felt Ye Qiu's terrifying eyes in an instant, and the undocumented knight quickly changed his words, that little brother is not the time to play hero, games. If you want to be hero, then work hard to exercise yourself. I believe that when you are older, you will be successfully admitted to the higher level hero, and then we will deal with the weird incident together. There is no need for the future. Now I will deal with the monsters with you. With your strength, if you encounter a slightly stronger monster, you need to find other hero, to help you carry out hero, activities together. In that case, it's better to take me. As for the identity of my impression, you don't have to deny it so quickly, and soon you will know whether I am a real hero, Ye Qiu's expression was extremely flat. Seems like it might be. Compared to the group of peers who were constantly fleeing into the distance, Ye Qiu's performance was too calm, and his calmness was even more impressive than when the undocumented knight saw the strange person for the first time. After hesitating for a moment, the undocumented knight finally nodded. I promise to let you follow me in this hero, activity, but you must ensure that you are by my side at all times, and once there is danger, you will not hesitate. Run away, don't be rude. Don't worry, unless it's a god-level disaster, there's no weirdo that can make me run away, but you should be careful yourself. Hero, activities are not that simple, and your strength is still too weak. Before waiting for the undocumented knight to act, Ye Qiu took a step ahead of him and began to move in the opposite direction of the crowd. However, it seemed that there was not much movement for the time being, and Ye Qiu did not use the absolute speed of Fengshen's legs to throw away the undocumented knight, who was countless times slower than himself. It seems to be quite fast. The undocumented rider was shocked. Obviously he didn't expect the speed of this kid Ye Qiu to be a few points faster than his bicycle, which made him pedal hard to keep up with Ye Qiu's speed. When the two felt the place where the incident happened, they did see a strange person, but the strange person was a little small, his body exuded a very uncomfortable blue light, and there were two strange tentacles on his head. There are no intact buildings or grounds around this eccentric person. From the point of view of destructive power alone, it should have reached the tiger level, maybe even the ghost level. Because it is relatively close to the place where Ye Qiu and Wu Zhenqi eat ramen, the hero, who came first were only the two of them. Are you the hero, If it weren't for you hero, my father wouldn't have been killed. The little blue monster, with a ferocious light flashing in his eyes. Ye Qiu looked at him speechlessly. Can weirdos have children? Or have all the people in that family become weirdos? And who is your father? How did he die? Can I trouble you? Be clear. Hey. Little brother, although I can feel it, you seem to have some strength, but when facing the weirdo, can we just eliminate it first? As for how he got here, does he have any relatives? That kind of thing isn't the point. The undocumented knight reminded Ye Qiu in a low voice. Ye Qiu didn't mind. It's alright, let him expose his house before I kill it. It's a respect for him, after all, he destroyed so many public buildings. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you mine. My name is Ye Qiu. Maybe on the recently updated Hero ES rankings, you should have seen my name. Ye Qiu? The name seems to have a bit of an impression. The undocumented knight kept searching for the memory in his mind, and the little blue monster over there couldn't help roaring at Ye Qiu. It's a bald hero, ES. My father is the first single vaccine person in the world. As a very powerful being in the dragon class, he was instantly killed by a bald hero, ES. The world is proving once again that we, the vaccines, will completely cleanse this already filthy planet. The little vaccine man rushed towards Ye Qiu in an instant. Unexpectedly, there are still weird people who will follow the will of the previous weird people and become the same type of weird people. This is really a new discovery. I haven't said you can do it, so why are you so anxious? Even though you're a weirdo, you have to follow my rules of the game and stay for me. I'm not in the mood to pay attention to you now, go back. One kick. The speed of the little vaccine man is very fast, so fast that the undocumented knight feels frightened. This is definitely at least a tiger-level weirdo. But Ye Qiu's kick was much faster than the little vaccine man. Bump! An accurate kick directly hit the little vaccine man's chest, and the little vaccine man flew out at a faster speed than he rushed over, smashing the ground out of a huge pothole. Good, great. The bicycle in his hand is ready to be smashed out at any time, but the undocumented rider has no chance to smash his bicycle out after all. It was a bit too strong, he didn't react at all. How did Ye Qiu kick out that kick? How did he kick a monster above the tiger level in an instant? This is it. Before the undocumented knight was completely shocked, two black cars stopped near the two of them in an instant, and a group of black suits got off the car, headed by a girl in a black dress with fur. I know you're C-level hero, ES. The undocumented knight ranked first is an admirable hero, ES, but his strength is too weak. If your strength can become stronger in the future and become a real B-level hero, ES, I allow you to join my Fubuki team. But now, this battle will be taken over by our Fubuki team, so the two of you are no longer needed, so step back. The girl in the black dress who came here is none other than the sister of Tornado, who is currently ranked second in S-rank hero, ES, and Fubuki of Hell, who ranks first in B-rank hero, ES. I didn't expect it to be Miss Fukiuki from Hell. If I have you, I will be relieved. That weirdo's strength is a bit strong. It should have reached the level of a tiger-level disaster. Please take action to solve it quickly, and don't let him continue. A bigger disaster. Undocumented knight said with a sigh of relief. Ye Qiu frowned speechlessly. Have you forgotten one thing? That weirdo seems to be my opponent. If you want to engage in hero, ES, activities, you should go somewhere else. There is no need here. Any resources. As for your hell-blowing snow, she is really just like your lowly sister, with the same domineering personality. Who are you? Why do you know my sister? Fubuki from Hell looked at Ye Qiu with extreme vigilance. Regarding her and the shivering tornado being sisters, in fact, not many people know about the hero, ES, Ye Qiu. This little devil, looks young and seems to know his own sister, doesn't it? Like her older sister, is her age completely beyond her appearance? Why do I know your sister? This matter is really good to explain. The reason why I know your sister is very simple, because my hero, ES, test was done by your sister for me. Ye Qiu replied easily. In the corner of Ye Qiu's eyes, the little vaccine man who had fallen to the ground seemed to want to run away while they weren't paying attention. From the fight just now, he knew that Ye Qiu was definitely a man. An extremely powerful existence. He didn't want to end up with the vaccine man who was considered to be his father, and was instantly killed by the powerful hero, ES, which is a shame for a weirdo. The general hero, ES, test is done collectively by everyone, and the hero, ES, association will give hero, ES, level certification according to the different results of the test. The Shivering Tornado is the second-ranked S-class hero, ES. How could it be possible for someone to do the hero, ES, test and certification, but if he didn't personally give Ye Qiu the hero, ES, test certification, Ye Qiu shouldn't know the relationship between the Trembling Tornado and Hellbookie. Wait, I seem to remember. A flash of light flashed in the undocumented knight's mind, and he finally had a specific impression of the name Ye Qiu. In fact, I didn't have any specific impression of the name Ye Qiu before, which is understandable. After all, this guy has not performed any hero, ES, activities within a few weeks since he became hero, ES. All the people in the hero, ES, association began to think about whether to temporarily revoke his S-class hero, ES, status and make it a little thicker. This talent, but like other S-class hero, ES, it seems unruly little guy. You are what you are. The undocumented knight, whose emotions were still very dull before, now looked at Ye Qiu with great excitement, and his body began to tremble, as if he had seen a fan of his idol. Ye Qiu smiled and patted his shoulder. Think about what I said to you just now. If you want to become stronger, I will introduce you to a teacher, not to mention making you an A-level hero, ES. At least in a short period of time it should be no problem to become a D-level hero, ES. If you are talented enough and work hard enough, you will become an S-level hero, ES, sooner or later. Because you have a true hero, ES, will. For flowers. Little devil, you haven't answered my question. Who are you? Why do you know about my relationship with my sister? Fubuki of Hell stared at Ye Qiu. Fukuyuki-sama, should we get rid of that weirdo first? If he escapes, it will affect the reputation of our Fukuyuki group, and recently because of the ostentation of travel, it's too extravagant and wasteful. If we don't do Hero activities, if we don't get the Hero Association's bounty on weirdos, our Fubuki team will not be able to open the fire. Fubuki of Hell, a man in black walked out beside him, and reminded Fubuki of Hell in a low voice, don't go too far in the matter of competing with Ye Qiu. Their primary goal is to kill the little vaccine man first. 0. Ye Qiu looked at Hellblow Snow with a funny look. I didn't know I explained it to you before? The Hero test your sister gave me. As for why you know the relationship between the two of you, it's because I have something special. Your abilities are as special as your two sisters' abilities. As for the monster's bounty, I'm really sorry, I've been short of money in this world recently. It seems that I'm not very responsible for Hero activities. Now that you are active, your Fubuki team probably won't be able to get this bounty. BD? You want to grab a bounty with me? Hellblow Snow? No matter if you are a C-level hero, or a B-level hero, I will never allow anyone to steal my mouth from me. Good food. Hell's Fugues using May has some. Fight. Stupid human hero, only if you fight harder, I can have a chance to escape. Don't be merciful just because the opponent is a human. You are villain, you must fight happy. The little vaccine man's heart started to roar proudly. He originally planned to escape, but now that Ye Qiu seems to be planning to start a fight with everyone in the Fubuki group, he is not in such a hurry to escape. Human hero, lost both ways, that's when his little meow people shined in the weird world. Human beings, it is so hypocritical that I have become a weirdo again, and I can get real liberation. My little vaccine person will definitely become the key to purifying this world. To be honest, I'm not too embarrassed to do something to a girl, especially a beautiful girl like you. I really don't want to do it. But sometimes being too arrogant may not be a good thing, just like Sister Loli. I really want to spank her, but unfortunately I can't beat her with my current strength, so I can only bully her sister first. Ye Qiu stared at Fubuki in hell. Fubuki, who was staring at him a little hairy, directly used the power of his own wind element, and wanted to teach Ye Qiu, the brazen brat, a lesson first. Little devil, my task now is to solve the weirdo, not to talk nonsense with you here. When I'm done with the weirdo's side, I will teach you a lesson for my sister, this brat, she can only be surpassed by me. The object, not the person you slander. 820. The Hell's Fukuyuki said arrogantly. Sister control. Ye Qiu felt a strange and incomparable wind force around his body, and he quickly held his body in the air, as if he would fly into the distance at any time. A little meaning ability. If you cultivate it a little, you will definitely become the top hero, It's a pity that you have always maintained the status of B-level hero, for the first position. It's better not to become a hero. Hero, is not your competitive toy. Ye Qiu shook his head and said regretfully, long-winded brat, you don't seem to be aware of your situation. Now you are under my control. If I want, I can seriously hurt you at any time. It's better not to mess with me. If you keep messing with me, you won't be good. The end. Fubuki of Hell put on a fierce expression. It's a pity that the incomparably small expression in this situation has no threat to Ye Qiu at all, and it even looks a little cute. Ms. Fubuki, don't get me wrong, Mr. Ye Qiu's strength is still very strong. If there is his help, he will be able to solve this disaster as soon as possible, and even if he takes action, it may not be able to hurt Mr. Ye Qiu. The undocumented knight quickly dissuaded him. What nonsense are you talking about? Ye Qiu rolled his eyes, and sure enough, after the undocumented knight finished speaking, Fubuki's expression in hell became even more ugly, and Ye Qiu could also feel the wind around his body becoming more brutal. Undocumented knight, do you also want to end up with this kid? I warn you, I don't need anyone to remind me of the decision I made in Hellbuki. Fugues Yusu raised his hand, and was about to use Ye Qiu as a human bomb, and smashed it directly at the little vaccine man who was watching the battle triumphantly. Depend on. Human women have such a vicious mind. Fortunately, I became a weirdo ahead of time, otherwise I would be tortured by this group of human women in the future. The undocumented knight's expression was a little bad. Miss Fubuki, you really misunderstood. Mr. Ye Qiu is very powerful. If you know the information about his hero, you will know how powerful he is. Hero, Unlicensed knight, don't continue talking. We have never heard the name of Ye Qiu in the hero, world. I am afraid he is just a new hero, hero, like this appear every day in the registration list of the hero, association, and it is impossible for us Fubuki group to pay attention to those hero, who have not proven themselves. Hero, in a black suit said calmly to the undocumented knight beside him. Although Ye Qiu was the 17th S-rank hero, when he debuted, he has not proven himself yet, but the undocumented knight feels that since he can become an S-rank hero, it is the trembling Miss Tornado herself. The S-class hero, tested, it must be unquestionably powerful. The kick before the Fukuyuki group came, was enough to prove his strength. The incomparably plain kick was too fast to be caught by the naked eye, and the monster with tiger-level strength was also kicked away with one kick. Do you still need to doubt this kind of strength? Unfortunately, the hero, ES, of the Fubuki group don't seem to have any impression of the name Ye Qiu, and it seems that they usually don't pay much attention to the changes in the hero, ES, ranking. After all, there is only one thing that Fubuki-san from Hell is concerned about, and that is to maintain her ranking as the number 1 B-level hero, ES. Just like that, is there really no problem? Hell's Fubuki, although the reviews in Hero, ES, are relatively average, after all, it has always occupied the first ranking of the superior hero, ES, but it has the strength to definitely reach the A-level hero, ES. The undocumented knight couldn't help but feel a little worried. If the two sides really fight, there are so many people in the Fubuki team to help. Even Ye Qiu, who has the strength of level 5 and 17 hero, ES, will be also owned by this one. Fubuki-san of Hell with A-rank strength, led her hero, ES, and her team to be seriously injured. If both sides really lose out, it will be a huge loss for Hero, ES, and the little vaccine man who is staring at him will never miss this opportunity. The worry of the undocumented knight might be something that the little one Meow people really wish to appear, but for Ye Qiu, this worry was a bit unnecessary. Hell Fubuki, who does not dare to become an A-level hero, ES, although his strength is extremely powerful, it is really nothing to him. Feng has always been his most familiar partner. Yellen Inase's quirks are the wind, and he is nothing more than a feather in front of Ye, and Hellbufixu is not necessarily under the control of the wind, and is much stronger than Yellen Inase. Thank you for giving me a ride. I wasn't going to get rid of this guy so quickly, but since you give me a ride, I'll be welcome. I must give you a good meeting gift, let you see how big the gap between Hero, ES, and Hero, ES, really is. Ye Qiu escaped from the wind blowing snow in Hell in 3.8 seconds. The god wind howls? There is no difficulty at all. The ability to blow snow from Hell is to control the wind, but Ye Qiu's Fengshen legs can completely use the power of the wind for his own use, and all the wind created at the moment of the leg is his own, including the wind power that Hell Fubuki had controlled just now, turned into nourishment for the kamikaze howling, bringing a terrifying tornado that swept toward the blue little vaccine man. Boom! In the hearts of the little vaccine people, they are still proudly thinking that the inferior roots of human beings will make them kill each other because of the amount of reward offered by the Hero, ES, association, but they did not expect Ye Qiu, who would be thrown over as a human bomb and could be seriously injured at any time. But it changed the situation in an instant, sweeping out a terrifying glance. Freak never be a slave? I'll be back again, Hero, ES, of men. I remember you? Seeing that the situation was not good, the little vaccine man kept digging the ground with his hands in horror, as if he wanted to use his own hands to dig out a way to survive. Perhaps only by hiding in the ground can he escape this terrifying tornado. What a terrifying power. The undocumented knight was stunned. Previously, he thought that Ye Qiu's strongest point was the incomparably terrifying physical arts. Now, it seems that Ye Qiu's control of the wind, even on the blowing snow from Hell, is not at all. It's common. I didn't expect that two kinds of the same abilities could appear in this world. Of course, the misunderstanding of ability is not only the undocumented knight, but also the Hell Fubuki and her entire Fubuki group. Everyone did not expect that the moon's control of the wind was even more powerful than the Hell Fubuki. This kind of thing is simply so surprising. Damn it! No wonder that BD Kid has no fear. It turns out that his ability is exactly the same as mine, and he is also controlled by the wind element. But 12, why does he control the wind to a higher degree than me? And the power of his legs seems to have a kind of let me hard to learn skills. The small tornado created by Ye Qiu's Fengshen legs is not to say that there is no way for Hellbuki to create it, but that the small tornadoes created by him will definitely not be as violent as Ye Qiu's legs in terms of damage. All the things rolled up by the sixth form of Fengshen's legs turned into incomparably tiny powder in an instant and completely dissipated between the heavens and the earth. This can no longer be described as a tornado, it is simply a shredder of the wind element. If it really touches the body of the strange person, I am afraid that the strange person can be turned into dust in an instant. It is precisely because of such terrifying power that a geek like the little vaccine man, who has reached the tiger level just after he was born, will start creating the ground with his hands in disregard of his face, trying to find a way to survive. Unfortunately, this guy completely underestimated Ye Qiu's ability. Can you escape if you want to? Think too much? Ye Qiu's leg slammed into the hole dug by the Xiaomiao people, and the terrifying divine wind howled furiously. The passage directly penetrated into the ground. After the loud noise, a circular pit with a diameter of about 3 meters appeared on the ground. If you look at it at a glance, you can't see the end. Little vaccine man? I'm afraid that this kind of weirdo who just came out to make soy sauce didn't even have time to make a scream, and he has followed in his father's footsteps. Finished? Hell Fuguxiu rushed to Ye Qiu's side in disbelief, leaned his body and looked into the pothole. Disappeared? Totally gone? She used her own wind energy to enter the passage and felt it. She should have been digging something, or the weird person who existed at the bottom of the pothole, the little blue vaccine, has completely disappeared between the sky and the earth. There is nothing at the bottom. How so? Unable to believe the fact, Hell blowing snow slumped on the ground, leaning forward accidentally, and was about to fall into the pothole made by Ye Qiu. Be careful, team leader. Members such as Eyelashes and Yamaman, anxiously and loudly reminded. Although their team leader has the ability of the wind element, even if they fall, they can fly up in the fastest time, but they are still a little afraid if something unexpected happens. Ye Qiu was right next to Fubuki. If he didn't notice this little situation, wouldn't he be too sorry for his own 17th rank S-rank hero, ES? Reaching out to fish, Ye Qiu's big hand directly grabbed Fubuki's slender waist and brought him back from the situation where he was about to fall into the deep pit. It's no wonder that you can't surpass your sister. Compared to that arrogant lowly royal sister, your psychological quality is simply too poor, but I just stole the head of a weird person. How can you be so lost? Could it be that your snow-blowing team is really too poor to open the pot? After Ye Qiu finished speaking, Fubuki still didn't react at all. Snapped. Everyday spanking? Ye Qiu had found out that for this kind of disobedient girl, he was going to give a corporal punishment and a slap on the butt, and he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in the future. Awesome, worthy of being an S-class hero, ES, his style of action is completely different from others. The undocumented knight's worship of Ye Qiu is getting deeper and deeper. No, he can't wait to go back, become Ye Qiu's first fan, and even promote the new S-rank hero, ES, on the Hero, ES, homepage. A man's idol? Absolute idol? Eyelashes and Mountain Monkey were even more stunned. They had no idea that Ye Qiu, who had rescued his team leader, would actually do such an unbearable thing. What are you doing? Fubuki finally reacted, and looked at Ye Qiu with a flushed face. Even in his eyes, Ye Qiu was still a half-year-old child, so he couldn't do such a thing to himself. I didn't do anything. If I didn't give you a look, I'm afraid I would still be immersed in that kind of lost soul. I really don't understand you women. There will always be some inexplicable emotions. 820. Ye Qiu let go of Fubuki's waist. If you still have to move forward, and there is a tendency to fall, I will definitely not help you this time. Who wants you to save? Are you an idiot? My ability is to control the wind, even if I fall, nothing will happen. I think you did it on purpose? Fubuki glared at Ye Qiu angrily. This guy is too much. Hehe, I don't know who deliberately wants to grab my head. Let me remind you, whether your sister is a trembling tornado or not, it's not easy to grab food from me, at least you don't have this strength yet. In addition, if you want to become a qualified hero, ES, you should try to learn more about the latest developments in the Hero, ES, world, so as not to offend some people who shouldn't be offended. It is you who will be hurt in the end. Ye Qiu turned to look at the undocumented knight again. Where do I get the bounty for killing the monster? I'm really struggling recently, so there should be a lot of bounty from the Hero, ES, Association. According to the strength of the monster, there will be different levels of bounties, but the monster just now should have tiger level strength, and the bounty will definitely not be small, Mr. Ye Qiu, please rest assured, the Hero, ES, from the Fubuki team and a certificate will be issued for you. The undocumented knight said seriously. Who said we are going to help this guy issue a certificate? If you want to issue a certificate, just issue it yourself. Don't ask our Fubuki team to go out with you. I don't admit that he has defeated any tiger level monsters. Fubuki said with a bad expression. Ms. Fubuki, although I know there is a bit of disagreement between you and Mr. Ye Qiu, we are Hero, ES, and must follow the basic principles of Hero, ES, no matter whether Mr. Ye Qiu has a gap with you or not, you all must prove that he is the Hero, ES, who defeated the freak. The undocumented knight said righteously. Ye Qiu glanced at him approvingly. At this time, someone with a strong sense of justice was needed to help him determine the bounty. Speaking of which, he still asked King and Teacher Bangu to borrow the most recent living expenses. A dignified S-class hero, ES, in my British world, is more of a rich person. If you don't even have any savings on your body, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? With the idea of becoming a local tyrant, Ye Qiu still appreciates undocumented knights. Long-winded, I said I didn't see it, I just didn't see it. Do you think the Hero, ES, Association will believe a B-level hero, ES? No, it's the words of a group of B-level hero, ES, or I believe you. What about a C-level hero, ES? Utterance. Fubuki said impatiently. You? The undocumented knight was angry when he was blowing snow. He never thought that Hero, ES, would deal with the problem in this way, and the other party was a Hero, ES, who was more powerful than him, which was the same as the Hero, ES, he imagined. ES, the world is completely different. Even though he knows that the world is like this, he is still a little uneasy in his heart. It doesn't matter, the Hero, ES, Association doesn't believe what a C-level Hero, ES, says. Don't you still believe what I say? Don't worry, they dare not offer me a bounty, and you really are a Hero, ES, is the association's eyeliner only for the masses. Ye Qiu said indifferently. In terms of technological capabilities, the Hero, ES, Association is not bad at all. At least there are multiple surveillance cameras on the destroyed streets. As far as Ye Qiu can see, there are at least 5 surveillance cameras that can capture the scene of their battle just now. So King is the man of destiny. Every time a strange person is solved by Mr. Saitama, the king will always appear in that place, and there will not be any monitoring equipment in this kind of place. Oh king? Waiting for the king of the rabbit world? Ye Qiu still doesn't believe that, as an S-rank hero, ES, the bastards of the Hero, ES, Association, dare to deny his bounty. If you dare, you will be bored. Eyelashes? I asked you to check the information about this kid just now. Did you find out who he is? What is his ranking among Hero, ES? Judging from his appearance, he should have been promoted to B-level Hero, ES. If he is willing to join our Fubuki group, he can consider issuing a certificate for him. Fubuki said casually. What she didn't notice was that her younger brother's eyelashes were very stiff even though he was staring at the phone screen at this time. Leader. Eyelashes stiffened on his neck, and he finally looked at Fubuki. What's wrong? Fubuki looked at her eyelashes with dissatisfaction. She had never seen this guy so restless before. What the hell is going on? Fubuki didn't bother to look at the way those men kept selling off, so he just grabbed the phone in the eyelashes' hands into his own, and flipped through the information on it. Ye Qiu. Hero, ES, ranked 17th in the S rank, a rookie debuted, and there is no Hero, ES, event yet. Although the introduction is brief, there is no doubt that Ye Qiu used his real name as the Hero, ES, activity. It seems that there is no Hero, ES, activity, and those fans have no way to name Ye Qiu. The most important thing is that this guy Ye Qiu has a lot of abilities. Even the group of guys in the Hero, ES, association don't know what kind of Hero, ES, name should be used to define Ye Qiu. In the end, it can only be give this opportunity to his fans in the future. Are you really an S-level Hero, ES? How is this possible? Why can't I see a trace of a 5-level Hero, ES, from you? And how could an S-level Hero, ES, be so weak as you? Fubuki looked at Ye Qiu in disbelief. Could it be true? As she had guessed before, Ye Qiu's face did look very young, but maybe it was the same as her own sister, just with a completely different age and appearance. Weak? Do you think I can control you because I'm too weak? It's no wonder that you are still a B-level Hero, ES, and those eyes can't see through the essence of the phenomenon at all. Ye Qiu sneered. Also, do you really think that I'm not leaving until now, because I want your Fubuki team to issue a certificate? Is not it? Fubuki looked at Ye Qiu dumbfounded. Of course not, because you, and you, can't feel it at all. In that unknown underground, there is a powerful force that is just around the corner. Ye Qiu sneered. Although it is well hidden, under his perception, the group of things hidden underground will have nothing to hide. There is no one who is more powerful than him on the scene than hiding his breath. At least no matter who is standing in front of him, there is no way to know that he is a real S-class hero, ES, even a weirdo can't feel it. Bangu is actually the same. If he doesn't do anything at ordinary times, he is like an ordinary person. The highest level of ancient martial arts is returning to the original. Don't think that you can deceive me in this way. I don't believe that there is any powerful weirdo in the underground. Didn't you destroy that weirdo just now? Fubuki was a little suspicious that Ye Qiu, the new S-rank hero, ES, had some bad thoughts about himself, and the movement of catching her waist just now was very skilled. So you are also a B-level hero, ES, with money. I don't need to joke with you about this kind of thing. Since you want to confirm it, then I'll let you see. How terrifying is this existence hidden in the ground? Ye Qiu looked flatly at the deep hole that he smashed out. If it wasn't for little Vaccine's move to flee underground, he would really not have been easy to find out, and there would be such a group of terrifying guys hiding in the ground. It's just that I don't know what those guys are plotting. It's obviously very close to the ground, but there is no action yet. This is not something that a group of weirdos with bad brains can do. Vulcan-style dragon in the sky? Whether it was Fubuki, the members of the Fubuki group, or the undocumented knights, when they saw Ye Qiu blasting out a fire dragon with a vast breath from their palms, everyone's mouths widened. Isn't it wind? How could it not be wind? Why not wind? Wind? As an S-rank hero, ES, Ye Qiu naturally wanted to let all the weirdos and the masses know how strong he was. Hero, ES, are stronger, weirdos will be weaker, and the masses who are still alive in the world will live more at ease. Is this the strength of an S-class hero, ES? Hell-blowing snow hair fluttered, and those burning ashes blown up by the wind slowly drifted past her ears. Boom. The terrifying calm force that went straight into the ground instantly brought a boundless air wave, and in that huge roar, everyone felt that the world seemed to be quiet. No? Was it destroyed by Ye Qiu's incomparably terrifying moves, or was there never any threat under that pothole? Exist. You? 1. Fubuki opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say, and the look in Ye Qiu's eyes became extremely complicated. SHH. Ye Qiu made a mute gesture to her. Now is not the time to speak. If he can solve the other party with one move, he doesn't need to be so nervous at all. What else is there? Fubuki felt like she was going crazy. She had never felt so crazy before. She didn't know anything. Click, click, click. Soon she knew everything, and there were countless cracking sounds from the ground, and the ground began to collapse in pieces. All step back. Don't stay here. It's too dangerous. Fubuki's complexion changed drastically. Ye Qiu looked at Fubuki floating in the air, and was very envious of this ability. Fengshen's legs can easily walk in the air, but he cannot fly in the air. The ability to blow snow from hell is still very attractive to him. Blizzard from hell, right? Can you use your abilities to make me fly in the air too? Ye Qiu asked. Why? Aren't you an S-class hero, ES? And isn't your ability to control the wind? Fubuki frowned. She always wondered if Ye Qiu wanted to continue to watch her make a fool of herself, that she said that on purpose. Ye Qiu smiled bitterly. When did I say that my ability is wind control? It's just a skill. How could I have so many weird abilities? Now the scope of the battlefield is not clear, you'd better use your ability, let me be in the center of the battlefield at any time, otherwise the group of guys inside, if anyone escapes, will make the city fall into panic. This is not a joke, Ye Qiu has already felt a great threat. This threat seems to have never appeared in the original One Punch world. It seems that in this world, there are still many strange people who I don't know about. After Fubuki hesitated for a while, in the end, he bit his lip and used his ability to make Ye Qiu float in the air. Thousands of years. The evolution of our ethnic group has finally been completed. The human world, a place full of fresh blood, is really nostalgic. Accompanied by that incomparably old voice, a pile of disgusting brown worms slowly appeared underground. These long brown worms have a soft fleshy body, but on the outside of the body, there are countless fine small barbs, and a layer of brown hard leather that is almost imperceptible to the naked eye, just like armor. The headed worm, with its half body sticking out, was almost 10 meters long. Gross. Fubuki couldn't help but say. Ye Qiu patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, this kind of thing won't make people feel disgusting soon. Anyway, it's going to be turned into ashes like the weirdo before. Don't you need to add more members? Fubuki hesitated. She could clearly feel that this incident was definitely not easy. If I really need it, I can ask my sister to help. Ye Qiu shook his head. As long as you can cooperate with me, you don't need help for the time being. If your sister really came, wouldn't the bounty be divided by her? It's just a BCD, Dragon A monster of the rank, plus a group of Xiaozilla of the ghost rank. I can still handle it. Ye Qiu's Juyang Divine Art has reached the 4th level recently, and the Diamond Indestructible Divine Art has reached the 2nd level under the continuous polishing of Bangu. The practice is completed. This group of big guys just happened to let him feel once again how strong their strength has become under the full exertion of their own strength. What are you from? Under the control of Fubuki, Ye Qiu flew directly in front of the monster with the thickest and longest body. Earth Dragon Clan? The king who surpasses the underground clan? Old Earth Dragon Haki said incomparably. Earthworm? Ye Qiu reacted for a long time, but he dared to call himself a dragon. He must be some kind of amazing race. It's not right. It's just that after he reacted for a while, his complexion suddenly became strange. Does the Earth Dragon have a name that doesn't have a name of Earthworm? No matter how powerful these guys are, they are just bigger rainbows? Human, just now, who is the king of the real dragon? If you introduce me, I can consider making you a part of the great Earth Dragon family. The leader of the Earth Dragon, the old Earth Dragon, gave a condition that he seemed very tempting. In their view, the humans who can be eaten early have supreme glory, and they will become part of their bodies. Together with them, they will continue to battle the world, and finally become real dragons? Ye Qiu exhaled directly. Are you an idiot? You're still a tortoise in the ground. No, it's been a long time since you've been an earthworm. I really thought that you, a family of dragons, could become the masters of the human world. Is it? Your strength is like that. If you want to have this kind of dream, you must first consider whether you have that strength. The old Earth Dragon and the other Earth Dragons did not expect that Ye Qiu not only did not take the initiative to explain, but dared to speak to them in this tone, and the most important thing was to say their body. The word earthworm, for their underground dragon clan, has become a promotion many years ago. All races that say these two words have only one fate, that is, they will be smashed into pieces. They will not even have the chance to become a part of them. Human, you are courting death. After the anger of the old Earth Dragon came up, he directly signaled the group of younger brothers beside him to launch an attack, and immediately countless light green mucus shot from the group of Earth Dragon's mouth towards Ye Qiu's body. Even if it is not as slow as the slowest bullet, there is not much difference in speed, and the distance between the two sides is almost face to face. Fuguxiu's complexion changed drastically, obviously not expecting that group of very disgusting guys would suddenly take action. The green slime is obviously terrifying and corrosive. If Ye Qiu is really contaminated by accident, even S-rank hero, ES, can't hold it at all. Give me the wind? Lend me your power and fill my surroundings with wind. Hurry up. Ye Qiu urged. Fubuki didn't dare to say anything more at this time. She felt that in front of those disgusting big guys, she seemed to have no resistance at all. Wind? All the winds moved, but all the winds that Fuguxiu could control rushed towards Ye Qiu's body. What a wonderful feeling! Under the wrapping of countless winds, Ye Qiu also entered into a mysterious feeling, as if his understanding of Fengshen's legs was raised to a new level. As for the green slime that attacked him, it was no longer a threat to him. All dodged. Because of the snow blowing from hell, the surrounding wind did not resist him at all, but surrounded him with incomparable tenderness. Catch the shadows? When he unfolded the Fengshen legs to catch the wind again, Ye Qiu's body seemed to have not moved in the air, but through the wind he controlled. Fubuki could clearly feel that Ye Qiu was acting in a way that she was completely incomprehensible. Speed is constantly moving. So fast? Is his ability wind, fire, or both wind and fire? Fubuki had previously expressed some doubts about Ye Qiu's S-class strength. After all, it was the 17th rank S-class crane tail, and it might not be long before he would be kicked out by the Hero ES association from his S-class position. Now it seems that Ye Qiu is ranked 17th, completely because this guy has not engaged in any Hero ES activities at all after he became Hero ES. Fubuki absolutely does not believe in the ability of the wind. People who completely surpass themselves will only be ranked 17th. Why can't Ye Qiu fly? In Hell Fubuki's heart, there was also a little bit of confusion, etc. This guy seems to have mentioned before, in fact, his ability is not the wind, but the skills he uses to control his own wind. If we assume, Hell Fubuki looked at Ye Qiu's shadow that was still in place, and his eyes couldn't help but shine. If she can learn Ye Qiu's skills, coupled with her own power of wind control, wouldn't she also be able to become an S-class hero, ES, or even directly surpass hero, ES, in terms of strength? Elder sister, I must let this guy join the Fubuki group. He took so much advantage of me before. If he didn't join the Fubuki group, wouldn't he have taken all the advantages for nothing? Hell Fubuki thought with absolute certainty in his heart. Ye Qiu didn't know that Hell Fubuki, who continued to be ranked first in B-level hero, ES, actually wanted to let him, an S-level hero, ES, 17th, join their Fubuki group. If he knew it, his expression would be like how weird it might be, that girl really dared to think about it. But for now, Jigoku Fuguxio wanted to use Ye Qiu to improve his strength. Ye Qiu also admired Jigoku Fuguxio's ability very much, which could make him feel the power of the wind more intuitively, and his perception of Fengshen's legs went up. Maybe with this girl here, my Fengshen legs can reach the point where the wind has no phase as soon as possible. But the cultivation should end here. The incomparably dense damage of these earth dragons can no longer pose any threat to me. It's time to deal with these guys. In Ye Qiu's eyes, the icy light flashed away. It's all said that you are earthworms, and you are pretending to be descendants of the dragon race. It's really ridiculous. When a real dragon sees you guys, the only thing he will think is to kill you. Ignorance of human beings, do you really think that you are very fast? You have no idea how great our earth dragon clan is. Just wait a little longer and beg for mercy on your knees. The body of the old earth dragon that was hidden in the ground suddenly appeared out about 10 meters, and the 30-meter-long body was as steel in an instant, using the ground as a support to instantly bite towards Ye Qiu's figure. That speed was countless times faster than the previous speed of swallowing green mucus, and it was already comparable to Ye Qiu's speed of catching the wind and moving, or even exceeding it. Kind of awesome? Ask for flowers. It is indeed a dragon-level disaster, and I don't know if this group of earth dragons is a kind of weirdo. Ye Qiu didn't plan to dodge any longer. He had to get rid of all the members of the Earth Dragon clan here, otherwise innocent people, even if they were hiding in the shelter, would be implicated. After all, this group of Earth Dragons, who clamored to make humans their blood food from the very beginning, were definitely not a friendly race. Undocumented Knight, are you familiar with Mr. Ye Qiu? I listened to your conversation just now, and Mr. Ye Qiu seems to want to take care of you. To be valued by S-class hero, ES, you will definitely become a great person in the future. The presence. The eyelashes hiding on the side, the members of the Fubuki group of Yamaman, could not intervene in this battle at all. 0. Since there is no way to participate in the battle, it is always necessary to find out who is the sacred person who is standing in front of them fighting. The undocumented knight took off his peeping and showed a helpless smile. If I said that I just asked Mr. Ye Qiu to eat a bowl of noodles, he would take care of me like this, do you believe it? Just because of a bowl of noodles. Well, when I was having dinner just now, I happened to meet Mr. Ye Qiu, and I invited him to a bowl of ramen. The undocumented knight looked at Ye Qiu in the air with admiration. It's so lucky. S-rank heroes really can't think in the way of normal people. If they were Yamaman and the others, they would definitely not take care of them so seriously. Of course, they didn't know that Ye Qiu took care of the undocumented knight, not just because of a bowl of ramen, but because of the hidden hero, ES, will of the undocumented knight. Hero, ES, may not be strong, but they must have integrity. Hero, ES, integrity of undocumented knights, even many A-level hero, ES, can't match. Such a hero, ES, lacks only the opportunity to become stronger. Ye Qiu will give the undocumented knight a chance to become stronger. He believes that he will definitely try his best to make himself stronger after getting this opportunity. Good for more hero, ES, activities. Mr. Ye Qiu, will you win? Lily, who ranked 74th in the B-level hero, ES, looked at Ye Qiu with some worry. Small. I can win? There's absolutely no problem. Mr. Ye Qiu is an S-rank hero, ES, and didn't you see Mr. Ye Qiu's terrifying moves just now? He's just inquiring about the opponent's strength. He hasn't started to exert force, and when Mr. Ye Qiu begins to exert force, there will be absolutely no problem. The undocumented knight must have said incomparably. Are you that confident? Even if it was Ye Qiu's Vulcan move just now, it seemed shocking, but the group of people in Fubuki group still didn't think that Ye Qiu was in the battle because of the upper hand. Dragon-level disaster? Even an S-rank hero, ES, is not a disaster that can be guaranteed to be completely solved. In some cases, it requires the cooperation of multiple S-rank hero, ES, to completely solve the dragon rank disaster. What's more, Ye Qiu's ranking among S-class hero, ES, is still number 1820 and number 7. Such a ranking is really hard to believe that he really has terrifying strength. Just as everyone in the Fubuki team imagined, Ye Qiu was really struck by Lao Dalong's terrifying lightning strike and flew out. Ye Qiu, Hell Fubuki's complexion changed drastically. She is not very concerned about Ye Qiu's life or death, but in the dragon-level disaster, among all the hero, ES, present, only Ye Qiu can resist the damage of the Earth Dragon Elder head-on, and others can't do it at all. If Ye Qiu hangs up accidentally, I am afraid that with the strength of these people, they will not be able to support the others to S-rank hero, ES. Boom, boom, Ye Qiu did not disappoint them, and soon there was a lot of noise in the collapsed ruins in the distance. The gravel and tiles all bounced off Ye Qiu's body. There was no scar at all, and there was no bloodshot at the corner of the mouth. This attack was indeed a huge shock to Ye Qiu's blood. If it wasn't for the power of the wind, he quickly retreated and unloaded a lot of power. The impact will really be directly disabled. It's a bit meaning. It didn't disappoint me, it's much stronger than the dragon-level disaster I encountered last time. Ye Qiu, with a faint golden light all over his body, walked out of the ruins step by step. Didn't you guys question whether I can defeat the dragon-level monster before? I can only say that the guys in the Hero, ES, Association took my defeat of the dragon-level monster as an abnormal promotion to S-level hero. ES, S exploits, so it is not in the public eye. Dragon class? Not invincible. In order to give everyone present some confidence, Ye Qiu still took the initiative to tell the story that he had defeated Margli before. Look, I said it, Mr. Ye Qiu must be invincible, he must be able to defeat this group of monsters. He is the real hero, ES. The undocumented knight instantly became enthusiastic. Ye Qiu's glory seemed to be the glory of his little fan. Awesome, he was promoted to S-rank hero, ES, after defeating a dragon rank monster. From this perspective, Ye Qiu indeed possessed a strength that far surpassed his own ranking. After hearing Ye Qiu's self-report, everyone in the Fubuki group was completely relieved. Ye Qiu, who was standing beside the Earth Dragon group again, still looked a lot more serious. There were so many Earth Dragons, at least 20 of them, and seeing the movement in the ground, they were still bubbling out. The most important thing is that, apart from the old Earth Dragon who suddenly attacked just now, the other Earth Dragons have at least Tiger-level strength, and even more powerful ones have Ghost-level strength. Damn it! The efficiency of those guys in the Hero, ES, Association is really inefficient. There has been so much noise, and after such a long time, no other hero, ES, have been sent over. It makes people want to curse. What Ye Qiu didn't know was that the guys in the Hero, ES, Association didn't have enough information about the Earth Dragon group. In their opinion, Ye Qiu's powerful strength is definitely the kind of S-level hero, ES, with a burst of combat effectiveness. This kind of scene can be handled by Ye Qiu alone, and there is no need for other S-level heroes at all. Level hero, ES, or hero, ES, come over. After all, Hell Fubuki's strength is also A-level, although the ranking is only the first in B-level hero, ES. Well, there is absolutely no need for other hero, ES, to handle things here. Every hero, ES, is an indispensable strategic resource for the Hero, ES, Association. Once multiple S-level hero, ES, are dispatched to deal with the same event, it is very likely to cause the loss of other cities. Level hero, ES, is still a little too little. Human, your strength is really good. Now this leader can give you one last chance to become a part of my body and accompany the great Earth Dragon clan to fight the ground world, or die. The leader of the Earth Dragon, the old Earth Dragon, looked at Ye Qiu arrogantly. Both sides are the choice of death, only idiots will betray humanity? I choose the third way, that is you die for me. The killing intent in Ye Qiu's eyes kept rising. Hell Fubuki, when I'm going to fight, pay attention to using your abilities to help me dodge, I'm going to do my best. Ye Qiu knew what he said, and he was able to anger the leader of the Earth Dragon in an instant, so he quickly explained to Hell Fubuki. Although he didn't quite understand why Ye Qiu said that, Jigoku Fubuki nodded seriously to Ye Qiu after being stunned for a while. Vulcan-style Dharma phase world? Vajra-style golden body Dharma. The Vajra pose is a move that Ye Qiu came up with when he practiced the Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong and the Vajra Indestructible God. When these two kinds of magic are combined, he is like a glaring Vajra, and the strength and defense of the whole person will have an extremely terrifying improvement. Of course, when the Vulcan-style Vajra and Shiki were performed at the same time, Ye Qiu used the Dharma created by a little fruit to burn a golden flame, and it was also a little taller than the previous Dharma. In order to ensure that the battle could continue this time, Ye Qiu also lost some blood and essence, so he exchanged 5 pills and swallowed them into his stomach. What's this? Like a god, he still maintained Ye Qiu's figure and appearance, but he was an incomparably tall golden flame giant, which directly caused everyone to lose the ability to think. Is this the strength of the S-class hero, ES? Mountain Monkey and Eyelashes, the second and third B-rank hero, ES, looked at the incomparably large Flame King Ye Qiu in astonishment. That height seemed to be something they could never reach in their lifetime. Hell-blowing snow, don't be stunned there, my fighting form is still flawed, I can't live to see you. Give me a little effort, you are the first hero, ES, of B-rank, don't let me look down on me you. Your sister is not the only hero, ES. Taking advantage of the Earth Dragon, Ye Qiu roared at the dazed Hell Chiwixu, stunned by his own aura. Does the S-rank hero, ES, need his help as a B-rank hero, ES, in battle? The answer is very affirmative. Hellblow Snow is not a group of brainless guys from the Earth Dragon clan. She soon discovered that although the Flame King who looks exactly like Ye Qiu stood in front to resist the most ferocious attack of the Earth Dragons, but Ye Qiu's own body really couldn't move half a minute. Cut. No wonder it's only the 17th S-class hero, ES, you are far worse than your sister? Ye Qiu's strength is very powerful, but behind his powerful strength, there is still such a big flaw, and this flaw is also known by himself. Fuegzu's heart suddenly balances a lot, at least in her eyes, the back is no longer so out of reach. With a wave of Su's hand, Ye Qiu's body flew into the air again. King Kong-style dragon elephant flowing water fist. Ye Qiu, who incarnated as the Flame King, directly stimulated the power of the dragon elephant Boruogong into the extremely huge flame arms, as if there were terrifying ancient dragon elephants lurking. After playing, the fist shadows in the sky suddenly turned into roaring dragons and galloping elephants. It's amazing. 12. Those giant dragons and elephant herds transformed by the flames. Why do I feel like I'm alive? The undocumented knight's eyes said madly. The other members of the Fubuki group were also shocked by this terrifying move. To say that Ye Qiu is a humanoid dragon-level disaster is not an exaggeration at all. This guy is clearly more terrifying than a freak, and he is also misunderstood. An inexplicable existence. This is the breath of a real dragon, and it seems to be mixed with the breath of an ancient giant elephant. Who are you? Why do you have the breath of these two supreme races? I must devour you today. As long as I devour you, I can become a real god. The god of earth dragons, become a real dragon. There was a mad look in the eyes of the earth dragon leader, and he could also see how terrifying the King Kong flame giant was. At least the barbs and armor on their bodies could not form an effective defense at all. My tiger level and ghost level younger brothers were already unable to withstand this incomparably terrifying offensive. Under the fiery fists like waves, the tiger-level earth dragons who had just climbed out of the ground and saw the light of the sun had already changed. It became several paragraphs of existence. Haha, your strength is indeed very strong, but don't underestimate our Earth Dragon clan. The greatness of the Earth Dragon clan is beyond your imagination. Under everyone's horrified eyes, the Earth Dragon's body, which had been broken for countless years, actually grew its head again. Although it seems that the strength has declined, at least there is no death phenomenon at all. No matter how small the body part is beaten by Ye Qiu's fist, it can still be transformed into a small earth dragon and survive. To say that you are earthworms is really a disgusting defense mechanism like earthworms. It is really troublesome. Since there is no way to kill you in this way, then I can only use a more brutal way. Ye Zanpakutō was calmer than everyone else. Obviously, this unexpected situation was within his expectations and did not bring him much surprise. That idiot earth dragon elder seemed to be a little unclear about the situation. His dharma like heaven and earth, but Flame King Kong could not only blast out a brutal fist, but the flames all over his body were enough to make their Earth Dragon clan no longer have the ability to revive. Vulcan-style kamikaze howl. Resurrection is not without cost, whether it is physical strength or one's own strength level, it will be greatly weakened because the body has become countless small Earth Dragons. Ye Qiu took advantage of this and directly displayed the power of tearing in the flame tornado, and the power of burning in the fire. As long as the defense level of the Earth Dragons was not enough, all the Earth Dragons suffered a devastating blow, no matter what. Which part of the body, touched by this terrifying flame tornado, will be completely turned into ashes in the first time. What a terrifying power. Fubuki has been deeply shocked by Ye Qiu's power to the point where fire borrows the wind. When the power of fire and wind are combined, the terrifying power that blooms is unimaginable. The most important thing is that as a person who can control one of the natural powers, first Fuegzu understands better than anyone how terrifying Ye Qiu's control of the power of nature is, especially his control of the flame. It doesn't take much time. Even comparable to her sister's trembling tornado. It seems that Ye Qiu is wanton slaughtering a member of the Earth Dragon clan, but Ye Qiu understands better than anyone else that the wily Earth Dragon leader has never made a move. It seems that he is still waiting for something. This old guy just lets himself. The ethnic group of the people has suffered a devastating blow, and they are unmoved. They must be planning some bigger conspiracy. However, Ye Qiu didn't care about his conspiracy at all. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks could not succeed, and he was already prepared. Before the conspiracy of the Earth Dragon leader succeeded, he would first take out the Earth Dragon clan's conspiracy. All living forces are weakened. Just one word, kill. As a hero, yes, in the face of these disasters, the only thing I can do well is to kill the source of these disasters completely, kill them with blood, kill them with fear, and never dare to disturb the human world again. 820. The leader of the Earth Dragon clan said that there is indeed a conspiracy. He is constantly observing Ye Qiu's movements. After thousands of years, he has learned that if he wants to defeat the enemy and win, he must learn to look for villain in addition to the crushing of strength. Weaknesses. Sure enough, in just 5 minutes, when more than 20 members of the Earth Dragon clan were completely reduced to ashes, the underground group of Earth Dragon clan members did not dare to take the lead, but the leader of the Earth Dragon clan was there. Behind the King Kong flame giant, he saw Ye Qiu who didn't move half an inch. Found it? It turns out that this is your weakness? The leader of the Earth Dragon shrewdly smiled, and while Ye Qiu was not paying attention, the tip sank toward the ground. Originally, it was necessary to devour that kid's flesh and blood to be able to feel the blood of the real dragon contained in it. There is indeed no need to entangle too much with the giant flame of King Kong. The underground is the main battlefield for their Earth Dragon clan to survive. As long as he enters the underground, his speed can be more than doubled. Be careful, that old guy has already started to act, and the safety of my life is in your hands. Whether or not the dragon level disaster can be quelled this time. It depends entirely on your strength, not mine. Ye Qiu solemnly explained to Fubuki. Item 6. Really an old jerk. Ye Qiu understood almost instantly what kind of conspiracy was planned by that old Yin, the leader of the Earth Dragon. That guy just wanted to sneak into the ground quietly and find a suitable angle to attack his body when his attention was completely on his descendants. After Ye Qiu's reminder, Fubuki figured out in an instant what exactly is the plan of the Earth Dragon leader. What a pity! That guy's body was too big, even if he felt that his movements were already very small, and even that he didn't attack Ye Qiu, it made him relax his vigilance. Earth Dragon, after all, it's just an earthworm, even if it's because of its strength, its brain is still so ineffective. Almost instantly, with Ye Qiu, hell-blowing snow raised his body to a height of 100 meters again. Even if the Earth Dragon leader unexpectedly rushed out of the ground, she would have enough time to react. It was helpless to say it. Originally she could take Ye Qiu to fly to a higher place, but when she fully exerted her strength and wanted to control Ye Qiu's body at will, she found that this guy's body weight had reached a terrifying amount. The point? Not lighter than a car? Fubuki instantly understood that she was probably able to control Ye Qiu easily at that time, entirely because of Ye Qiu's own initiative. Ye Qiu's body was indeed constantly taking in energy because he started to practice Qigong. When his body became stronger and stronger, even if it was no worse than steel, his weight would naturally increase accordingly. Just because of the existence of internal strength, Ye Qiu can control his weight that has gradually become terrifying relatively easily, so as not to cause trouble to the people around him in life. However, Ye Qiu had no extra inner strength to control his weight because he had to use his full strength to use the Vulcan-style Vajra-style combination of the Dharma-shaped golden body, so Hellblow Snow felt that his weight was a bit terrifying at this time. A distance of 100 meters is enough. Ye Qiu glanced at the gradually blurred scenery under his feet, and he was relieved. It seemed that he didn't need to come up with some dangerous means to guard against that guy, DeLongZhongLong. King Kong Water Fist. Fist King Kong, Flames Burst. Flame King does not need to fly into the air, standing on the ground like a god of killing. The flowing water rock-shattering fist unfolds, and every time it hits the heads of those little earth dragons with incomparable accuracy. A punch through. The flames burned the penetrated body to ashes in an instant. So violent? The skills are certainly powerful, but when watching Ye Qiu fight, there is more of a feeling of blood boiling. Fubuki felt that her little face was a little red. For some reason, she felt a little handsome when she saw Ye Qiu fighting. Give me death? The power of the real dragon belongs to our Earth Dragon clan, and this leader will rule the world sooner or later. Just as Ye Qiu continued to deal devastating blows to the Earth Dragon clan, he was always looking for an opportunity. The Earth Dragon leader, who wanted to devour Ye Qiu completely, finally couldn't help but launch an attack. With mad desire, the leader of the Earth Dragon slammed out of the ground, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Fortunately, his body was only 50 meters long, and after he was completely ejected from the ground, he gave Fubuki some time to react, and with a pale face, he exerted his psychic power to the maximum and deepest position on Ye Qiu's incomparably heavy body. Moved out, nearly 30 meters away. How brave! Dare to leave the underground, that is your biggest mistake. Ye Qiu's best attack methods are undoubtedly the 18 dragon subduing palms, flowing water rock crushing fist, and even Fengshen legs. However, in order to expand the strength of Xiongning High School, he also used his creative ability to create a lot of cheats, one of which is called Dragon Capturer. Ye Qiu only had a rough idea of the level of proficiency in those secret manuals, but it was not difficult to perform these moves. Dragon Catcher? The big golden flame hand controlled by Ye Qiu seemed to have an incomparably strong suction force and changed its direction in the air. The Earth Dragon leader who wanted to attack him was directly affected by the power of the dragon catching hand. The incomparable body instantly changed the direction of movement. What happened? The Earth Dragon leader wanted to get rid of the strange and incomparable suction, but found that his body still flew towards the huge palm of the Flame King without hesitation. Ah, if you want to kill me, you don't even want to see if you have the ability. If you want to swallow me directly, don't think about it. As a thing that lives underground, after you leave the ground, your combat power will be reduced. Will it be the pinnacle? Who said that only the leader of the Earth Dragon was counting on Ye Qiu, but Ye Qiu was also counting on the leader of the Earth Dragon. No, never fly again. The Earth Dragon leader knew very well that Ye Qiu, a human with the breath of a true dragon, would definitely not be as simple as he imagined. Not as Ye Qiu wished. That terrifying flame caused immeasurable damage to his children and grandchildren, even if his defense was astonishing. He didn't want to confront Ye Qiu head-on at this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What caught Ye Qiu by surprise was that the guy who was the leader of the Earth Dragon, with all the barbs on his back, like a hidden weapon, instantly broke away from his body and flew towards his body. That terrifying speed really made Ye Qiu unable to react in an instant. Damn it! There is also this trick. It seems that I am going to get hurt a little today. Ye Qiu's complexion became ugly, and he didn't think Fubuki could carry his body to avoid all the barbs perfectly. Nirvana, Helllan? Seeing such a scene of love, money, Fubuki bit his lip fiercely, and directly pushed his psychic power to the maximum limit, and the psychic power instantly swept the countless scattered rubble into the swirling storm. In the middle, let countless stones suddenly attack the barbs of the Earth Dragon Zhonglong and fly to Ye Qiu. Blocked a lot of rubbish. It really made a bloody path out of hell, and there were only 3 thorns that really attacked Ye's body. And because of the protection of the diamond indestructible magic, Ye Qiu's body only suffered a little skin trauma, which was not too serious. Call. Helfugu's complexion was extremely pale. This was the first time she had used psychic power so laboriously. Sure enough, the sudden attack of the dragon-level disaster was not her current strength, and she could completely stop it. Moreover, looking at the dragon leader, the barbs on his back are still growing. The ability of dragon-level disasters is indeed beyond the range of A-level hero, ES, strength. Dragon catcher? Ye Qiu's internal energy was frenzied, and all the pills that had not been swallowed in his mouth slipped into his stomach in an instant. Do you really think he has nothing left? As the terrifying power of the Bingliang pill filled his whole body, Ye Qiu's body instantly had a layer of terrifying scarlet red true air, and the 3 barbs that were inserted into his body were also pushed out of the body little by little. This human being is still getting stronger. When will human beings have the ability to become stronger in an instant? The Earth Dragon leader was a little uneasy in his heart. With the continuous crimson airflow on Ye Qiu's body, he could clearly feel that the suction force his body needed to face became stronger. Totally out of control. That terrifying Flame King Kong, while slaughtering his descendants, was able to separate himself and want to control him. As long as I devour him, my strength will definitely rise to a higher level. What kind of underground king, sky king, and deep sea king, monsters who have accumulated prestige with the light of their ancestors, will only recognize one king sooner or later, and that is his 833 true dragon kings? Thinking about the leader of the Earth Dragon, I felt so dark, and the title of the real Dragon King I thought of, I felt that it would make him the real king of the weird world. Unfortunately, this kind of good thing is just to think about. When the power of the Bingliang Guan completely became crazy in Ye Qiu's body, the control power of the Dragon Catcher also became extremely terrifying. Oh, in less than 5 seconds, the Earth Dragon leader realized that his body was completely uncontrollable, and was directly absorbed into his hand by Ye Qiu's golden body. That golden flame giant hand, the temperature is indeed a bit high and scary. However, the leader of the Earth Dragon was not too worried. Those children and grandchildren could not withstand the attack of the high-temperature flame, which did not mean that he could not bear it either. The underground where the Earth Dragon clan lived, as their strength increased, they needed to face a location closer to the center of the Earth, where there was a magma in the center of the Earth that was more terrifying than Ye Qiu's flames at this time. From the beginning, the Earth Dragon leader disdained this kind of flame. Just to let Ye Qiu relax his vigilance, he had to act as if he was really afraid of Ye Qiu's ability. This was a boring mind that had been silent for thousands of years, and it made him want to play Ye Qiu. As for those children and grandchildren, they were never as important to him as himself. The reproduction of the Earth Dragon clan is not as difficult as imagined. As long as he is willing to give away a part of his body's power, no matter how many offspring, he can quickly multiply. The leader of the Earth Dragon felt that he was going to do what he wanted, and directly let Ye Qiu use the terrifying flame diamond to seize his body, but he would win more opportunities, but he did not know that Ye Qiu was also prepared for this. How could he attack this guy with flames? And he just discovered that the old guy, the leader of the Earth Dragon, had no fear at all when facing flame attacks. It can be seen that his body has great resistance to flames. If this is the case, if the flame is not good, then use brute force to come directly. The 3rd level Dragon Elephant Boruogong is not right, and now it is in the 4th floor of the Dragon Elephant Boruogong cultivation. The Dragon Elephant power possessed by the Flame King Kong is no worse than the power of the flame. Of course, Ye Qiu did have a feeling recently. Burning the fruit is really incomparable, but he has no experience with the special properties of flames. He even considers that his chi and blood have reached a limit before exchanging them for battles. The strange fire that broke the sky and the world, if the ability of the strange fire is added to the burning fruit that he has entered, his strength will become extremely terrifying. Ye Qiu's idea is indeed very good, and he does not need to separate to refine the strange fire when he is burning the fruit. Logically speaking, there is no way for any kind of flame in the world to kill him completely. But now he still has to concentrate on dealing with the leader of the Earth Dragon. It seems that the Earth Dragon can be used as medicine, right? If that's the case, he probably won't give the Earth Dragon leader a good way to die. At least he must make his death especially valuable, but this value is a value for human beings. What a strong Rakido. The leader of the Earth Dragon suddenly felt a terrifying tearing sensation coming from his body, but he knew that this terrifying power, even if his body was completely turned into 2 halves, there was no way to kill him at all, unless it was completely destroy all the body parts of their Earth Dragon clan, otherwise it will be difficult to kill them completely. Boy, stop struggling in vain. No matter how much you struggle, you will become a part of my body. It's better to give up resistance at this time and make yourself appear greater. The Earth Dragon leader is still trying to use his own words to get Ye Qiu to give up his resistance, because he doesn't want his body to become 2 segments with another offspring, which will not only affect his dominance, but also affect his eyesight. Cause great impact. Ah, I know that your body is extremely strong and has great resistance to the power of fire. If this is the case, I will use the characteristics of your family to tear you into 10, 100, and 1000. I want to see how strong you were at that time. Ye Qiu sneered. The incomparably powerful defense mechanism of the Earth Dragon clan can indeed help them avoid many fatal injuries, but for Ye Qiu, this is also a useful point for the body of the Earth Dragon leader. After being torn into countless pieces by him, even if he does not, it will be completely perished, and the strength will be greatly reduced at that time. At that time, how could the extra new individuals of the Earth Dragon leader be able to withstand the damage of the flame? A mere Earth Dragon, how can I stop the power of my dragon elephant? In Ye Qiu's incarnation of the Flame King Kong, the terrifying roar of the dragon elephant was heard again. No, you can't do that. Absolutely not. We can negotiate. The Earth Dragon leader finally became anxious at this time, and the whole person began to roar continuously, trying to make Ye Qiu stop his dangerous behavior. Ye Qiu sneered. Negotiating? Do you think a human hero, ES, would negotiate with a different species like you? It's not my race, its heart will be different. I am the human hero, ES, I must do my best and kill me. Kill it. Sela. Just as Ye Qiu's words fell, the Earth Dragon leader's super long body, which seemed to be incomparably tough, with a length of more than 50 meters, was directly torn to two ends by the golden flame palm, and blood was caught in Ye Qiu's hands. Hihi, don't you need the ability to save your life? It seems that you are very reluctant to part with your body. If that's the case, then I can't live up to your expectations. Ye Qiu's smile grew brighter. Bah, another bullshit? Ye Qiu has no sympathy for this reptile who dares to offend the dragon character. He is an authentic Huxia bloodline, also known as the descendant of the dragon. How could he allow this kind of guy to steal the name of the dragon? So violent. The mouth of the undocumented knight could no longer be closed. Everyone in the Fubuki group didn't know what to say at this time. Ye Qiu was too weird. Strong is outrageous. When it comes to B-level hero, ES, of their level, I often see S-level hero, ES, fighting, but like Ye Qiu, wind, fire, and hero, ES, with both strength and defense, it was the first time they met. The key is that Ye Qiu is not the same as Emperor Zhang. His ability can grow explosively with age. After a few years, Ye Qiu's strength will inevitably reach another peak. The Earth Dragon leader's body, with a thick layer of brown armor on the outside, can know how strong the defense is. But Ye Qiu transformed the Flame King into a terrifying body with a length of more than 50 meters and a width of 5 meters without hesitation. 2 paragraphs. If that kind of power were to act on a human being, I am afraid that it would be instantly kneaded into meat patties by this terrifying palm. S-class hero, ES, has such a terrifying existence. After all, it is the blessing of human hero, ES. Kill. Killing intent has been decided. Ye Qiu didn't give the Earth Dragon leader any chance. The seemingly invincible defense was actually the biggest weakness. This idiot dragon-level guy had been underground for too long, and he really thought he was smart enough. Humans have evolved for so many years, how can the brains of these monsters be compared? Everything is easy to talk about. In fact, over the past few thousand years, we have discovered many treasures underground. Those treasures have no small effect on people or weirdos. The Earth Dragon leader said quickly. Can still connect. As long as Ye Qiu is willing to let go, he can still connect his body back. Really miscalculated? But it is something that is on fire. He has never thought that it will be so amazing on your face. That kind of terrifying power, which regards him as a proud defense, crushes it to smithereens. What the Earth Dragon leader didn't know is that Ye Qiu's own power is not that strong, and the reason why he is able to burst out such a powerful force is entirely because the power of his powerful 5 ration pills has been absorbed into his body. No, to be precise, those powers could not be completely absorbed by Ye Qiu's body, so he poured all the excess power into Flame King Kong's body. Actually, this kind of thing is not non-negotiable. You must show your sincerity first. Only after I see your sincerity can I decide whether to let it go. Ye Qiu did not use his incomparably terrifying flame diamond real body to tear the body of the leader of the Earth Dragon again. He was afraid that if he accidentally wiped out this guy, the treasure that the Earth Dragon clan had hidden for thousands of years, but will not be seen. The leader of the Earth Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. His heart was full of praise, and he was a great intelligent human being, and he was still as greedy as thousands of years ago. It completely kills the baby, isn't it still his own? Under the order of the Earth Dragon leader, the younger brothers of the Earth Dragon clan went underground one after another, and they reappeared in a short time, and in front of them, there were many more flowers and plants exuding strange aromas. Fruit. Sure enough, it is a treasure of heaven and earth. It doesn't seem to be a heaven and earth treasure of any level. The world of One Punch Man has really brought him a big surprise. This level of heaven and earth treasure is in my UK. You can't find it anywhere in the world? Because of the appearance of weirdos, the world has become dilapidated. In many places, human beings cannot survive at all. Perhaps it is precisely because of such an environment that the exploitation of resources by human beings has entered a stage of stagnation. Instead, those barren areas are it is easier to breed very high-level treasures of heaven and earth. After all, outsiders do not have a strong demand for such things, and they rarely go to those places, destroying the growth of these heaven and earth treasures. On the contrary, it is cheaper for the Earth Dragon clan. Yes, these treasures collected by your Earth Dragon clan really make me want them very much, and their value can buy your life. Ask for flowers, Ye Qiu said with satisfaction. The hell-blowing snow suddenly became anxious. Ye Qiu, how can you do this? Don't forget that you are Hero, ES. This kind of thing shouldn't be done by Hero, ES. No matter what kind of transaction, it can't be changed. From our standpoint, what you have to do now is to kill that monster, instead of coveting their family's treasure. Ye Qiu stared at hell-blowing snow with great interest. Just now, this girl was not so insistent on the concept of Hero, ES. He didn't expect that at the critical moment, it really changed, which made him feel a little more appreciative. Mr. Human, your strength is strong enough, there is no need to listen to the weak. Our Earth Dragon clan promises that we will become forever friends with you in the future. The Earth Dragon leader quickly added. Friends forever? Yet you didn't intend to become so-called friends with these monsters. Hell Fubuki, bring all those things for me. Ye Qiu said to Hell Fubuki. I reject. Hell Fubuki's complexion suddenly turned cold. She did not expect that the person who had spoken such passionate words just now would become so rewarding. Woman, don't be stupid, those things are of great use to any of us, and can improve a lot of strength in a short period of time. I didn't agree, that guy, if you don't kill him after taking the things, if I don't bring the things over now, they may destroy them directly when I get some good things later. Ye Qiu's voice suddenly sounded in Hell Chuixu's ears, but she clearly didn't see Ye Qiu talking, and that child, the ground that Flame King was holding in his hand, the dragon leader didn't seem to hear Ye Qiu's words. What is the problem? Don't hesitate, hurry up and get it. Ye Qiu's voice sounded again. Hell Fubuki didn't quite understand what happened, but she felt that at such a time, it was better to trust Ye Qiu. Just trust you once? If you really dare to let those monsters go, even if you die here, I will not have any fear in Hell-Blow Snow. The ability of Hell-Blowing Snow is still a bit beneficial, and all the heaven and earth treasures that were put aside by the Earth Dragon clan were all moved to Ye Qiu by her telekinesis in an instant. Hiss, good stuff, all are good things. If it was just heartbeat, Ye Qiu's eyes were already glowing green at this time. Almost every one of the energy exuding from the treasures of heaven and earth is more intense than his 9-yang infuriating energy. As expected of a world where a monster like Saitama can be cultivated, the hidden good things are much higher than he imagined. How is it? This human powerhouse, is my Earth Dragon clan sincere enough? The Earth Dragon leader was a little proud. He believed that what he had brought out was enough to make Ye Qiu's heart move. If possible, please do so as soon as possible. Put my body down 833. Let go? Why? Ye Qiu showed a playful smile. What do you mean? The face of the Earth Dragon leader changed greatly. Ha ha ha, to put it badly, I never promised you any conditions. It was you who was stupid and took out all the treasures in the underground. I am very grateful for your contribution, so maybe I will give it to you later. It's a little more comfortable to die. Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. You are not trustworthy. The Earth Dragon leader was furious. All the barbs that had just grown out of his body flew towards Ye Qiu. Under the orders of the Earth Dragon leader, the group of Earth Dragons who had reached the level of ghosts also shot all the barbs out of their bodies at almost the same time. The target was only one direction. Ye Qiu, useless, useless. Do these guys really think that their 5 ration pills are all for nothing? The vastness of the 9-yang infuriating energy has long made the surrounding space sticky, like a ball of cotton. Without breaking the package of the 9-yang infuriating chi, there is no way to touch his half-hearted body. King Kong is not bad magic golden light. As for the leader of the Earth Dragon who had the strength to break through the sticky 9-yang infuriating space, it was also because his body was completely blocked by the Flame King Kong. The saliva, the hardback barb, or the arrogant power, there is no way to cause any damage to the Flame King. I'm sorry, only children will choose. Now that all the treasures of your Earth Dragon clan have been in my hands, do you really think that I will return them to you? Whether it is the treasures you have hidden, or your life, I will all of them. Ye Qiu smiled therapeutically. I knew it, I knew it. The undocumented knight looked at Ye Qiu's silhouette flying in the air with incomparable admiration. Everyone in the Fubuki team was also relieved, and they were really worried. If the Hell Fubuki-sama got hot and started to fight with Ye Qiu, the S-rank hero, ES, it would really not be a good end. In fact, in the S-level hero, ES, there are indeed people with bad character, and these B-level hero, ES, have some understanding. For example, Metal Knight, this guy only does things that are beneficial to him. As for becoming a hero, ES, that is just to facilitate him to experiment with his own weapons. Ye Qiu is still a young man, and he seems to have the blood of hero, ES. He is afraid that he will become an S-level hero, ES, like a Metal Knight because of a temptation by the Earth Dragon leader. That said, it's all a huge loss. You don't keep your word. The Earth Dragon leader wailed, and the struggle became even stronger. Ye Qiu sneered, idiot, it's because you are slow. You want to do me a routine? Don't look at your brain that hasn't developed in the past few thousand years. Tear. The Flame King Kong incarnated by Ye Qiu instantly exerted strength again, and the body of the Earth Dragon leader was torn apart again. You guys, if you have the guts, stand under that old guy's body. His blood is good enough for your body. Ye Qiu felt a little distressed about the blood that kept pouring from the sky. No, you won't become a weirdo, will you? The undocumented knight asked boldly. Don't worry, the Earth Dragon clan is not a strange race, but a strange race, and their blood is a great tonic for humans. Ye Qiu explained. Only your body can endure it, and your physical fitness will be greatly improved in a short period of time, surpassing the limit of ordinary human beings. There is definitely no problem. There is such a benefit? The melon eaters who were still worried before, all eyes glowing at this time, frantically ran to the position under the body of the Earth Dragon leader. This guy not only wants to kill me, but also humiliate me? Even if he felt that death was approaching, the Earth Dragon leader did not feel so humiliated. But now, Ye Qiu, that BD, actually let the group of tower ants, who in his eyes have no strength at all, come to drink its blood. This is a blatant humiliation? Can't bear it? Can't bear it? The resentment in my heart is getting heavier. Originally cultivating underground, some things after the Earth's mutation could not affect the Earth Dragon clan at all, but after entering the ground, the clan people of the Earth Dragon clan were obviously affected by that kind of thing. To be weird? Through the Flame King Kong, Ye Qiu clearly felt the slightest changes in the Earth Dragon leader. It seems that what he has done has filled this guy with resentment, so he is affected by the special energy of this world, and he wants to be weirded out on his own to improve his strength. Seeing the head of the Earth Dragon leader, there is an abrupt sarcoma growing up, as if some substance will grow out of the sarcoma. Originally, I wanted to make good use of the waste, but now it seems that I can only end you directly. Give me death? 3.8 The power of the dragon and elephant in Ye Qiu's body suddenly burst out, and the head of the Earth Dragon leader, full of resentment, was directly squeezed into a bloody water that flowed downwards like a waterfall. The undocumented knights and the others who rushed over first had completely ignored the hostility of the remaining land dragons. When the blood of the local dragon leader splattered on them, a warm force suddenly flowed into the limbs and bones. Comfortable? More comfortable than a hot spring? It's just that people can't help but shine come out. The most important thing is that it is really strong. The degree of that kind of strengthening is a visible improvement to the naked eye, and I can fully feel that my body, which was not strong before, is already full of powerful strength that has never been seen before. Mr. Ye Qiu, he really deserves to be an S-class hero, ES. Eyelashes and Yamaman feel that maybe after today, their Fubuki group will become a full member A-level hero, ES, organization. Crush, crush, crush. The huge palm of the Flame King quickly crushed the Earth Dragon leader's body, which seemed to be recovering, into countless powders. Relying on racial ability, want to linger on? Did Ye Qiu give him this right? It's too arrogant to be a mere earthworm and want to become a real dragon? No matter how greedy the group of ghost-level Earth Dragons wanted to absorb the blood of the Earth Dragon leader, they were directly repelled by Ye Qiu. A bunch of rubbish, all die? That troublesome talent really made him feel a little entangled. Originally, these Earth Dragons could all be turned into medicinal herbs. Now, they can only be the guys from the cheap blowing snow group. Can I do it too? Hell Fubuki looked at Ye Qiu with some anticipation. This kind of benefit is not something that can be encountered at any time. The blood of a weirdo has never been of any benefit to human beings. The Earth Dragon clan has nothing to do with the weirdo. It seems to be a powerful underground clan except for the 12 human beings. Random. Ye Qiu himself did not enjoy the nourishment of the blood of the leader of the Earth Dragon. For him, the blood of the leader of the Earth Dragon could not improve his physical level. Instead, it was the treasures of heaven and earth that were the most important to him. Eye-catching stuff. The ability to refine medicine? If possible, Ye Qiu really wants to exchange some medicine refining ability in a short time. Medicated bath? It is true that it can improve a lot of physical strength, and even can improve a lot of internal strength cultivation, but compared to medicinal pills, the effect is still much weaker. After all, one is internal absorption and the other is external absorption. Is it to find a method of alchemy? Or to find a world that can alchemy? Ye Qiu fell into such a consideration. If the ability to burn the fruit is not used for alchemy, it would be a bit of a waste. Absolute control of the flame? While pondering, the movements in Ye Qiu's hands were not slow at all. The members of the Earth Dragon clan, one by one, were crushed to pieces by the huge palm of the Flame King Kong. As for the people who were enjoying there, all of them had turned into an incomparably red look at this time, and they looked a little intimidating. Okay, all the remaining little shrimps from the Earth Dragon clan have gone underground, and I'm not going to continue chasing them. You will explain to the Hero, ES, Association later, and I'll leave. Ye Qiu said hello, and directly put away the Dharma image of Flame King Kong. Swallowing 5 military ration pills at once really made him a little unbearable. After exhausting the power of the military ration pills, his body became extremely weak. The Hell Fubuki that had become scarlet, shouted at Ye Qiu's back, Ye Qiu, you must join the Fubuki group. Ye Qiu turned around with a funny look, I'm sorry, I refuse. If you can become an S-level hero, ES, I might consider joining. The organization of B-level hero, ES, is really not very interesting. After a pause, Ye Qiu continued, it's your sister Lolita, if she is willing to team up with me, I can consider it. Anyway, she can let me fly in the sky, and her strength is even stronger. Yes. Now, the undocumented night starts from tomorrow. You can go to Teacher Bangu's dojo to report. I am practicing with Teacher Bangu now. A hole? You BD? Men are bastards. Infernal Fugue's teeth are itching with anger. S-class hero, ES, can be achieved by just talking about it. And the most jerk of this BD is that he is actually interested in her sister. Jigoku Fubuki felt that from childhood to adulthood, he was incomparable to the trembling tornado sister in many ways. But in terms of appearance and figure, Hell Fubuki is still very confident in himself, and has never felt that his appearance and figure will lose to his sister one day. Ye Qiu, that guy must be a Lilicon. Shameless? Hell Fubuki seems to have forgotten a bit. The trembling tornado seems to be a lot older than Ye Qiu, and can't be called a loli at all. The most important thing is that Ye Qiu is actually quite young. Apart from being a little more violent when fighting, Ye Qiu's real age is a teenager, which is not an exaggeration at all. The next day, all the citizens of the One Punch world, while refreshing the Hero ES rankings, waiting to see what Hero ES they like, and what new records they have in one day, suddenly found a new name. S-Class Hero ES, ranked 15th, Ye Qiu. Who is this new S-Class Hero ES? Why have never heard of his name? In addition to those who pay attention to the Hero ES rankings every day, I know that not long ago, there was another person on the S-rank rankings. According to the official updated information, the age is still very young. Originally, everyone was very interested, and wanted to see what kind of impressive record this new S-rank Hero ES would have, but for a long time, I could not see any information about Ye Qiu's update. Just when most people were about to forget about this S-rank Hero ES, they didn't expect his information to be updated and his ranking to be directly improved by 2. Tiger level geek, small vaccine man, instant kill, dragon level disaster, earth dragon clan invasion, all destroyed, break. Although there are only 2 Hero ES events, no matter which one of 833 is, it declares to everyone how terrifying this new S-Class Hero ES is. It may seem inconspicuous to kill Tiger-level monsters in seconds, but for many B-level Hero ES and A-level Hero ES, it is almost impossible to kill Tiger-level in seconds. As for the Dragon-level disaster, it is in the eyes of many people that several S-level Hero ES must join forces to solve it perfectly. Powerful, young, mysterious. These 3 labels became Ye Qiu's labels almost instantly, and many young people regarded Ye Qiu as a new idol. No way, that arrogant face, plus age and ability, have an advantage over other S-Class Hero ES. For a while, everyone hoped that Ye Qiu could do more Hero ES activities to let them know more about Ye Qiu's record. But after a night of adjustment, Ye Qiu didn't plan to come to the world of One Punch the next day. Bad wolf, bad wolf? Even after wearing the weight-bearing clothes, it still brought him a great surprise. Everyone from Class A and Class B are on stage. In the eyes of the wolves, the group of human beings who seem to be more like weirdos than weirdos, actually everyone has superpowers that are extremely precious in the world of One Punch, but these innate superpowers seem a little weak to him. Pitful. Damn it! What the hell is this place, and why are there so many humans with enviable talents? The evil wolf stared at Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu smiled and shrugged, looking at the students who were all lying on the ground except Beihi Yujia, with a look of complete satisfaction on their faces. This is a school that needs to cultivate Hero ES. Don't you want to be a freak? Isn't it a pleasure for you to defeat the Hero ES of the future? Having said that, but you can't take off my weird clothes, don't even give me a fair chance to fight, what sense of accomplishment is there? The wolf wants to cry. Ye Qiu, this BD, seemed to see that he was disdainful of killing those little brats, so he threw him here with great confidence. The point is, there are 2 supervisors, Bai and Yujia, who cooperate with each other in melee and long-distance combat. Even if he wants to kill, there is no chance at all. Okay, can I take this off? Those future Hero ES are strong. I know you want me to be his stepping stone. If that's the case, shouldn't you make me stronger? The wolf looked at Ye Qiu pitifully. No idea? Right now, his strength is not as good as others. The key is that he hasn't seen each other for a day, and that guy Ye Qiu's aura has actually gotten a lot stronger. Is that human being? It's obvious that he is the existence that Bangu considers a peerless genius. Okay, what is Ye Qiu? A peerless monster? Evil Wolf doesn't know why, but always feels that in front of Ye Qiu, he is the oppressed protagonist, and Ye Qiu is the big boss in the comic book, the big villain? It's not necessary. You only become stronger by wearing a weight-bearing suit? Otherwise, how can you surpass me? How can you surpass Teacher Bangu? Ye Qiu smiled playfully. Beyond? Are you the devil? Do you really think you are so good at surpassing? Evil Wolf felt that he should be a person who took that kind of skill route, and never paid much attention to physical training. And he knew very clearly that if Ye Qiu put on heavy clothes for him, it would cause great damage to his physical foundation, which clearly meant that he would not be allowed to complete the road of transcendence. By the way, you can go to the school to apply for a medicated bath package. It is a good thing and will make up for the loss of foundation. Don't think I am so careful. Ye Qiu looked at the wolf with confidence. Even if I make you stronger and you chase after me desperately, it's hard to see my back. This is the gap between strength and talent. Just now, he was still agitating, and he was even trying to stimulate the wolves to become motivated, and in a blink of an eye, he started to strike again. The most important thing is that those guys who were lying on the ground were really ashamed and angry at this time. The evil wolf is wearing that heavy-duty suit, and they can't even beat it. The key is that no matter how you look at it, it makes people feel powerful, even the unreachable wolf, who can't even see the back of Ye Qiu, the demon advisor. Is the power gap really that big? Don't be discouraged. How strong can you become and how quickly you can catch up with your goals? On the one hand, it depends on your talent, and on the other hand, it depends on your opportunities. People with good luck said you may encounter your own opportunity, so don't envy others who are stronger than you for a while, and don't envy me, always stronger than you. Ye Qiu said calmly. Okay, It makes sense, but if it wasn't for the strength of this guy, everyone would want to beat him up. By the way, after a while, I should still find a teacher, Mr. All Might, remember to arrange it. Ye Qiu hadn't figured out how to deal with the treasures in his hands, but he had already figured out how to improve the quality of Xiangying's teaching. How does the teacher's level compare to that of the classmates like Evil Wolf? All Might asked with great interest. Should be much more reliable than this guy. Ye Qiu swept away the wolf in disdain. You. The wolf looked angry, but unfortunately he also knew that the S-rank hero, that Ye Qiu knew were indeed much stronger than him in terms of current strength. Don't get me wrong, I'm not looking for the group of people you think, I'm looking for someone whose name you've never heard of. Don't think that famous people are powerful, there are many powerful people you don't know. Ye Qiu sneered. There are really so many great people in the world. All Might looked at Ye Qiu in surprise. Ye Qiu patted him on the shoulder. Recover well, if you can recover well, I will take you to see the strongest person I know so far. At least for that guy, going to the moon is not a problem. What a difficult thing. On the moon? By airship? Well, no one dares to think about whether there are normal people who can go to the moon with their own strength. Okay, as number 1 on the Hero, ranking, I haven't felt fear for a long time since I graduated from Heroes. All Might showed his pretended muscles and felt like he was still very strong. It just so happens that you have time today, so you guys can practice by yourself. I want to build a gravity room and a wooden man alley in the school. Ye Qiu greeted Beihe Yujia. The road to Bangu Dojo is relatively safe, and the 4 of them together, even if they encounter a dragon-level disaster, they still have the ability to escape. Ye Qiu is very confident about their safety. What is the gravity room? Everyone can basically understand it by listening to the name. But what is Wooden Man Alley? Anyway, the first-year Xiangying freshmen who are lying on the ground now have no intention of standing up at all. Demon? Why in the end, all the senior leaders of Xiangying let this demon do whatever they want, they have already felt despair. Don't look at me like that, Qian Hahao, all of you are here to help later, and the basic facilities of the school are also one of your courses. Ye Qiu's face suddenly became serious. You must know that in the exchange room, there is already a more advanced method of physique cultivation. If you don't have a strong physique, even if you exchange credits for you, it is impossible to successfully cultivate. Speaking of this, the little angel of Green Valley has a deep understanding. For cultivators, this kind of thing is like poisoning, and it will make people want to persevere and suffer. Because you keep refining your body, as your body becomes stronger, the speed of your cultivation will gradually become stronger. The most important thing is that you can see with the naked eye the extent to which the body becomes stronger. Can I do it too? The wolf's eyes flashed. Ye Qiu's method of physique cultivation, even his descendant of the rock-shattering fist of water, is still greedy. Why not? I've said it all, no matter how strong you become, you can't see my back. Ye Qiu said indifferently. It's just that I have to remind you one thing, mix in the hero, circle every day, and learn from the hero, to make the necessary efforts to become stronger. You, a guy who aspires to be a weirdo, can quickly will be changed. Evil Wolf's happy expression just now turned ugly. I'll never be a hypocritical hero, like you. Why can't a weirdo be the protagonist in this world? Whack? What is this name? The freshmen of Xiangying High School still felt a little curious about the inexplicable words of the evil wolf, but with Ye Qiu here, they didn't dare to ask any more questions. All Might shook his head. The boy who had unparalleled talent in his physical appearance seemed to be a problem boy just like Stain. It's just that the problem of this problem boy is not as deep as that of Stain. If he knows that under his own supervision, he won't let the students go to the dormitory and switch to Stain, a hero, killer. Maybe. Now you don't understand what a hero, is, and you don't want to be a hero, it doesn't matter, and I don't think you're going to be a hero, weirdo, it's just your definition of that species. Actually, if you want to be a weirdo, not to be one of them, just like hero, and human beings, there is never a way to give birth to the same 2 people and the same 2 hero, in the world. Everyone has their own code of conduct, even if it is a weirdo. I don't think you, a self-proclaimed weirdo, can't be a good person among the weirdos. Ye Qiu continued. Don't be in a hurry to refute, time will prove everything, and then we will see you again. Have you become a good person among bad people, or a weird person among good people? In a sight, Ye Qiu used his quirks to create countless materials to cooperate with the labor force of the group of freshmen and wolves, and quickly completed the powerhouse and the Wooden Man Alley. Shoto Todoroki, come out. Ye Qiu hooked his fingers at the cold Shoto Todoroki. Your quirks are indeed very powerful, but in terms of presentation, if you don't use quirks, you will not be the opponent of Tails, Mizo, and Green Valley at all. It happens that the gravity room has a great increase in physical strength. Wooden Man Alley also has a lot of improvement for melee combat, giving you a chance to experience the effects of these 2 special buildings for free. Why it's not me? Bakugo waited for Ye Qiu in dissatisfaction. Ye Qiu glanced at Shoto Todoroki, then at Bakugo, and said with a smile, maybe it's because your sister doesn't know me, who let that cold guy have a cute sister. I really can't bear to refuse. That stupid woman. Elder sister? Shoto Todoroki's icy expression turned sharp when Ye mentioned Qiu's sister. Consultant Ye Qiu, no matter what misunderstandings we had before, please don't involve my sister. He is a bit stupid and kind. I don't want you to have any relationship with him, so please don't do anything to me special care. Such a long passage is probably the longest passage that Shoto Todoroki has heard since the beginning of the school year. It seems that sister does have an unusual position in his mind. Ye Qiu looked at Shoto Todoroki amusingly. I wonder if you have misunderstood. I am also a special advisor of Seongying High School, and it is impossible for you to have any special intentions for your sister. You can rest assured. I also refused before. I have been to her a few times, but recently some things need you to become stronger, and your talent is really good. I just give you a chance to test a new teaching method. If you are not willing, you can let it be given to others. I don't mind at all. Without any special intention, All Might didn't believe it. If you look at Yaoyorozu Momo and Kento Kezuka standing beside Ye Qiu, you will understand the crux of the problem. Shoto Todoroki is not ugly at all, except for a burn mark on his face. It can be clearly seen that their genes are very strong. As his sister, she must be a beautiful embryo. Ye Qiu can't have any special purpose? Shameless? Beasts? Scum? Anyway, for the men present, no matter what the unpleasant words were, they all attacked Ye Qiu. Bakugo even showed a constipated expression. Elder sister? Damn, why didn't his parents give him an extra sister? Their Bakugo family's genes will definitely not be worse than those from Hong Jiaodong's family. He missed the opportunity to become stronger faster. It's really hateful. Recently, I have reported good results, and I want to understand a lot of things, such as his goal. In the current situation, it seems that Qiu is definitely a hero, at the level of All Might. His goal should not be Qiu for the time being. It was the one who crushed Class A and all the peers at work to become the best in Seongying High School. Do you still want to refuse now? Ye Qiu stared at Shoto Todoroki with interest. Shoto Todoroki hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Ye Qiu lightly, with a threat in his eyes, and then walked directly into the gravity room. In order to take care of you, the monitoring of the gravity room today is open to the outside world. Ye Qiu snapped his fingers, and the big screen outside suddenly lit up. Shoto Todoroki, who had entered the gravity room and did not feel any pressure, could also hear Ye Qiu's words. He was already a little regretful. Shoto Todoroki felt as if he had been fooled. This guy Ye Qiu was clearly taking him as a monkey. Anyway, if it is related to Ye Qiu, it will definitely not be a good thing. Bakugo breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and he was a little fortunate. Fortunately it wasn't him who just entered, otherwise it would not be Shoto Todoroki who looked ugly now. Elder sister? Ah, having a beautiful older sister doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Shoto Todoroki, say if you're ready, and I'll start adjusting gravity outside. Ye Qiu greeted Shoto Todoroki. Ready. Shoto Todoroki, with a dark face, didn't want to waste even a little more time. Okay, double the gravity, get ready. Shoto Todoroki, who was standing in the gravity room, felt that after the doubled gravity was turned on, the whole person began to become heavier from the body to the breath. Still within the acceptable range? Gravity, using one's own quirks, can't produce any counteracting effect. Shoto Todoroki also took this difficult environment as a test for himself. Depressed? A little comfortable? What? It seems that this gravity room is not a great place. Minoru Mineta couldn't help but whispered. Ye Qiu glanced at this guy lightly, and said that among the two classes A and B, among the weakest people, one of them was definitely Feng Tianxi. That kid's quirks looks pretty good, but his mind is on the bonus products of the teacher's medicated bath packages. The kid is said to have been caught several times using his quirks to climb walls and sneak out of the windows of other male teachers to watch movies they were watching. Kaminari Denki wanted to remind his good brother, but under Ye's threatening eyes, he finally decided to give up and let his good brother kill himself, as long as he didn't pull him into the water. Can you hold on to it? If you can hold on in an environment with double the gravity, I will trouble you to do some boxing activities in the room. Only when you can move freely in the gravity room, your body will continue to grow. Only with the improvement of the medicine can the medicinal power of those medicinal bath packages be turned into the driving force for the enhancement of the body. Ye Qiu paused and continued. That is, you are lucky. When the official opening, everyone who wants to enter the practice will have to collect credits, and according to your current weak physical fitness, you can practice for at most 1 hour a day. Is there any such benefit? After hearing Ye Qiu's words, Shoto Todoroki was embarrassed to be stared at by others, and he suddenly entered a state of cultivation. Yes, I did notice that Mizo and Ajiro Masharao, the necks of the ancient martial arts school, have improved a lot more than others recently, and this kid actually got enlightened. Half ice and half fire quirks make Shoto Todoroki a mighty hero, with little effort. But in Ye Qiu's view, this kind of wasteful behavior is very shameful. If Shoto Todoroki can develop his ice and fire ability to the level of his 10 times 1 finger meditation, he can more than double his strength. Shoto Todoroki studied Jeet Kune Do, a modern genre that looks simple but works. Of course, in the current society, there are not many people who still insist on practicing physical skills. Instead, everyone will believe in quirks more. People who don't have quirks will basically accept their own destiny and become ordinary people. In less than a minute, Shoto Todoroki was performing Jeet Kune Do, but he felt his breathing became a little heavier, and his muscles gradually became sore. Tired so soon? That guy Shoto Todoroki is a shame. Bakugo scoffed in disdain. Wu Jianing's side is also very proud. I knew that the people in your class A are only showy, and in the gravity room, all things appear. Ninggren Wujian, remember to spend all your credits on the gravity room and Wooden Man Lane. If you don't practice physical art, I will report to the school and consider expelling you directly. Ye Qiu said indifferently. Break? Wujian Ninggren sucked in a breath of cold air, and his whole body trembled. He didn't understand why he was being targeted by that demon. The point is, why does it have to be him? Others don't practice body arts, and they haven't seen this devil advisor take care of them? Why? Wujian Ninggren still wants to struggle. The others also looked at Ye Qiu with a puzzled look, and they didn't understand how this demon advisor who usually didn't care much about the direction of their power development suddenly interfered with the growth of Ninggren. Your quirks will give you at least as much fighting power as the villain, whenever and wherever. Ye Qiu looked at Wujian Ninggren calmly. What I need you to do is not to make the battle equal. You already have other people's quirks, and even to a certain extent, can think of ways to restrain each other, so why not make yourself stronger? If you can imagine for yourself what the outcome of the battle will be if you have powerful physical skills and the power of other people's quirks. That's a copy of Quirks. In Ye Qiu's opinion, this product is a copycat version of AFO, but if villains are all long range, or if he knows his quirks well, if he doesn't have a bit of physique, what can Ninggren do? Fighting. For flowers. Compared with other people, Wujian Ninggren needs to make his physical skills stronger. Ninggren Toma, who was originally looking a little stiff, once again flashed an inexplicable brilliance in those narcissistic eyes. Ha ha ha. I knew that I was the most potential student in the Hero department. You guys are nothing at all. Is Class A amazing? I'm the strongest one. That arrogant gesture directly made everyone feel angry. Hey, juniors and juniors, why do they seem so energetic? Wave Luojuan reluctantly appeared in front of Ye Qiu wearing a student uniform. Until now, she has no way to believe that the furry child who looks younger than herself has somehow become a special counselor for the school. Is it because the world is developing too fast, or is she spending too much time outside and is completely out of touch with the school? Fortunately, Beihei Yujia and the others have already left to go to the Banggu dojo to practice. Otherwise, Xiangying's side would become unsure field in a short time. Ninggren among bastards, I am the strongest. On Bakugo's side, the relationship between the two was pretty good because of a previous collaboration with Toma. However, he never doubted the strongest point, and even confidently believed that in his lifetime, he would definitely become a hero, surpassing Ye Qiu. Didn't I come at the right time? The embarrassment on the face of the Wave Luojuan. How could she feel that in the 3rd grade, she was always able to attract countless eyes, why suddenly no one paid attention? Shouldn't it be? Don't look at me like that. As I said, you have to stay with your juniors and juniors for a while to consolidate your foundation. Ye Qiu had a stiff face. You know, Hero, Killer Stain wouldn't have gotten away if it wasn't for you. Wave Luojuan wanted to refute, but she didn't know what words to use to refute Ye Qiu. Small. Okay, even if Stain escaped from my hands, how could you, your inexplicably extra special advisor, make me stronger? The wave spiral glared back at Ye Qiu unwillingly. Ye Qiu pointed to the big screen outside the gravity room. Look at how good you are compared to those juniors. For this special consultant, it is definitely impossible to know much about the fluctuation spiral in such a short period of time. The area Ye Qiu is currently in charge of is also basically concentrated on the newly admitted first-year freshmen. There seems to be no particularly outstanding talents in the 2nd year. Under the leadership of Big 3, basically all the 3rd-year people go to the society for internships to improve their strength. It is precisely because Ye Qiu has no contact with any senior students, so there is not much information about the 833 that the wave spiral scroll can get from other populations. About the name Ye Qiu, almost everyone is familiar with it. Is unfamiliar. This made Wave Spiral, who wanted to find Ye Qiu's weakness to attack this inexplicable special advisor, felt deeply malicious. When it fluctuated, Luo Jun's eyes completely fell on the big screen outside the gravity room, and she looked at Shoto Todoroki in surprise. She couldn't understand. Could it be that this year's first-year freshmen are all so weak? Why does it seem to be just a simple punch and kick? There is a feeling of physical exhaustion. As for the others, in the face of this situation, they did not show any disdain, and even took it for granted. Isn't Xiangying High School more energetic and motivated because of the arrival of no one's All Might? Why did it become like this? Completely different from what I thought. Ye Qiu, what do you mean? Could it be that I'm here just to watch these apprentices make a fool of themselves? I didn't see how he was better than me at all. The wave spiral showed a puzzled and angry expression. All Might, who was standing on the side, was already not surprised by this situation, and he didn't bother to explain anything. The students of Xiangying High School are supposed to grow up despite being attacked. If there is no blow at all, how can they grow into a real towering tree? Really, don't you understand at all? Could it be that you don't even recognize the 3 big characters written outside that room? Ye Qiu stared at the wave scroll with a playful look on his face. The wave spiral scroll strangely put her eyes on the 3 big words outside the gravity room. She really didn't notice those 3 words before. Gravity room? How can the school approve this kind of cultivation method of drinking poison and quenching thirst? And even if it is true, if a gravity room can be built, how many times can the gravity in this special cultivation classroom be increased? I don't think this kind of place. How much controversy can it bring to our strength? The wave spiral said sternly. Ye Qiu smiled. Shoto Todoroki, doubling the gravity for you is basically the limit of your current physical fitness. If you increase the multiple, I'm afraid it will cause irreversible damage to your body. It's just outside. There is a third-year senior who wants to demonstrate the power of the gravity room to you. You can go directly to the Wooden Man Lane test later. First, restore your physical strength and take a look at the senior sister of Xionying High School. What is the strength? How strong? I just experienced the benefits of training in the gravity room. Shoto Todoroki didn't want to come out of the gravity room so quickly, but due to the rapid accumulation of power from Ye Qiu, a demon advisor, he did not dare to have any objections. Obediently come out from the inside. However, everyone can still clearly find that the clothes behind Shoto Todoroki who came out of the gravity room were completely wet with sweat, and it took only a few minutes to enter. It seems that doubling the gravity is not as easy as they thought. Humph. Just try it. You really think I'm a weak girl? The always lively wave snails pouted in anger. Bad luck. The senior who appeared out of nowhere must be unlucky at the hands of the devil advisor. No one doubted this, because Ye Qiu never let himself lose the word devil. When the wave spiral entered the gravity room, Ye Qiu directly doubled the gravity. I have to say that the wave scroll is indeed not a vase. During her 3-year study at Xionying High School, she not only sharpened her quirks, but also did not lose a trace of her physical fitness. Of course, the reason for this is also because there is a good example by his side, that is, the guy who communicates with millions has hidden potentials that others can't imagine in his graceful figure. That's just how much power. Just double the gravity. Do you really think I'm going to have a hard time? Then you'd be underestimating my gravity. This kind of thing is just like weight-bearing training. I have already carried out self-weight bearing. Cultivation, the mere doubling of the gravity has no way to make me feel the slightest depression. The wave spiral coiled in the gravity room and continued to challenge Ye Qiu. Wearing a weight-bearing suit, the whole person doesn't feel like a very hungry wolf, but he shows a look of disdain. How can it be so easy? The place is no joke. Gravity not only acts on the human body, but also exerts great pressure on every fragile organ of the internal organs. If there is no conditioning thing that Ye Qiu said, it can restore the damage of the body. In such a high-intensity house, even if the effect is amazing, he will not insist on it. It is definitely not as simple as imagined. I admire your courage, so I decided to let you experience how terrifying the gravity room is. Ye Qiu said with a smile. Horrible? Everyone felt an inexplicable chill. 3.8, because they had never seen Ye Qiu's smiling state, that ghostly smile, as if it came from hell. 5 times the gravity. Ye Qiu did not double the gravity, and then tripled or quadrupled the time to give the wave coil a buffer to adapt. Instead, he directly increased the gravity to 5 times after one operation. The terrifying and oppressive feeling that came suddenly fluctuated and made Luojuan's body stiff in place, not to mention moving for a while, even if he couldn't even speak. You. The undulating spiral's chest kept heaving and he seemed to want to say something. What? You think 5 times the gravity is nothing? Well, I can only follow your wish and directly add it to 10 times the gravity. Ye Qiu showed that he understood the wave spiral very well. Ye Qiu. At this time, All Might, who was watching the play next to him, couldn't help but want to dissuade Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu interrupted All Might's words with a wave of his hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm talking about. Bearing such a large gravity in a short period of time won't cause much damage to her, and even if it does cause damage, I can help him recover to health. You don't need to worry too much about your state. The third-year students are indeed a lot stronger than those little devils, but their temporary strength has made them ignore their own weaknesses, and they are too bad for those vicious guys. It's far away. It's time for her to see all this clearly. Xionying doesn't need an impetuous atmosphere. Is Big 3 really weak? At least in All Might's view, any of them can be compared with professional hero, ES, and even become a real professional hero, ES, now, and can be on the hero, ES, rankings in an instant. If I talk too much, I will cry. Obviously he is the number 1 person on the hero, ES, rankings, but occasionally Matt always has a feeling of -12 silk. Ye Qiu's definition of strong seems to be completely the same as her. Different, in the eyes of this little devil. How strong is it to meet the definition of strong? An unlucky schoolgirl? What Big 3? Those first-year kids who just entered Xionying High School have never heard of it at all. For the unofficial hero, ES, of the wave spiral scroll, even the little angel of the Green Valley is crazy about the hero, ES, world. Guys, I don't have the slightest impression, so I only have one label for this senior in my heart, that is, unlucky, an unlucky senior who got into the devil. 5 times the gravity is already a very terrifying pressure for the wave spiral. Ye Qiu, the demon, suddenly adjusted the gravity to 10 times, and suddenly she felt the malice from the whole world. The body was heavily pressed on the floor of the gravity chamber, and even a finger could not be lifted. Break? The devil is the devil? This senior, she looks like a school-beautiful existence. As a man, shouldn't you take care of such an existence? How could this devil be so cruel? Are the men like Minoru Mineta who have a strong narcissism towards girls? They are deeply scorned by Ye Qiu. I really don't know how such a devilish man is favored by so many girls. Gradually, under the pressure of 10 times the gravity, the eyes of the wave spiral were not as confident as before, and when he looked at Ye Qiu, there seemed to be a hint of begging in his eyes. I can't stand it anymore. I really can't stand the burden of 10 times the pressure on the whole body. That feeling makes people wander between life and death, and Wave Spiral deeply understands that under this kind of terrifying pressure, it is impossible for him couldn't hold on for a minute. When Ye Qiu directly turned off the gravity of the gravity chamber, he felt like he had finished steaming in a sauna, and his clothes were completely wet with sweat. Break? It was really terrifying, and now she finally understood a little bit why this guy was called a devil advisor among the rumors of the freshmen. Ye Qiu, you are going too far. The juniors are only experiencing the environment of double gravity. Why did you increase my gravity environment to 10 times all of a sudden, and I didn't let you when it was 5 times? Increase the magnitude of gravity again. Do you really want me to die in the gravity chamber? Just now, there was a trace of waving spiral scrolls in his eyes that begged for mercy, and now he was like an angry little cat, staring at Ye Qiu viciously. Ye Qiu smiled and said, "Did you misunderstand something? You are a top student in the 3rd year of Xiangying High School. How can you be compared with those little devils? You are 2 years ahead of them. If the magnitude of gravity training is the same, that's not worthy of being called a senior. Besides, isn't it 10 times gravity? One day you will need to use 10 times gravity to practice. You must first let you experience the atmosphere in advance or the free experience without credits. You should be thankful to me. Hehe, isn't it 10 times the gravity? It seems that 10 times the gravity is so insignificant in your eyes, but you go in and show me if there is any normal person who can withstand the oppression of 10 times the gravity." The wave spiral scroll was directly laughed at by Qiu. Ye Qiu spread his hands indifferently. To be honest, the environment of 10 times the gravity is still a little helpful for my cultivation. Since you want to see it, I will let you see why I am better than you. After practicing for a few years, I can still move freely in 10 times the gravity. The difference is that I know that I am still weak and need to keep getting stronger, and you never feel that you have become very strong. Can this demon advisor really maintain his strength under the oppression of 10 times the gravity? All of a sudden, everyone's interest has been raised, and everyone wants to see, in the environment of 10 times the terrifying gravity, how much of Ye Qiu's strength can still be exerted. Not only the first-year brats, but also not only the wave spirals, All Might, who has been on the sidelines, is also very much looking forward to this result. He also wants to know what the limit of Ye Qiu's current strength is. Don't be convinced that my gravity conquest is controlled by you. Don't worry, I won't be as weak as you, crushed to the ground by the mere gravity in the gravity room. That image is really shameful. Ye said confidently, and then strode into the gravity room without any hesitation. Are you really that confident? That is not double gravity, nor 5 times gravity, but 10 times gravity. Even if Ye Qiu, the demon advisor, is super strong, how could he simply rely on his physical strength without using quirks? Lay down such a terrifying gravity oppression. If All Might can do it, everyone believes that. After all, All Might has been fighting with pure strength for so many years. His physical fitness has been recognized by everyone, but in terms of physical strength, Ye Qiu and All Might are not on the same level at all. Will there really be a second All Might? Entering the gravity room, Ye Qiu didn't feel the pressure from gravity at the first time. The little girl of the wave spiral scroll was still familiar with the operation process outside the gravity room. The maximum gravity of the gravity room can be adjusted to 20 times, which is basically the gravity multiple that Ye Qiu currently believes that all heroes in our world can practice to achieve the ultimate gravity. The system simply cannot withstand the oppression of gravity on the internal organs. Ah, what kind of demon advisor? I will show you the horror of the gravity room for humans later. Don't you think that you are very powerful? I will give you a process of adaptation first, so that you can be proud again. When this girl increases the gravity to the maximum, I think you will lie on the ground and beg for mercy. For a moment, he felt that he had mastered the initiative to fight with Ye Qiu, and his whole mood became very good. After understanding the operation, he immediately arranged to double the gravity, giving Ye Qiu a degree of relaxation. She wants to slowly torture this demon who looks down on her, so that he also understands that it is not that his strength is too weak, but that the place of gravity room is too terrifying. When he entered the state of doubled gravity, Ye Qiu obviously felt that his body became heavy, but this heaviness was only a little to him. These days, the effects of crazy training have been fully reflected. The most important thing is that compared with other people, the medicated bath that Ye Qiu absorbs is more high-end than them, and the medicated bath soaking is almost one of his required courses every day. The energy hidden in his body is terrifying. Incomparable. On the contrary, under the pressure of the gravity room, the operation of the internal force can stimulate more medicinal power. Juyang True Qi circulated in the body for a week, and the incomparably heavy feeling disappeared immediately. Ye Qiu also played a set of 18 dragon subduing palms in the power room. The terrifying power seemed to fluctuate. The spiral has never opened the same gravity as the gravity room. After a set of 18 dragon subduing palms was finished, his face was not flushed or he was out of breath, and even a tiny bead of sweat could not appear on Ye Qiu's forehead for 10 years. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Do you really look down on me that much? Double gravity has no way to cause any oppression on me. If you want to see me make a fool of yourself, then let it go. Don't use this the way of temptation, that will only make me stronger. Ye Qiu's words were a little arrogant, and he really had to make people feel once again that this demon was extremely powerful. Shoto Todoroki, who had actually been in the gravity room for about 10 minutes, understood better than anyone how tiring it was to want to complete a set of boxing routines in it, but compared to himself, Ye Qiu it really does not seem to be affected by the slightest gravity. The devil is indeed the devil. Gravity room? The next target to conquer? Perhaps when he completely conquers the gravity room, even if he really faces Endeavor, he will have a fight. In his anger, he waved and spiraled, directly adjusting to triple gravity without giving Ye Qiu the time to buffer at double gravity. Sure enough, Ye Qiu's movements paused for a moment after adjusting to triple gravity. Do you still want to show a state in front of me that can withstand 20 times the gravity? This is only 3 times the gravity. Sure enough, men are animals who like to talk big, and they can't live with 3 times the gravity. What about 20 times the gravity? I lie on the ground under 10 times the gravity, and it seems that not something to be ashamed of. Triple gravity did make Ye Qiu feel a little pressure, but the wave spiral scroll obviously didn't notice. Ye Qiu inadvertently showed a strange smile. Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong, open? No one outside could see or hear it. From Ye Qiu's body came the voice of the dragon family contending. The 2 divine beasts from the ancient times broke free from the shackles of gravity in an instant, and the muscles on Ye Qiu's body were full again. Explosive dynamism. This time, Ye Qiu did not use the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, but performed a set of Fengshen legs for everyone. With that handsome posture, there is no shadow affected by gravity at all. It is clearly telling the wave spiral not to be complacent. It was too early, 3 times the gravity was far from his limit, and it didn't affect him at all. Hateful? Why are there such monsters in the world? That kid is clearly a few years younger than himself. Why can he so easily withstand the oppression of 3 times gravity? I'm going to adjust to 5 times gravity now, but I want to see if he can still be so relaxed after 5 times gravity. Physical activity? The wave spiral was stunned, and directly adjusted the multiplier of gravity to 5 times. Sure enough, when the 5 times gravity arrived, Ye Qiu's Fengshen legs also slowed down a bit, but he was still able to stay in the gravity chamber. Moving freely, the power of the dragon elephant brought to him by the dragon elephant Boruo Gong is enough to allow him to withstand the oppression of 5 times the gravity. Seeing such a scene, everyone already felt a bit dry in their throats, and they didn't know what words to use to describe this guy Ye Qiu. The only one who seems to be relatively calm is probably the little angel of Green Valley. During this period of time, he can be said to have made rapid progress in practicing Shaolin Tongzi Gong. In addition to the medicinal bath package that he redeemed with his credits, the potential of his body has been eliminated. With repeated stimulation and Opha's quirks, he felt that he could at least move his hands and feet in 5 times the gravity. Not to be precise, the little angel of Green Valley feels that his performance in 5 times gravity is already comparable to Shoto Todoroki's performance under 1 gravity. A person like him who has just practiced Shaolin Boy Gong for a while can improve his physical quality a lot by virtue of his internal skills. Ye Qiu, the person who provided him with the practice, has practiced for a longer time, and the practice of the practice is also more powerful. With more packages, Green Valley felt that 5 times the gravity, or even 10 times the gravity, would definitely not cause any hindrance to the eyeballs. From the point of view of normal physical fitness alone, the little angel of Green Valley even felt that Ye Qiu might have surpassed All Might's physical fitness and reached the level of the first human physical fitness. Alas, why have they been slapped in the face so many times? How dare these people underestimate Ye Qiu? The little angel of Green Valley really doesn't understand. Almost everyone around him is waiting for the day when Ye Qiu makes a fool of himself, but he thinks it's better to directly identify with Ye Qiu's strength, and then take him as a target to chase his footsteps, but instead will become more powerful. Of course, this is just the little angel of Green Valley's own thoughts. Everyone thinks that Ye Qiu is very powerful. It is because of this power that they have a special feeling of jealousy. If anyone can defeat Ye Qiu, this group of people will feel that the shadow of living in the same era of Ye Qiu will disappear. The most important thing is that they haven't gotten along with Ye Qiu day and night. They are very vague about its powerful concept. They always feel a little out of reach, but they can make people see hope. After all, everyone is about the same age, as long as Quirks can develop it. If he is stronger, he might be able to catch up with Ye Qiu soon. A little strong? Boy, it seems that even before I retire, if I fail to speed up the practice successfully, you will uphold my justice and become the justice that overrides all evil. All Might is the Quirks who very much hope that Opha will bloom again on the little angel of Green Valley, so that the entire Hero world can see how outstanding this teenager is. But he clearly understands that compared to Ye Qiu, the already very powerful little monster Green Valley Angel, it still takes a long time to grow, and he wants to use his own backbone to carry the entire Hero in a short time, is not an easy task. According to Ye Qiu himself, he is just a hero who is interested. When faced with evil, if he encounters it, he will eradicate it without hesitation, but if he is in a different place, he cannot help. Or if he didn't know the situation, he couldn't achieve perfection. After all, he wasn't a saint either. 10 times gravity. Wave Luojuan was shocked. Of course, Ye Qiu, the so-called special consultant, could not help but feel a sense of identity. At least as far as his peers were concerned, he did not think that there was anyone who could compare with Ye Qiu's physical quality, even if not even million. In order to express her recognition of 833 in Ye Qiu, she also really wanted to see how strong Ye Qiu was in his strongest state, and whether he could still handle 10 times the gravity and show his powerful aggression. Obviously, there is no doubt about this. When the gravity was adjusted to 10 times, Ye Qiu's movements did slow down again, but compared to normal people, his movements were still much faster. After all, he used the Fengshen leg before. The speed, even in the gravity room, makes it difficult for the eyes to capture all the details. Under 10 times the gravity, Wild Ball didn't intend to make this group of people feel at ease. Instead, he turned on the King Kong indestructible magic once again, and the skin of the entire human body exuded a faint golden light. Cheating? This guy clearly said that you can't use any quirks in the gravity room. If he uses quirks like this, even if he persists in a 20 times gravity environment, it's not a big deal. That is to say, when Ye Qiu entered the gravity room, Minoru Mineta, who was usually timid as a mouse, dared to become a little bolder. Are you an idiot, Bkti? Advisor Ye Qiu has performed quirks in front of us so many times, and you must have heard of it. Ye Qiu is his distant cousin, although he is no longer related by blood, but everyone still has some connections in their ancestors, and his quirks are clearly similar to the created quirks. Have you ever seen people who can create light and attach themselves to their body surface? Jiro dismissed it. It really isn't quirks, it should be the power that he cultivated. According to Ye Qiu, it should be the power of Taishu. All Might's remarks directly sealed the conclusion. The power of physical art can be so powerful. Previously, everyone only regarded speeding up as a way to improve combat skills, but no one thought that physical skills could make their physical fitness so strong. The wolf looked at the group of children silently. He really didn't understand. Are these hero, reservists with all kinds of superpowers? Why don't they even understand the most basic things? No matter which powerful hero, it is, of course, except for the special guys like Metal Knight and Hudi, every hero, will actually pay special attention to physical exercise and build a strong body that can cope with any disaster. Besides, these little devils are simply not as terrifying as the shuddering tornado in terms of superpower talent. I really don't know why they pay so much attention to the improvement of superpowers, while ignoring physical training. Originally, Taijutsu was an extremely powerful secret technique. His former teacher, Bangu, was able to become the third existence among the S-rank hero, because of the incomparably powerful physique cultivation method of Liushui Yankin. Well, if Taishu is really that powerful, then you have to earn a little more credits to be able to exchange Taishu from the exchange room and make yourself stronger. Because of Ye Qiu's wonderful performance in the gravity room, everyone's mentality towards Taishu suddenly became hot. Of course, the most exciting one is Wujian Ninggran. He was specially cared for by the demon advisor. He was named to let him practice physical art. Wujian Ninggran felt that he would definitely become a peerless powerhouse in the future, because he is someone who has been recognized by the strong. Humph. Advisor Ye Qiu has the vision and knows that a genius like me is especially suitable for cultivating physique. You guys from Class A, if you have any talent suggested by cultivation, don't be embarrassed here. Toma Ninggran shook his hair in hatred. Without Kento Kazuka, the students in Class B didn't bother to pay attention to this classmate who had some serious illness in the second year of middle school. As for the people in Class A, they gradually got used to this guy's brain-dead-like vicious words during this time, and automatically blocked him. With his words, he fixed his eyes on the big screen outside the gravity room. Because 10 times the gravity can no longer stop Ye Qiu, the wave volume has already begun to adjust the gravity to 15 times. Even Ye Qiu, who was radiating a faint golden light with the blessing of the Vajra indestructible magic and the dragon elephant Boruo Gong, gradually slowed down at this time, but it was still more than double the speed of ordinary people. I suddenly felt that if a guy with quirks like gravity met Ye Qiu's advisor, he would be very unlucky. Yururika Okako shivered. The little angel of Green Valley smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, Okako's quirks are weightless. I think Consultant Ye Qiu would prefer to face the quirks of gravity, rather than your weightless quirks." Really? Of course? Think about it. Think about it. The environment of gravity is just an invisible oppression for a strong person. If it becomes a gravity-free environment, all the constraints of the earth on you will disappear at once. Now, it may take a very long time for the human body to adapt. What Okako students have to do is to launch an attack within the time they adapt to. At that time, you will not be disturbed by any weightlessness. I think Okako must also be very suitable for the proposed practice. Obviously, he is really flirting with girls, but everyone found out that Lugu, this unobtrusive guy, actually has so many opinions on Taijutsu. Damn it! No wonder this guy seems to be quite familiar with Advisor Ye Qiu. Could he privately get a lot of benefits from Advisor Ye Qiu without spending any credits? Disgusting and enviable guys, it would be great if they had this opportunity too. Thank you, classmate Lugu, I will definitely cultivate and propose it. If there is anything I don't understand, can I ask you for advice? Yururika Okako asked, blushing. Green Valley scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm only just getting started in the cultivation of Taishu, but if Okako really wants to ask for advice, I will definitely know everything and say anything. If there is anything else we can do if neither of the two can solve the problem together, let's go to Ye Qiu Consultant for help. Hearing that the little angel of Green Valley was so enthusiastic, the girls from Class A and Class B all surrounded him in a pink atmosphere. He came to ask. Damn it! Mom, I want to learn physical art too. I want to have girls who adore me too. Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki bit their clothes unwillingly. One thing they regret very much now is that they spent all their credits on the exchange of medicinal bath packages when the school started. If you have to practice ancient martial arts as the foundation, or keep all the credits, isn't it a step closer to the requirement of exchanging physical skills or practicing physical skills? On the side of the wave spiral, because the gravity of the gravity room has been adjusted to 15 times, it is very cautious when adjusting each time. Instead of adjusting the gravity to the limit of 20 times at once, it is from the 15 times to 16 times and then 17 times, so that Ye Qiu can slowly adapt. But obviously she still underestimated Ye Qiu too much. 10 times the gravity was indeed a big burden for Ye Qiu. It should be said that even the Xun race needs a long time of exercise to adapt to this gravitational environment. However, even if Ye Qiu didn't have any talent beyond human beings, it was enough to preserve his fighting power in the environment of gravity. Internal force can be said to be one of the most stress-resistant energies in the world, and at the same time, it can greatly protect the internal organs of the human body. At least in terms of inner brain strength, Ye Qiu can be completely sure that neither a Superman like All Might nor a race like Xun can be compared with him. 20 times the gravity was still activated after all. After yesterday's battle, Ye Qiu's strength has improved a lot, and the 20 times gravity still caused him a little trouble. It is indeed difficult to move hands and feet. Hey, with 20 times the gravity, is there no way to conquer this demon? Seeing that Ye Qiu's movements slowed down, the heart that was no longer so shocked that he had nothing to say, he finally relaxed slowly. If this guy's speed can surpass ordinary people as before, then she really feels that she will never be able to catch up. Ye Qiu is walking very slowly? That's right. In 20 times the gravity, even Ye Qiu just walked slowly. But even walking, it seemed to be in a weightless environment. The only difference was that the muscles on Ye Qiu's body were very obvious at this time, obviously resisting the terrifying pressure. After walking for about a minute, the short sleeves on Ye Qiu's body were also directly soaked by sweat, and it looked as if it had been pulled out of the water. However, after a minute, Ye Qiu finally moved, instead of using his Fengshen legs. To make his speed surpass that of ordinary people, in an environment with 20 times the gravity, the physical strength consumed is also astonishing. Ye Qiu did not want to be ridiculed by those little devils because of his exhausted physical strength. One-finger meditation to do push UPS? Amidst everyone's astonished expressions, Ye Qiu directly performed a finger meditation technique, starting from normal push UPS and then to inverted push UPS. Horrible? It's really scary? Everyone looked at their fingers. Under that terrifying pressure, even with double the gravity, if they dared to do push UPS with one finger, the fingers would be crushed and fractured immediately. Also, it seems that many people, even in normal circumstances, cannot do push UPS with one finger. For flowers. What a pervert! In the future, I will definitely not compare with such perverts. They are still more reliable to become geniuses among normal people. Ye Qiu was so powerful that it made people feel at ease, because after the little angel of Green Valley, no one wanted to chase Ye Qiu's figure, and he couldn't chase it at all. Lugu took a deep breath and his expression became very serious. He felt that his one-finger meditation had found the best way to become stronger, and Ye Qiu had already given him the best hint. After seeing the scenery from high places, the little angel of Green Valley no longer wants to be ordinary, and there is no ordinary existence around him. Although Ye Qiu is strong, he will still be his target. First of all, set a small goal, that is, to reach the level as soon as possible that you can practice in a 10 times the gravity room. At least use one-finger meditation to perform push UPS and hold on to 100. 10 times the gravity, 100 consecutive handstand push UPS? If other people know the short-term goal of the little angel of Green Valley, they will be shocked directly. This world is not crazy, how can it become stronger? When Ye Qiu came out of the room, he found that the group of boys who were not afraid of being beaten by the wolves, looked at him with a look of awe that he wanted. Learn to fear the power to become stronger. On the contrary, the guy in the evil wolf looked very ugly. He was very interested in Ye Qiu's physique, but now this guy showed such terrifying power, even if he succeeded in practicing Ye Qiu's physique, that the boy who seems to be very talented, how could it be stagnant in the same place? When will I be free again, and when will I be able to become a real freak? He is a wolf. A man who aspires to be the strongest weirdo, hangs with a group of hero, reservists every day. What kind of thing is this? Okay, how to cultivate in the gravity room, you have to consider it yourself. But let me remind you, if you have not used the medicated bath package, it is best not to try the gravity room lightly, as it will cause great damage to your body. Ye Qiu took the towel voluntarily handed over by Wave Spiral, and immediately wiped off his sweat. Small. Ye Qiu doesn't need to say this, everyone knows very well that Shoto Todoroki and Wave Spiral have already done negative teaching materials. Even if they only double the gravity, it will take a long time for them to get used to it. To try a gravity environment with more than 5 times the gravity is simply courting death. Feeling the hot eyes of Shoto Todoroki looking at him, Ye Qiu said, funny, don't look at me like that, what I said will not be forgotten. Now you go to the Wooden Man Alley and try how far you can go. Well, I hope you don't get kicked out after 10 minutes, anyway, with your current strength, there is no way to clear Wooden Man Lane. Can't use quirks? Shoto Todoroki asked with a frown. Yeah, these two basic buildings were originally designed to allow you to improve the speed-up effect. Don't think that the technical physique has no 833 bonus to quirks. Only when the body becomes stronger, can it accommodate more strong quirks. Ye Qiu said as a matter of course. The stronger the body, the stronger the quirks. There is no doubt about this. It is like asking one's own quirks to use chi and blood. Minoru Mineta's quirks will cause nosebleeds when they are used too much. Aoyama Yuga's quirks is using too much, sometimes there will be stomach pain. It's all the same reason. If quirks want to become stronger, they must have a stronger physique. One of the reasons why quirks will become stronger with age is because with the arrival of the body's development period, the amount of energy that can be tolerated. Quirks will also become more powerful. I see. In 10 minutes, I will definitely persevere. It's not a gravity room. When the Wooden Man Alley was built, everyone was a little suspicious of this special classroom of Wooden Man Alley. They didn't know what kind of use those people who looked like decorations would be used. Lugu, come here and let him enter the Wooden Man lane alone. It is still a bit risky. You go in with him, of course, don't interfere with his behavior, see how long you can last. Only you are in the wood in the alley of people. It can reflect more of the real effect of the alley of wooden people. Ye Qiu thought for a while and added, why is it stinky? Not me. Bakugo is really a little too angry this time. He has no idea why in the eyes of Ye Qiu, a demon advisor, he seems to have never existed. His quirks are clearly in class A, at least the existence of the top 3 is good or not. During the test, although it was said that quirks was not allowed, but I had enough confidence that even if I was physically strong, I could rank in the top 5 of the 2 classes. His strength never depends on his quirks. Quirks are extremely powerful, but Bakugo will also exercise to varying degrees on weekdays, because he also has a goal, that is, All Might. You want to go into? Ye Qiu was not in a hurry to refuse this time. Yes, I am the strongest. Bakugo glared at Ye Qiu fiercely. Ye Qiu also admired this kid a little. He was beaten so many times by himself, and his eyes were still so energetic. It was worth learning by many people. Well, there are not many credits to enter in Wooden Man Lane anyway. Let the 3 of you go in and experience it together, and don't talk to the others. Unless you use quirks, it's useless for you to enter. Tail and neck. Take a good look. The Wooden Man Lane is of great benefit to your cultivation. Maybe after seeing the performance of the 3 of them, you will want to enter the Wooden Man Lane to practice right away. Is it so miraculous? If he only used physical skills, Ye Qiu was not sure that he would be able to break through the Wooden Man Alley with his skills. After all, that is what Shaolin uses to break through the barriers. Even if the 72 Shaolin stunts are cultivated to a certain level, they may not be able to easily walk out of the Wooden Man Alley. One of the 12 stunts, when these stunts are combined, they form a regular and effective martial arts formation, which makes people hard to guard against. In the Wooden Man Alley, the most helpless thing is that sometimes you take a step, and often the attacks of those wooden men will make you go back 3 steps, so that you can avoid the danger. When the 3 of Green Valley entered the wooden figurine into the alley, the big screen in front of the wooden figurine alley also lit up. This screen was originally used for the management personnel to keep an eye on the danger. Once the students are in danger, they have the right to stop their cultivation outside. Now it gives everyone a chance to observe. The wooden figures in the picture are motionless, but after the 3 people entered the wooden figure lane, they all seemed extremely cautious and did not take the first step rashly. It's a bit of a brain, but I didn't expect that stinky boy from Bakugo to be able to hold back and underestimate him. Ye Qiu was still very satisfied with the performance of the 3 of them. Hey, tell me, what is the specific effect of this Wooden Man Alley? There is no neutrality in it, there is only a pile of wood that does not move. Is that a sculpture or something? Can you explain it to me? Wave Spiral carefully poked Ye Qiu's arm with his fingers. Ye Qiu looked at her with a funny look. I'm sorry, I don't call him hello. There is no one like what kind of effect it has. You won't know if you can see it for yourself. Why do you still ask me? You are only Xiangying High School now. Among the students of Xiangying High School, please respect me as a special advisor, otherwise I can punish you. You? Wave Luojo was stunned. After Ye Qiu had eaten her tofu, he had such an attitude. He was simply despicable, shameless, obscene, a fighter among villains and bastards. What I am, show me obediently staring at the people in the screen, and you also show me the gap between yourself and these juniors. Don't think that you have reached the third grade, and 8th grades and you are a strong man. Where am I not strong? Wave Luojuan's face was full of grievances, she was obviously strong, okay. The entire Hero, world recognized him very much, but Ye Qiu, the inexplicable guy, always denied her. Well, then let her see what is special about this Wooden Man Alley, and see how the 3 apprentices are doing. Anyway, Shoto Todoroki's performance in the gravity room was not very good before. Compared with her own investigation, she wanted to see if these 3 juniors could perform well in this so-called Wooden Man Alley. People feel amazing enough. After waiting for a while, I found that the shepherd in the Wooden Man Alley did not move at all, and the 3 people in the picture couldn't help but wonder if they were too careful. Looking at the 2 little Green Valley angels beside him, he finally decided what to say about his first hole. Ye Qiu had already hinted that he was actually the one who could last the longest in the Wooden Man Alley among the 3. In this case, the little angel of Green Valley felt that it would be better to let him explore the way for Shoto Todoroki and Xiao Sheng to see what strange places lie ahead. Just one step, the little angel of Green Valley felt a strong threat. That kind of tension and oppression should not have appeared in the Wooden Man alley. The strong wind blowing in his ears explained this special feeling to him. Why did it come? The wooden figurine, who was obviously not a living thing, suddenly moved, just like a clockwork doll, but his movements were full of mysterious meaning. Just like the feeling of Ye Qiu's shot before, there was no wooden figurine at all. Of stiffness. Hiss? What kind of skill is this? In the end, what kind of skill can be used to design such a wooden man? It is a bit too wonderful. The most important thing is that the people watching outside suddenly have a feeling, as if their physical skills may not be as fast as 12's shot, the tricky angle of the shot, and the subtlety of the shot are far away. Beyond them, it's just a wooden man. Lost, hopeless, feeling as if the whole world had abandoned them. If it was just like this and couldn't stand the blow, everyone's surprise became stronger as Green Valley dodged the attack of the first wooden man. The second, third, and fourth wooden figures seem to have been triggered by a mechanism, and a chain reaction occurs. There is no repetition between moves. Every time, they can always attack the Green Valley at the right time. Defensive part. Green Valley can also be regarded as a successful physical training, but in those incomparably subtle sieges, there is only room to avoid. When he blocked with his arm, he even felt a strong pain, and he was not the one who made the wooden figurine and wood. As simple as imagined, it is as hard as steel. Do you want to enter the Wooden Man alley and become embarrassed like the Green Valley? The expressions of Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo became hesitant. They thought many times in their minds, if they faced the same situation as Green Valley, would they be able to hold on, or dodge the Wooden Man's attack? It seems that there is only one of those who attack them, and it is impossible to avoid all of them perfectly, and those attacks are bound to fall on themselves. Can you hold on? It seems, can't either. No, I can't bear that stinky guy. He is alone in the limelight. What kind of Wooden Man lane? I am the strongest. Bakugo shouted, finally unable to suppress the popular sentiment in his heart. Sensibility instantly defeated rationality, and rushed towards the attack range of the Wooden Man regardless. Shoto Todoroki rushed out after hesitating for a while. He felt that Ye Qiu let the three of them in together because he wanted the three of them to share the strength of the Wooden Man's attack. If so, there was nothing to be afraid of. Sure enough, when all three of them entered the attack range of the Wooden Man, those shepherds no longer stared at Green Valley blindly, but focused part of their attention on Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. With the two people around him helping him to share the pressure, the feeling of being attacked on the back and abdomen was reduced a lot, and the whole person breathed a sigh of relief. Although the pressure on his stomach and back has been slightly reduced, Lugu still found a very serious thing, that is, when he wants to move forward, he will touch the people in front, and the wooden figures behind will not stop attacking at all. Action. As long as Xiaosheng and Shoto Todoroki can't keep up with their own pace, the pressure that has been relieved in the front will no longer exist. Good horror Wooden Men, what a terrifying gymnastics. It turned out that the physical skills that so many people cooperated with can burst out this kind of power in close combat. While dodging, the little angel of Green Valley was thinking, if the team they formed also encountered situations that required close combat during the Hero No.1 operation, would they be able to be as precise as the wooden people in the future? The answer is obviously not, at least in the short term, they are unable to do so fit. Not to mention that when everyone is fighting, there will be countless variables due to the use of quirks, but the level of physical skills, even if he takes a step forward on this road, he will not be able to reach the level of wooden people. Green Goo, who originally thought that he was a bit powerful, can only smile bitterly now. When did he actually not even compare to the Wooden Man? Keep on keeping on. Green Valley wants to try the results of his own cultivation during this period, and also wants to see where his limits are through the Wooden Man. Green Goo, whose eyes became firm, no longer used his arm to block the attacks of those wooden figures, but calmly stretched out a finger. Ye Qiu outside Wooden Man alley finally showed a satisfied look. Sometimes it is impossible for a martial artist to turn your entire body into a weapon, but you must have the weapon you are most proud of. For example, Green Valley, his strongest weapon is his fingers. Exercising already strong limbs? No, compared with that finger of his, it is far from strong enough. Is this guy crazy? Actually imitating the devil, trying to use his own fingers to resist those wooden figures who seemed to be irresistible at all. 833 pairs. He must be crazy. Fingers will break. Except for Ye Qiu and All Might, almost everyone thought that Lugu was crazy. He was just a normal person. How could he do the same thing as a demon? Hey, Smelly Jew, you want to die yourself? Don't hurt anyone? When Bakugo saw Green Valley's calm face, he felt a burst of irritability in his heart. If you fall, our two trials will end immediately. Although it is still very unpleasant to see the little angel of Green Valley, Bakugo is very clear about one thing, that is, if there is no containment of Green Valley, he and Shoto Todoroki will definitely be knocked to the ground by the wooden people in the first place. Such a shameful thing, he didn't want to be seen by so many people. Ignore it. Green Valley, who was reminded, didn't pay attention to Bakugo's unpleasant sound, but he still had such a kind reminder. That finger? With great determination? With absolute confidence? Green Valley knew that no matter who discouraged him, he would take this step, because now for him, the only thing he could trust was his own finger. His fingers are very strong. Very strong? Even if others don't believe it, he still believes in the achievements of his cultivation for so long. I did. In the end, I still met the fingers of Green Valley, and in the opposition of everyone, I still met with the bodies of those extremely hard wooden figures. Hiss. Some girls couldn't bear to watch this scene, and quietly put their heads away, for fear of seeing the tragic end of Legu's broken fingers. It only took less than a second for Legu to make everyone's eyes widen. He achieved that finger, and there was no fracture. Instead, he was at a standstill with the wooden man's body. And through this moment of stalemate, Legu actually moved forward a step, avoiding the attack of the wooden man behind, and continued to move forward. Instead, it was Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki who were following him. At this time, because no one was standing in front of him, they were attacked by more people at once, and several fists and legs fell on them in a short time. There is no way to resist the attacks that are rushing around, and there is no time to react. How is this going? Could it be that Green Valley really got the true biography of that demon advisor? His fingers are completely hard beyond the limits of normal people, otherwise they wouldn't see Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki on the screen. Tooth grinned with a pained expression. And everyone is almost certain that in the process just now, Green Valley did not use his quirks. The strength of the quirks that the guy showed during the test was obviously violent. If he used quirks when resisting, I am afraid that the wooden man's body has already appeared incomplete. Forward, forward, forward. Green Goo's eyes are full of incomparable determination. At this time, he has used all the experience and accumulation he has cultivated in his daily life. The fingers of both hands are constantly flying, and he can successfully resist the wood every time. Human attack. Okay, so handsome. Yururika Okako put his hands together in front of his chest. His face was a little rosy. Obviously he was completely attracted by the figure of Green Valley in the picture. Minoru Mineta, Kaminari Denki, and others, the clothes they were biting in their mouths were about to be bitten. They wished that the person who appeared majestic in the picture at this time was not Green Valley but himself, but he didn't understand very clearly, even if no more after cultivating for a few months. I am afraid that they will not be able to easily reach the level of Green Valley. It's kind of interesting. This kid, Green Valley, seems to be much better than I thought. Maybe from the beginning, being an ordinary person without quirks made his growth potential even more amazing. Ye Qiu stood beside All Might and whispered. All Might also showed a gratified smile. Compared with the two super geniuses who were a little embarrassed in the picture, Green Valley's performance can only be described as amazing. Ha 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 ha. With a smug laugh, All Might showed a proud expression. Whether it's your training in his physical skills development, or the quirks you inherited from me, it's all for that kid. It's the perfect match. His hidden talents are indeed far beyond all of us estimates. Presumably when he becomes a qualified hero, yes, it should not have to wait until I retire. No, although his success has something to do with us, the relationship is not that big. For everyone, success requires their own efforts. Green Valley's success is only the result of his own efforts. I don't think there is any credit for me. If a person doesn't even work hard, how can he succeed? You said it was All Might, didn't we come from them too? Ye Qiu's words did not deliberately lower his voice. Ye, who has not gone through countless efforts to become a qualified hero, All Might's eyes were a little nostalgic, and he seemed to think back to the time when he was studying in Seongying High School, the teacher's meticulous attention to his fists. It seems that compared with their time, the little devils now have one less of the purest obsession with hero, and a little less desire to grow stronger, because their previous generation had already supported this group of little devils when a sky rose. The tricks of these little devils were not as hard as theirs. Yes, Ye Qiu is right. If these little devils are allowed to live too comfortably, sooner or later the evil under this sky will completely crush these little devils when they don't stop anymore. At that time, I was thinking it is too late to make them stronger. Young Ye Qiu, no matter what plans and decisions you have in the future, I will support you without hesitation. All Might is your firmest supporter. All Might extended his big hand to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment. He just sighed that the growth rate of Green Valley was completely beyond his imagination, but he didn't expect All Might to have such a big emotion, but he was overdue for that big thick hand. Still smiled knowingly, and slapped it heavily on it. Well, I won't let you down. Seongying is destined to be the pride of the entire hero, world, just wait. Okay, I'll stick with it until that day. Will hero, become the pride of the entire hero, world? Listening to the conversation between the two men, whether it was the wave spiral scroll or the first-year kiddos who were inexplicably infected with a trace of blood, everyone began to gear up and suffer. It is impossible for other schools to have special buildings such as Wooden Man Alley and Gravity Room to torture the students of their own school. If they can climb up alive in this kind of hell, what reason would they not be the hero of the entire hero, world? What about pride? It's a pity that the three people in the Wooden Man Alley have no way to feel the blood. But for those three people, they never needed any reason for them to become stronger. For each of them, there is a belief that they must become stronger. Money is good, although the source of this belief is different. But it never changed. Even if Ye Qiu was strong enough to make people fear, they never stopped their hearts that they wanted to chase. Ye Qiu said before Shoto Todoroki entered that he couldn't hold on for a few minutes at all. Now even with the help of Bakugo Katsuki and the little angel of Green Valley to help him share the pressure, he still felt that the wooden man was deeply relative to them. Of malice. But Shoto Todoroki didn't show any signs of flinching. Those wooden figures hit him, and the painful attacks all turned into very firm eyes, making him walk forward without hesitation, no matter how many times he was attacked. Become more, even if the pain in the body becomes worse. The same is true for Bakugo. He can feel Shoto Todoroki's obsession around him. Since Shoto Todoroki, like her, has never practiced taijutsu, and is still frantically resisting the attack of the wooden man, what reason does he have to back down? In the end, they still haven't practiced real taijutsu. For Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki, there is no other way to move forward except to stick to the mind. And even if they have a firm mind, every time they take 2 or 3 more steps, they will be kicked back to the starting position by the wooden man, and Lugo has only advanced less than 10 times with one finger meditation. The distance of one step is far from clearing the entire wooden man lane. Ye Qiu is very satisfied with this result. The willpower shown by everyone is far beyond his imagination, and even brought him a lot of surprises. I believe they will speed up for a period of time. After cultivating, the strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, because everyone has seen the fact how weak they are in this experience. 20 minutes later, Ye Qiu took the initiative to terminate the test in the wooden man lane. The 3 of them switched to support. When they walked out of the wooden man lane, they were already covered in bruises and wounds. Among them, Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki were the worst. Zhang's face could hardly be seen what it actually looked like, and he was bruised by the unceremonious beating of the group of wooden men. Green Valley was better, but he was still breathing heavily with his hands on his knees, and his sweat fell on the ground like raindrops. How? Do you still feel like a genius now? 833. Ye Qiu didn't have any words of consolation, but asked straight to the point. How to get more credits? Tell me. Bakugo Katsuki gritted his teeth while panting weakly and looked at Ye Qiu. Not only him, Shoto Todoroki was also staring at Ye Qiu seriously. Ye Qiu fumbled for his chin. Is the wolf strong? Strong? Although he didn't want to admit it, Bakugo Katsuki nodded and said not to be outdone. At least I am not his opponent now, but I will definitely surpass him, and I will definitely surpass you in the future. None of you will be my future opponent. Actually, the bad wolf guy, in a place, is not considered a top powerhouse at all. That place is called the Cemetery of Hero, ES. Without a firm hero, ES, people who go in will only just a desolate tombstone. Hero, ES, graveyard? Even All Might was a little moved. What kind of cruel place was Ye Qiu called the graveyard of Hero, ES? Could it be that Ye Qiu's terrifying strength was tempered in the so-called Hero, ES, graveyard? The world of One Punch Man, in Ye Qiu's opinion, is a tragic graveyard. The hero, ES, will be there to carry out their will, like an undocumented knight, but most of these dangers, many ordinary hero, ES, simply cannot resist. Living and being a good hero, ES, is not an easy task. My British world, so happy? Yes, so happy? Obviously already possessing the strength far beyond the undocumented knights, these little guys have not been protected under the wings of heroes, and they have no desire to let them participate in actual combat. The evil wolf sneered. He really didn't expect that Ye Qiu's name for their area would be Hero, ES, graveyard. Isn't it the cemetery of weirdos? Isn't it the graveyard of mankind? Although Evil Wolf was only here for a day, he could clearly feel that the so-called Hero, ES, reserve here did have strong potential, but they were a group of little devils with no sense of crisis. If a guy like this becomes a Hero, ES, he will be able to hunt them all down without even a day's time. Where is this place? Anyway, even if the wolf thinks about it, he can't think of it. It even has such an idea. Could it be that outside the city established by the Hero, ES, association, there are other surviving city bases on the vast land? And those bases are far happier than they imagined. Maybe it's because there are more superpowers in those bases, as Hero, ES, just like the children in Xionying High School, there are many more powerful superpowers in front of them. Therefore, this group of little devils can grow up carefree, unlike them who have faced the threat of death since childhood. I want to see it. I'm going to see the place called the Tomb of Hero, ES, by the advisor. Even with my current strength, I'm going to see it to see if my own strength can become a real hero, ES. Bakugo Katsuki shouted to Ye Qiu firmly. Even Ye Qiu didn't think that this kid would have such an inexplicable obsession. Obviously he just mentioned it, but after seeing his serious lack of strength, he wanted to call it the Hero, ES, cemetery. The place to enjoy a bit of a bigger hit. Of course, he may not want to see how the real hero, ES, who are on the front line of life and death live, but want to earn more credits, but this possibility is not much. Ye Qiu just thought about it, and he completely disappeared from his mind. That is to say, from today onwards, he began to appreciate Bakugo Katsuki, a stinky brat. I want to see it too. Shoto Todoroki, the troubled boy, stared at Ye Qiu with the same firm gaze. Not to mention the little angel of Green Valley. In the test just now, his physical skills are obviously the best, and everyone can already confirm that the little angel of Green Valley is definitely not as bad as they imagined in terms of actual combat ability. Although he basically never used his quirks in previous battles. We want to go see it too. Everyone's blood. Obviously there is no way to disappear in such a short period of time. There is such a small fraction of the report upgrade, and the rest of the others also shouted out almost at the same time. They really want to go to the so-called for Hero No.1's graveyard, see what a truly brutal battle is like. This kind of thing is not impossible, but the premise must be that you can practice for at least 10 minutes in the 5-fold gravity room, or you can pass the Wooden Man alley smoothly. Of course, the time to pass the level can't be more than 1 hour, otherwise don't have the right to go to that cruel place, because even if you look at it, you will lose your life in it. Don't think Hero No.1 is a job without danger. Everyone will die, and no one will use their spines there anymore. Hold up the sky above your head for you. Those hazes can only be broken with your own strength. Ye Qiu said calmly. 2 conditions? These 2 conditions sounded extremely harsh. In the 5-fold gravity room, they persisted for 10 minutes, and within an hour, the Wooden Man alley, which seemed to have no flaws, passed through. For all the students of Xiangying High School, it is almost impossible to accomplish this goal in a short period of time, but there is no sign of wanting to give up in their eyes. On the contrary, there is still a trace of burning blood. Ye Qiu was about the same age as them, but he was able to hold on to a complete set of punches in a room with 20 times the gravity, and he even had spare strength. They are also the people who will become Hero No.1 in the future. Even if they are slightly inferior to Ye Qiu in terms of strength, talent, or effort, they are only 5 times as long. The gravity room is only 10 minutes. Everyone is the same. If a person has a goal but can't persist in achieving it, how can he become an excellent Hero No.1? The evil wolf, an unstable factor for the One Punch Man incident, has instead become a key presence in the world of Ying, who has experienced the growth of Xiangying High School students. Even Ye Qiu himself did not expect the effect to be so good. This also strengthened Ye Qiu's idea that something in the 2 worlds should influence each other, and the Hero No.1 should all change. Let's go, watch the training for yourself. It doesn't matter when this guy wants to practice against him, but everyone who practices against him remembers that after being defeated 10 times, he has to pay him 1 credit. After all, this guy has no other way to earn credits, and can only get the last remaining value that belongs to him by being your human flesh target. Ye Qiu glanced at the wolf with a face full of indifference. He was not aroused in the least by the bloody wolf. This guy was still not abused enough. It should be said. These brats of Xiangying are really too weak. It's a little pathetic to be weak. Even if he was wearing a heavy-duty suit, he could easily defeat everyone here, and with the adaptation to the rich Huxia medicine, the strength of the wolf would only become stronger. Getting stronger and stronger, even Ye Qiu doesn't know when someone will completely defeat this guy in battle. Human target? He is very dissatisfied with this name of the wolf, and since he is so dissatisfied, there is only one thing he can do, and that is to completely fight this shameful name back, and let those stinky bastards know the so-called human flesh target. How the hell did they get their nose bruised and swollen? After playing 10 times, you can get credits, and the credits can be exchanged for Ye Qiu's physical skills. This kind of relaxed vegetable abuse game still has some value to him. Speaking of which, Evil Wolf was very interested in Wooden Man Lane, and the incomparably precise skills of the Wooden Man made him feel a shock, and even if he put himself in his shoes, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to do it within 60 minutes. Inside, without destructive means, easily passed through the Wooden Man alley. The move was so perfect, it was just like the old man he hated. The only thing that is more unfortunate is that this guy, Wild Ball, is too tight on himself. Even if he has no intention of leaving Xiangying High School, that guy does not allow himself to take off his heavy clothes and accept tasks like normal students. Gain academic credit. Alas, the road to earning credits is a long way to go. After leaving school, Ye Qiu planned to go to Saitama to see if he had been to the House of Evolution recently. If not, Ye Qiu still really wants to go with him. Dr. Kino's from the House of Evolution still made him very interested. He is a guy who interprets black technology to the fullest. In the world of One Punch, that guy may not be able to use his talents to the fullest, and there will even be many Hero No.1s who want to destroy him, but in Ye Qiu's view, as long as his talents are used in the right way, will definitely shine. Hiring Xiangying, he can do research on genetics and improve the efficiency and medicinal properties of the medicated bath package. He is also a good talent. That's it. The reason why Ye Qiu has such an idea is that he has not seen Genos become an S-class Hero No.1 during this period of time, which means that it is very likely that he and Saitama have not evolved yet. Home. After greeting the king as usual, Ye Qiu jumped off the balcony. However, there is one thing that still makes Ye Qiu feel a little bit embarrassed, that is, he doesn't seem to know where Mr. Saitama's family lives. Looking around like a headless fly, I'm afraid it should be within a short time. I can't find Saitama-sensei either. For flowers. No. Logically speaking, all of Mr. King's achievements should be attributed to the Bald Superman, or the Bald Superman, which means that Mr. Saitama's house should live, not far from Mr. King's house. There is still hope to find the location of his home within today. According to Saitama's style, every day I am not on the way to find a weirdo, or on the way to a discount store, and I feel that the goal is very clear, that is, to find a place where there are monsters fighting around, or a store with discounted goods. Speaking of which, this method did have a good effect. When he found the 5th store, he saw a bright bald head. Hey, I finally found you, Mr. Saitama. Ye Qiu showed a relieved smile. Yeah, Ye Qiu? Saitama was still staring at Ye Qiu with a bewildered face. The saleswoman of the store had already started screaming loudly. As an avid fan, she suddenly saw her favorite S-class hero. How could she not scream out loud? Ye Qiu covered his ears in pain. He didn't understand why he was recognized, and he didn't want to understand the methods of the Hero Association to shape Hero But now is not the time to think about such a thing. He made a decision immediately, that is, he took Saitama, who had already paid the money, and ran away. You are? Saitama, who was inexplicably pulled by Ye Qiu, scratched his bald head. Here it is. Before Ye Qiu could answer this guy who had forgotten himself, he was blocked by several black cars. Ye Qiu, you can't hide, join our Fubuki team. We already have 3A level hero in our Fubuki team, and there will be more in the future. Hell Fubuki got out of the car and looked at Ye Qiu proudly. Ye Qiu has a headache. He obviously spent a long time looking for Saitama. Why was this woman Hellbukabuki able to find him so quickly? Small. Don't think about it. I'm not going to join the Fubuki group. Do you really think you can keep up with my speed by driving? Ye Qiu was too lazy to say a few more words to this girl. Snow-blowing team? He is not in the world of One Punch every day. How could he join any organization at will? If he really got his contact information for the Fubuki team, in case of any powerful disaster, he can't be there. Wouldn't he be punished? People die. I remember, you're the guy who can turn into a man on fire. Teacher Saitama, who was stopped by Ye Qiu from running, finally thought of who Ye Qiu is, that is, he has some strength, and he will remember him in his heart. Are you here to fight me? Saitama looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Amazing strength. Although the giant, for him, it is a matter of 833 love, but Saitama is very optimistic about Ye Qiu's strength. At least he should be able to exercise a little. Ye Qiu pulled a helpless smile. It's okay to fight with you, but you have to make sure that you don't use all your strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be smashed into scum by you in an instant. I can still feel how terrifying your strength is. Arrived. Huh? You're the first person to say such a thing. Saitama's face is expressionless. All villains or opponents he has met before think he is weak. Only Ye Qiu felt his strength for a while. For Saitama, Ye Qiu is also a special one exist. How about it, Mr. Saitama, are you interested in this? Ye Qiu looked at Saitama with interest. As for the Fubuki group car behind him, they were already left behind by him and couldn't catch up at all. No problem, you should be the only one in the world who can let me exercise for a while. I'm a little interested. Said to be a little interested, but Saitama's expressionless expression of scratching his face still made Ye Qiu feel that he was not really interested in fighting with him. Ye Qiu's purpose is actually very simple, that is, to let Qiu help him feed his tricks before going to the House of Evolution. Although Saitama-sensei was already strong and could easily smash his opponent to ashes without any moves, Ye Qiu knew that Saitama-sensei later participated in the ancient martial arts competition and was a very good target for feeding moves. As for why they didn't find Teacher Bangu, it was simply because Teacher Saitama could bring Ye Qiu a greater sense of oppression. Only the sense of oppression between life and death can make him stronger faster. Saitama can maintain full killing intent when fighting against him, and can defend his Rakido just right. Very strong. A terrifying figure who has absolute control over his absolute power. Sure enough, after chatting with Mr. Saitama, Ye found that Chujin Yuasi hadn't met Mr. Saitama yet, which means that the plot of Evolution House has not yet started, and he still has the opportunity to participate in it. So strong? On this day, when Ye Qiu fought with Teacher Saitama, he really understood why this man was so strong. That is the purest power in this world? The speed, strength, and even the senses are all top-notch. Whether Ye Qiu uses the Fengshen leg or the 18 dragon subduing palms, all those changes and Rakido can be seen through by Saitama teacher at the last moment. Totally see-through. Ye Qiu's moves were all useless in the end. Of course, for Saitama, the battle with Ye Qiu also opened a door to a new world for him. The skill of the move really opened his eyes. It was a way of fighting that was completely invisible when fighting against monsters. What Ye Qiu felt most terrifying was that in the process of fighting with him, Saitama was still learning for a while, turning the skills of changing power in ancient martial arts into the most suitable fighting style for him. The two men, obviously, feel very interesting about the battle between each other. One is fighting with absolute power, the other is fighting with sheer skill. Ye Qiu keeps getting stronger every day in the world of One Punch, and the group of little devils in the world of My British are also getting stronger by absorbing everything around him crazily at a speed that exceeds his imagination. Comfortable? No? Even though they were studying in high school, with the existence of the evil wolf that completely surpassed their strength limit, the strength of those little devils was able to advance by leaps and bounds. Sure enough, there is pressure and motivation in the world of One Punch Man. On this day, Saitama-sensei arrived as scheduled to fight the mosquitoes. When he was fighting the mosquitoes, he did not use his wild intuition. Shooting mosquitoes, perhaps in the eyes of Saitama-sensei, is one of the few pastimes. When Ye Qiu was not fighting, he would occasionally watch the news on the TV in Teacher Saitama's house to learn more about the One Punch world. Sure enough, news about the female mosquito finally appeared on TV. After moving his body for a while, Ye Qiu was about to go in that direction when he found that Teacher Saitama had chased him out of the house without knowing when. Don't let me down too, Dr. Kino's? Throwing the shirt casually on the ground of Saitama's house, Ye Qiu chased after Saitama's figure, chasing in the direction of the city. Saitama-sensei, who was chasing mosquitoes, was not very fast. Huh? Ye Qiu, why are you here too? Saitama, who was holding the pesticide, looked at Ye Qiu who was following him with a dull expression. How damaged this city is? Mosquitoes are really annoying? Ye Qiu frowned, seeing the black shadow that covered the sky, his whole person's mood became bad. Be careful, the two of you stay far away, those mosquitoes will suck all the blood from the human body. Leave it to me to deal with it here. Genos stood in front of Ye Qiu and Saitama. Ye Qiu was a little helpless. With the 3.8 situation where he and Saitama were together, when would it be Genos' turn to take action? However, considering that he didn't want to have an extra robot apprentice, Ye Qiu felt that it would be better for him to restrain himself a little when he made a move. Those black mosquito swarms? It really couldn't hurt him. It seemed to be accurate. That group of mosquitoes couldn't even penetrate the surface of the skin that was defended by the King Kong indestructible magic when he was defending. However, in order to keep his clothes intact, Ye Qiu decided to use the power of a little fruit to turn all the mosquitoes into ashes, so as not to lose his clothes by the mosquitoes, or be irritated by Genos. Attacked and burned his clothes. The ghost knows where the camera of the Hero No.1 association is pressed. Saitama is not afraid of embarrassment, but he is still quite worried. Sure enough, Genos' way of thinking that was already biased towards robots made him come up with an extremely brutal attack method. Boom! After a loud noise, the flame that burned the fruit completely turned into a huge ball, and Ye Qiu, who wrapped himself, could clearly feel the vibration of the ground. This movement is really big. I don't know what the young people think today. They can become stronger through normal means, but they want to turn themselves into robots. How powerful are robots? It should be said that number 17 who participated in the Cosmic Power Conference in Dragon Ball should be regarded as a power benchmark. However, with the current level of technology in my British world, Ye Qiu doesn't think they have the ability to raise Genos' body to that level. Moreover, on the 17th, they belonged to artificial humans, which was a little different from robots. Genos' attack was too biased towards machine technology, and there was really nothing to watch. Not good. I seem to have killed 2 innocent humans. After Genos finished attacking, he realized it with hindsight. It seemed that the ordinary-looking bald-headed uncle and child just now should not be able to stop himself from such a terrifying threat of explosion. It's a pity that his robotic body made his mind a little bit numb. When he wanted to destroy the mosquito swarm, he didn't think of this at all. Ming, Mr. Saitama, you really have quirks in your outfit. I remember when the supermarket was on sale, they didn't sell clothes. With the number of clothes in your closet, it seems like you're going to spend a lot of money again. Ye Qiu didn't let his flames be seen, but after seeing Teacher Qiu's white and pink muscles, he quickly turned his head away. Spicy eyes? He has no interest in men at all, and Saitama is a little too disrespectful. He clearly has the ability to easily escape the impact of this attack, but he just stood there and did not move. I really don't want to take one more look. If I take one more look, I'm afraid there will be a needle eye. Saitama, who had reacted, lowered his head and looked at it. His expression was still extremely dull, and he didn't seem to have any hindsight thoughts. Genos turned his head in surprise. He never thought that 2 people who seemed to be completely ordinary people could stand there without any damage under his own attack. Among them, the younger one didn't even get the slightest bit of dust on his clothes, which is a bit too unbelievable. Don't look at me like that. Sometimes people are lucky, and they have to avoid danger automatically. We should be the one with good luck. I advise you to deal with the long flight in the air with peace of mind. He has to be a little ugly, otherwise I can't guarantee that he will live a few extra seconds because of his ugly appearance. Ye Qiu shrugged and pointed to the mosquito girl who had changed a color in the sky and appeared again. Well, in his opinion, that look is really ugly? What? How dare you call me ugly? The ant lady flying in the air has incomparable confidence in her figure and appearance. She never thought that a normal man would actually say such words when he saw her. That boy who seems to be pleasing to the eye seems to really not want to live at all. In that case, let her blood become a part of her body to wash away the insults she once caused herself with her voice. The snake girl's expression of licking her lips made Ye Qiu feel helpless. Hey, I've also convinced you non-humans with bad brains. Don't those 2 guys look better to bully? Why do you keep your eyes on me every time? Am I really growing? A face of hatred? Don't force me to shoot. If I really shoot, I'd be afraid of myself. And don't stare at me with that kind of eyes. Don't think I don't know. You guys all want to devour me flesh. That face really didn't feel much hatred, but Ye Qiu's mouth still managed to draw a lot of hatred for him. At least from Ant Lady's point of view, the words just now were enough to be provocative. Never mind, boy, you talk too much. I don't like listening to others, because I am the leader of the right to speak. With a wave of the female hand, a scarlet storm flew towards Ye Qiu. Genos, a robot, obviously has no blood for him to absorb, and the only remaining blood is Saitama and Ye Qiu. Compared with Saitama's sluggish bald head, at least it was Ye Qiu's blood, which looked a little more delicious. Be careful. Genos shouted and quickly blocked Ye Qiu, for fear that he would be accidentally hurt by the mosquitoes. Ye Qiu thanked him. Thank you, it just so happens that I have to spare some strength to fight with teacher Saitama, but you saved me a little trouble. Hey, Ye Qiu, how can you be like this? You are also very strong, okay? Why do you always take action every time you fight? Saitama looked depressed. No matter when he encounters a weird person or when he encounters some trouble, he is always responsible for taking action. Ye Qiu is often the one who watches the scenery over there. Because the bounty is not enough, I said, if you go to take the Hero ES qualification, even if you are interested in engaging in Hero ES activities in the future, you can get a lot of bounties, so you don't have to wait. The supermarket discounts and then buys things. Don't? Supermarket discount day is my heart? If you have money, you have to wait until the supermarket discount day to buy things. You can't be a salted fish. 833 Saitama's enthusiasm instantly burned. The two chatted first in the middle of the battlefield, but Genos and Snake got into a fight. Then do you want to be a hero? Yes. Ye Qiu was a little speechless. What kind of adult fish is salted fish? Every time he grabbed the date and waited for the discount day, how could he feel that Saitama was more mature than him? It's all excuses. Okay, I'm going to be a hero, yes, but I'll talk about it after a while. You don't even tell yourself, you don't even know where the hero, yes, test is. Saitama scratched his face. Can you put your clothes on first? I'm very burdened by you. Ye Qiu resisted his anger and said. When Saitama-sensei's clothes are all gone, the place where he shines is his whole body. The feeling that the whole body is glowing is horrible. Saitama glanced at the surroundings in distress. I can't help it. I have very few clothes. The buildings here have been destroyed, and there must be no clothes that suit me. Then it's up to you. I'll stay away from you to save my eyesight from deteriorating. After he finished speaking, Ye Qiu realized that Genos' side had reached the level of self-destruction. When deciding on Saitama, he kicked Mosquito Girl in the direction of Saitama. Okay. That sudden kick was so fast that even Genos didn't have time to react. It was as if Ye Qiu had suddenly appeared beside him, and even the robot's vision could not fully capture his figure. Great. Seeing that they have just survived, it is not due to luck. The words of the two who talked about becoming hero, ES, just now should also be really capable of becoming hero, ES. At the most dangerous time, if it wasn't for Ye Qiu's sudden appearance, I'm afraid he would have turned to ashes now. In fact, Genos didn't know whether he could take away the Mosquito Girl who had evolved again if he blew himself up. Although he has become a robot with few feelings, Genos breathed a sigh of relief. If those two people were strong enough, the other residents of Oto City would not have been killed by this terrifying-looking tattoo girl. Genos' heart finally relaxed, but he was kicked away by Ye Qiu, intending to use Saitama, the naked guy, as his latest ingredient, Mosquito Girl, and met a not very fast fist. Boom! With one punch, the Mosquito Girl, whose strength was already astonishing, turned into dust in the air, while Saitama looked at the street that was swept through by his own punches. Finally got rid of the pesky mosquitoes? Today is perfect? Ignoring Genos' horrified eyes and open mouth, Saitama hurriedly ran away in the wind. He wanted to go home and get dressed. Please wait. Genos struggled to block Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu looked at him speechlessly. Would you really not take care of your injuries? No, I just want to ask, do you know the address of the strong man just now? I want to visit. Genos looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Ye Qiu pointed to himself. Don't you think I'm also very powerful? This rhetorical question made Genos stunned for a moment, as if Ye Qiu was really strong, otherwise he wouldn't be able to kick that incomparably accurate kick. I think your strength is not as good as that gentleman. After a long silence, Genos choked out such a sentence. Ye Qiu looked at him speechlessly. Well, your intuition is still very accurate, at least I am not his opponent now. But in the future, who will be the strongest in the future is still uncertain. Please tell me the address of that gentleman. Genos said sincerely again. Ye Qiu nodded. He didn't plan to accept robots as apprentices. It should be said that he has no plans to accept apprentices either. After getting Saitama's address, Genos left with satisfaction. In order to avoid being chased by Saitama's bald head, Ye Qiu felt that it was better to avoid the limelight recently, at least not in a place where Saitama's bald head could see. In my world, everyone's strength has improved very quickly, but because All Might has been focusing on Xiongying's teaching tasks recently, it has not appeared in public very much, so outside Xionying, a group of reporters will be surrounded every day. On this day, Ye Qiu was still avoiding Saitama when he happened to see such a scene. Hey, Aizawa-sensei, what's going on here? Ye Qiu, who easily pushed the crowd away, frowned a little. Aizawa Shouta pinched his eyebrows with a headache. You can also see, because the guy All Might was very famous when he was hero, ES, so after the news of him was gone, all the media where there has been a decline in the degree of attention. And this kind of thing? It's really not easy for these media workers. It should be said, that guy Endeavor is really uncooperative. This time is not a good time for him to take the position. Why don't he know how to promote himself more so that the media can have something to do? You Xionying High School can't do this, we're interviewing All Might. He is the hero, ES, for all of us, not your Xionying High School? The female reporter standing in front of the crowd shouted fiercely. Ye Qiu glanced at her calmly. Do you know that Xionying High School is an educational institution and a place to train a new generation of hero, ES? What you said has seriously interfered with our teaching. If you don't leave now, we at Hero, ES, High School have reason to take unconventional measures to protect the quality of our teaching. Who are you? When is it the turn of a young boy from Xionying High School to talk? Yeah, is it too disrespectful to our media workers by letting a student come out to communicate with us? Xionying High School is amazing? Relying on being a famous high school, you can ask for big names at will. That's right, the hero, ES, of your school are hero, ES? Don't those hero, ES, who are fighting on the front line be more arrogant than you? Hearing those roaring noises, Ye Qiu's brows furrowed even more fiercely. As expected of a writer, white can be said to be black. Since these guys like to talk so much and don't want to listen to what he has to say, then there is no other way. Ye Qiu can only follow what he said before and take unconventional methods. He is not a good talker. Boom! A flame burst out from Ye Qiu's body instantly, forming a wall of flames in front of Xiangying's gate. This wall is Xiangying's last bottom line. Anyone with strength can come in. At that time, I will kill you on the spot for the reason of endangering the safety of the teachers and students of Xiangying High School. Ye Qiu's words were full of icy coldness, without the slightest emotional bitterness. Hiss! That fiery breath instead caused everyone to take a deep breath and feel the chill on their back, Qian Hahao, which was really killing intent. You, how can you heroes be like this? We will definitely go back and expose. After a moment of silence, the group of media workers did not have the courage to step into the gate of heroes, even if some of them had special quirks. If you are like this, it will be difficult for the principal. Aizawa Shouda himself is very satisfied with Ye Qiu's approach, but now that he is a teacher, he still needs to consider some social impacts. Ye Qiu said indifferently, I am Xiangying's special advisor, and that is where Xiangying's last bottom line lies. I will do whatever you can't do or dare not do, otherwise I won't agree to become a special advisor. Anyway, I don't either. If you plan to become a real professional hero, ES, you can write whatever the media likes. As long as the hero, ES, who will be heroic and heroic in the future can take on more social responsibilities, some grandstanding articles will still be understood by some people. The last bottom line. This sentence may not have any feeling to others, but for the staff and students of Xiangying High School, it has great meaning. At least even a person like Aizawa Shouda, who is incomparably calm, also feels that there is an inexplicable power growing in his body. That power comes from the spirit and is rooted in heroes. It is the pride that their generation of heroes has always insisted on. Perhaps because of Ye Qiu's words, when Aizawa Shouda and All Might finally decided to conduct the rescue test, All Might didn't go, and Ye Qiu was in charge of the rescue test project throughout the whole process. Ye Qiu was still somewhat impressed by the rescue test this semester. When he received the notice, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Finally, he was about to meet the guys from the League of Villains again, and the number of people who came this time seemed to be small. Quite a lot. It's time for him to make the AFO guys' heart hurt once. Ye Qiu, who entered the classroom of Class A, said with a little playfulness in everyone's fearful eyes. Originally, this test was to drive to the destination, but I thought about it and felt that the physical fitness of 833 has improved quite well recently. Some students have already started formal physical training. If so, then happy decision, run to the test center. Anyway, the distance is not very far, only a few hours drive. I believe you can run to the destination in one day. What? It was obviously an exciting rescue test, but how could it become a marathon? They are practicing physical fitness every day, but they have to run such a long distance. When it comes to the test, really can you still maintain your stamina? What? I look at your eyes, and it seems that I am not very satisfied with my decision. If there is really something you are not satisfied with, then say it, and everyone can discuss together how to make everyone satisfied. Ye Qiu said indifferently. No. We are very satisfied with the advice of Ye Qiu's consultants, and we don't have any opinions. Yes. We are all very satisfied. Dare to say dissatisfied? Impossible? Who, Bkti, knows what other means Ye Qiu will use to torture them if they are satisfied, or running is safer. Since everyone agrees with this proposal, then you don't give me to change clothes quickly. If you don't change clothes now, I can't guarantee that if one of you can't arrive at the test venue before sunset, you will still have a meal. Ye Qiu said casually. The originally quiet classroom suddenly became noisy, especially those students who were not very physically dominant. Their expressions became extremely nervous. Who knows how far the test venue is? If it is true, if you can't reach the test venue before sunset, it may not only be as simple as not having a meal, but also encounter other terrifying situations. Change clothes? Hurry up and change your clothes so that you can buy more time and make yourself suffer less. This is almost a consensus reached by everyone in a short period of time. But obviously, they still seem to think Ye Qiu is a little too good. Except for a few girls who are really weak, there is actually an inner bag hidden in it, and inside it is an iron body with different weights. Too much? It's just too much? Why is there such a thing in the clothes to carry out that kind of long-distance running? It is already very tiring, and if you add weight-bearing equipment, what is the difference between cultivating in a gravity room? However, for the little angels of Green Valley, this is not a big problem. In order to adapt to the practice environment of the gravity room with 5 times the gravity as soon as possible, when they entered the gravity room without credits, they all put on their own weights. Equipment, in order to allow the body to adapt to the extreme state. Interesting, without this demon advisor, I don't even know what kind of pressure it would be to be a student at Xiangying High School. Bakugo grinned and laughed wildly. Indeed, during the few months of admission, apart from being ruthlessly abused by Ye Qiu, a special advisor, the freshmen of the heroic high school did not feel any pressure from the outside world at all. Speaking of the few pressures, Ye Qiu forcibly captured the wolf from the One Punch Man world. There is pressure to be motivated. Although most of the time during this period is still in the practice of training and close combat, but when Bakugo casts quirks, he can obviously find that his quirks are much stronger than before, and this improvement is much stronger than before. Improvements have come much faster in any year of the decade. Although he hated that guy Ye Qiu, and even wanted to repay that guy countless times in his dreams, Bakugo had to admit that it was because of the existence of Ye Qiu that his strength could be improved so much in a short period of time. As for the other people, their thoughts are almost the same. It is precisely because of the existence of Ye Qiu that they feel the cruelty of social existence, and they have a clearer understanding of what it means to be an excellent hero. Yes. What a difficult road. I will take the lead in the front, and the people behind will try to keep up. If you can't keep up, you should not be able to reach your destination. As for the consequences of not reaching your destination, I will not embarrass you anymore. Credits. If there are credits in the account, it will be deducted directly. If there are no credits, wait for the tasks issued by the school to slowly change the credits. Ye Qiu said casually, and ran out first. Hiss. 500 credits for a long run? What a joke. No matter how rich the family is, in Xiangying High School, they are the real poor. Not to mention 500 credits, most people can't even get 100 credits, and it will take a long time to get 500 credits in school, so when will they be able to get the method of physical training in the exchange room? This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to keep up, must keep up. The people who were not very motivated before, at this moment, suddenly became irritable because of the stimulation of the credits. Considering that those boys couldn't compare to him in speed, Ye Qiu didn't plan to use all his strength when he started running. Consultant Ye Qiu, I don't know if I follow you to reach the destination smoothly, are there any credits? The strongest little angel in Green Valley has become very real recently. He will still ask about things that are beneficial to him. After all, everyone is trying to become the strongest hero. Yes. How can you not cherish the opportunity? Ye Qiu was stunned. He didn't expect the little angel of Green Valley to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, Ye Qiu shouted to the little guys behind him, the first person to reach the destination after me can get 200 credits, the second can get 100 credits, and the third can get 100 credits. 50 credits, you can handle it yourself. Of course, this condition is basically fair to everyone. I will increase the weight of each person according to your strength. The weight of his weight adds up to about 100 pounds, and if you can't grab the first place from his hands, I have nothing to say. Recently, some of the little guys left a message saying that because of their good relationship with the little angel of Green Valley, they have gone through a lot of backdoors for him, and some exercises that can only be exchanged in the exchange city. It was given to the little angel of Green Valley to practice. For this kind of thing, Ye Qiu doesn't really care about giving the little angel of the Green Valley to practice. Give any shreds of special care to the interior. It can only be said that the strength of a person is sometimes related to chance, which just happened to let him meet the little angel of the Green Valley, and let some of his own become the opportunity for the little angel of the Green Valley to become stronger. The world is inherently unfair, just like the little angel of Green Valley was doomed to not have his own quirks from the moment he was born. And his strength is also relying on that kind of narcissism to get Ye Qiu's approval. It's that simple. In Ye Qiu's opinion, the weight of 100 jin is far from the limit weight that the little angel of Green Valley can bear. After all, a person with a successful internal strength practice, under normal circumstances, carrying an adult on his back for several hours will not feel it tired. However, this weight is enough for the time being. Green Valley's cultivation is not that advanced. After all, he has not many credits. After redeeming some medicated bath packages, he can now have 10 years of internal strength cultivation. Not bad, a weight of 100 pounds can play a proper exercise effect for him. Shoto Todoroki, how much weight are you carrying? Bakugo looked at Shoto Todoroki unwillingly. To be honest, with his current strength, if the weight on his body reaches 100 pounds, he will not be able to run freely for several hours. According to the information from his body, the weight hidden in the clothes should be almost about 50 pounds. Shoto Todoroki said coldly, 70 pounds. It's not that Shoto Todoroki's talent and aptitude, in Ye Qiu's opinion, can bear more load than Bakugo. It's just because this kid has a father who ranks second in the Hero ES rankings, because he was against his father since childhood. Is also constantly stubbornly improving his cultivation of the physical body. If the little angel of Green Valley did not practice internal strength and one-finger meditation, I am afraid that his strength can only reach a state of 30 jins at most, which is completely incomparable with these real geniuses. Hateful? How could that guy, Smelly, have a weight of 100 pounds, and Shoto Todoroki, the BD, is heavier than himself? Bakugo's heart is full of anger. Obviously, his weight is less, but he is more likely to win the first place, but what he thinks is, why is he not as heavy as those two guys? Ye Qiu looks down on himself. At this time, it's not just the explosive family that has this kind of mentality, but other people have this kind of mentality to some extent. They really want to know whether their weight is heavier or lighter than others. Those who are heavier are definitely stronger, and they can be recognized by Ye Qiu, a demon advisor. However, except for a few people, other people basically only have 5 or 10 pounds in their abdomens, and most girls basically have no weight. Never mind. Since there is no psychological advantage in terms of weight bearing, he can only think about how to get the top 3. Only by getting more credits can he narrow the distance between himself and other students. For flowers, gotta get the top 3. Everyone has this kind of thought, even the guy Minoru Mineta is thinking about whether to hug his thighs with someone. Just now Ye Qiu didn't seem to say that he couldn't use quirks. If he could use quirks to block other people, he seemed to get a good name. Don't think about using quirks to stop other people, this is a test of your physical strength and willpower. And if you use quirks, you will lose your physical strength greatly, and it is very likely that you will not endure the end. Ye Qiu didn't look back, but interrupted many people's thoughts. Minoru Mineta suddenly had a bitter face. Originally, he wanted to use his quirks, let others carry him, and then use his own quirks. But looking at the words of advisor Ye Qiu, he didn't plan to let them use words at all. In addition, Bai's results will not be recorded in the results, and her speed is completely unmatched by you. Ye Qiu added. Do you need credits? That's really not necessary at all. For her, things like credits can be exchanged, and what Ye Qiu can give can be 10 times, 100 times better. Gap? Sometimes Bakugo thinks, how great would it be if Ye Qiu gave him a few more chances to earn 100 credits? Even if it is a little shameful, as long as he has credits in hand, he will become stronger than Ye Qiu sooner or later. Bakugo is extremely confident in his own talent, and that guy who is stinky just practiced for a period of time earlier than him. In fact, the road to the rescue training center is not so difficult to walk. If you go straight, it is still very close, but the road for cars is not so easy to walk. When Ye Qiu started, he said the time of the drive, just to let those little devils have a hint in their hearts, so that some people would want to preserve their strength. On the Green Valley side, he is good at analysis. He felt that Ye Qiu's speed was increasing. He was just wondering for a moment, but he completely improved his speed. He didn't think Ye Qiu would deliberately throw them away. If you keep your physical strength here, you will only lose the first place. About 2 or 3 kilometers away, we will reach the rescue testing center. Ye Qiu estimated the distance and looked at the clear-cut brats behind him who were using different tactics, and his feet immediately started to speed up. As expected, the little angel of Green Valley had already guessed that Ye Qiu's routine was absolutely impossible for them to reach the finish line so easily, and before that, they would have to go through an extremely tragic fight. Although he couldn't use quirks, the little angel of Green Valley still used the inner strength of his body to the extreme, and the wind was blowing under his feet. Even if he had not practiced any lightning exercises, his speed at this time was faster than that of normal people. Not a lot. Ida really wants to cry. It is clear that her quirks is the most suitable person to get credits in this test, but if she can't use quirks now, it's 833 what the hell is he? The speed advantage is completely unplayable. Poor as Ida, who was still in the 3rd army at this time, did not use his own speed to run out. It is not that he did not try to accelerate, but the 20-pound load was still a lot of pressure for him, and he did not use the speed engine. When sprinting, there is no way to easily get rid of this pressure of physical restraint. Ida looked at the people around him. His muscles were considered the best. When everyone was more or less burdened, he still didn't believe that with his physical fitness, he couldn't fight a little bit. Those who were relatively strong in physical training, led by the little angel of Green Valley, all began to grit their teeth and began to charge forward fiercely. No matter what, you have to keep up. That guy in Green Valley will never exert his strength at such an inexplicable time. There must be other reasons for it. Ye Qiu glanced at the group of boys behind him who were gritting their teeth, and his satisfaction became even greater. Everyone has been working really hard lately. Bai was beside Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu said softly, Bai, you should have seen it with your own eyes. In fact, compared with all the people in the other world, they all live a little too easy. Although I am strong here, even in the future when you are strong enough, you can stand up to solve 90% of the big problems like All Might. But don't forget, in this world with more and more quirks, not everyone is a good person. There will always be people who desire to grow and grow in the darkness of the human heart. I can't be responsible for the safety of the entire earth alone. Well, I understand, the world of One Punch may need hero, like you more, said wisely. Ye Qiu nodded, there is indeed a need for more, or even more, hero, their growth is not only for themselves, but also for the other world, and if they have the ability, they must take on more things. Evil Wolf, an ordinary person, can cultivate to such a powerful level, there is no reason why these brats with quirks don't work hard. Following Ye Qiu, their nearest Green Valley little angel, vaguely let him hear extremely shocking words. Another world? Could it be that the so-called hero, graveyard is in another world? In that case, it's no wonder he, an honest fan who knows hero, so well, or All Might, hadn't heard of a place like this. Speed up? But after just listening to a few words, Lugu Xiaotian felt that his strength was not enough to understand these things for the time being. He simply catalyzed his internal strength to the extreme. He had to get the 500 credits and then become stronger. Can't catch up? Really can't catch up? Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo showed almost all their milk-feeding strength. The guy in Green Valley ran out of the 100-meter race as if he had no weight at all when he was carrying a 100-pound load. A feeling of, interesting? It seems that I underestimate this kid. Ye Qiu didn't expect that something like a credit reward would be something that Green Valley could easily get. He didn't know that, when he wasn't paying attention, All Might was secretly helping Green Valley with tutoring. In order for his successor to become a hero, who can be compared to the little monster Ye Qiu in the shortest possible time, All Might has not given his credits to Green Valley for personal gain. Crazy tempering his body. After some damage, and the medicinal bath package could not be fully absorbed in the first time, the residual medicinal power in the body naturally allowed Green Goo to get an unexpected improvement in a short period of time. However, the reward of credits today is not only in terms of testing speed. Ye Qiu feels that it is the best time to test them when they will fight, and more credits can be considered at that time. When we arrived at the rescue test center, Green Valley really won the first place. Ye Qiu patted Lugu on the shoulder. When I first saw you, your strength was so ridiculously weak that you didn't even have the strength to protect yourself. I didn't expect that in less than a year, He has changed from a person who is powerless to someone who has the ability to protect others. Continue to work hard, be sure to become a powerful hero. Don't let me have your expectations for you, don't let Xiangying have your expectations hope in vain. Well, I will. Lugu raised his sleeves and wiped the sweat from his chin, but he didn't show too much excitement. This kind of thing was already accustomed to him now. The idea of becoming stronger has long been rooted in his blood and does not need anyone's encouragement. Second place is not Bakugo, nor Shoto Todoroki, but carries MHA. Because of the quirks, this guy can be said to be crazier than anyone about his body workouts during this time. No 3.8 is wrong, make good use of your quirks, and cooperate with the practice of upper body art, you will definitely become a powerful hero. Ye Qiu also encouraged Kiri's MHA. Bakugo sighed and Shoto Todoroki didn't even have a third place, and the third place was a tail. Years of martial arts practice made him more adaptable to the practice of close combat than others. Recently, he spent all his credits in the gravity room. The current Ajiro Masharao has been able to persist in his practice in an environment with twice the gravity of the gravity room. Damn it. Bakugo put his hands on his knees, sweat dripping down. Shoto Todoroki's side wasn't much better than Bakugo, but because of the heavy load on them, they couldn't get up at all in the end. Consultant Ye Qiu will not be able to include our faculty and staff in the next test involving credits. I also need to get stronger. When I don't have to keep running without quirks, I can also bring you who is carrying the weight. It is a bit unfair for us teachers to send credits so lavishly. We must know that we have to work hard every day to cultivate this group of little devils who don't understand anything. Aizawa Shouta's words made everyone feel speechless. I'm afraid this is a fake Aizawa-sensei? Was that arrogant Aizawa-sensei kidnapped by aliens, or killed by villains? The person standing in front of them is probably a villain, who transformed into quirks. Ye Qiu smiled helplessly. Xiangzi, what you said is wrong. As teachers, you can receive fixed credits every month. Although 50 credits is a bit small, with a lot of free time, you can do hero, tasks, you can also get credits in the tasks. Compared with these students, the channels for obtaining credits are obviously much easier. 50 credits per month. Hearing this number, many people are thinking about one thing for a while. When they become official hero, after graduation, should they go back to school to teach with enough credits, and then go back to school? Become a social hero, and then you will soon be at the top of the hero, rankings. To become a faculty member of Xiangying, the temptation of credits visible to the naked eye is simply too exciting. Okay, you bastards, you got so many credits, don't be too happy, today's class has just started. If someone dissatisfied me during the test process, I will apply to the school to withdraw you from school at any time. Heroes don't need trash students. Aizawa Shouta's words were still not polite at all, but everyone was used to his way of speaking, and they didn't feel that they would show any weakness in the next test. Even the timid guys like Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki, after being infected by everyone, gradually regarded improving their strength as the goal of their life, because in the eyes of these two guys, the only way to improve their strength is to improve their strength. After going up, you can become a man like Ye Qiu's consultant, and he is liked by countless girls. Entering the rescue drill test site, everyone saw that the instructor of another course was teacher number 13 who looked a bit like a robot. Speaking of which, the place where the rescue exercise is carried out seems to be a little taller. No matter what kind of environment, you can find it in the place. The most important thing is that the characteristics of the environment are still very realistic, which is almost the same as the outside world. The environment is perfectly grafted over. Of course, this is very real to other people. For Ye Qiu, it is far less real than the world of One Punch Man. What kind of rescue exercise? If it weren't for these boys, who are currently too weak, he must take them straight to the world of One Punch Man for a real hero, combat drill. However, there is no need to worry too much. According to the current progress, many people today should be able to obtain most of the credits in the next time, and then exchange them for the method of physical training. On the 13th, he explained the basic elements of the rescue mission to the students. It's just that his words hadn't opened his mouth to mention that the lights in the half of the place, including all the power resources, began to become erratic, and in front of a small fountain, a kurogiri that Ye Qiu was very familiar with appeared. It's still the familiar fluctuation, the guy who gets bullied by him every time. I really don't know why the people in the League of Villains are so tough. They know they will lose terribly, but they still come to him one after another to trouble him. They observed a small silence for a second. Ye Qiu shook his head and looked at the little Ziluas who kept coming out of the Kurogiri, without the slightest interest in doing it. As far as the strength of these guys is concerned, whether it is the Earth Dragon clan that he killed easily before, or the Mosquito Girl who was blown up by Saitama's punch, he can completely wipe out this group of scoundrels in an instant. As for the group of students, Ye Qiu has already been beaten to an unacceptable level during this period of time. In the face of such small winds and waves, they did not show any emotion at all, but rather regarded this incident as Ye Qiu, another test for them. You all stay where you are and leave it to me to solve it. On the contrary, Aizawa Shouta's expression was extremely serious, even pulling the metal blindfold directly over his eyes, ready to fight alone. Aizawa-sensei, don't be so serious. These little devils have been in school for so long. Don't you have any confidence in them? Believe me, leave things to them to solve. With their current strength, they should have a satisfactory answer. Don't think that they are still a group of children who have not grown up. Can you give them a chance? Take a good rest yourself. Ye Qiu put his hands around his chest, showing an attitude of indifference. Really? Okay. Aizawa Shouta stared at Ye Qiu with suspicious eyes. Ye Qiu waved his hand casually. How can a man say no? Of course I don't look down on those girls. 833 is just those guys who came out of Kurogiri anyway. Their strength is not very good. I believe your eyes also see it's just a little troublesome. Some people's quirks will give people a headache. Just take it as a test for those boys. Ye Qiu's hand was firmly on Aizawa Shouta's shoulder. Aizawa Shouta, through Ye Qiu's action, already understood exactly what he was thinking, and obviously didn't want him to make any move at all. Sure enough, after holding him down, Ye Qiu shouted loudly to the group of little devils behind him, how many villain, s, can one villain, s, 20 credits achieved depends on your ability. When fighting the weight can be completely removed, but I remind you, do not underestimate any villain, s, because you have no idea what kind of quirks he has. Credits are a good thing, but you also need to have the ability to get them. Don't you lose the ability to fight when you don't get any credits. What kind of special day is today, and why that demon advisor is so generous in taking out the credits, it is simply unbelievable. Everyone was shocked by Ye Qiu's generosity, and of course it was because of Ye Qiu's generosity that he became very motivated. Hundreds of villains appeared all at once. If you do a careful calculation, that means there are at least tens of millions of walking credits. Danger? With two teachers and Ye Qiu, the terrifying demon advisor, what have they to worry about? It was with this thought in mind that these little guys from Class A, after taking off the weight on their bodies, flashed extremely confident expressions in their eyes. Come on the credits? Let the credits come a little harder? Consultant, if everyone cooperates to defeat the villain, how will it be calculated? Minoru Mineta asked a question. Equally, Ye Qiu's words were simple. With that group of kid quirks, even the strongest ones, it's not an easy time to face hundreds of quirks unknown villain, alone. It's better to form a team before the start. Forming a team one by one, for them, the action is undoubtedly much safer. Soon, everyone was divided into several teams according to their usual familiarity and knowledge of their own quirks. Of course, with the characters of Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, they did not form a team with the others, but stood on the side with incomparable confidence. These two guys didn't seem to realize that in the previous run, they didn't get half a credit. Don't think that the weight is gone, and your superhuman quirks can get great play. On the League of Villains side, the dead wooden handle hanging out of the Kurogiri looks really weird. Regarding his identity, Ye Qiu didn't plan to inform All Might in advance. Whether this kid is the grandson of the former OFA holder of All Might is not important to Qiu at all. He only knows that the kid who is standing on the opposite side of them is just villain. All Might is good at everything, but sometimes emotional. Sometimes Ye Qiu even thought that instead of giving that guy a chance to be emotional, it would be better for him to kill this opportunity in the cradle as soon as possible. Anyway, from Ye Qiu's own standpoint, he has nothing to do with the dead wooden handle hanging. Even if he is beaten into dust in the air, there will be no psychological burden at all. He still has absolute confidence in this point. The dead wooden handle hanging obviously also noticed the situation of the people in Seongying High School, but the reaction of the group of little devils at this moment was completely beyond his expectations. Why was there not the slightest fear in the eyes of those little devils, or the existence of nervousness, and even took the initiative to walk over to them? There are only a dozen people over there. Where did the confidence come from? And they appeared to be surrounded by them. It seems that he still looks up to the guys from Seongying High School to be more arrogant than he imagined. So in this case, they can only make them pay a painful price today, so as to learn the rule of the entire hero, world that the weak eat the strong, and if you have no strength, never underestimate your villain, Anyway, according to the original plan of the wooden handle, it was to kill all these stinky little devils. Only when they were all killed, the big target hidden behind All Might would appear logically. Speaking of which, the Nomo he brought has already gotten the biggest improvement. If it wasn't for that powerful kid who appeared out of nowhere, his teacher wouldn't have made Nomo stronger in a short period of time. What dead wooden handle hanging didn't know was that Ye Qiu was looking at them with a playful look where he couldn't see it. The number was indeed a bit large, and Ye Qiu had to admire such a large number of members in a short period of time. That FO did have his own way of winning people over. But that's it, the alliance does have an absolute advantage in numbers, but in terms of personal strength, under his devil training and oppression, this group of boys is not the original group. Seeing villain, will have weak legs, and the little devils who do not even have a strong desire to resist, for them, the so-called villain, is the credit for being able to walk upright. It's really disappointing. Even though it's already dangerous to this level, All Might, whom you regard as your idol, still hasn't appeared. It seems that he, the so-called number 1 in the hero, ranking, is just a vain name. The dead wood hanger sneered wanton. That's right. He was just laughing, and he didn't even mean to cover up this kind of ridicule. Anyway, those little devils were dead in his eyes, so let them listen to his absolutely confident words before they died. Bye, take it easy. If you let go of your hands and feet, those bastards will hate you. After all, credits are of no use to you at all, otherwise you will try Noma for me first. The strength of that monster. It just so happened that your strength has risen to a bottleneck since this time. I believe you also want to personally test how strong you are now. Ye Qiu, who was standing in the shadow, gave by a faint smile. Jealousy, envy, hate, This is the most straightforward portrayal of everyone's mood. As Ye Qiu said, people who can become stronger without getting credits are not just a little shy outside the battle, and there are extremely brutal people in the battle. Ye Yaoyorozu Momo, who let someone be the fiancé of this demon advisor, who can enjoy such an enviable privilege. No way. Envy, jealousy, and hatred do exist, but everyone quickly calmed down. After all, this emotion has to be experienced many times every day, and it has long been accustomed to it. Rather than complaining about oneself over there, it is better to use this time to be one step ahead of others and kill a few more villains. Powerful? The fastest among them are Ida and Yurika Okako, as well as the team of Green Valley Little Angel. Consultant Ye Qiu, I think you are a bit unfair. Our teachers should also be able to participate in so many villains. If we don't take action, it is impossible to solve it safely. Aizawa Shouta's eyes originally looked a little dull, but in this case, the desire in the eyes made those eyes look extremely red. A villain, 20 credits? With his ability, although it is said that he cannot defeat all villains, he can still do it by solving the number of credits that are enough to exchange body arts and exercises, which is better than doing hero, day and night. The credits come even faster. What reason is there to refuse this kind of battle? What reason is there not to fight for yourself to participate in it? It's not really impossible, it's just that as a faculty member and hero, who has been famous for a long time before, if you and teacher number 13 enter the venue in person, the strength of the credit sweep is simply to make this group of the kid can't find any chance. You can enter the game, wait until they have eliminated more than 100 villains, and the villain, you defeat afterward will get half of the credits of that group of students. How about it? Any comments? No? I don't have any opinion, and presumably teacher number 13 doesn't have any opinion either. After getting along during this period of time, Aizawa Shouta understands one thing very well, that is what Ye Qiu has decided, whether you have an opinion or not, it is useless. Compared with the other teachers who stayed in the school, he and number 13 inexplicably had one more chance to earn credits, but they still had a chance to earn credits by a large margin, even if compared with those students, what they got by defeating a villain, the credits are only half, which is also very worthwhile for him. Would you like to form a team together on the 13th? Aizawa Shouta is very aware that his ability to continue fighting is not very strong, and those little devils still don't know when they will be able to kill 100 villains. What tactics should be used in order to get more credits from the hands of those little devils? Okay, as the teacher of Xiangying, because Quirks is very special on the 13th, he rarely haunts the school on weekdays. As for Ye Qiu, a special advisor who suddenly appeared, he really wanted to get to know him. He really met him today, but he didn't expect him to be so young. For the 13th, I don't know exactly what the credits are and what are the precious things. Just based on the knowledge of Aizawa Shouta for so many years on the 13th, this guy is basically not tempted by any wealth, and he has no hobbies. Anything that can make Aizawa Shouta behave so excited must be a good thing. The identity of hero, does represent justice, and it does not mean that they have no desires. Number 13 still wants to get something good for themselves. The fastest Qian Ida over there, and under the partial weightless adjustment of Yurika Okako's weightless quirks, the speed is also much faster. Have they found the most suitable opponent for them? A group of guys who seem to have many features that have been separated from human beings. Now they may be able to understand a little why all these guys are in the League of Villains. I am afraid it is because of the appearance. It is difficult to find a favorite object. Quirks does bring strength to people, but to a certain extent, everyone's aesthetics are still more inclined to the past, and it is not easy to find a suitable object successfully. On the one hand, it is better to look good, and on the other hand, it is more powerful, otherwise it will be difficult to find a favorite object at all. Just thinking about it brings tears. Joining League of Villains, it is not because they are not good looking and have no strength. It is because of this that they will be cast aside by the society. Green Valley, Aiza, and Yurika still have to crush them a little bit in terms of looks. This immediately aroused the hatred of the guys from the League of Villains. The most unbearable thing is that these guys are good looking and can entering a prestigious school. He is destined to become the hero, guy that the masses like in the future. These guys are completely different from the rats that live in the sewers. Go on. Be sure to devour these guys living in the sun alive. There are not as many powerful quirks as imagined. Most people only have partial alienation of their bodies, and they are not considered powerful quirks owners. Aitsa-san, you are in charge of supporting with speed. Yuruka-san, you are in charge of creating a difficult environment for the villain. Green Valley quickly set up the task. As for himself, he must be at the forefront. Well, Green Valley has been waiting for this day for a long time. Combining the Opha's quirks he got from All Might with the inner strength and body training exercises he learned from Ye Qiu, he would like to see this. How amazing the two forces can burst out. With the help of Yuruka Okako, the Green Valley little angel's body suddenly became extremely light, and in that state, even if it was full of internal strength, and even quirks who did not need to explode Opha, it would be much faster than normal people. Damn smelly, I must get more credits than you. Bakugo didn't want to see Green Valley showing off his prestige alone. Dead wooden handle, this time, things seem to be different from what the boss expected. All Might didn't come, and the inexplicable confidence of the other party is completely beyond our imagination. Kurojiri, who was still delivering members of League of Villains incessantly, had a hint of surprise in his tone. The performance of the students of Xionying High School was beyond his expectations. The most important thing is that he just seemed to be among those figures and saw the person who made him feel heart palpitations to this day. Ran. Kurojiri, the teacher's plan is absolutely not wrong. All Might will come. When we kill the symbol of hero, this twisted world will eventually become our ideal country. The voice and expression of the dead wooden handle seemed very frenetic. Nausea. An abrupt voice suddenly interrupted his fanatical mood immersed in his own world. It turned out that Bai already used Fengshen's legs to approach the dead wooden handle to hang several people at the fastest speed. Ye Qiu had long anticipated the day when he would fight Nomo, and told them all of Nomo's characteristics. Bu is confident, under Ye Qiu's attention, she will be a hero, reserve and will fight her own official battle. Humph. The dead wooden handle hanging quickly adjusted his emotions, and being able to approach him silently in a short time, Bai is definitely not a simple student. That girl's quirks should be very powerful? Even so, the dead wooden handle hanger is very confident about the Nomo beside him. This is the second generation strongest Nomo that he re-improved on the basis of the Nomo he thought was perfect. No problem, no matter how strong Quirks is, he can't kill the Nomo beside him. Nomo, kill her? The sound of the dead wooden handle was full of icy coldness. Nomo, who was silent, quickly waved his incomparably thick arms, wrapped in a terrifying wind, and smashed it towards Bai's head. This move seems to be able to hit Bai's head for sure. Under the perverted palm of the dead wooden handle, there is also a morbidly infiltrating smile. I was very excited to take pictures of the flowers. That must be a wonderful picture. It's a pity that the wonderful picture that appeared in the dead wooden handle hanging's mind did not appear in reality. Instead, Bai's side used the Fengshen's legs to catch the wind and quickly escaped the attacked range. The palm of the fan-sized palm didn't touch her in the slightest. Taking advantage of the interval between Nomo's attack, Bai successfully removed the eldest son from behind his Death Tyrant suit, put his fingers on the bowstring, and immediately 2 arrows made of steel appeared in his hands and shot at extremely fast speed. Nomo within easy reach. Damn little reptile, it's fine to die obediently, but I'm still wasting my time. Do you know that if you waste a little more time, I'll see All Might, the hero, which symbolizes the beauty of death later. Picture. You will pay for your actions, and I will never let you die so easily again. The tone of the dead wooden handle began to tremble slightly. Obviously he was very dissatisfied with Bai's dodging, but for Bai, that guy's disgusting voice will only make him want to defeat the villain, in front of him. This kind of dark side living in the sewers, thinking is really disgusting. The steel arrows attacked Nomo with incomparable power. What Bai did not expect was that the steel arrows, which were supposed to be powerful, didn't even seem to cause any damage to the opponent. It seems that this monster is even more powerful than what Ye Qiu said. As expected, the manufacturer has strengthened its defense a lot. The simple steel thing should not be able to penetrate his physical defense. If this is the case, then only some special methods can be used. If you can encounter a monster with such a strong defense today, you may encounter a monster with a stronger defense tomorrow. Anyway, whenever you encounter a hero, you must overcome and defeat these monsters. The arrows with all the attributes of frost instantly condensed on the bowstring in his hand, and the 3 arrows with a hint of cold air instantly hit Nomo's body surface. The surface of Nomo's body that was attacked quickly formed a frost, but this situation was obviously expected by the AFO. In the new generation of Nomo's body, there are still some quirks that belong to the flames. Almost in an instant, the layer of frost on the surface of the body completely turned into water vapor. The most terrifying thing is that the inner strength of Tianchuang Fist, which should have completely destroyed the meridians, was indeed smashing the meridians in Nomo's body. Facing this villain, there was no need to keep his hands. But this guy Nomo is really terrifying. His powerful recovery ability allows him to reshape the meridians that were completely destroyed in an instant. That is to say, Nomo, who seems to be injured internally and externally, is actually not injured at all. Kind of tricky? It was the first time Bai's eyebrows were wrinkled so badly. This was her first battle since practicing with Ye Qiu and teacher Bengu, but she didn't expect that the beginning of the battle would make her feel unimaginable obstacles. Is there really no tendency for meridians to be injured at all? Ye Qiu had to rely on the power of Hong Dongmei before, because after eating the burning fruit, he had no way to successfully cultivate Tianchuangkan. Bai Xian knew exactly how terrifying the additional attributes of Tianchuang Fist were. They had experimented with the meat they could eat before, and with Banggu's rapidly growing Tianchuang Fist cultivation, the energy they cultivated almost instantly turned the meat into a state of necrosis. Can Momo, truly a monster? Flowing water rock fist. Bai quickly put away the bow and arrow, and directly created a pair of gloves that covered his hands. Boom! Flowing array triggered? Bai really stopped Nomo's rapid attack again, but her body was shot flying by Nomo without any accident. Rakido is too strong, with her current strength, she can't take it. GGG? It's just a freshman from Xiangying High School, and he wants to compete with Nomu. He really overestimates his quirks. The dead wood handle hanger grinned again. He was very satisfied with the situation at this time. Although the heroic little devil seemed to show a little bit of combat power, it was precisely because of this combat power that he felt that the game was very interesting. For flowers. That's right. If a mouse can't run, what's the point of being a cat? As for those pendants, they were originally used to send death. Whether they will survive this mission has nothing to do with the dead wooden handle pendant. That's right, even if they die, as long as All Might dies along with them, this so-called League of Villains has meaning? The 3-person team on the Green Valley side has already killed nearly 20 villains, at the fastest speed. 400 credits? That's 400 credits. Even if it is divided equally among 3 people, each of them can have more than 100 credits, and I don't know how to get so many credits at ordinary times. Point 0. As for Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki's side, because the solo fight did encounter a lot of trouble at the beginning, but for them, the powerful genius of the quirks, it was quickly overcome. Kill, kill, kill. Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki are not other people. Without the influence of the little angel of Green Valley, these 2 guys directly burst out the tyrannical emotions in their hearts because of the oppression of the demon Ye Qiu. To die or not to die? It seems that Yakinkaya didn't mention it, so in order to prevent themselves from being killed by their opponents, they can only use quirks to the limit. As for whether the opponent will die, that is not what they need to know. Yes, these 2 boys are indeed suitable to be hero, in the one-punch world, and sometimes, when hero, people do not need any mercy. Ye Qiu nodded with satisfaction. Because everyone didn't use quirks when they were running just now, so they can appear so calm in the battle at this time, but it is still a bit of a waste of physical strength. This can be considered an alternative weight-bearing battle. As long as they can successfully pass this level, this group of boys will definitely become stronger in a short period of time. On the 13th, his scalp was numb, and he did not expect that the new generation of heroic students would be so murderous. He began to worry about how he should explain to the people above. Small. This kind of thing, you get used to it. Aizawa Shouta is a hawk from Xiangying High School, and he basically supports Ye Qiu's thoughts with both hands. There's nothing wrong with being a hero, without being intimidating. Ye Qiu once said a word, that is to eliminate evil, and sometimes lock up those people, and they will have the opportunity to come out again. A wicked person may bring the ruin of countless families. When those innocent people suffer this kind of unfair treatment, many of them will have evil thoughts. This is a vicious circle. Rather than allowing this vicious cycle to continue, Aizawa Shouta and Ye Qiu had the same idea as Ye Qiu, and it would be enough to suppress this viciousness directly from the source. Hundreds who were blasted out had no injuries at all. Before being blasted out, they had already used the method of unloading the 850 force. Not much problem. The strength is a little scary, but in the daily teaching, Teacher Banggu also taught them how to face such an opponent who is known for strength. Flowing water rock crushing fist is the kind of power that gets stronger as it gets stronger. Flowing stream? Hundreds who became serious, directly put on the starting form of the flowing water formation. Such an opponent can only go all out to solve the problem with the power of ancient martial arts. Stupid woman? When I meet Nomo, I still think of using melee combat to solve the battle, it's just courting death. Deadwood sneered. Dead wooden handle, there seems to be something wrong with the current situation. Kurojiri said in a cautious tone. Well, something is wrong. The children of Xiangying High School seem to be a lot stronger than we expected in terms of strength. The dead wooden handle hung his eyes on the battlefield. In fact, it's not a bit higher, but it's much higher than he expected. 3 people like Green Valley, Bakugo, and Shoto Todoroki definitely have the strength of professional hero, and the quirks of the 3 seem to be too. Not weak at all. But the strongest person is the woman who looks down on him? Blocked? Obviously, she just made a strange gesture. The woman who was directly beaten by Nomo before now actually takes a few steps back every time she receives Nomo's attack. This situation is so bizarre that a dead wooden handle hanger doesn't even know it's time to guess about quirks. Nomo is a monster born for all might, and the opponent is just a high school girl who looks helpless. How can he resist all of Nomo's attacks abruptly? Impossible? This is absolutely impossible. According to Kurojiri's description, the previously defeated Nomo was only able to break the limit of his physical defense because of the impact of the hot and cold quirks. Hundreds do not have such natural quirks, and in terms of power, they are far from comparable to the monster described by Kurojiri. But there is one thing, that monster boy Beihi doesn't seem to be a person who can burst out with great power. That kind of power against Nomu is so weird. Definitely not quirks. Dead Wooden Handle is a mentally ill guy, but his brain is countless times smarter than many geniuses in Xionying High School, which is why he is valued by AFO. It's not the power of quirks that can actually block Nomu's damage. I'm afraid this is a piece of information that is more important than All Might discovered by coming here today. Originally, it didn't matter how many times the little gangsters died. As long as Nomu was there, how many little gangsters of Xionying High School would be killed, but now Nomu's trump card was blocked, and the other two the teacher didn't make a move, which made the confidence of the Dead Wooden Handle instantly drop by 30%. Would you like to do it today? Kurojiri hesitated for a while, but still made such an opinion. No, this is the task that the teacher gave me. All Might didn't show up. If we leave like this, the so-called signboard of the League of Villains will be gone, and there will be no fools to join us in the future. Dead Wood Handle hanging some regrets. He remembered the guy in Kurojiri before, who rescued a guy called Hero, E.S., Killer, but the Dead Wood Handle hanger didn't like that guy very much, and the two people's ideas were completely different. If that guy was there, even if Nomu was blocked, it would still be a slaughter feast for the League of Villains for the students of Xionying High School. Flowing stream? While fighting against a formidable opponent like Nomu, Bai's rock-shattering fist that he cultivated is also getting stronger. Get stronger over and over again? From the beginning, every time Nomu punched, Bai Hui took 3 steps back. After holding on for 5 minutes, every time Nomu punched Bai Hui could only take 1 step back. Nomu has concentrated many excellent quirks in one, but while constantly recovering his body, it is actually a consumption of direction change for Nomu itself. In terms of consumption, the 100 who possessed the divine weapon of inner strength for a long-term battle had almost an absolute advantage in this kind of battle that only required defense. So far, the consumption may be less than 1/10. In the gap blocked by the flowing water array, he used the energy of Tianshuang Fist to continuously invade the meridians in Nomu's body. Bai has already done everything he can do to the best of his ability. Whether her attack will cause damage to the monster, or whether she can defeat it, is not important to Bai, because she knows that if she can't stop Nomu, the group of classmates will be unlucky. 100 people? Achieved? The 13th is ready. Aizawa shouted, directly put on his goggles and wiped the bandage wrapped around his neck with both hands. Grab credits with these little devils, you must move quickly, otherwise we won't get anything. Okay, I get it. The 2 teachers from Xionying High School finally joined the battlefield. Dem 3.8, I only got 300 credits, it's not enough. Bakugo took a breath. Because he was afraid of being robbed of his credits by others, he did his best from the very beginning, and after getting 300 credits, he was already a little too weak. No way, until the League of Villains guys quirks, their variability has brought many surprises in the battle. Shoto Todoroki is the quirks of ice, it is easier to save energy than to freeze the opponent directly, and then solve it is much more convenient, there is no need to think about how to accurately attack the opponent. Get 500 credits. Even Shoto Todoroki's serious expression has eased a lot. With so many credits, even if teachers enter the field to grab credits, he can exchange the exercises he wants in the exchange room. Luvka classmate, if you move faster, those guys are too fierce, if you don't move faster, the 3 of us will definitely not get too many credits in the next time. Go faster. Ida looked at the other places in the building that were still fighting. Everyone tried their best to continuously grab credits. For their group, on average, each person could only get about 200 credits. Is not enough. He knows very well that in the entire class, aside from Bakugo Katsuki and Shoto Todoroki, the strongest person is the Little Angel of Green Valley. As long as the Little Angel of Green Valley exerts its full strength, they can still spend the rest of the time within the snatch to get more credits. Well, I see, I will do my best in the next time, Aitsa-san, please rest assured. The Little Angel of Green Valley took a deep breath. The 2 teachers have entered the arena, and the battle for credits seems to have reached a fever pitch. Now is not the time to think about preserving physical strength. He must use all the internal energy stored in his body to use it in this competition. Grab the credits above. 12 Ye Qiu looked at Bai's battlefield. Although it seemed that he had been beaten down, he knew the situation of the battlefield better than the Dead Wooden Handle hanging. Bai's internal strength is indeed extremely mellow, and the energy of Tianshuang Fist is constantly destroying Nomu's meridians, but after all, the training time is still too short, and the internal energy will definitely be insufficient. It is not so easy to decide the outcome of the battle. It's time to take Bai's strength to the next level. Ye Qiu's chi and blood are extremely mellow due to the fact that he has practiced the body refinement technique. He didn't even think about exchanging other things to enhance his strength, but with her current strength, she does need one item to completely improve her strength. Break the shackles of your own strength. Now that he has learned the Skyfrost Fist and the fighting style of the Rain of Arrows in the Sky, Ye Qiu has already thought of an item that is suitable for Bai. 72 changes, creation. Even though it was the 2nd time, or even the 3rd time, to create those treasures that made his chi and blood almost evaporate, Ye Qiu still felt a serious lack of his own strength. Luckily, he hadn't thought about creating a comprehension-level treasure, otherwise, the amount of blood on his body wouldn't be enough for Quirks to absorb. Frozen fruit? That's right, Ye Qiu has another devil fruit from Logia, which is the devil fruit frozen fruit owned by one of Marine's 3 Admiral Lightweights. The frozen fruit, combined with the power of the heavenly frost fist, believed that Bai's strength would be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. The effect of eating frozen fruit, the constitution can be turned into ice and produce frozen gas, and physical attacks are invalid. It can make ice through its body, and it can also turn objects it touches into ice. Most importantly, Ye Qiu felt that after eating the frozen fruit, Bai Ye would become safer, at least his elemental body would allow him to avoid all physical damage within a certain time and range. If it wasn't for the lack of blood, he really wanted to exchange a devil fruit for every person he loved around him, so that they would have an extremely powerful power beyond strong men in a short period of time. It's you? When Ye Qiu dodged, entered the battlefield, and suddenly smashed Momo out, Kurogiri's face became extremely ugly. If it was just the students of Xiangying High School and the 2 teachers of Xiangying High School, they were completely sure to deal with the League of Villains, but the sudden appearance of this guy twice destroyed what they thought was the perfect action, and for a moment Kurogiri had to retreat immediately. Idea. Who is Kurogiri? Why do I feel deep disgust when I see that face? Dead wooden handle hanging stared at Ye Qiu very unhappily. I don't know the name. I went to the Hero No.1 Association to investigate. There doesn't seem to be any information about this kid there. The boss's plan, if it weren't for him, the entire Hero No.1 world should have been greatly damaged by now. Kurogiri shook his head. The dead wooden handle has a very simple and direct way to deal with people who are unhappy with him, and that is to directly destroy them completely. What's more, this is a person who has destroyed his teacher's plan twice. Personally, he is going to be completely destroyed. Old Wu is almost perfect. Raise so much. Kurogiri is not optimistic. The last time Momo was destroyed, it was because the 2 extreme quirks, ice and fire, collided. Originally, according to their investigation, Shoto Todoroki, who has the ability of ice and fire, has never used the ability of fire at all because he has a serious ideology with his father, and at the level of that kid, even if he uses the ability of fire, he will not agree with him. The flame ability that Ye Qiu used before could not be compared. To put it simply, for the evaluation of this mission, the boss gave 4 words that are not enough to worry about. Variable? A variable whose whereabouts have never been grasped. If Kurogiri and the others acted later, they might have seen countless negative reports on the news about Ye Qiu, who appeared in Xiangying inexplicably, criticized his medical treatment and domineering, and criticized Xiangying High School's bad school spirit. In the past. It's a pity that the 850 moved too much in advance. 100, no matter how unpalatable this fruit is, you must swallow it, even if it takes 1 bite, and then you will gain unexpected power to defeat that very disgusting monster. Ye Qiu directly put the frozen fruit into Bai's hands. A fruit that looks very strange. This is Bai's first impression of frozen fruit. If there is any other impression, it is definitely not there. Nomu, go get me that fruit, I want it. The dead wooden handle hanging immediately felt that the frozen fruit is definitely an item with the power to change anyone, and there is no hidden greed in those crazy eyes. He must get that fruit. Perhaps it is precisely because the fruit is in the teacher's mouth, a mysterious and gifted guy, that you can smash the teacher's masterpiece at such a young age. It has to be said that the intuition of hanging with a dead wood handle is still very accurate. Whoever gets the power of the frozen fruit can become strong enough to rank among the top 10 Hero No.1 leaderboards in a short period of time. Of course, compared to Ye Yaoyorozu Momo, this frozen fruit is more suitable for Shoto Todoroki, but Shoto Todoroki and Ye Qiu are not related, so he would not create such a super powerful item that wastes energy and blood for that kid. It's so bad. Bai just took a sip, and found that the strange-looking and somewhat attractive water had passed, and the taste was so unpalatable. If she had to find a word to describe it, this was the most disgusting fruit she had ever tried since she was born. The unpleasant taste could not be described by any known taste. So terrifying? Ye Qiu. In Bina's big watery eyes, she looked at Ye Qiu with a trace of resentment. She thought that this guy Ye Qiu was deliberately joking with her during the battle. After Ye Qiu punched Nomu out again, he looked at Bai innocently. The taste is indeed a bit unpalatable, but you will gain an unexpected power, a power that even I envy. Such a pity? Ye Qiu still has no way to deal with the devil's curse hidden in devil fruit, otherwise he will start thinking about swallowing a second devil fruit. Of course, when it comes to devil fruit's ability, Ye Qiu feels that he only needs to burn the fruit. He has a plan for his ability. He doesn't need so many abilities, he just needs to go a little farther in the fire element and body refining. Have you felt your own abilities? Ye Qiu asked. As long as devil fruit is absorbed and eaten with devil fruit power, you will soon be able to find a series of changes in your body. Felt it. Bai's expression changed. She did not expect that another kind of power really appeared in her body. This kind of power was like a new Quirks, but it felt stronger than the Quirks' power. On many. Ye Qiu, what kind of power is this, and why is it so powerful? The remaining fruit in Bai's hands, because it was too unpalatable, was thrown on the ground by her, and at this time there was no trace of it. Nomu, did you get it back? Deadwood sneered. Despite being kicked away again and again, in the end most of the mysterious fruit was not brought back by him. But when Nomu opened his big hand, there was indeed a fruit that had been bitten. Remnant, this is the power of the devil, and it is naturally incomparably powerful. Ye Qiu glanced at the dead wooden handle hanging in an indifferent way. Demon power? I didn't know there were demons in this world. That's right, even the wonderful power of Quirks was born, so what if a demon appeared? The opposite of hero, should be the devil. Ye Qiu, when I get the power of the devil, I will definitely tear you to shreds. Instead of thinking about giving the rest of the fruit to Momo to eat, he swallowed it directly into his belly. The powerful ability that belongs to the devil is safest only when it is in his own hands, and there is no need to give it to Momo, who can't even control his own actions. I'm sorry, Ye Qiu. Bai lowered his small head in a low voice. Ye Qiu stroked Bai's long black hair and said indifferently, don't worry, if devil fruit is really effective, how can I let that monster take it away? However, I did gain a powerful power, and this power quickly deduced my Tianshuang fist to the realm of great achievement, so don't continue to comfort me. Bai's tone was very low, but he still raised his head. Even if my strength is not as good as that guy, I will definitely take responsibility for what I did wrong, and I will defeat him completely. What a silly girl. Ye Qiu was both moved and funny. 100, don't do that, just use your power, that guy doesn't get any power at all. The reason why you feel unpalatable is because it smells of the curse of the devil. Only the first bite can make the curse and power absorb themselves into the body at the same time. After the first bite, the remaining pulp has become the most common fruit. Really? Bai's eyes recovered a lot, but he still had some disbelief. Ye Qiu looked at her seriously. Don't worry, after that guy eats it, you'll know if it's true. After you understand, I only want you to do one thing, and that is to use your strength to press those guys. The dead wood hanging completely listened to Ye Qiu's words, but he didn't believe Ye Qiu's words at all. It's just to comfort the woman. How could the power of the devil be completely swallowed into his body just because he took a bite? This is too unreasonable. Common sense? If Ye Qiu knew what he was thinking, he would definitely laugh at him without hesitation. Those items and abilities from other worlds could never be measured by common sense to my English world. Does it work? Ye Qiu looked at the dead wooden handle with great interest. This guy is really confident. He always thought he was in control of the whole situation. In fact, in his own chess game, the dead wooden handle hanging is just a slow ant. The fruit is delicious. It was not as unpalatable as Bai's performance just now, but this made dead wooden handle hanging some doubts about his own judgment. After he ate all the fruits, he didn't feel any changes in his body, and even really felt that he only ate an ordinary fruit. Could it be that what Ye Qiu did before was not to give that woman a powerful strength, but simply to act together and ask him to act together? Hateful? Ye Qiu, right, I remember this name. The man who ruined the teacher's plan time and time again, made fun of me again? Play? It's really not that. Ye Qiu told all the truths he could tell, but the dead wooden handle hanging simply didn't believe the truths he said. Have you felt the power in your body? Ye Qiu looked at Bai. Are you still acting? Deadwood sneered. Qian Li's, what devil fruit? The name is good, but it's just an ordinary fruit. At this time, he is still acting loose. Something's wrong, maybe he's not lying. As a witness to 2 consecutive events, Kurojiri fully understands Ye Qiu's strength and heritage. The key is that every time this guy meets after a short period of time, his strength is indeed improved by leaps and bounds, and this kind of improvement is very terrifying. Kurojiri always felt that this guy, Ye Qiu, would never stop easily on the road of sabotaging the boss's plan. I feel it, I know what my strength is. Thank you, Ye Qiu. Bai looked at Ye Qiu affectionately. Ye Qiu felt a little embarrassed when he looked at him like this. Originally, he was only the fiancé of 100 people, but now he has to be responsible for many people. To be honest, Ye Qiu is still very grateful to Bai for being so selfless. Inexplicably, everyone present felt a bit of depression. Only the Quirks with the ice attribute, and the Quirks who are using the ice attribute, are constantly attacking Shoto Todoroki of the League of Villains and a little repressed, he turned his attention to the battlefield on the Bai side. Powerful ice attribute fluctuations? Shoto Todoroki didn't think he would feel wrong at all, that kind of incomparably cold aura, even he, who had the quirks of ice, felt terrifying and infiltrating. What kind of power is it? Definitely not quirks? Shoto Todoroki didn't think there was anyone on the field who could completely surpass him on quirks like ice. What kind of power is that? So scary? That kind of cold feeling, even makes people feel the heart palpitations of the soul. The expression on the dead wooden handle was extremely ugly, and now he was almost certain that none of what Ye Qiu said just now lied to him. Okay, it's very good. It's been a long time since no one asked me like this. I want to see if the Nomo made by the teacher is more powerful, or the power from the devil is more powerful. Nomo, kill those 2 brats. The tyranny in the dead wooden handle was completely aroused, and now there is only one thought in his heart, and that is to kill. Kill, kill, kill Ye Yaoyorozu Momo, kill Ye Qiu, kill -850 whoever wants him. After Nomo received the will of the dead wooden handle, he also started to run wild, inspiring all the quirks on his body. The muscle state instantly increased by more than 2 times, and under the invisible skin, those muscles even showed a metallic luster. In addition, behind Nomo, there are even a pair of fleshy wings as sharp as a sickle. The extreme state of the new generation of Nomo is a complete killing machine, which will not mix any superfluous actions when facing opponents. Kill? Almost instantly, Nomo moved behind Bai, and that terrifying fist slammed into Bai's back. Be careful. Jiro, the girls who had a good relationship with Bai on weekdays, exclaimed that they even closed their eyes in fright. They couldn't bear to see the scene of Baixiang Xiao's death. The boulder wanted to rush over to help, but stopped halfway. including Aizawa Shouta and number 13, who were killing, all looked in the direction of Bai in horror. Turned into ice. When Momo attacked, Bai's body turned into a complete block of ice. It was pierced, but it looks like it was pierced by Momo's fist. It's just a piece of ice, not Bai. What the hell is going on here? Isn't Bai's quirks a creation? Quirks should be innate, a kind of innate thing. Acquired cultivation simply can't give one more talent. The most important thing is why this talent suddenly awakened. It was too sudden and completely unreasonable, and there must be something in it that they didn't know. Someone who was attentive suddenly thought that Ye Qiu seemed to have eaten a piece of fruit for Bai before, but Bai's expression was very bad when he was eating the fruit. Is it that fruit? Ye Qiu's words were not heard by any heroic person because of the distance. Aizawa-sensei, what the hell is going on? The urn on the 13th was angry and looked at Aizawa Shouta in confusion. Aizawa Shouta smiled wryly. I don't know what's going on, you just need to know, try to get as many credits as possible. The new special advisor of our Seongying High School has many strange abilities, but wants to obtain abilities from him. The first thing you need to get is credits. As long as you have enough credits, you can acquire powerful abilities. As long as there are credits, can you really get so many abilities? 13 is still a little confused. In fact, for him, the black hole quirks that he was born with is not weak, but relatively, his own melee combat ability can be said to be almost non-existent. If he doesn't cooperate with his teammates, and is approached by villains, again, the end will be very miserable. That's right, it's miserable. Hero, in my British world, often in school, will be guided to make the quirks play to the extreme, which often makes their strength seem very one-sided. In Ye Qiu's view, a truly powerful hero, should make quirks strong, and at the same time cultivate those weak abilities to at least a medium level, otherwise, his lifetime achievements will be very limited. Number 13 hero, at this level, of course, is very clear about this. Mr. Aizawa, while those boys are in a daze, let's hurry up and get credits. There are not many credits left, and I've long been tired of carrying such heavy equipment for the hero, mission. One day I will take the initiative to take this gear off. Well, it's a waste to give credits to those guys who haven't developed quirks to the extreme. It's better to spend it on us. We can use the exchanged things to make ourselves stronger, then the responsibility on the group of boys does not need to be so heavy. Aizawa Shouta said of course. Sure enough, after becoming a professional hero, everyone became a lot more shameless. In an instant, number 13 and Aizawa Shouta glanced at each other sympathetically. Or professional hero, knows more about professional hero, Is this the power of the devil? In the eyes of the dead wooden handle hanging, there is an extremely greedy look. If he is thinking of taking a share and bringing Bai back, will his teacher be able to completely plunder the devil's power from Bai's body? It might work. After all, it is the strongest Quirks AEO in the world. All power exists for AFO to become stronger. This is the truth that Deadwood Hanger has always believed. Catch that girl alive. No, she doesn't need to be in such a comfortable state to meet research or death, or she can be severely injured. The dead wood hanger remained confident in the full opening of Noma's state, but he did not expect that the ice cubes that had changed 100 times would turn into a human form again in the corner, and turned into a human form again. Is this my new power? She was horrified to discover that she used to need fat to create items, but now because of eating devil fruit, as long as devil fruit's ability is not exhausted, she can use ice to create infinite items. That's right. Because of the fruit, her fat can also be turned into ice, and the appearance of ice makes her previous quirks stronger. Ye Qiu, you really gave me a big gift, thank you. Bai looked at Ye Qiu affectionately. It is the most difficult to accept the grace of beauty. Ye Qiu knew what Bai was thinking, but in his opinion, no matter how precious devil fruit was, even if he could never create the same fruit in the future, it was not as important to him as Bai. Feeling the incomparable power in his body, Bai's powerlessness when facing Nomu just now disappeared. After being suppressed for so long, it should start to fight back. The ability of frozen fruit is basically familiar. This is an ability stronger than Shoto Todoroki quirks. Ice spear? With a wave of Bai's plain hand, countless sharp ice spears appeared in the sky. When she waved her hand towards Noma, these ice spears shot out like bullets at a glance. A rain of arrows. It's not over yet. When the ice spear attacked Nomo, it seemed to be blocked by the pair of terrifying flesh wings, but Bai actually transformed into an ice bow, which kept pulling the bow and shooting arrows in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The real sky is raining with arrows and rain, and with the inner strength of watching fists in the sky, the frozen fruit has been greatly strengthened. What these ices contain is the frost that can destroy the meridians, the inner strength of the fist. Compared to Shoto Todoroki, who also uses ice as an attacking weapon, Bai's ice is no longer pure ice. If you have to describe it, it is somewhat similar to the strange fire in Doppo, but of course it doesn't have such a powerful attribute. Back off? Even though Noma's muscles swelled again, and even took 2 steps forward with the ice arrow, he was eventually forced to retreat. That kind of behemoth, a monster with terrifying muscle quirks, actually retreated step by step. How could this happen? Even though everyone was fighting, they were shocked by what happened on this battlefield. Especially Shoto Todoroki, he understands the properties of ice very well. Perhaps the razor-sharp quirks of ice can stab some defenses and their powerful quirks owners, but in terms of power, they are not as strong as imagined. Shoto Todoroki actually doesn't understand one thing, that is, the quantitative change reaches the qualitative change. Maybe a drop of water can't bring much impact to human beings, but if it is a tsunami, as small as human beings can't resist it at all. The same goes for Nomu's back. Bai's attack is indeed not very powerful. For opponents who don't have the terrifying defensive power of Nomu, the ice arrow mixed with the strength of Tianchuang's fist is enough to cause fatal damage, but for a monster like Nomu, it is obvious. It is far from enough. All she can do is to use the power of frozen fruit to shoot arrows continuously. That's right, it's a steady stream of arrows being fired. Compared to the ability of the frozen fruit, the consumption of arrows in a mere amount can be said to be nothing, and the arrows are shot without consuming the slightest energy. No way, no consumption? A green pheasant can make a glacier out, but it is just an infinite arrow, and there is no pressure at all. Still going back, still going back. Nomu wanted to destroy all those annoying arrows, but the speed of his destruction was completely inferior to the speed of 100 arrows, which caused him to be completely suppressed. How is it possible? Why is the Nomu in the ultimate state also suppressed? In the eyes of the dead wooden handle, there was finally a look of incomparable horror. Originally, I didn't plan to take action. Since this situation has occurred, it seems that I can't do it if I don't take action. Are you going to take action? I advise you to consider the consequences. If you take action, the consequences may not be able to bear even for you. Ye Qiu flashed in front of the dead wooden handle hanging and Kurogiri in an instant. No way, the realm of inner strength cultivation is a bit high. The dead wooden handle hanging in a low voice was completely caught in his ears. Do you think you can stop me? The dead wooden handle directly grabbed Ye Qiu's arm. He actually dared to get so close to him, then he had no choice but to accept this arm. If he didn't accept it, he would be very sorry for the generous gift that came to the door. Don't be impulsive. Kurogiri woke up suddenly. He remembered Ye Qiu's ability, and after reacting, he immediately reminded him, but unfortunately the dead wooden handle was already suppressed because of Ye Qiu and Bai's actions. Bah! The quirks hanging on the dead wooden handle activated. He seemed to see Ye Qiu's skin completely falling off, and his entire arm was turned into pieces of flesh and blood because of his own collapsed quirks, and gradually withered. For flowers. But soon, the dead wooden handle hanger found that there was a burning pain in his palm. Good. When he reacted, the entire palm had become bloody, and even had a scorched meat smell. I've said it before, don't shoot casually, you will pay a great price. It's not that Ye Qiu didn't think about killing the dead wooden handle directly, but after thinking about it for a while, he didn't do it right away. It's not a saint, and a guy of this level should leave it to those little devils to practice. Anyway, the dead wooden handle hangs this guy, in his eyes at most is a little scoundrel. He doesn't have as much blood debt in the hands of Stain, but he is immersed in his own world all day long, like a morbid lunatic. 0. What Ye Qiu is really interested in is the AFO. That guy wants to bring All Might to the altar, and Ye Qiu also wants to completely destroy this man who has always had the impression of a demon in All Might's heart. In my British world, the only opponents Ye Qiu is really interested in are All Might and AFO. The recent training has made him not even thinking of fighting Endeavor. Just like after the frozen fruit, the strength instantly surpasses Shoto Todoroki, who also has the quirks of ice. Under the cultivation of Juyang divine art, the ability to burn fruit has been developed by Ye Qiu to be much stronger. Endeavor's flame ability is not in his eyes at all. The dead wooden handle stared at Ye Qiu's arm. The arm was completely different from what he imagined, and it turned into flames. Even the Endeavor he knew should not have such an ability, right? Elemental body? How to beat this guy? Deep in the heart of the dead wooden handle hanging, there was a trace of despair inexplicably. He felt that as far as the power he had at the moment was concerned, unless he used his scientific ability, or simply using quirks, he could not think of a way to completely defeat Ye Qiu. Look carefully, your Nomu is good, let me make up my mind to give Baipei a terrifying ability. Ye Qiu stayed quietly not far from the dead wooden handle hanging the two of them, not at all worried that the two would attack him again. Anyway, even if they did, neither of them would be his opponents. Small. Bai's performance was obviously not over yet. With the information that the frozen fruit gave her, she understood one thing, that is, there is an incomparable power hidden in her body. Ye Qiu, can I get rid of all these annoying guys? Bai was very interested in the information conveyed in the frozen fruit, and she also wanted to test the limit of the ability of this fruit. Yes, anyway, in this battle, everyone gets credits by virtue of their strength. They can't get credits themselves, and it has nothing to do with you. Ye Qiu shrugged indifferently. Okay, then I'm ready to shoot. Bai, who was still casting Frostbolt, showed a sweet smile. Before entering school, all the tension about becoming a hero, disappeared because Ye Qiu was always by his side. 850. Not good. On the 13th, speed up and kill these guys. If it's a little later, maybe we won't get credits. Aizawa Shouta, who often meets Ye Qiu, naturally knows how much this guy is willing to pay for the woman around him. Well, that's simply envy and hate. As colleagues, and even everyone is sometimes discussing, if someone's quirks becomes a beauty, he must be able to quickly become a strong man. Not only Aizawa Shouta, as a classmate of Bai, the students of Class A also know one thing very well, that is, how much strength this Ye Qiu's fiancé has become in a short period of time. For now, the position of the first person in Class A is the one who does my part. Long range, melee, physical, impeccable. And now there is more elemental ability, that kind of confident smile, there must be some big move to let go. In that case, I can only give it a go, use quirks without any scruples, and grab as many credits as possible? In order to become a stronger hero, yes, you must not keep your hands at this time. Do your best to kill the villain, in front of you. Whether you kill them or not, you must get the most credits. There is no way to worry about it anymore? Yes, there is no way to be concerned anymore. The battle for credits has entered a white-hot stage. After Ye Qiu's period of devil training, in fact, the entire class A students did not realize that their use of quirks was many times better than before, but they did not encounter real battles on weekdays. I didn't realize how much stronger I was. Only when you really experience the battle will you find out that both yourself and your companions are actually strong to a level that was previously unrecognizable. Ice Age? Sure enough, just like what they thought, Bai's smile was clearly about to make a big move. The overwhelming ice poured in the direction of Momo in an extremely terrifying way, and the speed was much faster than Shoto Todoroki's quirks. In an instant, before everyone could react, they could no longer find a target to fight. All are frozen. Not only Momo who is still retreating, but also the entire training ground, except for the people on his side who are shivering, everyone else has been frozen. How is it? Have you seen the power of the devil? Ye Qiu looked at the dead wooden handle hanging and Kurojiri, who had instantly turned into ice sculptures. Hoo. In the training hall, the trembling students of Class A all had expressions of resentment on their faces. Those special eyes were both staring at Bai and Ye Qiu. As I said before, the villain, killed by Bai will not be counted as credits, but at the moment when Bai took off, there are clearly more than 200 villain, in the field. This move, just like its name, really seems to make people completely enter the Ice Age. So terrifying? The dead wooden handle hanging that turned into an ice sculpture, some helplessly found that his mind was indeed able to move freely, but his body was instantly stiff, and he wanted to use the collapsed quirks to destroy these ice cubes. An easy thing to do. Is this the power of the devil? Damn it! Don't those guys from Seongying High School always advertise themselves as the spokesperson of Hero? They obviously want to be a hero, that everyone admires. Why are they able to gain the power of demons instead? Could it be that the power of demons should not be the power that only those who try to kill All Might can possess? The dead wooden handle hanging can't make any counterattack. At this time, countless questions arise in his heart, and he can't answer these questions at all, because in his data, there has never been a strong and strange person named Ye Qiu. As for Nomo, the order has been given, but judging from the feedback from Nomo's body, it is impossible to break free from the shackles of the Ice Age. Every time he breaks free, he will be frozen again by the power of the frozen fruit. Call. Bai's little face was a little rosy. It was the first time that she had released such a terrifying power, but she was still a little out of it, and her breath became disordered. But compared to these, there is more excitement. This powerful power really comes from her hands? It's just that compared to Aokiji, the owner of the frozen fruit among the pirates, Bai's development of the frozen fruit is still a little too immature, and the strength that can be exerted is less than 1/10 of the frozen fruit. It's not thick. It seems that the ability of frozen fruit really matches you very well. Ye Qiu smiled and stayed at Bai, who was a little weak. Shoto Todoroki's eyes looking at Ye Qiu had become extremely hot, as if he was going to swallow him alive. In fact, not only Shoto Todoroki, but even Aizawa Shouta and number 13 looked at Ye Qiu with extremely hot eyes. That kind of power. I'm afraid there will be another one. Hero, a powerful element system like Endeavor. Ye Qiu, this little devil, it seems that Seongying High School has not fully come up with valuable things. In the future, he must increase his real power to 3.8, and he will have to come up with more precious things. Aizawa Shouta's heart burst into flames. It's not that he doesn't have passion, it's just that after being a hero, and teacher for so many years, he has developed his own strength to the extreme, and has long lost the passion he had when he was young. But it's different now. From Ye Qiu, he has seen countless possibilities. Whether it's the gravity room or the wooden man alley, or even the specific exercises for physical training, these are things that never appeared when they were hero, in the past. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, how about rekindling enthusiasm again? Isn't it to become a stronger hero? This belief is just buried in the depths of my heart. This time it is just to dig out the enthusiasm again. What about that monster? Bai looked at Ye Qiu with some worry. Although the ability of frozen fruit is powerful, she is still far from developing the ability of frozen fruit to the extreme. If the ability of the frozen fruit is really developed to the extreme, then the freezing power of the frozen fruit can be used to completely wipe out the vitality of the monster Nomo. The most important thing is that because of the vigor of cultivating Tianchuang Fist, Bai's power at this time has a more terrifying growth potential than the Aokai in One Piece. The only pity is that the time to contact the frozen fruit is really short. It's too short, otherwise it will definitely be able to destroy this monster in an instant. It doesn't matter, I have already notified the people on the police side, and I believe they will be here soon. We don't have any idea of dealing with such monsters, they always have. But I feel a little distressed for those police officers. There are so many more prisoners in the sub-prison, I really don't know if they can bear it. Ye Qiu said with a playful smile. Bai breathed a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be. These guys all have criminal records. The police should have wanted to capture these guys a long time ago. After all, there are still many vacant prisons in the country. This is only a few hundred people, and it is completely unable to meet the needs of those prisons. That's the best way. If Aizawa-sensei happens to have this kind of training, I'll leave it to you and teacher number 13. I don't think there will be any powerful villain coming over, so I'll go first and improve. The strength cannot be delayed. You must have seen how strong the monster is today. If it hadn't been blocked in vain, I don't think anyone present would be able to stop it, including you two teachers. Ye Qiu's words were not polite at all. Ziziotai also had a serious look on his face. Consultant Ye Qiu said that we originally thought that our strength was outstanding in the Hero world, but now it seems that we used to sit back and watch the sky. Said, whether it is strength or gorilla, there are many deficiencies, and I hope you will give more advice in the future. You're welcome. Remember to count the credits of each student. This time is a good opportunity for them to improve their strength. Don't be greedy for credits. Ye Qiu joked. Aizawa Shouta's face is full of speechless. He just wants to be greedy, but he doesn't dare at all. These boys now see the credits as if they saw the flesh and blood of hungry wolves. All of them are wild in their hearts, dare to take credit for them, immediately rushed over to fight with you. He couldn't stop this kind of thing. Ye Qiu and Bai finally left the training ground ahead of schedule, but the ice-like environment in the North Pole and South Pole still gave everyone a deep shock, which was completely different from the shock that Shoto Todoroki gave them. Damn, the strength is still not improving fast enough. How much do we need to improve? Only quickly can we catch up with those two increasingly powerful monsters within a limited time. Of course, after the two left, the dead wooden handle hanging that had been hidden for a long time finally used his collapsed quirks to forcibly break the ice seal brought by the ice age to the body. With Kurogiri's teleportation ability, panicked fled the scene. Just when the two fled the scene, Ye Qiu and Bai had already come to the world of One Punch Man. Bai went to teacher Bangu's dojo to practice taijutsu as usual. After obtaining the ability of frozen fruit, she needed to do the training she proposed. Only by constantly honing taijutsu practice can she master this skill faster. Shares did not originally belong to their own power. As for the moon, it was even simpler. In addition to avoiding the pursuit and interception of the leader of the Fubuki team, there was only one thing to do, which was to find a bald teacher for physical training. Only when the bald-headed Saitama teacher is opposite, can stimulate his body refining technique. Even when Bangu is using the flowing water and rock-shattering fist, he can't fully stimulate the medicinal power hidden in the autumn of Ye's body. That kind of death threat in a desperate situation can only be brought to him by a bald teacher. No. Teacher Saitama is definitely not bald. According to what happened, in theory, he should be a bald teacher, not a bald head in the true sense. Huh? It seems that I came by a bit of a coincidence. I didn't expect that Mr. Qiu was actually fighting. Do you need me to help you to get rid of these little fish? Ye Qiu looked at the busy master and apprentice with great interest. Genos is too weak. Transforming into a robot or something is simply giving up the greatest human talent that can be cultivated. In the face of a group of miscellaneous fish in the House of Evolution, Genos' performance is not even as good as most A-level hero, Here, there is no need for Mr. Ye Qiu to intervene, but we should come to the door later. If possible, please ask Mr. Ye Qiu to follow us there to prevent danger from happening. Genos replied in place of his teacher. At this moment, for Genos, the House of Evolution is most likely the scientist who harmed him back then. He said that even if the place where he lived, even if it was upgraded to his current strength, Genos did not feel that he had the ability to make this evolutionary house is completely destroyed. And now he didn't know much about teacher Saitama's strength, so he could only increase his strength, and Ye Qiu, who was also invisible, went to fight with them. No problem, 850, no problem. It just so happens that I have something I want to find the owner of these guys. If you are willing to let me accompany me, I will be very happy. Today's battle should be very interesting. Ye Qiu's fighting enthusiasm ignited a little. But Qiu, let's talk about it first. If you encounter a powerful opponent, please let me take the shot first. Recently, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I won't fight against a few powerful opponents. Catching up with your strength is really a far-fetched thing. Okay, you go first. Saitama doesn't care about this kind of thing. After all, the most powerful opponent he has ever seen is Ye Qiu, who is full of firepower. Except Ye Qiu, no one can let him fight. It's time to be a little more serious. If it's an opponent that even Ye Qiu can't beat, there's really no need for him to shoot. Teacher, is Mr. Ye Qiu that strong? Genos looked at Saitama with a puzzled face. After Saitama got rid of the stray fish, he touched the back of his bare head and said, "What is Ye Qiu's strength? You are not his opponent in 50. Is it that strong?" Genos looked behind him in disbelief, but Ye Qiu gave him a playful smile. The two masters and apprentices haven't gone to the Hero Association, so naturally they don't know about the Hero qualification test. In fact, he is also one of the current S-rank Hero However, that Quirks is a bit rigid and cute little robot. If he really wants to try his hand with him and try his strength, then Ye Qiu doesn't mind sending this little robot back to the factory for repairs. Fortunately, because Ye Qiu gave Genos a little help when he was fighting against Mosquito Girl, and he was also his teacher's friend, Genos didn't mean to do anything with Ye Qiu, but followed him. Behind his teacher, he flew in the direction of the House of Purification. Saitama used to run, Genos used to fly, Ye Qiu also directly displayed his Fengshen legs and followed behind the two of them unhurriedly. At this moment, Genos, who was following himself and his teacher, did not realize that Ye Qiu's strength was indeed incomparably powerful and could be understood from his movements. This should be a strong performer of physique. When the three arrived at the House of Evolution, all movements were watched by the monitor, Dr. Kinos, who was lurking inside the base. S-Class Hero, ES. Not only S-Level Hero, ES, but also two monsters with combat power comparable to S-Level Hero, ES. The only way now is to release the monster locked in the 18th floor underground, otherwise it will evolve. The home will never be turned over. Boom! Sure enough, Genos didn't wait for Ye Qiu and Saitama to finish looking at the House of Evolution, and decisively blasted the 6-story building on the surface of the House of Evolution into ruins. Not only was Saitama very speechless, Ye Qiu also had a helpless look on his face. Sure enough, his psychological endurance was very fragile, so he constantly wanted to make his robotized body more robotized. However, this power is not small at all, and it is no wonder that Genos was directly rated as an S-level hero, ES, after participating in the Hero, ES, Association test. If Ye Qiu made a move, unless the ability to burn the fruit was used to the extreme, it would be difficult to blow such a large building to the ground in an instant. It's just that I don't like this kind of fighting method too much. It's a huge waste of energy. Only Genos, who is a robot, can use such a wide range of moves without any scruples. The attack is only such a wide range of moves. Pity. Ye Qiu shook his head regretfully. Saitama, who had no expression on his face, seemed to understand what Ye Qiu's words meant, and showed a hint of helplessness. It shouldn't be so easy to succeed, right? Saitama tilted his head to look at Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu walked up to the ruins and glanced around. There seems to be an entrance here, and the building on the ground seems to be a cover. Dr. Kinos is definitely a talent among talents. Being able to build a building that is not disturbed by weirdos in the absence of resources, and to study so much data about genes, this stuff is simply a waste in the world of One Punch Man. Genos, promise me a condition. After entering, please keep your hands, and don't destroy it so quickly. If the doctor has nothing to do with your affairs, please leave him to me. Ye Qiu spoke to Genos sincerely before going underground. Mr. Ye Qiu, that evolution house is not a base created by some kind person. What do you think about that kind of person? Genos didn't understand Ye Qiu's words very much. Ye Qiu said meaningfully, actually, that guy's gene research is of great use to humans. He is the first person who has lived for decades and can still use hemoptysis to stay young, no matter what. Whether it is in the research of genetic medicine or the genetic research of human beings' rational strengthening, this guy is the top genius. If you can't take one-sided view, if this guy uses all his research in the right way, I think that human beings should have the ability to completely retake the Earth from the monsters in 10, or 20, 30 years later. Is genetic knowledge so important? In fact, whether in Saitama's heart or Genos' heart, this is a world full of the laws of the jungle, and they believe in using their own power to become stronger, rather than the so-called genetics. Okay, as long as he has nothing to do with what happened back then, I will give him to you. Genos was silent for a while, but still assured Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu nodded, and this was the only way to completely lift the piece of iron that led to the underground entrance, revealing a dark passage full of damp aura. Inside the passage, the sound of machine guns was already full, and there was an incomparably strong smell of blood. Ye Qiu is not in a hurry. It seems that the lunatic Ashura unicorn has been released by Dr. Kinos. This place is really disgusting. Saitama looked helpless. This kind of dark, damp, and bloody place is no different from the areas outside that have long been destroyed by weirdos, and it doesn't look like a place where humans live. It's really not that people like it very much. If it were me, I wouldn't choose to live in such a place. This is a kind of torture for any living person. Ye Qiu said with emotion. So I think, those who live in this kind of life are probably all monsters. The three quickly followed the smell of blood and walked to the end of the so-called passage. At the end of the passage, they saw a white glowing, incomparably huge, Qian Li's room, Pine. S-level hero, ES, Ye Qiu, I don't know which gust of wind blew you here, aren't you a non-dragon level disaster? Dr. Kinos said with a little trembling. After all, it's an S-rank hero, ES, and Ye Qiu's record is all against dragon rank disaster. Even though Saitama gave off a very strange and powerful feeling, in Kinos' heart, Ye Qiu, who had terrifying data, made him even more worried. But apart from worry, Kinos is more excited. The perfect sample? Whether it is Saitama or Ye Qiu, for him, they are extremely perfect samples. As long as he can get the data on their bodies, his research will definitely be able to go further. Azura Unicorn is only a half-finished product. He must get the data of Ye Qiu and Saitama, and make the most powerful evolutionary. Is Mr. Ye Qiu an S-class hero, ES? Genos was a little shocked. It turned out that he also knew that being able to mix with his teacher was definitely not a simple character, but he still hadn't thought that Ye Qiu, a boy who looked younger than him, would be an S-rank. Hero, ES, of course, is a person who can't be seen. It seems that if there is a chance in the future, I must have a spar with Mr. Ye Qiu. Now I am not a teacher's opponent at all, but if I can spar with an S-level hero, ES, I should have a clear understanding of my own strength. No, Ye Qiu didn't know, because of Dr. Genos' words. Genos, the little robot, had a raging war in his heart. Dr. Qi knows, I'm really interested in you. I don't know if you have any plans to join the Hero ES school. It's a place dedicated to cultivating Hero ES. Maybe the knowledge you've learned will bloom there. Ye Qiu did not fight directly, but persuaded in a gentle tone. As for why I came here, the reason is very simple. Do you think the strength of the Azure Unicorn is not comparable to the dragon-level disaster? Let me tell you the truth, I faced the 2 dragon-level disasters before. From the Qi 850 in terms of interest, he is far less powerful than the guy next to you, and he should be regarded as the strongest dragon-level disaster I have ever encountered so far. Don't be stingy with your compliments. Although Azure Unicorn, that guy looks very ugly, Ye Qiu feels disgusted by his body shape, appearance, and even his face, but he has to admit that whether it is from strength, speed, or even flexibility in terms of S**X, this is a perfect monster. The elders of the Earth Dragon clan who he faced before were scum in front of the Azure Unicorn. Are all the schools of Hero ES? I never thought that you, as an S-class Hero ES, came from such a place, but I have never heard of such a place before. Existence. If it was 40 or 50 years ago, maybe I would agree to your request, but now it is impossible. I am a man abandoned by the Hero ES world. I want to be their opponent. I want to get more the genetic information of many strong people. In this way, can cultivate more perfect weirdos, and kill all of you hypocritical Hero ES and guys who interfere with my research. Dr. Kino's expression became more and more crazy. Saitama was expressionless. Ye Qiu, this guy is so troublesome. Can you solve it quickly? I think it's more interesting to fight with you. Okay. Since both of you have said so, then I can only take action. Whether or not I can get the best of me depends on whether the Azure Unicorn is strong enough, and if he is strong enough. You can get everything you want from me. If he is not strong enough, then there is only one end, which is to be beaten to pieces by me. Zhang? Domineering? Ye Qiu didn't pay any attention to what those guys thought of him. His expression now had completely changed into a proud look. The improvement in the city during this period of time had gradually allowed him to develop his own unique aura. When fighting, there are 4 words, I am the only one. If you can't believe that you are the strongest, then you will never be the strongest being. Azure Unicorn is very unhappy with Ye Qiu's attitude. He doesn't care how strong an S-class hero, ES, is. He only knows that the strongest existence in this world must be himself. Almost instantly, the Azure Unicorn appeared behind the 3 of them. He glanced at it and slapped Genos with a slap. Genos reacted very quickly and made an attack action in an instant. The flames burst on the body of Ashura du Kalaisian, but for the rough-skinned Azura, those are simply not enough. Not even its skin can be damaged. Boom, gdi. It's too slow, it's too weak. If you only have such strength, and let that guy be jealous, then I can only smash all of you into powder without any scruples, saying that I want to become a minced meat guy. You wait, I will be the last to clean you up, slowly torment you, and let you experience how painful it is to live. The Azure Unicorn smirked. In just a few rounds of fighting, he beat Genos into a mess. Saitama didn't do anything, Ye Qiu's expression became even colder. You are indeed very strong, which reminds me of another monster. That monster is just like you, with extremely strong defenses, but he is a brainless waste and only obeys the orders of others, so he will not take it lightly. You provoke me and die very easily, but you are different. If you dare to attack the people I brought in front of me, then I will have no choice but to. Everything you said just now is returned to you. Ye Qiu is angry. Really angry? This guy, Azure Unicorn, can be said to be an n-times stronger version of Nomu. He has all the advantages of Nomu and the ability to think independently. It can be said that he completely crushed Nomu's existence. Originally, if Ye Qiu was prepared to have a chance, he would bring this guy back and train him like Hungry Wolf to become a living target for the students of Xiangying High School. Anyway, this guy is rough and fleshy. No matter what kind of quirks he is basically unable to do so. Defeat him, and his reaction speed has skills, and there is infinite room for improvement. It is such an ugly guy, and now he is so bold to provoke him, then all things can only be said differently. Catch the shadows? The guy from the Azure Unicorn still wants to use Genos, but Ye Qiu obviously won't give him this chance again. Are you fast? Sorry? I'm faster than you? Ye Qiu's figure almost instantly appeared on the road that Azure Unicorn was about to attack. The Vajra Indestructible Magic and the Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong were activated together. Ye Qiu's entire body exuded a faint golden light, and he just stretched out an arm, which blocked the kick of the Azure Unicorn. Down. But even so, Ye Qiu was kicked back quickly, and his blood was fluctuating. Interesting. This guy's strength is at least 10 times that of Nomu, if not more, and today's battle should be very interesting. Ye Qiu's eyes were full of fighting intent, but at this time Jero's was in a state of embarrassment, while Azure Unicorn's eyes were full of contemptuous smiles. Originally, he thought how strong the S-rank hero, ES, was, but when he fought, he instantly suppressed the so-called S-rank hero, ES. Ah, what is an S-class hero, ES? Ha ha ha, now you think who can tear who to pieces, how dare you call me a daddy with your strength? The Azure Unicorn laughed arrogantly. However, Genos admired Ye Qiu unceasingly. He was able to endure something as terrifying as the Azura unicorn, entirely because his body had been completely transformed into a robot and no longer possessed the characteristics of a human being. And Ye Qiu is just an ordinary person, but he was able to block the attack of the Azura unicorn with his body, which shows how powerful his body is. At least Genos' body is already the best machine metal at present, and it is still unable to withstand the terrifying, violent bombardment of Azura unicorn. As expected of an S-class hero, ES. An idea suddenly popped into Genos' mind, that is, go to the Hero, ES, association with the teacher, take a Hero, ES, test certification, and see what level of Hero, ES, he can be rated at. Catch the shadows? Ye Qiu did not have the slightest emotion because of Ashura Unicorn's words. His face was still extremely cold, and he looked at Ashura Unicorn as if he were a dead man. Boy, what kind of expression did you have when you got there? Don't you know that the strongest person here is my uncle Azura? The Azura unicorn became furious and madly crushed it in Ye Qiu's direction again at a very fast speed. With the wind, the terrifying Rakido seemed to blow the air. Yes. Ye Qiu's reaction was very fast. From which angle the Azura unicorn attacked, his arm would appear at which angle. Flowing water shattering rock fist flowing water array. That's right, it's a flowing water formation, a watertight defensive move, and it's also mixed with the ability to burn fruit. In terms of brute force, there is indeed no way to compare it with the monster Azura unicorn, so it can only start from the aspect of ability. Ye Qiu simply used the ability to burn fruit, and before encountering a fatal bombardment that the body could not resist, he directly turned his arm into flames. What kind of power is this? Genos looked at Ye Qiu in disbelief. Saitama held his chin and pointedly said, if he wasn't Ye Qiu, I would have thought he was a weirdo. This ability is beyond the normal range that humans can understand. After a pause, Saitama continued, but he is Ye Qiu, I can feel the passion for Hero, ES, in his heart, at least he is a real hero, ES, so he has such ability, is not surprising at all. Novel brain circuit, but Genos accepted it anyway. What kind of abilities a real hero, ES, possesses is not surprising. He is not a machine-transformed person. No wonder he's so arrogant, so he's not an ordinary person. The Azura unicorn did not expect that a normal human's arm could actually transform into a flame, and Ye Qiu's physical skills gave him a feeling of impeccable, and there was no way to start. On Dr. Kino's side, after Ye Qiu showed the superpower of fire, his mouth was even more excited. No, this kind of sample is simply too perfect. If there is an existence that can control the flame among the evolutionary creatures he created, what a fascinating thing. Azura unicorn, be sure to get this sample, I need the most perfect sample, don't beat him to death. Kino said excitedly. If the S-class hero, ES, is used as a sample, wouldn't he be able to create an evolutionary that surpasses the S-class hero, ES, in the end? Which of those hypocritical guys would dare to question his research results? Sure enough, Genos is the savior of mankind, the hero, ES, who saves this eccentric world. Any S-rank hero, ES, any hero, ES, association, must submit to his feet? Are you ordering me? The Azura unicorn glanced at Dr. Kinos who was intoxicated with himself. After a shiver, Dr. Kinos immediately did not dare to intoxicate himself. Just kidding, those clones of his before were rudely torn to pieces by the monster in front of him, and apart from his deity, none of them survived. No, I just want to make you stronger. Dr. Kinos shook his head quickly. Don't you think that you are not as perfect as you imagined? If you are equipped with the ability of flame, in the whole world, who else will be your opponent? Ask for flowers. Azura unicorn has always felt that he is the most perfect existence, but when he glanced at Ye Qiu whose arms were in flames, a greedy look still flashed in his eyes. Yes? To become more perfect, this kind of flame ability is simply too much to his heart. If he can get it, it is not bad. For the sake of your ability, I won't kill you. Azura one-horned fairy said so, but it was a bit more ruthless. He wanted to defeat Ye Qiu in the shortest time, so as to make the sample perfect. Teacher, it's very difficult for Mr. Ye Qiu to deal with it. Do we need to help? That monster is too powerful. I can't think of how to deal with such a monster that is close to perfection. 0. Genos sneered a little. Not enough power? If his strength is stronger than he is now, he will definitely be able to help Mr. Ye Qiu, at least not let him fall into such a difficult situation. Saitama's bald head is still kind, but his tone is not worried at all. No problem, Ye Qiu hasn't even used 1/10 of his strength now, that guy can't beat Ye Qiu. Such an incomparably determined tone made Azura Unicorn very unhappy. 2 unsightly lower reptiles. Azura Unicorn wanted to bypass Ye Qiu's attack, so he first got rid of the 2 annoying little reptiles, so that he could feel more at ease. Hey, the battle hasn't officially started yet. Where are you trying to escape? Did you ask me if I would agree? Ye Qiu's words were a little lazy. The attacking routine is really too simple, and the simplicity allows him to react quickly with muscle memory. Alas, what a waste of that terrifying power, speed, and flexibility. It is also a monster. The Azura Unicorn is much stronger than Momo, but still weaker than many monsters in Ye Qiu's mind, such as Shiro in Dragon Ball. That kind of monster is probably biased towards perfection bar. Only monsters who can learn the way of human cultivation are worth making Ye Qiu palpitate. As for those who have no learning ability, no matter how strong they are now, Ye Qiu always believes that one day, he can completely surpass these guys. The Azure Unicorn didn't care about Ye Qiu's opinion at all, and just wanted to use her strength and speed to instantly surpass Ye Qiu and attack Saitama and Genos. Ye Qiu would lose face if he just let this guy surpass him. Boom! Ye Qiu was angry. He would not allow a small character like Azure Unicorn to be so arrogant in front of him. 18 palms of subduing the dragon swings its tail. The purest physical power, that terrifying power, through the move of the 18 dragon subduing palms, sent out an incomparably magnificent dragon roar, and slammed into the sturdy body of the Azure Unicorn. It's improved again. Saitama is still very interested in the kind of moves that can perfectly control his Rakido when attacking. In his eyes, Ye Qiu's control of this move has improved a lot during this period of time. In the past, when he was attacking, he would have 9 points of Rakido, leaving only 1 point of Rakido for defense. Now it is basically a perfect score of 7 or 3. 3 points Rakido is used for defense. Ye Qiu's moves are almost impeccable. Is physical art so powerful? Genos looked puzzled. Apart from strengthening the body, does something like ancient martial arts really have any unexpected effects? This is something he has never thought about, and he will not think about it at all. In Genos' inherent concept, it is almost impossible to rely on Guwu to become a strong man. Guwu. It's still very strong. According to Ye Qiu, Guwu is a treasure for developing the potential of the human body. It can develop the power hidden in the human body to the extreme, and the power that everyone possesses is infinite, because it is difficult for a person to develop the brain domain to more than 5% in his life, and when you practice ancient martial arts, the development of the brain domain will also increase, and the potential of the body will become stronger and stronger. Saitama explained to Genos according to what Ye Qiu usually told him. The most important thing is that there are some shackles in everyone's body. Whenever you break those shackles, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. It is difficult for ordinary people to find a way to open the locks, Ye Qiu said. Ancient Wu is the key to open that lock, and it is the key that matches the most. Sounds awesome? Genos also felt that what Ye Qiu said might be right, but to him, it seemed that whether Guwu was able to unlock the hidden talents of the human body was not that important anymore. Alas, after all, it has become a robot, and can only go one way to the dark. Ye Qiu doesn't know what Genos is thinking, otherwise he will definitely persuade him to work hard. After all, get a new body, with the strength of Dr. Genos, even if he can get a portal in the future, go to Uncle Snake to get some research is not difficult. It's just that, for now, Ye Qiu and Genos don't have any friendship, just a friendship with Saitama, but they don't think about so many things for Genos. But at this moment, the Azure Unicorn Fairy, who was hit by the 18 dragon subduing palms, was directly blasted away. Isn't your power very strong? Why do I feel that in front of me, that domineering power is not worth mentioning? Ye Qiu looked at the Azure Unicorn who was hitting the wall with contempt. It doesn't hurt or itches, but I lose my face. When the Azure Unicorn climbed out of the wall, the originally ugly face became even more ugly. As expected of a human S-level hero, yes, I underestimated you before. You are a good prey, and I will make your abilities stronger in me. Azure Unicorn Lisuo moved his neck. I feel excited. Excite me a little more, and let me see more of your power. Only in this way can I fully bloom my Azure mode. I want you, the humans on the ground kill all the weirdos on the top. In the whole world, only I, the Azure Unicorn, is the strongest. Don't turn on the Azure mode, you can beat him, sure. Dr. Kinos was about to cry. He is the body, the seeds and hope left in the end. If the Azure Unicorn was inexplicably turned on the Azure mode, the ghost knows if he will kill him if he loses his mind. Go away, don't disturb me. The Azure Unicorn was not polite to Genos at all. Yes, no need to be polite. This kind of bony head, what kind of politeness, just kill it when necessary. If this guy hadn't imprisoned himself here, the ground would already be his kingdom. Kinos saw the beast-like eyes that were ready to eat people at any time, and immediately disappeared, and he didn't dare to have the slightest resistance. Yes, no need, don't care about this guy. With the strength that Ye Qiu has shown so far, it shouldn't be enough for the Azure Unicorn to start the Azure mode. Well, Ye Qiu, an S-rank hero, ES, ranked at the back after all, and would definitely not be the opponent of the Azure Unicorn. But is it true? The Azure Unicorn did not underestimate Ye Qiu anymore, instead, she used her full strength to pour her fists and feet towards Ye Qiu crazily. It's a pity that during this period of time in the wild area, the flowing water formation of the flowing water and rock-breaking fist has been cultivated to the extreme. Vulcan-style dragon in the sky, hold head high, another roar of dragon roar, the roaring fire dragon mixed with the terrifying 9 yang true chi, charged directly towards the Azure Unicorn. Come on. Let me see how strong your S-class hero, ES, is. The Azure Unicorn was obviously excited, her expression became extremely hideous, and her eyes stared like copper bells. Previously, Ye Qiu's arm turned into a flame, which just gave him a burning feeling. 3.8 He didn't think that just a flame that changed into a shape could bring him any substantial damage. Bila, here, Bila. The Azure Unicorn did not know that Ye Qiu's fire was not an ordinary flame. It was not only the essence of burning the fruit, but also the fusion of countless ancient martial arts. Among them, the 9 yang true chi, which was used as the fuel, was extremely mellow. Hit the stone with the egg? No matter how strong the body's defense is, there is a limit. Ye Qiu himself doesn't know how strong the burning fruit released by Juyang Divine Art as fuel is. Obviously, this intensity has already exceeded the limit that the body of the Azure Unicorn can withstand. The high-temperature flame mixed with the penetrating power of true qi directly bit off a large piece of the body of the Azure Unicorn. In the dark wound, the muscles were completely necrotic. It hurts, it hurts, it really hurts. Azure Unicorn grinned in pain, but the pain made him feel even more excited, because in his cognition, Ye Qiu's ability would become his ability in the future. It's good to know the pain. A brainless guy like you can only use pain to tell you whose fist is bigger. With a cold face, Ye Qiu chased and attacked the Azure Unicorn once again. Vulcan-style Shenlong swinging tail? How is it so fast? Azure Unicorn felt that he was ready to face Ye Qiu, and he didn't look at Ye Qiu like he used to look at ants, but he still didn't catch Ye Qiu's movements. Yes, those eyes with excellent dynamic vision, under the acceleration of the wind and the fire, did not catch Ye Qiu's movements at all. Got kicked out again. So fast? Mr. Ye Qiu obviously doesn't look that powerful. Wait a minute, teacher. Genos came back to his senses and found that his teacher seemed to be the same as Ye Qiu, who didn't look strong at all, but under that weak appearance, he could always burst out with extremely powerful strength. It turns out that they are the same kind of people. No wonder they seem to have a good relationship even though they don't communicate much on weekdays. In a sense, Ye Qiu and Saitama are indeed the same kind of people, and they don't like to show their strength at inopportune times. There is absolutely no need for such a thing. Vulcan-style kamikaze howl. Ye Qiu obviously didn't plan to use the 18 dragon subduing palms, he wanted to completely destroy the Azure Unicorn. The flame tornado directly blew the Azure Unicorn into the sky, and the mournful mourning sounded very apprehensive. How can this happen? It shouldn't be like this. The glasses on Dr. Kino's face were about to fall off. Azure Unicorn is his most proud work, but also the most dangerous work. According to his estimation, at least it has the strength of a dragon-level monster. The S-rank hero, ES, are not the opponents of dragon-rank monsters. Ye Qiu did face dragon-level monsters before, but the official did not say that Ye Qiu faced dragon-level monsters alone. Rank? The ranking of the Hero, ES, association is killing people? Where are the last few Hero, ES? It is clearly the strength that only the top Hero, ES, can have. Vulcan Flame Rock Shattering Fist. Da, 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 da. Ye Qiu's hands continued to enter the flame tornado for the first time. When he turned the flowing water rock shattering fist into the flame shattering rock fist, the flame was full of penetrating power like flowing water, and the Azure Unicorn was bruised all over his body. Why is it suppressed so badly? Azure Unicorn himself doesn't understand why, but he obviously won't be willing to be suppressed, but the wounds on his body are getting more and more, and the flame is like a bone maggot. It was bitten in his body, and it couldn't be ruled out no matter what. Not anymore? I can't take it anymore? In the end, the Azure Unicorn did not intend to continue this painful feeling, and the whole person directly turned on the Azure mode. Looking at the body that turned blue and purple, Ye Qiu shook his hand in disgust. It was really dirty. Fortunately, the flames were able to burn away the blood with strange colors. Otherwise, he really didn't want to fight this monster. The speed and strength have all increased by more than 5 times, and even the size has become more exaggerated and terrifying than before. Almost instantly, Ye Qiu realized that his eyes were no longer able to capture the figure of the Azure Unicorn. And because of the anger towards Ye Qiu in his heart, Ashura One-Horned Immortal used the anger in his heart to completely suppress the incomparably chaotic and tyrannical emotions. Kind of awesome? Since the eyes can't catch it, it can only catch this guy with breath. Genos, the robot, has been watching the battle after being beaten by the Azure Unicorn. His eyes were indeed able to catch the Azure Unicorn, but it was already very reluctant. Genos even thought about how Ye Qiu would deal with the Azure Unicorn in this state. Can you get stronger? Can't I? Ye Qiu blocked the fierce attack of the Azure Unicorn, almost relying on the ever-changing atmosphere around him. He could barely block Saitama's attack, not to mention the Azure Unicorn who could be knocked out by teacher Saitama's punch. The Juyang Divine Art was quietly cultivated to the 6th level by Ye Qiu. The real battle begins? Under the blessing of the 6th level 9 Yang infuriating chi, coupled with the full opening of the King Kong indestructible technique and the Dragon Elephant Boruo technique, Ye Qiu's figure was also slightly raised, and he was about 2 meters tall. This level of change will not affect Ye Qiu's speed. He is still using his own speed to crush the Azure Unicorn? Faster? Faster? From Fengshen legs to 18 palms for subduing dragons, even 1 finger Zen and fire-shattering rock fist, Ye Qiu used his own incomparably complicated moves to let the Azure Unicorn's offensive feathers return time and time again. Why can there be so many complicated changes in an ordinary attack? Genos felt that his brain was not enough, even if he was a robot, he couldn't analyze Ye Qiu's move data all of a sudden. Saitama said, it's a strange aura, born in human beings, and able to gradually become stronger by absorbing the power of the outside world, and all of his moves can be said to be absolute control of skills. What is the use of mastery of skill relative to strength and speed? Genos couldn't think about it at all. Ye Qiu, however, used his own timing to tell him what was between the square and the inch, without wasting any Rakido that he had shot. With the same attack, the Azure Unicorn may spend a lot of strength, and can only play a 3-point strength effect. For Ye Qiu, martial arts can increase his strength countless times. Even if you only have 3 points of strength, you can use skills, that is, a reasonable way of exerting force, to make these 3 points of strength into great strength, or even more. Vulcan-style Kong Long has no regrets. Ye Qiu showed no mercy after all. When Kong Long Yuhui, the most domineering and the most basic one, appeared, half of the body of the Azure Unicorn was directly torn into pieces. He was still moving, still looking for Ye Qiu's flaws, but he was horrified to find that he, who should have been invincible, was instantly defeated. Impossible, impossible, I am the most perfect evolutionary. How can a mere human defeat me? How can it defeat me so quickly? The body of the Azure Unicorn was shaky. After all, half of the body was broken, and the entire center of gravity was almost completely lost. Under this almost desperate condition, the Azure Unicorn launched the last madness, and rushed towards Ye Qiu with red eyes, like a beast that was cornered. Again. Ye Qiu frowned. Originally, it means that half of your body was knocked off. Now it seems that the leg should also be knocked off, so as not to jump around in front of me like a flea. It is too weak. No, it's not that the Azure Unicorn is too weak, it's that Ye Qiu has grown at an extremely fast rate during this period of time, and he didn't even realize it, because the people he came into contact with were Silver Fangs, and others like Saitama. The monsters in the hero, ES, even with his ancient martial arts moves, body refining techniques, and even the ability to burn fruit are constantly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the end. Genos did not expect that Ye Qiu, who seemed to have no power at all, would have such an amazing reversal. With just one move, he completely destroyed the monster Azure Unicorn. It's not over yet. As I said, let him stay with another leg. Naturally, you have to make your own words come true, so don't jump to conclusions so easily. You should know better than me how rigorous a group a robot is. Vulcan-style 20 times 1 finger meditation, that sturdy flame finger, like a hidden weapon that follows the shadow, accurately hit the leg of the Azure Unicorn, and completely weathered its leg into ashes. Kino's glasses are about to fall off. How so? The confusion in his heart is no less than that of the Azure Unicorn. First of all, it is about Ye Qiu's power. He can't understand it at all. He does know about superpowers, but this kind of ability to control flames is indeed not in his cognition. The most puzzling thing for him is that he has accumulated decades of time and strength. Why is he still so vulnerable in front of this group of pesky hero, ES? Is it that his so-called research is always just a joke? How about it? Have you considered cultivating hero, ES, with me? Ye Qiu finally made his own invitation to Dr. Kino's. Talents are rare, especially in the field of genetics, it is even more rare. Can hero, ES, also be cultivated? Isn't it because you S-class hero, ES, have the strength to become S-class hero, ES, because you are very powerful? The world has already studied me for a long time. If you deny it, you have completely destroyed my research, so there is no need to laugh at me like this. Dr. Kino smiled self-deprecatingly. His most proud work, the Azure Unicorn, was lying on the ground at this moment, humming constantly, and there was no trace of his masterpiece at all. I didn't laugh at you for your research ability. I only admire you in this world. Guys like Ashura Unicorns are indeed not a waste. Some of the S-rank hero, ES, are indeed unable to overcome this horror. Existence, it's just a pity that he met me. The pure body is powerful, and it is not so imaginable that it is indestructible. Ye Qiu's words were sincere. If you can treat that guy too. I kind of want to get a mount. I have to work hard to run around by myself every day. Mount? Saitama and Genos were both stunned. They had indeed thought about why Ye Qiu didn't kill Azure Unicorn. He had already beaten him to a super crippled state. Will, this arrogant and full of bloody and violent guy killed, but at the last moment he left. A mount? Well, that seems more sad than killing the Azure Unicorn. Who the hell are you insulting? Kill me if you want to kill me, Azure Unicorn, but it's just a failed work. I believe that crazy guy will be able to create a more powerful existence in the future and kill you, a reptile. The same human beings are completely crushed. The Azure Unicorn stared at Ye Qiu viciously. If it wasn't for the loss of 2 legs and 1 hand, he really wanted to eat Ye Qiu alive. That's right, even if he devoured this guy who had humiliated him alive, if it wasn't for Ye Qiu, he would still be the most perfect creature, still the most perfect existence. Mount? Do you want to make him even more humiliating? How is this possible? The Azure Unicorn would obviously not agree with Ye Qiu's way of insulting the monster. You don't agree. Ye Qiu's performance was flat. For him, the Azure Unicorn is just a byproduct, and the only thing that really matters is Dr. Kino's. So, I can only say sorry. Destroy it? Ye Qiu stretched out one hand, and a terrifying flame directly covered the Azure Unicorn. After the fire, there was nothing but a pile of ashes on the ground. Today, it seems to be Saturday. When Dr. Kino's shivered, Saitama-sensei suddenly hugged his big bald head, and the whole person began to roar weakly. Ye Qiu was sweating profusely. The atmosphere that he finally created was interrupted by this bald head. If it wasn't for this guy's strength, he really wanted to teach this bald head a good lesson. Boom. Before Genos was shocked by Ye Qiu's strength, Qian Li's, he was completely shocked by his teacher's inexplicable behavior. The strong people, how are they willful people? Could it be that only by becoming a self-willed person like the teacher and Mr. Ye Qiu can you become a real strong man? No matter what the powerhouses he knew before, anyway, in Geno's heart, whether it was Ye Qiu or Saitama, Quirks was clearly a bit powerful. How are you thinking, Dr. Kinos? Are you going to die with the Azure Unicorn? Or do you want to study something more meaningful to humans and to Hero, E.S. Woolen cloth? Ye Qiu showed a smile that he thought was kind. It's just that in Kino's heart, this guy's smile is as terrifying as the devil's smile. It's really scary. What else is there to sacrifice for love? How is this possible? Isn't it a joke? Are there any other options? A researcher like Dr. Kinos, who has lived for so many years, can still maintain his youthful appearance, and can even live for a long time, continue his research, and continue his own ambitions. What can he do? Might be willing to die at this time. I promise. Dr. Kinos said weakly. Why do you want to die when you can live well? And Dr. Kinos also believes in one thing, that is, if he is by Ye Qiu's side, it may be easier to obtain Ye Qiu's genetic data. Unicorns want more powerful monsters. That's right, this is just a temporary compromise, and will definitely surpass this guy in the future? Dr. Kinos' obsession thought that it was well hidden, but in Ye Qiu's opinion, it was a bit funny, and he didn't intend to expose it. Without ambition, how could it be possible to develop a more powerful genetic medicine? Gone? Ye Qiu directly lifted Dr. Kinos' collar. Saitama's side also disappeared from Geno's sight at the speed of light. Saturday's supermarket discount day is definitely not to be missed. It's a crime if you can't get cheap discounts. Am I going to be this hero, E.S.? Genos was a little confused. Anyway, the two powerhouses beside him were Ye Qiu and Saitama, and these two people were really the same as the word hero, E.S., in the impression of ordinary people, and they couldn't even fight. Dr. Kinos, who was stopped by Ye Qiu, said that he was very uncomfortable, and it should be said that he was very uncomfortable. He wanted to open his mouth several times to talk to Ye Qiu about this problem, but when he thought of the fate of the Azure Unicorn, he finally or decide what to say is better. Dr. Kinos, who was being carried, quickly came to Ye Qiu's apartment. What shocked him was that the neighbor next to Ye Qiu's apartment was actually the king known as the strongest man. Of course, this shock is far from over, because after he entered Ye Qiu's room, Ye Qiu took him to open a door that looked like a decoration, but after entering that door, he came back to another room. Welcome to the world of Hero, E.S. I hope you have a good time in this world. Is the world of Hero, E.S., joking? Isn't this world a world where Hero, E.S., and weirdos coexist? Why dare to say that it is a world that belongs to Hero, E.S., alone? Don't look like that. When you see the world, you'll know what I mean. Ye Qiu didn't bother to explain to this guy. He just carried him and jumped off the balcony. Can you go to the front door? Dr. Kinos is definitely a fighting chicken in the tech house, but in terms of combat skills, he is not even as good as the 5 scumbags. Every time he flies around in the air, it will really give people a heart attack. You walk by yourself in the future. This is my home, but it's not a place where you can come. As for weirdos, there really aren't any here, but there are many Hero, E.S., you can study. Ye Qiu loosened Dr. Kinos' collar, and Dr. Kinos sat directly on the ground. Is this what you call a different world? Dr. Kinos looked very disdainful at this time. Except for the new building, he couldn't see anything different at all, and he even wondered if this guy Ye Qiu had used some trick to bring him to the back of the apartment just now. Open your eyes and see, are the two apartments the same? Ye Qiu rolled his eyes. There may be some similarities in the style of the city, but if there is no difference between the cities in the UK world and the cities in the One Punch world, it is definitely impossible. Is it really different? When the architects on the ground have become so powerful, it is really unbelievable. Dr. Kinos rubbed his eyes vigorously, and at this time began to carefully look at the surrounding environment. It is indeed a little different. Come on, I'll show you the world that belongs to Hero, E.S. The corner of Ye Qiu's mouth raised slightly. Weird? This world really doesn't exist. It's just that in this world where everyone can be a hero, E.S., power is everywhere, but not everyone can make good use of this power. Therefore, the hero, E.S., of this world is more to maintain order, while the hero, E.S., of the One Punch world is more to protect the last hope of the entire human race. Still not cruel enough. Following Ye Qiu, Dr. Kinos really quickly discovered the difference in this world. In this world, everyone's faces were filled with calmness, comfort, and even happiness. That's right, the feeling of reassurance in secret is something he has never seen in the world of One Punch, because in that world, there may be weird people who can threaten the lives of all human beings anytime, anywhere. Why does such a place exist? Are the humans living here all relatives of the mighty hero, E.S.? Dr. Kinos looked at Ye Qiu with a dumbfounded expression. Ye Qiu said helplessly, look at some more people, don't you realize that some of them have characteristics that humans don't have? Okay. Under Ye Qiu's reminder, Dr. Kinos really found a difference. How so? There are actually a lot of people here who look a bit like weirdos, but why do these weird people look so calm? Even when someone and a human are walking on the street holding hands, they are talking and laughing, as if they are lovers. Why? What the hell is this? Dr. Kinos felt as if his worldview was about to be turned upside down. Ye Qiu smiled indifferently. There's no reason, it's just that this world is just like that. As I said, the world you came from belongs to the world of Hero, E.S., and some have non-human characteristics, not the same. Weird people are just products of the evolution of this world. Progress, evolve? Can humans really complete self-evolution? Dr. Quino's looked sluggish. He established the evolutionary family not just to realize his own evolutionary path for all human beings, but Ye Qiu really took him and saw the results of human evolution in his lifetime. It's just that these evolutions are a bit unexpected, but they are somewhat similar to Azure unicorns. Those non-human characteristics can basically strengthen certain abilities. This evolution, I call it the evolution of the Quirks. Everyone gets the possibility of being a hero, yes, from this evolution. Ye Qiu said lightly. Evolution of the Quirks. Quino's was stunned for a moment, obviously not thinking that in this world, there is an evolutionary existence called Quirks, etc., etc. What this guy has been emphasizing, seems to be out of this world? Yes, it is this world. Could it be that I have come to another world? No, I will continue to see more about this world. I don't believe that I have come to another world, although there must be parallel worlds between worlds, but the power to break the world barrier is simply it shouldn't be something that humans can do in their lifetime. Dr. Quino's shouted frantically. People on the street, seeing this guy yelling, just moved away from him and looked at him with pitiful eyes. These days, there are always a few abnormal people, just get used to it, you can't cast a contemptuous look at them, that's impolite. Okay, stop yelling. The evolution of Quirks here is like superpowers, and part of the superpowers I have acquired are just the barriers that allow me to pass through the world, but there is a lot of price to pay. Already. Ye Qiu spread his hands. Pay a lot to see? Isn't it just a door? Anyway, when he passed through that strange decorative door, Quino's didn't have any sense to travel through space, so this made him feel that everything was so unreal. Well, it's not real at all. This world, including everything Ye Qiu said, is so unreal. It's so unreal that people can't believe it. Let's go, I'll take you to meet. All of them will become hero, academies in the future. I believe there should be people you are interested in. In my world, you can't use quirks casually, so Ye Qiu still took a taxi. Take a taxi? In the world of One Punch, because it is too dangerous, there is no taxi business for a long time. Cars are only those who have the courage to drive out casually. I hope it really gives me some motivation to study. Dr. Quino's looked a little non-committal. For him, when the Azure unicorn was defeated, the research results of his lifetime were already denied. Ye Qiu smiled slightly. He believed that Dr. Quino's would definitely be very interested when he met Xiangying's students. Looking around in the taxi and looking at this world, Dr. Quino's finally confirmed one thing, that this is really not his original world. Absolutely not. Here, everything seems so comfortable, there is no trace of weird people, even in various occupations, everyone lives the most ordinary and peaceful life, even if they have completed the evolution beyond human beings, they have no imagination in such an inexplicable fight scene. It's still a society ruled by law. Looking back at the history of One Punch Man, Dr. Quino's can't remember exactly how many years ago they were in this comfortable state. Mr. Ye Qiu, I don't want to go back. Having seen the terrifying power of Ye Qiu and the terrifying power of Saitama, Dr. Quino's deeply understood that when he returned to the One Punch Superman world where there was no legal system, he created some monsters similar to Azure unicorns. If he is hated by the group of strong men, he is afraid that he will be directly implicated. Rather, it is better to accumulate and develop one's own strength in this relatively stable world with legal protection. Well, when an evolutionary person who is far more than the Azure unicorn is cultivated, no matter which world he is in, he will not be the existence of the Earth tyrant. Compared with a world full of dangers, with Ye Qiu, a powerful S-rank hero, with the ability to travel through space, he should do research to be safe. The taxi didn't drive fast, but if you're home, it's still quite close to Xiangying High School. The two of them arrived at their destination in less than 20 minutes. Today has been a busy day. Ye Qiu sighed helplessly. I solved the matter on the dead wooden handle hanging, and went to the house of the evolutionary again. I originally planned to stroll around in the world of One Punch Man for a while, but I didn't expect that because of this guy, Genos, he returned to my English world. Toss back and forth. But after Dr. Quino's settled down, Ye Qiu felt that he should be able to settle down for a while. On my side, those little devils have fully realized their own lack of strength. I believe that with the help of Dr. Genos, they should have a bunch of things that need to be exchanged for credits in a short period of time. Ask for flowers. Advisor Ye Qiu, why did you bring someone here again? All Might sat on the chair and looked at Ye Qiu helplessly. It's all talents. Are you not satisfied with the wolf I brought back last time, All Might? Ye Qiu stared at All Might with a playful look on his face. All Might cleared his throat. How could that be possible? Apart from the fact that his brain is a little abnormal, this kid definitely has the qualities to become a top hero, Moreover, he is simply relying on the talent of ordinary human beings. Just keep rubbing those little devils with hero, qualifications on the ground. After a pause, All Might looked at Kinos suspiciously. It's just, this should be an ordinary person without any quirks. You also know that although our Xiangying High School has general subjects, even if it is a general subject, teachers, all are hero, this age seems to be. Point zero. Facing this kind of questioning about his age, Kinos really wanted to recreate the Azure unicorn and give this guy a hard lesson. He is in his youth right now? Where are his eyes? What are you thinking? I can tell you, in this school called Hero, High School, this Mr. All Might is definitely something you can't mess with one of the existences. Because I'm not sure if I can beat this one. Ye Qiu said bluntly. All Might laughed. Young man Ye Qiu, you're just joking. Who didn't know that you showed your amazing combat power again today? If it wasn't for your help, those little devils wouldn't easily destroy them. League of Villains plan. It's not that serious, they have been really hard recently, and they can expand the war to this level. That has nothing to do with me. Ye Qiu said, and looked at Kinos. I think it's better to introduce him formally. He is a doctor of genetics. Compared with this one, my medicinal bath package is really worthless. The S-rank hero, ES, valued himself so much, and Dr. Kino's back was straight. This is a treatment that has never been received before. Is it a PhD in genetics? Did it study quirks? Those are all national talents, and there is no way for our Xiongning High School to privately own them. All Might said helplessly. That's not true. Didn't I keep saying that? In fact, Quirk's strength does not necessarily make him a really powerful hero, ES. So this one's genetic research is to develop the limit of human potential, just like a medicinal bath. Same package. Can genetics exploit the limits of human potential? All Might is a little unbelievable. If there is really such a talent, they have been recruited by the country long ago, and Ye Qiu is still available. But for him, Ye Qiu, the special advisor, has indeed brought miracles to their Xiongning High School time and time again. Anyway, I have trusted Ye Qiu many times, so I will trust him again, and there will be no loss anyway. 850 Okay, since you have said so, I will arrange a position for this Dr. Kinos in the academy. However, as an ordinary person like him, he does not need to teach students, and his monthly salary will not be very high. All Might pondered and said. Ye Qiu waved his hand indifferently. It's enough to cover food and shelter. As for the money for his research, I will pay it myself. Genetic medicine? Thinking about it, it makes one's heart move. Ye Qiu is very willing to spend the money earned from the medicinal bath package on Dr. Kinos. Anyway, for Ye Qiu himself, I really don't know how to spend the money in my British world. Hundreds of families are considered to have a lot of savings, and part of the medicinal bath package is divided into Yujia and her uncle. As for Yu Heshui, she is also a good girl who can earn money to support herself. There really is nowhere to spend money? Alas, after thinking about it, Ye Qiu felt that his money could only be spent on Dr. Kinos. Mr. Ye Qiu, rest assured, according to the ideas you said on the way, I will definitely combine the characteristics of traditional Huxia medicine and your medicinal bath package to make a genetic medicine that satisfies you. Dr. Kinos said excitedly. Okay, you can go to get 10 medicated bath packages later, and show me the characteristics of them. As for what knowledge of traditional Huxia medicine you need, just search the internet directly. If you still can't solve it, you can come here. Ask me for a medical book. Ye Qiu said casually. By the way, All Might, hand over the body parts of the monster Nomu to Dr. Kinos for study. Maybe they can find a way to completely restrain that monster. Speaking of this topic, All Might instantly became serious. Ye Qiu, that is a monster created by AFO. Every part of his body is the deadliest weapon for us humans. Such a weapon, only one is enough. I will never allow anyone to study this thing again. You think too much, All Might. You think I don't know, that monster was created purely because the AFO guy stuffed a bunch of quirks into the body. You really think Dr. Kinos is it also an AFO? Even if you give him Nomu's organization, he can't put that mess of quirks into a person's body like an AFO. Ye Qiu shrugged. Then you mean? All Might has some doubts. This Dr. Kinos has developed a monster that is even more terrifying than Nomu. What kind of existence of Nomu has a very powerful place in vital signs? If we can study it clearly, we can make a genetic medicine that can improve physical fitness. That would really benefit the hero, ES, world. Huh? Did this doctor create a monster more powerful than Nomu? All Might looked at Kinos with some vigilance. Being able to create a monster that is more powerful than Nomu, doesn't it mean that this person is also a dangerous person, and not a dangerous person that is much safer than AFO? Don't worry, that monster has been killed by me. Dr. Kinos is just not recognized for his previous research results. In fact, his research is beneficial to human beings, so I arranged for him to come to Xiongning High School. Ye Qiu said as if pointing. Almost instantly, All Might understood what Ye Qiu meant, and arranged Dr. Kinos at Xiongning High School. Part of the reason was that he wanted them to monitor Dr. Kinos. Okay, I'll arrange for him to come down first. All Might nodded. After confirming the whereabouts of Dr. Kinos, Ye Qiu took the doctor for a walk in Xiongning High School. Hey, Ye Qiu, didn't you let me teach here? Why do you see no one every day? The wave spiral stared at Ye Qiu angrily. Ghostly guy? Because of the agreement with this guy, Wave Spiral didn't go to the Hero, ES, mission during this time. I'm used to the bonuses of Hero, ES, characters, but it's almost gone all of a sudden. I'm really not used to it. Can't buy snacks, can't buy cosmetics, can't buy beautiful clothes. You don't know how to earn more credits and then go to the gravity room and Wooden Man Alley for training. Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Those juniors of yours, their cultivation is better than your employment. The Wave Spiral was annoyed. Ye Qiu, this BD, doesn't allow herself to take tasks outside the academy. How can she earn any credits? What am I? Give me a good practice. Ye Qiu said badly. By the way, it happens that I have something. You cooperate with Dr. Kinos, and I will draw some blood for him to study later. What? The wave spiral scroll looked dazed. This is a doctor of genetics. I want him to study the genetic medicine that can make Hero, stronger without any side effects and develop human potential. Ye Qiu said directly. Is there really such a thing in 3.8? The strength of strength is not linked to cultivation. The wave spiral was a little unconvinced. A few days ago, Ye Qiu had been instilling a concept in her, that the strength of strength was obtained through hard training. But what this guy is saying now, isn't it contradictory to study the genetic medicine that can directly become stronger? You're wrong about this. Strength really requires constant practice to get more. But for us, genetic medicine can give you a good foundation. I asked Dr. Kinos to study it. Gene potion, just to make your foundation better. As for strength, if you don't fight, do you think you can become a qualified hero? If you have powerful quirks. Ye Qiu said unceremoniously. Whatever you say is yours? Well, you're the special advisor, you're right. Even so, should you care about me? After all, I'm also a student of Xiangying High School, and it's not just those first-year brats who are the ones you're responsible for. You're a special advisor, and you're the one who is responsible for all students. Kind. The wave spiral roll said with some taste. Ye Qiu thought about it for a while, and it was indeed true, and as a member of the Big Three, the talent of the wave spiral scroll is indeed very strong, and it should be taken care of. Or, throw it to the trembling tornado to see? Anyway, quirks and superpowers are similar. Among the people Ye Qiu knows, the one with superpowers is definitely the shivering tornado. Okay, you first draw some blood for this Dr. Kinos, and I will take you to find a suitable teacher tomorrow. Ye Qiu thinks that Big Three is a battle team. Why don't you get a battle team yourself, or the Hero, office? In order to protect Xiangying High School from the wind and rain, the name of a special advisor is not enough. This kind of name is only useful for the interior of Xiangying High School. Yes, I have to set up a Hero, office? Ye Qiu's heart suddenly became hot. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this matter was actually not as simple as he thought. First, to set up a Hero, firm, it must be a Hero, recognized by everyone, which is obviously unqualified. Second, the membership of the Hero, firm. Whether it was Bai or Yujia, there was definitely no time. After all, they were the first-year students of Xiangying High School. As for Yu Heshui, a person who stayed in the original office very well and has colleagues who can cooperate. The other one works in Xiangying and has the task of teaching and educating people. Obviously, these two cannot enter the office. The wave spiral is one, or should I also bring Hung Dongmei? That little girl who seems to be quiet and quiet is not quiet at all when it comes to things like her and her dear brother. And as far as Quirks is concerned, the quirks of Hong Dongmei are not weak at all. Well, the woman from Hell Blowing Snow can also consider it, and let her join it when the time comes. After all, she is a talented girl, and it is because of the pressure of her own sister that she is completely unable to cash out her talent, which is still a bit of a headache. On Dr. Kino's side, he can't wait for his research. After getting a tube of blood from the wave spiral, he is a treasure. Okay, I'll bring another person to draw blood for you tomorrow. As for the other students, you can draw blood for whichever you value. One tube of blood is 10 credits. You can just talk to them like this. Ye Qiu looked very generous. Anyway, the things in the exchange room at present, even if these guys sell all the blood, they can't exchange much. After settling down Ye Qiu, the wave spiral scroll is full of hope for the future, and this day can be regarded as a busy and particularly valuable. Early the next morning, Hung Dongmei, whom Ye Qiu had contacted, appeared on time at the door of Xiangying High School and started chatting with Wave Spiral. It's all here? Then come with me. Ye Qiu greeted him directly, then turned around and walked towards the place where he came, without any intention of chatting with the two women. Hey, advisor Ye Qiu, do you know that you are not a gentleman? The Wave Spiral was very unhappy and chased after Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu ignored her. As a martial artist, the most important thing was his character. If he was so easily shaken, he would probably reveal his flaws before villains during the battle. Hung Dongmei quietly pulled on the sleeves of the wave spiral roll, motioning her not to provoke Ye Qiu. Compared with the wave spiral scroll, Hung Dongmei and Ye Qiu have been in contact more often, knowing that this guy is a person who likes to act more than talk. Moreover, Ye Qiu is very rational and is rarely influenced by emotions, so Hung Dongmei thinks it's better not to mess with such people. Although he is much older than Ye Qiu, every time he talks to Ye Qiu, Hung Dongmei is naturally a little scared. Arrived at the place. Yesterday, Ye Qiu still felt that it wasn't a good idea to put any door in Yu's house. After all, he sometimes took some people out of bounds. After thinking about it for a while, Ye Qiu finally felt that it would be better to change the location of any door at any time. Anyway, he is not making less money through the medicated bath package, so he simply rented an apartment. After a few months, if you change another set, you can change the position of any door, and he still has the money for renting. What can you do with us in the apartment? You don't think that way, do you? The vigilant look on the face of the wave spiral. She was drawn a lot of blood by Jinos yesterday. If it wasn't for the special training that Ye Qiu said, the wave spiral scroll would not be willing to donate so much blood to that weird doctor for research purposes. The ghost knows whether that weird doctor will research something strange through his own blood. Powerful criminals these days are not scary. The most scary thing is those scientists who are full of strange thoughts, because they have powerful powers. The mortals don't understand what they are thinking. Ye Qiu glanced at the wave scroll. Don't worry, I have no interest in you for the time being. Your character is bad enough. Chat, add a little arrogance. Well, anyway, Ye Qiu thinks that he is definitely not someone who can eat grass. He wants 850 to control himself. He was not angry at all, but smiled and said, that's the best way. I'm really a little afraid that you won't choose food. Hong Dongmei was a little speechless. It seemed that the wave spiral scrolls had been standing outside for too long. This Huxia idiom is used, isn't it, to belittle herself? The two followed Ye Qiu into the apartment, and they really didn't believe that Ye Qiu would do anything to them. Let's go and see the world of Hero, full of monsters. When Ye Qiu opened a strange door, the two were a little curious, but stepped in anyway. It's just another room, it's a bit too much. Go out and see. Ye Qiu made a gesture of please. Mr. Ye Qiu, you. Standing in the corridor, the king looked at the soothing scenery and looked at Ye Qiu with envy. Is this the first wife? No wonder Ye Qiu's S-class hero, looks much more normal than other S-class hero, so what's abnormal about him is that he has many beautiful wives. Can normal people take it? Anyway, King thinks that some love is good, but if he wants to fight countless girls in reality, and spend time with this group of girls every day, it is enough for him to drink a pot. Ye Qiu, join our Fubuki group. I guarantee that your status in the Fubuki group is below 1 person and above 10,000 people. No one will give you any orders except to exchange opinions with me. No, there is a little sheep downstairs, and it will not be long before it will fall into Ye Qiu's claws. That's a B-level hero, the #1 Hellbuki Shuddering Tornado, his sister. I didn't expect to run downstairs to invite Ye Qiu to join the organization all day long. Obviously, his S-rank hero, is much ahead of Ye Qiu in the rankings. Why did a beauty like Hell Fubuki not want him, the king known as the strongest man on earth, to join the Fubuki group? Confused? King can't figure it out. Of course, he feels that he is much better than Ye Qiu in terms of appearance and temperament. As for his face full of man-haki, the scar that proves the merits of a man is simply countless girls. The perfect template for worship. A while ago, every time Ye Qiu saw hell blowing snow, his first reaction was to run, but today is indeed a little different. Under the very surprised eyes of the king, Ye Qiu landed on the ground with the two girls floating with a playful look in his eyes, staring at hell blowing snow. Here it is. As a woman, Wave Spiral is obviously much more sensitive than that guy from Kino's. After entering the world of One Punch, looking at the dilapidated buildings around and the dangerous atmosphere in the air, her nerves it was immediately tense. This was definitely not the world she was familiar with. The same is true for Hung Dongmei. It is too dangerous here. It is so dangerous that it makes people feel stagnant. What's the meaning? Hell Fubuki looked at Ye Qiu in confusion and embarrassment. With two women by his side, this guy thought she was attracted to this BD, so she would pester him every day and let him join the Fubuki group. Ye Qiu shrugged. It doesn't make any sense. I think your management skills are good, just as I'm going to set up an organization. The name can also be called Fubuki Group, but it's called Fubuki Office. What do you think? Or it can be called Jigoku Fubuki Office, which is an office specializing in hero, activities. Are you really going to join the Fubuki group? After pestering Ye Qiu for so many days, Ye Qiu suddenly agreed to the first Fubuki, but she couldn't believe it. She couldn't imagine why Ye Qiu agreed to join her Fubuki group. There must be a conspiracy in this matter. It's not as simple as I thought. After all, when this black-bellied guy was dealing with the Earth Dragon leader, he didn't act like a teenage boy should play the Earth Dragon leader who had been hidden underground for countless years in applause. It feels really scary. Ye Qiu was a little bit dumbfounded. Is this woman thinking too much? I said it. You just want to build a thing that engages in hero, activities, and there are not so many strange reasons. I have no idea, and you think I am an S-class hero, is it necessary to count against you? It's definitely not as simple as I imagined. You, a guy, are often surrounded by a bunch of beautiful women. It's hard to guarantee whether you are plotting against me. The men of the Fubuki group, when they heard their boss say this, the password was surrounded by their boss, and they stared at Ye Qiu, the BD, with extreme vigilance. This guy won't rely on his status as an S-rank hero, so let's join them in grabbing the team leader. These guys agree 100% for Ye Qiu to join the Fubuki group, but they will never agree with the man who wants to be their boss. Thinking too much, look at your figure. Can you compare to this little girl, Huluaju? Let's look at the appearance, our family's long silver hair, how noble and elegant. Don't look at her a little silly cute, but definitely full of aristocratic atmosphere. Ye Qiu said unceremoniously. After these remarks, the girls were stunned by what they said. Hung Dongmei's face was even more blush. She didn't even know when she became a member of Ye Qiu's family. As for the wave scroll, she was completely stupid, and she did not expect that the special training that Ye Qiu said would be such a boring thing. This guy Ye Qiu didn't plan from the beginning, let her and sister Hung Dongmei help this guy reject other women, right? Although those compliments sounded pretty good, but for some reason, I always felt that I didn't have the well-received wave snail rolls that those elementary school younger brothers and schoolgirls received, and I still had a bit of a snack in my heart. Humph. For the sake of being so right, I forgive you for the time being. Hell Fubuki was staring at Ye Qiu with a face that wanted to eat people. She didn't want to be attracted to this little rascal. Only, are you really that bad? She is hell-blowing snow, no matter her appearance or figure, it is first class, how could she be defeated in front of two little girls? Is it really an office thing? Jigoku Fubuki asked while pressing his inner efforts. Ye Qiu shrugged, of course yes, otherwise there is nothing else to do. Just before I confirm the establishment of the office, I have to find the proud sister of your family. These two still need your sister's training. A bit. Not everyone can be trained by my sister, and I don't want to see her. Hell Fuguxiu turned her head arrogantly. A trembling tornado? Humph? I don't want to see you? I don't want to see Pine at all. Why are you so afraid of seeing your sister? Miss Fukiuki, don't forget, although my rank is relatively low, I am also an S-rank hero. Yes, I will support you, your sister, Qian Li's. If sister dares to teach you a lesson, I will beat her A to avenge you. Just you? Hell Fubuki didn't look down on Ye Qiu. The same S-rank hero, yes, even the third-ranked Bangu, would not dare to say that she was her sister's opponent. That woman, once really angry, the horror level will make people feel suffocated? Hehe, don't look at me like this, maybe I'm not her opponent now, but maybe after a while. It's not that I haven't played against that little loli before, I know I still lack something. Ye Qiu said this with confidence. Because he has gone his own way, Ye Qiu is not quite enough for the use of burning fruit. Juyang Shengong is an internal method, as well as other external methods, which are all about gradual progress. Even if there is a support from heaven and earth, Ye Qiu does not dare to break through too fast. Danger of enchantment. Wait a minute, give me half an hour, I will give you a huge surprise after seeing your sister. Don't worry, with my support, your sister's little loli will never dare to put on airs in front of you again. Ye Qiu said very easily. Little Lolita? Ah, you just dare to call him that in front of me. If you say that in front of me, I'm afraid you will be directly beaten to death. The hell-blowing Snowskin didn't smile, obviously he didn't take Ye Qiu's words into his heart. How could he become stronger in half an hour? Besides, everyone is indeed an S-class hero, yes, but the gap between them is like a gap, and I am afraid it will be difficult to cross in this life. Okay, I'll give you half an hour, anyway, as long as you join the Fubuki group, I'll give you half an hour or an hour, but if you see my sister's annoying woman again, you won't if you can't suppress her words like you said, then join me obediently in the Fubuki team. There is no room for negotiation. From now on you must only listen to me alone. I Hell Fubuki let you go east, you must not go west, and if you go west, you must not go south. Hell Fubuki put on a very arrogant posture. Now the wave spiral seems to understand why Ye Qiu, such a strong guy, still asks her and sister Hung Dongmei to reject the woman of 850. This woman's arrogance is too arrogant. No problem, I'm happy to accept your challenge. You wait a moment, I'll go back to the house to get some things. During this time everyone can communicate with each other. After all, they will become colleagues in the future. Ye Qiu said to the three daughters. As for whether they will reveal to each other completely different things between the worlds, it is not a very important thing for Ye Qiu. After all, whether they can lead to another world, only he has the final say. The thing is created by him. Anyone who wants to operate it, Ye Qiu will have a sense of blood. After all, the level of this thing is too high. Only with the consent of Ye Qiu, the arbitrary door will lead to another world, so even if the arbitrary door is obtained, not everyone can go to other worlds. As for how to improve the strength at this stage, Ye Qiu already had a rough plan. After all, it was dominated by the fire attribute, so let's continue to strengthen this attribute. Ye Qiu would never have created another devil fruit with the fire attribute until he had not tamed the devil in the burning fruit. After thinking about it, he felt that it was more suitable for him at present. One was a fairy. Natsu's dragon slaying magic in the tail, but it should be impossible to create. After all, there is no written practice secret book. The next best thing is the Zanpakutō in the Shinigami, Ryurin Ruohuo. That's right. Ye Qiu, after thinking very carefully, still felt that it was a very good decision to create the flow of fire. The power of qi and blood has reached a peak after such a long period of gestation, and has the ability to create such high-level items, and Lyren Ruohuo in his hands is not able to reach the solution from the beginning, only it is necessary to reveal the initial soul-slaying knife, and to achieve the solution later requires specific cultivation, so the consumption of energy and blood should not be as terrifying as imagined. Ryurin Ruohuo is the strongest and oldest Zanpakutō of the flame type, possessing the strongest attack power of all Zanpakutō. At the beginning of the solution, the temperature of the flame is like the surface of the sun. After the solution, the temperature of the flame is like the core of the sun. It was used by Yamamoto Motoyuze Shijikuni, the former captain of the Goti I 13th team. When Ye Qiu created this Zanpakutō, he clearly felt the terrifying ancient will from the Zanpakutō, which made him understand one thing: if he wanted to completely control this Zanpakutō, he had to. There is still a long way to go. However, the extent of the loss of qi and blood this time is under his control. Only half of his hair has turned white, indicating that the loss of qi and blood is only half of what was required for creation at those previous times. It seems that cultivating internal strength is an extremely correct decision. Only by cultivating more powerful internal strength can his qi and blood become stronger, and when creating other things, it can become easier. Huh? Didn't you say you can become stronger if you give you half an hour? Why don't women get stronger, but their hair turns white? What does this mean? Does it mean that when your hair turns white, people become stronger? Yu looked at Ye Qiu's half-white head with some incomprehension. This guy will not be a second-year junior. He thinks that his eyesight will become stronger after the hair color changes. Thinking about it, it is really possible. Judging from his age, he is the age of a second-year junior, but his strength is a little stronger. If he wasn't a junior, how could he ignore his own charm and not join the Fubuki group? Ye Qiu showed a mysterious smile. You're right at all. For others, if you become bald, you will become stronger, but for me, the color of my hair has changed, which means that I have gained more power. You don't need to doubt this. Don't you see something different about me? My hair has changed. Fubuki said as a matter of course. Oh, not this. Ye Qiu was a little speechless. He now knows why he has such a powerful superpower, Hellblow Snow, and is still willing to stay in the grade of B-level hero, ES, which is simply a problem with his ability to observe and judge. I see, Mr. Ye Qiu, you didn't have anything on your body when you went in, and now you have a knife behind your back. On the contrary, the eyes girl Hong Dongmei was the first to notice the difference in Ye Qiu. Yeah, it's really an extra knife. Isn't your quirks very powerful? There's no need to use weapons at all, and I don't think Hero, ES, would choose to use weapons unless it's quirks related to weapons. Wave Spiral commented with a puzzled expression. Ye Qiu had a relaxed look on his face. Those are for others, but for me, this knife can maximize my abilities, and I am afraid my strength will increase by at least 5 after having it. Times and even more. Is it so exaggerated? It's really such an exaggeration. The temperature of Liren Ruohuo is already very high. If it is coupled with the ability to burn fruit, a slash from Liren Ruohuo will bring terrifying heat. And for the use of the ability to burn the fruit, there is no need for such a high consumption. Okay, whether you will become so strong with a knife, I don't know, and I don't want to know now. Don't you want to see my sister? Then go with me now, let's go see him together. After you see him, I hope you can realize every word you say, otherwise you should know better than me what will happen. Infernal Blizzard's face paled. Although he doesn't like to see his arrogant lowly sister, but for him, if Ye Qiu loses to his lowly sister, he will be able to get a powerful help, and a B-level hero, ES. The Fubuki group under the leadership of the group has joined an S-class hero, ES, which will become a big topic. In the future, more like-minded people will definitely join them and identify with them. After getting into Hellblow Snow, Ye Qiu and the others quickly left the city after their car. Doesn't your family live in the city? The lowest areas outside the city are much more dangerous than the city, filled with all kinds of unknown weirdos, even with your sister's strength. In case you encounter any unknown, the danger is also very likely to be dealt with, not coming. Ye Qiu's face was extremely serious. Fubuki was a little helpless. I know this kind of thing, but for him, as the second-ranked hero, ES, in S rank, it's impossible to stay at home all the time. I want to solve the problem before the change, but I always feel that he is too individualistic, strong, but some things still need to be discussed with the Hero, ES, Association. Anything at the seaside? Is the Deep Sea King coming out? However, if Ye Qiu remembered correctly, after the Deep Sea King arrived on land, his body suffered a great decline in strength because he was not adapted to the environment and climate on land, and instead became easier to deal with. It's not a wise move to go to the seaside to look at the Deep Sea King now, but it may give that guy an opportunity and cause unnecessary influence. Sure enough, he is a strong person. Sometimes he will have blind self-confidence and have a wrong estimate of his own strength. Ye Qiu estimates that in the end, the guy from the Sea King went from the sea to the land smoothly. One possibility is a shuddering tornado, and he didn't find the right position for the Deep Sea King to come out of the sea. Another possibility is the Deep Sea King. It caused her a lot of trouble. No matter which possibility it is not good news for Ye Qiu. That guy from the Deep Sea King is really a disgusting and intentionally delayed existence. If possible, Ye Qiu would like to meet this guy earlier. This not only made Saitama notorious, but also infected countless human beings. A bloody demon-like existence. Murderous spirit in you. Fubuki looked at Ye Qiu with some worry. Did you have any conflict with my family before? If there is, I will try my best to help you resolve it. There is no need to have such a serious murderous intention. Everyone is an S-level hero, ES, no matter what she has done to you. I hope you can forgive her for the sake of us fighting side by side. Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment, and then his breath completely subsided. Don't worry, I'm not angry with your sister, it's just some weird people. I really want to kill, and I really want to kill. If possible, I will not hesitate to slaughter those weirdos. This guy is unlike any other hero, ES. As the first hero, ES, of the B rank, and the second-ranked sister of the S rank, Fubuki, it can be said that I have been in contact with all kinds of hero, ES, and I know them very well, but hero, ES, like Qiu, he is the first to meet because this guy is so weird. The strange thing about Ye Qiu is that even though he has become an S-rank hero, ES, he always takes the initiative to find trouble with weirdos. No matter what kind of weirdo, as long as he sees it, he will destroy it at will. The Hero, ES, Association only has his record with the dragon-level monster. That's because the Hero, ES, Association wants to hold Ye Qiu up and make him an awesome Hero, ES, image. Such Hero, ES, does not need ordinary battles to set off. The record he needs must be impressive, and only a dragon-level eccentric is worthy of becoming the opponent of Ye Qiu. A supernova? But through the various remarks on the internet, it seems that the acceptance of this guy, no matter what the circumstances are, he is basically killing strange people, and there are no other entertainment activities, such as having a meal with friends, or go shopping or something like that. For flowers. A killing maniac? Well, that's why Hellblow Snow is more urgent, and the reason why they want to get Ye Qiu. The real combat power of the other people in Kui Shui's organization other than him is not too strong. They urgently need such a strong combat power to become the signboard of the Fubuki group. It took about half an hour for Ye Qiu and the others to come to a simple hut by the sea under the guidance of Hell-blowing Snow, and outside the hut, a trembling tornado was floating there, looking alert staring at the sea. There seems to be a strange force fluctuating under the sea. Why bring these people here, especially the kid over there, although he has some strength, but I hate him very much. The trembling tornado was still so domineering, so Hell Fubuki didn't really want to see his sister, because every time she faced this sister, she would feel an incomparable headache. Point 0. Without waiting for Hell-blowing Snow to speak, Ye Qiu greeted him with a smile. Anyway, my hero, test is also your responsibility. Anyway, everyone has a fate, there is no need to be so ruthless. You really hate it. The trembling tornado commented unceremoniously. It doesn't matter whether I hate it or not, I don't care about this kind of thing. I just want to ask you for help this time. Help me train the new generation of hero, their talent is very high, but if they are strong, I am indeed a little disappointed. I hope you can do your best to help. Ye Qiu said politely. Why should I help you? And talent? I don't think there are other people in this world who have super talent besides me. Of course, if you can find it, that S-class who doesn't know where to hide hero, first, that's another story. The trembling tornado said proudly. I'm not very used to persuading others to do things, so let's use the easiest way to solve this matter. I think you've been staring at the big trouble here for a while, and you're a little unhappy in your heart. Otherwise, the two of us will fight each other and draw out the monsters below. Of course, the winner will be divided. If I win, you can help me teach the two girls. Ye Qiu stared at the trembling tornado confidently. Small. You have the confidence to beat me. The trembling tornado looked at Ye Qiu with contempt. It's not that she can't afford Ye Qiu, an S-level hero, but she recently learned that Ye Qiu is training martial arts with Bang Gu. Even his teacher Gu Dubang is not her opponent. As a disciple, Ye Qiu can have how strong? Ye Qiu shrugged, spread his hands and said, how can you know if you don't try something? Anyway, I have nothing to lose if I lose to you. If that's the case, then I'll fight and let me see myself. How far is it from the second-ranked hero, in the S-class? Do you want to die so much? Let me tell you first, I will not be in contact with people. If the command of life and death in battle is not well controlled, you will die in my hands. If this is the case, do you still want to be with me? Do I learn from each other? The trembling tornado calmly said 850s to Ye Qiu. I think it's better to forget. You are indeed an S-class hero, but there will also be huge differences between S-class hero, just above the S-class hero, there is no other hero, level. Don't try to use your name to prove a thing. It's unfair to you. Hell Fubuki quickly discouraged. If you don't want to, you can do the bet we made before. There is absolutely no need to prove anything with your own life. Is that little loli so strong? Why doesn't it look like it at all? Whether it was Wave Luojuan or Hung Dongmei, there was a look of doubt in their eyes, and they couldn't understand at all just how powerful a tornado that was suspended in the air would be. The corner of Ye Qiu's mouth rose. I can decide my own life. If it is true that my skills are not as good as others, I will die in your hands. Anyway, your strength is strong enough. I believe that all people in this world will eventually die. In your hands, of course I don't think you have the ability to kill. Elementalized? It's really not that easy to kill? But for the trembling tornado, Ye Qiu has seriously provoked her. Can't kill? But for this kind of guy who provokes himself, the trembling tornado decided to punish him slightly. At least let this guy know who is the one who can't be offended. Let's start. The trembling tornado floated directly above the sea. If it weren't for her incomparable strength, the group of guys hiding in the sea would have climbed onto the land long ago and invaded the place where human beings live. This battle, if it can make those guys take it lightly and think that their strength has declined, it may not be a bad thing. The sea is also a place full of unknown dangers for the trembling tornado. Even with her strength, she does not dare to enter the sea easily to destroy the group of monsters, and only wait for the large group of monsters to come out of the sea. It is possible to wipe them out. Ye Qiu is also the same. Because of the burning fruit, the existence of the sea is an extremely terrifying existence for Ye Qiu. Among the deep-sea kings, the eccentric who can easily control the sea water is his nemesis, but he still came. No need not to come. All the weirdos who want to destroy the continuation of the human race are villains of the opposite to him. No matter how strong the villain is, Ye Qiu will not retreat easily. He has to overcome his own weaknesses, just above the sea, so he can test out the strongest power of Ruo Ren Ruo Huo, otherwise he would really not dare to use Ruo Ren Ruo Huo and Burning Fruit in the city. All abilities are maximized. After all, these two powers are no longer just 1 + 1 greater than 2. When they are combined, they will definitely produce terrifying power. Only, Ye Qiu was a little embarrassed. He couldn't stand in the air at all. Fengshen's legs are very good, and he can walk in the air, but the shuddering tornado wanted to give him a dismount, and he directly floated in the air of several hundred meters. Thinking that the bottom of the sky is the sea, once an arm stretches out from the sea and pulls him into the sea in an instant, it is really hopeless. The sea will devour all the power, and Ye Qiu will really be powerless to resist. And this weakness, Ye Qiu couldn't expose it to everyone. Do you need to use my abilities? Fubuki seemed to see Ye Qiu's embarrassment. There's no way you can't tell, this guy is standing on the shore motionless, I'm afraid everyone can know what he's thinking. Ye Qiu glanced at her, and finally began to stubbornly say, no need, this is a battle between your sister and me, and there is no need for a third person to intervene. Isn't it just flying? Ye Qiu thought for a while, and came up with the most perfect solution. He put his hand behind him and activated Quirks to create a bamboo dragonfly. Cough, Sister Dongmei, didn't you notice that guy hair turned white again? The wave spiral said very sensitively. Hung Dongmei was stunned for a moment, and then she nodded her head in a certain way, it's true that it has turned white again. When Mr. Ye Qiu said that he was going to become stronger, his hair suddenly turned a lot whiter within half an hour. Do you think he suddenly became stronger again? Got stronger again? How is this possible? Fubuki didn't believe it anyway, right under his own eyes, what Ye Qiu did to become stronger. The last time I was able to suddenly become much stronger was entirely because the blood on the Earth Dragon leader's body indeed contained an incomparably powerful medicinal power. But now, there is something that can make Ye Qiu stronger. This guy has nothing but an ordinary knife on his back. Etc. What is this guy holding in his hands? Fugu's face was speechless. She suddenly saw Ye Qiu, who actually took out something like a 3.8 game in his hand. Is this guy crazy? Are you trying to shake my sister's resolve with something like this? Powerhouses like to play psychological warfare sometimes, but for Fubuki, the psychological warfare of Tsundera's sister is still high level, and Ye Qiu's toy move is a bit too much. Everyone doesn't know what a bamboo dragonfly is, but in their opinion, it's just a child's toy, and there's nothing special about it. It doesn't seem to look down on my bamboo dragonfly, Ye Qiu sighed, although he didn't really think about it. For now, the bamboo dragonfly was indeed a good thing for him to fight. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Ye Qiu directly placed the bamboo dragonfly on his head. Is this an attempt to be the clown of the ancient organization, the legendary circus? Everyone was dumbfounded. But what happened next made them even more confused. What looked like a toy on Ye Qiu's head actually turned at a fast speed. The most terrifying thing was that Ye Qiu's body slowly flew into the sky with the rotation of the toy. Oh my god. Buffy Snow opened his mouth slightly. What kind of new era technology product is this? Such a small toy can make people fly easily? Too much? Wave Luojuan and Hong Dongmei were both shocked. They had no idea that Ye Qiu would have such a magical thing in their hands. With their knowledge of technology, they had absolutely no idea what the magical thing was. But Ye Qiu took it out, which is easy to explain. After all, Ye Qiu can even find a doctor of genetics like Dr. Kino's, and even a medicated bath package. What other magical things are he? Can't get it out. 12 is fair now. At least we can fight at a high level. I believe this battle will not disappoint you. Ye Qiu showed a confident smile and took out the Zanpakutō from behind. In terms of swordsmanship, he is really not good at it, but the ancient memories hidden in the flow of swords and flames have given him a lot of memories of seeing swordsmanship and less basic slashing. Enough? Based on his own views on the moves, Ye Qiu is very clear that these abilities are enough for him to use. Don't think that you are my opponent with a weapon, let you shoot first. The trembling tornado didn't care at all, and was still extremely proud. Knife? Even the atomic warrior's sword didn't pose any threat in front of her, let alone Ye Qiu's little devil's sword. Although this little devil's body technique has some ways, but it's only some way, it can't pose any threat to her at all, because Ye Qiu is too close to do it. I'm afraid the trembling tornado didn't know a word, that is, Shive should be treated with admiration for 3 days. The current Ye Qiu is no longer the Ye Qiu he used to be in the Hero ES association. Tornadoes are completely unimaginable. Vientiane everything. Flowing blades are like fire. All to ashes? When Lu Ren Ruohuo was held in Ye Qiu's hands, a terrifying scorching heat instantly filled the air. Tips for carving insects. The trembling tornado was a little disdainful, but it is just to show his superpowers with a knife. He thought that he would really use a knife, which is simply superfluous. Because the power of the fire is basically the same as the nature of burning the fruit, so from the shuddering dragon roll, Ye Qiu is selling dog meat at the head of a sheep, making so many preparations and saying so many words, it is just pretending. Burn the city? Ye Qiu shot directly. Anyway, the trembling tornado didn't look down on him very much, but it was better to be more refreshing. With a flaming palm with a high temperature of 6,000 degrees, it swept towards the trembling tornado with lightning speed. Hide? The temperature is indeed extremely terrifying. If it is attacked, with the physical quality of human beings, it will definitely be turned to ashes in an instant. The shivering tornado is confident in his fighting ability, but he is not arrogant yet. Ye Qiu, an S-rank hero, ES, is worthy of her recognition for his destructive power. It was a pity that the palm-like flames enveloped the trembling tornado almost instantly, giving her no chance to dodge at all. No matter how fast the superpowered flight is, there are also moves that can't be faster. It seems to have gotten stronger. Fubuki looked at the flame that trapped his sister at that moment, his eyes were a little stunned. Totally unexpected? The last time we met, Ye Qiu was indeed very frantic and violent, but most of his fighting methods were dominated by terrifying golden fire dragons. And now, with just a single knife, it is possible to cut out such a terrifying flame, and the strength is clearly not a little bit stronger. Gudu. The wave spiral swallowed his saliva. Sister Dongmei, you said that your father, the second-ranked endeavor, can be so terrifying as a pervert like Ye Qiu in terms of the ability of flames. Hung Dongmei smiled bitterly. If my father can achieve this level, then his current ranking will not be the second, but the first. No matter the temperature of the flame, the coverage of the flame, or the speed of the flame tool, Ye Qiu surpassed her father perfectly. This trick, anyway, Hung Dongmei felt that her father was absolutely unable to do it. It's so powerful, it's scary. The most important thing is, Ye Qiu's age, and she and Ye Qiu have met several times, every time they are fighting, but every time Ye Qiu fights at a speed that is visible to the naked eye, breaking her feelings for Ye Qiu awareness of strength. Demonic existence? What hero, ES, leaderboard. In other words, Ye Qiu was unwilling, otherwise, such a teenager would definitely shock the entire Neon Hero, ES, world. What are you talking about? The second of the S-rank hero, ES, but my sister. As for the first and second of the A-rank hero, ES, I also know it. Who is Endeavor? I have never heard of it. Fubuki interjected. The wave spiral is also very puzzled. What S-level hero, ES? What A-level hero, ES? Isn't there only one hero, ES, on the 850 ranking list? Where are you from? Fuxuxio frowned a little. Ye Qiu, how should I put it? This man feels so awkward to her. She always feels out of place in a place she is familiar with. Because every time they met, Fubuki chased away Ye Qiu, and there was no way to know anything about him. Now these two girls are obviously inexperienced in society, and Fubuki feels that they should be able to get some useful information from them. We, Xiangying High School. The wave spiral said naturally. Luojuan, I am not. Hong Dongmei was a little embarrassed. What are you afraid of? Ye Qiu is the special advisor of our Xiangying High School. You were hired by him, and you have already donated your blood. When the time comes, let him directly assign you an identity. The wave spiral said carelessly. What? Blood donations are over? Looking at Hong Dongmei's little red face, Fubuki instantly thought of that kind of thing. Oh beast? As expected, Ye Qiu was right. Ye Qiu was just a beast, and there were girls around him before, but it was too much to harm the innocence of other girls. As for Xiangying High School, this effective information was instantly forgotten by Fubuki. In the sky, the power of Ruo Ren Ruo Huo suddenly burst out, indeed making the trembling tornado feel a hint of threat. However, she did not know how many times she had experienced this kind of threat. Under Ye Qiu's somewhat surprised gaze, the trembling tornado used his superpower to wrap himself directly, instantly clashing with the 6,000-degree high-temperature flame. And this operation? As expected of the second-ranked woman in the S-class hero, ES, she really has two brushes. Even Ye Qiu didn't think of a way to break the flame barrier by fighting against each other with absolute power. After getting out of the siege of the flames, the trembling tornado immediately exerted his superpowers to the strongest state. The countless boulders by the sea fell from the sky like bullets, and attacked Ye Qiu at a high speed. The people watching the battle on the coast in the distance could hardly find any gaps in the boulder community to dodge. If they were faced with this kind of battle, they would have been smashed into meat sauce by the boulders long ago. But for others, this attack mode is indeed extremely terrifying, and there is no room for dodging at all, but for Ye Qiu, this kind of air is not enough. Catch the shadows? In terms of dodging, I have Ye Qiu with Fengshen legs and a bamboo dragonfly on my head. After using Fengshen legs, my entire figure seems to be transformed into a breeze, and the incomparably handsome dead boulders float freely among the boulders. Those stones didn't even touch the corners of his clothes? How can there be someone in the world with such a perfect idea? If this is the case, wouldn't it be invincible? This also makes his opponent fight, except for despair, there can be no other emotions at all. Already, the wave spiral said with a bit of astonishment. Fubuki has a slightly different opinion. Actually, it's not that scary. Ye Qiu's ability is indeed very powerful, and he can dodge accurately and effectively in a very small space. Dodge is also relatively speaking, if there is not even a trace of space to dodge, then no matter how powerful his movement technique is, it will not be of any use for a long time. How could there be no room to dodge? The wave spiral is a little dissatisfied. Fubuki said rudely, what I saw you was my sister's fighting state when she used her superpowers, but if my sister is replaced by Ye Qiu, with his sky-filling flame ability, do you think there is still room for evasion? Although there are not too many people with this ability in the world, and they may even be able to count them with one hand, after all, those who can carry out coverage attacks still exist in this world, so Ye Qiu's movement technique not invincible. The trembling tornado was obviously aware of this, no matter how many stones he controlled, as long as that guy Ye Qiu's strength was not used up, he could easily dodge her attack. So the trembling tornado gave up using her superpower to pull more stones to attack Ye Qiu. On the one hand, she controlled larger stones and wanted to cover a larger area. On the other hand, the trembling tornado was directly trying to control Ye Qiu's body using his own psychic power. Sure enough, when he came into contact with the terrifying psychic power of the shuddering tornado, Ye Qiu's body instantly felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and he couldn't move at all. That is the psychic power that even meteorites can affect. Fortunately, Ye Qiu would also exercise in the gravity room on weekdays, otherwise the psychic force of his body would be instantly suppressed, and he could even be torn to shreds in an instant. This is the horror of my sister? Fubuki showed such an expression as expected. Big boulders? If her sister really wanted to deal with Ye Qiu, she would directly summon a meteorite, and in a few minutes, this guy would have nowhere to hide, and it would turn into a grain of dust. The trembling tornado can surprise everyone, but that doesn't mean Ye Qiu can't do it. Although under the frantic suppression of the psychic power, the whole person looks extremely cumbersome, but he still has no idea of admitting defeat. King Kong is not bad magic. Dragon Elephant Boruogong? Give it to me? Under the shuddering tornado's surprised gaze, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on Ye Qiu's body, and his actions gradually became smoother due to the appearance of this golden light. How is this possible? What power is this? Under the pressure of his own psychic power, how could that kid still act so easily? Ye Qiu let out a sigh of turbidity. Fortunately, during this period of time, he had already cultivated the Vajra indestructible magic art to the 5th level, and the Dragon Elephant Boruogong had directly rushed to the 7th level because of the strong internal strength of Juyang magic. However, the Dragon Elephant Boruogong is very easy to practice at the beginning, but it becomes more difficult to cultivate in the later stages. It is not an overnight thing to improve from the 7th to the 8th. You have the power of mind, I have the power of Dragon Elephant? Under the blessing of the power of the dragon and elephant, Ye Qiu was confident that he could not be madly suppressed by the power of mind. This is obviously the case. The faint golden light on the body almost made the trembling tornado feel a little shaken. The most important thing is that the golden light is very strange. If the mind power comes into contact with the golden light, there will be a faint mental pressure, which makes the trembling tornado feel very uncomfortable. Kind of tricky? Among the strength of this guy's cultivation, he still has a mental attack, which is really much stronger than when we met before. The trembling tornado recognized the fact that Ye Qiu had become a lot stronger during this period, but did not think that a mere underachiever could easily give her the 2nd position in the Hero ES ranking. Snatch? Still a long way to go? Ye Qiu and the trembling tornado both knew that this was a battle against time, and they had to seize every opportunity. Otherwise, if they made a wrong move, they would likely fail. Torch? Ye Qiu drew his knife again, and a terrifying flame tornado, Qian Li's, instantly took shape, rushing towards the trembling tornado at an extremely fast speed. Think motivation? The trembling tornado didn't show weakness at all, and directly used his telekinetic power to shake Ye Qiu's flame tornado. Boom! A terrifyingly hot air wave exploded in the air in an instant. The sea water was blown up, and countless faint water vapors were transpired, which suddenly made the form in the sky unclear. Vulcan-style Yuanlong has regrets? The solution of the flames was still not available, and the trembling tornado could not capture his location, but Ye Qiu was able to instantly find the location of the trembling tornado by relying on his breath. A terrifying fire dragon instantly rushed in the direction of the trembling tornado. Tips for carving insects. The trembling tornado had already seen the Vulcan style, and she didn't think that such a move would be of any use to her. Song. Is that useful? It's really useless. The attack of the 18 palms of dragon subduing has changed in addition to Rakido. Even if the power of burning fruit is added, there is still no advantage in long-range attack. Ye Qiu's Fengxian's leg movement speed and angle can be called top-notch, but the speed of the trembling tornado power is not bad at all. Dodge? Dodging the trembling tornado, he once again used his terrifying psychic power to oppress Ye Qiu's body. Dragon Elephant King Kong. Hold me up? Ye Qiu naturally didn't plan to use the Vulcan move to defeat the trembling tornado. Muscles are getting stronger. At this time, Ye Qiu's figure has risen from 1.8 meters to about 2 meters. He is like a real giant King Kong, catching a dragon with his left hand and holding an elephant with his right. On. The oppression of the psychic power was like a layer by layer of barriers, and Ye Qiu was smashed away with incomparable ruthlessness, and at an incomparable speed, he chased in the direction of the trembling tornado. So violent. Fubuki also had to admit that Ye Qiu's strength is enough to rank in the top 5 among S-rank hero, ES. So horrible? It was really terrifying. It was the first time she saw that someone used such a violent and arrogant way to decipher the psychic power of the 850 sisters. Consultant Ye Qiu, he is really strong. I thought that Ye Qiu's quirks were nothing more than flames at most, but I didn't expect that he was really an unpredictable existence. Beyond the flames of endeavor. As for whether the power surpasses All Might, or can be compared with All Might, it is unknown. But at least, Ye Qiu's power is still terrifying abnormal. In any case, he knew that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to achieve the terrifying power of Ye Qiu. Your Majesty, are all human S-rank powerhouses so powerful? Under the surface of the water, the deep-sea clan who watched the battle between Ye Qiu and the trembling tornado were all curled up and shivering under the water. That's right, just shivering? Those two incomparably terrifying coercion directly made them, a group of small fish and shrimp, unable to hold their breath. So horrible? Even their great king, known as the strongest in the sea, the deep-sea king who is invincible among monsters, is probably a little bit worse than these two guys. The deep-sea king's face was extremely gloomy. Because, Bkti, agreed with the messenger of the Weird Association, he must invade the human world within this month. Before the change, the Deep Sea King would not care about this weird association, but now, he is extremely jealous of the weird association. Big Snake, the president of the Monster Association. A strength that completely overwhelmed his existence, as long as he dared to have a little idea of resistance. No matter where he hides in the earth, any terrifying guy from the Big Snake will find him and then kill him. Don't worry, human beings do have a few monster-like existences, but not all Hero, have the strengths of the two of them, and if the two are fighting, there will be a wound. Your king, my strength is also not weak, a mere S-rank hero, what can't be killed. The Deep Sea King forcibly quelled the minds of all the Deep Sea clans. Strong? However, if the home of the battle is the ocean, then he has absolute confidence to defeat any of the two. It is not a terrifying existence like a serpent, but a human being. There is no human being that he cannot defeat in the deep sea. It is a good thing to have self-confidence, but unfortunately, due to the water vapor, the Deep Sea King couldn't see the battle between Ye Qiu and Ye Qiu too clearly, and he didn't know the strength of the two of them. In the water vapor, Ye Qiu, a humanoid monster, was not affected by the increase in strength at all when he used his Fengshen legs. It is still as fast as a gust of wind, and even with the increase in physical strength, the speed becomes faster. Strength, in fact, sometimes is also part of the basis for speed. What a great speed! The trembling tornado was very afraid of Ye Qiu's speed. She knew that Ye Qiu's melee combat was very terrifying. After all, he was a man valued by Silver Fang Bangu. No melee combat? Her advantage is telekinesis. If Ye Qiu gets close to her, her only fate will be failure. Because the trembling tornado has to keep moving at a high speed, the consumption of psychic power is naturally not small. It's not just that she can't get close, she can't even play the battle of attrition. The ghost knows what the limit of that kid Ye Qiu is. Quick fight? He couldn't let the group of weirdos under the sea take advantage of it, let alone let the BD Ye Qiu defeat him, or even defeat the group of weirdos under the sea with his hands. Ye Qiu also seemed to have guessed that the trembling tornado was under such high-intensity oppression that he must have adopted a quick solution. So, Ye Qiu intends to do as she wishes. Then let's fight fast. Getting faster and faster. Ye Qiu just thought for a moment, and then catalyzed the 9 yang true qi in his body to the extreme, and chased behind her at a speed faster than the trembling tornado. Because of the influence of water vapor, the trembling tornado was not so clear about Ye Qiu's position, and her telekinetic power could not capture Ye Qiu's figure and position all the time. I got you? Ye Qiu's voice suddenly sounded behind the trembling tornado. Humph? The trembling tornado was startled, did not expect Ye Qiu to come so soon, but the S-rank hero, second, after the first disappeared for so long, how could a truly invincible woman be so easily defeated by Ye Qiu? Think motivation? The terrifying power of thought burst out completely at close range, and that terrifying power was even capable of tearing steel into countless pieces in an instant. Ye Qiu's body glowing with a faint golden light, under the pressure of this terrifying rakido, the sound of the dragon elephant continued to emit. And what terrifying monster voice! Whether it was Long Yin or Xiangming, it affected the trembling tornado's will to a certain extent, making her psychic power unstable. But the more this is the case, the more shuddering tornado will not admit defeat. A little devil, it is impossible to lose. This lowly royal sister really wants to kill me? Ye Qiu was extremely terrified. After the trembling tornado was angry, the terrifying power that erupted in an instant almost completely destroyed his body. If it weren't for the 9 yang's true qi and the ability to transform into elements, it would really be dead. Seeing Ye Qiu who instantly turned into flames, the trembling tornado was even more unpleasant. You BD, because of his special ability that can be elementalized, do you look down on me so much? I see if your elementalization ability can last forever. As the anger in the trembling tornado became stronger, the psychic power finally became more and more terrifying. Isn't Ye Qiu able to be elementalized? The shuddering tornado directly made the psychic force become oppressive, filling every inch of Ye Qiu's body, and did not give him a chance to condense the entity again. Cruel little lowly? This is clearly to kill them all. So, I would rather offend a powerful villain, than offend a small-minded lowly, especially this lowly is a powerful villain, Ye Qiu was in a state of flame, and his head was also thinking rapidly. At least for now, in a state where he could not condense into a solid state, even if he was already close, there was no way to deal with the trembling tornado. Sister Lowly does any damage. It seems that it was a correct decision to fight this lowly royal sister with Ruo Ren Ruo Huo. It's time to flex your muscles. As long as Lu Ren Ruo Huo can hold it, he can perform the move of the beginning solution. King Kong-style Dharma phase world? Ye Qiu, who had only one flame of will, directly used the terrifying Bud nature of the dragon elephant Bo Ruo Gong and the King Kong indestructible magic to stabilize his swaying flame will, turning it into a slightly shorter flame figure. It's really not giving up. The trembling tornado was also stunned. He never expected that Ye Qiu, who was unable to condense his body, could actually use that mysterious golden light to hold his flame under the pressure of his high-intensity psychic power. Cannot condense entities, flames can also be transformed into limbs. In battle, there is no need to stick to one form. If the mind is rigid, the chance of victory will often be ignored. Hot hell? Between swinging the knife, dozens of terrifying pillars of fire instantly appeared in the void, madly gathering towards the location of the trembling tornado. This guy? It's really scary. Fubuki did not expect that the elder sister, who should have solved the battle in an instant, was actually caught in a hard battle. Ye Qiu is really strong. Really very strong? Strong and safe beyond her imagination, the strength has almost doubled since the last time they met. Could it be that because of his youth, his strength is still on the rise, so he was able to give himself such a big shock in a short period of time? However, judging from the expressions of the two little girls Huoluojuan and Hong Dongmei, it is obvious that they also do not know that Ye Qiu's strength is so powerful. Play pig eat tiger. This kid must be an old hand of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Fubuki continued to complain about Ye Qiu in his heart, but his eyes wanted to see how far the battle in the sky was going through the water vapor that made people unable to see clearly. What can be seen now are only 10 terrifying pillars of fire that are soaring to the sky, gathering in one direction. The person who used fire must be Ye Qiu without a doubt. As for the target of the attack, there would be no one other than her sister's trembling tornado. Your Majesty, when are we going to shoot? It's so hot. The sea water near the coastline became extremely terrifyingly hot due to Ye Qiu's use of the flowing blade. The deep sea king under the sea, this is also completely did not think that he is watching the battle under the deep sea, and will be affected by such terrifying. Two terrifying humans? It seems that among the human S-level hero, ES, there are still one or two strengths that can make him, the king of the deep sea, feel a slight threat. But, since one party's ability is flame, and it also interferes with his ethnic group, then don't blame him for being ruthless. The deep sea king sneered. The skin on his body ignored the agitation, his hands and feet like fish fins instantly set off countless undercurrents of the deep sea, and rushed up into the sky. With Ye Qiu's move, the trembling tornado originally planned to use the old method, wrapping his body with psychic power before he was surrounded, and then rushed out of the flames. However, the temperature of the flame this time is really terrifying. The shivering tornado used psychic power to oppress Ye Qiu's flames, and Ye Qiu is now using the flames to burn the shivering tornado's psychic power. It has already added the power of burning fruit for flowers. With the ability to burn the fruit, it has been improved exponentially. Ye Qiu is almost certain that the temperature of this trick is tens of thousands, or even a high temperature of 20,000 degrees. This kind of temperature, the continuous flame, even if it is the power of the mind, it is not easy to completely block it. Loki's power is not as simple as imagined. Just when Ye Qiu thought that the trembling tornado did not continue to open up the distance, and when he was about to win, the icy undercurrent of the deep sea emerged from under the sea, but the flames were instantly extinguished by a pillar of fire, and the trend of being surrounded. A small gap appeared. If it was someone else, that small gap would have no chance of escape at all, but for the trembling tornado, that small gap was enough for her to escape. Damn it! Spicy chicken deep sea king? You idiot, ruining my close victory. I will turn you into deep sea sashimi and throw it directly to the weirdo. Ye Qiu was furious in his heart. He almost couldn't hold back, and went straight to attack the sea. Fortunately, he knew the threat of the sea water to him, and he was also taking advantage of the trembling tornado to escape, and instantly recondensed his body. Boom! Another water column? The water column under the sea began to attack indiscriminately, and there were countless water columns between Ye Qiu and the trembling tornado chase. Ye Qiu sneered. The deep sea king destroyed his lore blow, but also brought great trouble to the trembling tornado. Sister Lolita's psychic power, after such a long battle, was much more depleted than her own. Power is powerful, but unfortunately it can't be like internal power, which can last forever. It is an absolute cheater in protracted battles. The key 9 Yang divine art can also become the fuel of any kind of power in Ye Qiu at present. Vulcan style catching the wind? Ye Qiu, who was making a fire under his feet, immediately surpassed the trembling tornado with a speed that was hard to grasp with his flesh, and suddenly appeared in front of her. It's over? When you enter a protracted battle, you are doomed to lose. In the face of absolute power, I am indeed not your opponent, but unfortunately you have not begun to show your absolute power. Ye Qiu's 18 dragon subduing palms is already ready to go. Small. The trembling tornado defended at the fastest speed, and the power of his mind completely covered his body. Unfortunately, he didn't know that for Ye Qiu, the internal skills he practiced were not as simple as external skills. The inner strength of the internal power pays attention to a penetrating power, and the Juyang Genkai instantly penetrated the defense of the psychic power through the palm force, and was directly washed into the trembling tornado body. Even though Ye Qiu had already left Rakido at the moment of his appearance, for the trembling tornado, the damage of his internal strength was still very terrifying. After all, he had never done any physical training, and the power he mastered was only just a kind of motivation. The water vapor in the sky gradually disappeared, and after everyone's vision became clear, it was natural to be able to see the battle between Ye Qiu and the trembling tornado just now. Who was the final winner? 850. Let the hell blow the snow. What is completely unexpected is that above the sky, Ye Qiu is still flying, but holding the petite figure in Ye Qiu's arms. It seems to be the tornado of his sister's trembling, and there is a trace on the corner of her sister's mouth. The blood and breath are also very weak. It seems that the result of that battle is very obvious. The winner is Ye Qiu. Your Majesty, you are indeed the smartest person in this world. After the battle between the two Hero, ES, S-level Hero, ES, of the Hero, ES, Association, one of them should have been seriously injured, while the other was under your interference. We have to do our best, and we should be almost exhausted at this time. If we can take advantage of the situation to eliminate the S-level hero, ES, of the two hero, ES, associations, presumably our status in the Weirdo Association will rise. You will become the second weirdo under Orakai, the leader of the Weird Association. The compliment from his younger brother made the Deep Sea King very suitable, and he felt that it should be the same. With his own Deep Sea King's strength, the most top-level terrifying existence, even if it is not the opponent of the monster, Orakai, it should be far superior to the eccentric. Above the other eccentrics of the association. That's right, when the king and I become a weirdo, the second-in-command will definitely let you eat and drink spicy food, and enjoy the delicacy of human beings to the fullest. The Deep Sea King laughed arrogantly. Thank you, King. King. The mighty King, Haki, is unparalleled in the world. One day, in the heavens and the earth, even the serpent who is the sole honor of the king will become the king's younger brother. All kinds of compliments were shouted from the mouths of the Deep Sea King's younger brothers in an instant, which made the Deep Sea King quite useful, and his self-confidence swelled to the extreme. The whole person rushed out of the sea like a sharp sword, ugly palms, and solace. Under the wave, countless deep-sea undercurrents flew towards Ye Qiu in the sky again. Damn it! Still coming? Ye Qiu didn't expect that a shameless guy like Shanghai Net would attack so quickly, holding a little lowly like a trembling tornado. If fire. Wrong? I don't have a hand anymore, but the flame that burns the fruit condensed is not the same as being able to create another arm. Ye Qiu's heart froze. Although he was extremely hard on the disgusting guy, the Holy Sea King, he still had to thank the Deep Sea King in his heart. If it wasn't for the Deep Sea King, he probably hadn't thought of using the burning fruit's ability to manipulate the flow of water. Blades are like fire. However, even using the ability to burn the fruit to control the flames, Ye Qiu found that the flames of the senior sister were almost ineffective against the Deep Sea King. Above the sea, his control of the sea water had reached a terrifying level. It is almost a momentary thing. The countless sea water is able to put out the flames swung by Lu Renruohuo to extinguish Ye Qiu's burning fruit and Lu Renruohuo. They are indeed incomparably powerful, but if they can fight against the entire sea, they are still for the time being impossible. Damn it! This guy has to take the initiative to go ashore. If he is in the sea, I really have no way to take him. Ye Qiu also found the crux of the problem, but the Deep Sea King at this time had no intention of discussing because he saw the terrifying battle scene before the two. No matter how Ye Qiu seduced him, he never gave up the idea of fighting on the sea surface. On the contrary, he waved his big hand, and countless eccentric little brothers hidden under the sea hoisted and controlled the power of the sea with him, in order to deal with Ye Qiu, the fire-type hero, ES, restrained by the sea. Facts have proved that this really has a little effect, even if it is catching the wind, adding bamboo dragonflies, burning fruit, and Juyang infuriating. Ye Qiu's speed has reached the extreme, but facing the crowd coming from all directions, it is overwhelming. In the end, Ye Qiu couldn't dodge the huge waves. BD. Hell-blowing snow, her complexion was a little pale, but she knew very well that a monster of the level of the Deep Sea King was not something she could face. Ye Qiu also shouted at them when he was dodging, "Don't shoot." Once they shoot, those younger brothers of the Holy Sea King can go ashore directly to deal with them. These what the hell are monsters? Even the undulating spirals turned pale at this time. Definitely not Quirks. The Deep Sea King and his younger brothers have almost completely lost their human characteristics, and they are full of evil auras. Luojuan and Hong Dongmei absolutely do not believe that such an existence will be someone who has quirks like them. It must be an alternative creature. Dragon-level weirdo? No wonder that arrogant woman will stay here for such a long time. It turns out that there is such a terrifying dragon-like weirdo hidden in the deep sea. Hell Fubuki looked ugly. Mountain monkey, you are now retreating from other people, and here is me, leader. Nonsense, don't say more. This situation is not something you can deal with. I have the strength of A-level hero, ES. Rest assured that if there is any difficult situation to deal with, I will take these two little devils to withdraw 3.8 retreats together of. Hell Fubuki gritted his teeth and ordered. Although the members of the Fubuki team are helpless, they also fully understand that once she speaks out, the decision she makes will not change. As for why he didn't let the two little girls around him retreat with his team members, because Hell Fubuki felt these two little girls, even if they saw the horror of the Deep Sea King, they didn't show any fear, just a little bit of fear, just a look of shock. And being able to take Ye Qiu with me and recommend it to my sister for teaching must be because some of the strength is still related to superpowers. At this time, once there is any danger, there is no way to guarantee the quality of ordinary physical skills. I have superpowers. It may have a little effect, and even bring some changes to the war situation. Dongmei, use your quirks to create ice surfaces for me to walk on the sea. Once those ice surfaces are destroyed, you will immediately create new ice surfaces for me. If the quirks can't be maintained, please do so in the first place. Time will tell. Ye Qiu shouted loudly. In the face of countless monsters in the sea, Ye Qiu had no way to use the power of the flames and burning fruits to kill them. Long-range attacks were really unrealistic. The challenge of the whole sea. At this moment, only melee combat can solve the problem. It's just a monster in the deep sea, even though the body is polished to be very strong due to the pressure of the sea, but after all, there is no physical training method and inner strength mental method. No matter how strong the body is, there is a limit. I don't think my physical strength will be lost to these monsters. With the blessing of the 18 dragon subduing palms, Ye Qiu firmly believed that in close combat, he would be able to completely destroy this deep-sea group that threatened the existence of mankind. Under the astonished gaze of Fubuki, Hung Dongmei 12 directly activated her quirks, and instantly countless ices condensed on the sea, paving an ice path for Ye Qiu. Really bold? Obviously, sponges are completely unfavorable for human beings to fight, but this guy has to use the superpower of that girl to create a path that can fight. Crazy? Fubuki thought for a while, and if it was himself, the long-range attack was useless, and the most powerful method was almost completely restrained, so the first thing that came to mind must be retreat. Aoyama is left without worrying about the lack of firewood. Anyway, a monster of the level of the Deep Sea King is not something that an S-level hero, ES, can solve. After my sister has rested, it will not be a matter of minutes to solve the weird person who dared to emerge from the sea. Ye Qiu, a lunatic, chose the most difficult way and insisted on solving the battle above the sea. The trembling tornado that was held in Ye Qiu's arms, with a faint breath, was directly used by him as a hidden weapon, and was thrown in the direction of Hellblow Snow. Damn, this BD kid. When I recover, I must teach him a hard lesson and never give him any chance again. The shivering tornado is a wrath. Although she is the age of Sister Yu, she looks a little colder, but she has the appearance of a loli no matter what. Aojiao is a little bit arrogant, but the trembling dragon scroll is still very happy when he hears others compliment him sometimes. Ye Qiu was different. Not only did he not mean to praise her at all, he was not gentle with ladies at all, and he had never seen a guy like him who just threw himself out as if he despised himself. Obviously, at Ye Qiu's speed, it only took a few minutes to get back to the shore. Ye Qiu, who was standing on the ice, directly put away Lu Ren Ruohuo. For the time being, he didn't need Lu Ren Ruohuo. So arrogant? The Deep Sea King did not expect that a hero, ES, who used flames as his ability would dare to face himself, a dragon-level monster from the deep sea. Is it self-confidence or arrogance? In addition, Ye Qiu had experienced such a big battle before, and the Deep Sea King was even more certain that he must have encountered a human powerhouse with a poor brain. Little devil, if you want to die, don't be in such a hurry. The Deep Sea King grinned. You guys, go and test the strength of the human S-class hero, ES. After all, he is a cunning fellow, otherwise he would not have curled up under the sea just because he felt the breath of the trembling tornado, with no intention of attacking the human world at all. Let the younger brother come to die first? King Kong, Dragon Elephant? The two major refining bodies condensed golden light again, and the terrifying giant incarnated by Ye Qiu instantly rushed into the group of the deep-sea monsters. Do you really think he's a ranged crispy mage? For Ye Qiu, only melee combat can bring out the fighting spirit in his heart. With the defense of the broken rock formation and the terrifying physical defense brought by the body refinement, Ye Qiu is like a human-shaped tank. Hundreds, or even thousands of weirdos, as long as their strength does not reach the dragon level, they are all vulnerable opponents to him. The flying dragon is in the sky, the dragon is swinging its tail, the dragon is in the field, and the dragon is fighting in the wild. The wind blows the building, the kamikaze howls. 18 dragon subduing palms and Fengshen legs have now become real machines, reaping the lives of eccentrics terribly. Some of the weirdos who wanted to break through the ice to make a sneak attack were also smashed to pieces by Ye Qiu's unceremoniously delicate flowing water rock-smashing fist. Monster. In today's world, who is this guy's opponent in melee combat? Fuguxiu stared at Ye Qiu in astonishment. There really is? Whether it's Saitama or the spaceman Boros who will come to Earth, Ye Qiu is not their opponent at all. Not at all a level opponent? Perhaps the trembling tornado could fight Boros for a while, but Ye Qiu definitely couldn't, and this was a matter of mastery. The wave scroll was also smashed. She always felt that she had somehow become the most useless one. There are so many powerful enemies, but she doesn't seem to have to do anything, so Ye Qiu alone takes over the battle. The Deep Sea King was very dissatisfied with Ye Qiu's slaughter. He didn't want to become a bear commander. In that case, how could he fight against the 863 Orokai guys in the future? Human hero, ES, die for me? The green-skinned Deep Sea King rushed in front of Ye Qiu at a very fast speed and punched Ye Qiu fiercely. Boom! Ye Qiu turned around and was an 18 palms for subduing the dragon. The roaring palm force pierced the Deep Sea King's palm in an instant, but Ye Qiu was also knocked back by the Deep Sea King's incomparably huge Rakido. Damn it! The ability of this monster is really unbelievable. Ye Qiu felt a mouthful of blood in his chest, he almost couldn't hold it back and spit it out. Too strong? Although the Deep Sea King was killed by Mr. Saitama with a punch, he can instantly exist as an S-class hero, ES, although the sexy prisoner is the existence of the tail of the crane among the S-class hero, ES. But not Genos. And that's still when the Deep Sea King is standing on the land and his strength is losing. Look down on this guy. If Lu Runruohuo could solve it, Ye Qiu would be sure to kill this guy instantly. But now, there is not much certainty. The power gap between the two sides is too terrifying. Fighting really can't be said that one ability can be eaten all over the world. At least in the case that Ye Qiu plans to go to many worlds to experience life in the future, his strength is still a little single. The trembling tornado side was obviously happy to see Ye Qiu suffering from cancer. Whoever let that stinky BD hurt her inexplicably? Sister, do you want to help him? Fubuki looked at his sister with some worry. The strength displayed by the Deep Sea King is really terrifying, and Hellblow Snow feels that the Elder Dragon cannot be compared with the Deep Sea King at all. It doesn't matter, this guy's strength has not been fully exerted, don't worry about him, it's not that easy to die. I can't kill him. The Trembling Tornado didn't have a good airway. The Mere King of the Deep Sea, a monster that was not in the eyes of the Trembling Tornado at all, but if it could cause Ye Qiu a little trouble, the tornado that had just been inexplicably defeated from Ye Qiu's hands would still be very happy to see. Hellfuegzhu was a little helpless, knowing that he had no way to persuade Tornado. After all, from childhood to adulthood, no one could change his sister's will. Ye Qiu's side is indeed a little uncomfortable, but in terms of melee combat, because of the group of small fish and shrimp, he has no way to compete with the Deep Sea King for the time being. But this also has an advantage, the guy in the Deep Sea King wants so many younger brothers to stand in front of him as a scapegoat. It is precisely because of this that the Deep Sea King will be a little restrained when he makes a move. Instead, Ye Qiu uses the group of monsters of small fish and shrimps to spread the Fengshen legs, and while killing, he avoids the attack of the Deep Sea King. Cunning guy. After watching the tornado for a long time, he found that apart from the fact that the guy from the Deep Sea King caused a little obstacle to Ye Qiu at the beginning, he did not hinder Ye Qiu at all after that, and he felt very unhappy. The idiot of the Deep Sea King thought that he had an advantage in numbers, and in the eyes of Tornado, this was simply giving Ye Qiu time to recover. It's just for some little minions, and for their existence at this level, it is used to restore combat effectiveness. After killing 100, the Deep Sea King was not so strange, but when he killed 1,000, or even more younger brothers, he completely realized that something was wrong. The cunning human hero, ES, is simply too despicable. I didn't expect that as an S-rank hero, ES, you would be shameless enough to attack the weak for a long time. The Deep Sea King shouted at Ye Qiu angrily. Ye Qiu replied somewhat leisurely and elegantly, did you consider this question when you attacked those human beings who were powerless? To me, you are not weak, but villain, S, that's it. Hero, ES, for weirdos, there is only one word, kill, kill, kill. About there? The younger brother next to this guy, the Deep Sea King, has almost been cleaned up by Ye Qiu. Lu Renruohuo was held in Ye Qiu's hands again. It seemed that he felt the terrifying killing intent in Ye Qiu's heart, and Lu Renruohuo was willing to temporarily lend some of his power to Ye Qiu. Of course, being able to use part of the power of Rubla fire is entirely because Ye Qiu is the owner of the burning fruit, and to a certain extent can resist the side effects caused by the excessive use of Rubla fire. Solved? When Ye Qiu temporarily relieved Lu Yenruohuo, a terrifying pressure immediately spread to the hearts of everyone present. Depressed? It's so depressing? Even the tornado is very uncomfortable at this time. That kind of depression comes from the soul, which makes people completely puzzled. Where does this power come from? Not good. The knife in that guy's hand is weird, so he can't be let go. The Deep Sea King suddenly realized something was wrong. With an order, countless eccentrics from the Deep Sea clan rushed towards Ye Qiu at the fastest speed from all directions. Remnant Fire Sword Nanyi Huo 10 trillion Dead Great Burial Array. Insert the blade of the Remnant Fire Sword into the ground. The high temperature of the Zanpakutō will wake up the ashes of the deceased who died under the sword of Genri Yuze in the past, and turn them into a charred skeleton army. Object. For a time, countless skeletons transformed into black flames appeared on the ice surface, madly rushing towards the Deep Sea King and his subordinates. This is a move full of resentment? Fire can be masculine or feminine? Ye Qiu didn't choose a more feminine move after Lu Renruohuo was resolved, but chose this move that felt unusually infiltrating, because today he was going to exterminate the clan? That's right, genocide. A scheming weirdo like the Deep Sea King, I don't know how many human beings have been harmed. Before he continues to bring his own people to the ground to harm mankind, Ye Qiu will destroy them first? The 9 yang true qi in the body was exhausted, and even the power to burn the fruit fell into a short slumber. Ye Qiu was breathing heavily, and the guy from the Deep Sea King was very angry and wanted to rush in his direction. But can it really come over? Those charred skeletons, whenever they encounter any villain, the terrifying flames can instantly incinerate their skins. Ye Qiu couldn't enter the sea water, otherwise he would lose his strength completely, but these skeletons completely ignored the sea water. This was the power of the fire, not the power of burning the fruit. Who the hell is the weirdo? Seeing such a scene, Fubuki only felt her scalp go numb. She never imagined that someone else could have abilities similar to those in the comics. Is this a necromancer? Or some kind of alien summoning? Perhaps the name of his hell has been changed to Ye Qiu more appropriate. Ye Qiu of hell? This is his true face, right? Damn, that guy's information is not accurate at all. What human S-level hero, ES, can't threaten the dragon-level monster at all. He is the top existence among the dragon-level monsters, and his body is already wrapped in countless black skeletons. The black flames were burning his body continuously, even if the Deep Sea King dived into the seawater. Qian Wanghao, those skeletons were like maggots of bones, and they would never stop unless they killed him. That dragon-level monster is finished? Ye Qiu solved most of this guy's younger brothers by melee combat, and suddenly used a strange method again. This method was impossible for the Deep Sea King to resist. On the blackened ice surface, there was nothing but a pile of ashes. For a while, the whole world seemed extremely quiet, except for the sound of the waves, as if the only sound left was the heavy breathing of Ye Qiu falling head-on the ice. The power of solution really cannot be used indiscriminately. The power of the god of death is based on the soul, Ye Qiu's current soul is not strong enough at all. After performing a solution, the whole brain seems to be in a state of crash. Really don't want to experience it again? Dragon-level monsters are still difficult to deal with. Rain. Hung Dongmei's face was already pale, and she used quirks a lot, making her almost the same as Ye Qiu's overdraft state. But it was all worth it. Those monsters didn't look like a good thing. They actually attacked when Ye Qiu and the trembling tornado were fighting. This kind of existence must be an extremely evil race. Because of Ye Qiu's terrifying strength, Hung Dongmei has become a little fan of his younger sister. After all, the momentum and determination that this guy burst out in battle can always shock people's hearts. Ye Qiu, who had returned to the shore, had no strength left. After the battle with the trembling tornado, he went on to fight the clan of the Deep Sea King. The strength in his body was completely exhausted. At this time, even a weak monster can easily kill him. Miss Tornado, I think I won the bet just now, so please give me more advice in the next period of time. I'll leave the cultivation progress of these two to you. You have also seen one of them. The ability is ice, and the other one has not been used, but I can tell you that her ability is a spiral, which is also a rare ability. Only under your guidance can they develop their ability to the extreme. When did people with superpowers become so many? The trembling tornado looked surprised. She had never thought that the superpowers of those two girls would be so special. She originally thought that there would be no more than 10 people in the world with superpowers. 1 month? Up to 1 month. As for the strength of the two of them after a month, it's up to them. I don't need to give you an explanation. The trembling tornado said unceremoniously. Ye Qiu shrugged his shoulders, no problem, then I will pick them up in a month, and they will be by your side during this month. Don't worry, these two little girls are very eager to learn. 1 month is enough time for them to grow into qualified hero, ES. Is this to throw them here? No matter how strong the shivering tornado showed, but after all, she was just a fake royal sister with a cute lowly appearance. To say that the two of them were allowed to rest under her supervision for a month, the hearts of the two of them were really awkward, and they didn't think that the trembling tornado was someone who was easy to get along with. And your bet on the Fubuki group, let's see it from today, but I will set up the office as soon as possible. After the office is established, you can go to work in the past. I believe that you will lead the Fubuki group. It's not a big problem to be able to hit you with an office. Ye Qiu and Hell Fubuki said. It's not a big problem to hit you with an office, but Jigoku Fubuki has great doubts about the place Qiu said, and she feels that the place where Ye Qiu wants to set up the hero, ES, office is definitely not something she is familiar with 26 cities. Hey, kid, how can I contact you in the future? Hell Fubuki shouted to Ye Qiu's back. You don't need to contact me. I will contact you when the time comes. Don't worry, it won't be too long. Ye Qiu waved his hand. It's time to chase new powers. Ye Qiu has clearly felt the lack of his own strength, so he plans to recover a little. After this period of time, after Zhuyang Divine Art has completely broken through to the 6th level, he will start a new one. Open any door to find new powers. No way, the terrifying strength displayed by this guy, the Deep Sea King, made Ye Qiu deeply understand that whether it is the coming cosmic visitor Boros, or the leader of the Weird Association, or Akai, is far from his strength. Competitive, so it can only be to find new power. Bkti. As for the group of rats crossing the street in League of Villains, this woman from Hellbuki will give them a surprise. With the strength she has cultivated, let those guys know that the light of hero, ES, is enough to destroy them completely, those dark mice. After finding a quiet place at random, Ye Qiu entered the retreat. After about 10 days, a red light burst into the sky from the secret corridor, attracting the surrounding weirdos. Come. Huh? I finally broke through to the 6th level of the 9 Yang Divine Art. With the blessing of a large number of heaven and earth treasures, I was able to practice the 9 Yang Divine Art in such a short period of time. The 6th level is no longer easy. It is impossible to cultivate to the state of great perfection within a few years. But this feeling of power is really wonderful. Ye Qiu clenched his fists tightly. I don't know how much stronger it was 10 days ago. If he were to face the Deep Sea King again, of course, he would still not be an opponent. But he didn't need to borrow the power of the fire to fight against that guy. Fight the war of attrition. If it is not an opponent to fight hard, then rely on the super recovery ability of Zhuyang Divine Art to fight this guy for a long time. I believe that the person standing at the end must be Ye Qiu himself. Hey, it's only been 10 days since I didn't make a move. Those little gangsters don't know how good I am anymore. It seems that if you want to travel, you have to get rid of all these little gangsters first. Ye Qiu shook his head slightly. 10 times and 1 finger meditation. The strange people gathered outside, surrounded by a circle, looked densely packed, but when Ye Qiu's terrifying flame fingers directly destroyed the building, those strange people couldn't escape if they wanted to escape. It was dark all over the place. Time to create the next arbitrary gate. When Ye Qiu thought about it, the prototype of a door kept appearing in front of him. Because of the appearance of this door, the qi and blood in his body was also rapidly decreasing. Sure enough, to create an arbitrary door, it needs to overdraft the qi and blood and the source of life. It cannot be created continuously in a short period of time. When arbitrary sect appeared again, Ye Qiu's hair had turned silvery white again. If it wasn't for his inner strength cultivation, his face would have aged a bit. However, the creation of the arbitrary gate this time was a bit unexpected, perhaps because the qi and blood needed to create an arbitrary gate with a designated world connection was too great, even to the extent that the vitality was completely overdrawn, so Ye Qiu and did not choose to continue to impose arbitrary gates of the world. Behind this arbitrary door, he does not know where it can lead to, but for him, any unknown world has the possibility of becoming stronger, so he does not mind going to an unknown world. If that world is too dangerous, just come back directly. According to Ye Qiu, original intention was sure it was going situation of the world. Among the world's situation, whether it is the blood that can instantly improve the body repair a panacea, or phoenix blood, we are able to let his power surge in a short time. And if the world's situation in the early words, his strength in the world of self-preservation, it is absolutely no problem, but also to get some more powerful exercises, is indeed the best choice. But now there was a little unexpected, even the autumn and do not know where in the world leading to the door. Hope is enough to surprise the world now. With a trace of volunteer and hope, Ye Qiu took a deep breath, directly opened the door to anyone. You are. Among Ye Qiu's sight, there is a huge monster. Yes, if that is the huge monster talking, but the monster's voice sounded like a girl full of British gas, it is really amazing. How can you speak? Ye Qiu did not make immediate defensive posture, the other seems to be no animosity wants. Boom. Bang, a huge monster is actually flew directly to the side. This time Ye Qiu only see the original monster under the body, there is actually a red hair, wearing armor woman. Why am I not speak? Do you think I'm dumb it? Ai Lusha some silent watching Ye Qiu. Could it be that men are so no head? And the group of guys really like inside their own guild, simply unable to communicate. My name is Ye Qiu, may I ask how to call? Where else here yes? Ye Qiu asks some expectations. It now appears that this is not a particularly dangerous in the world, at least he did what the hell, the devil like to place. My name is Ai Lusha, here is the kingdom Fiulai. Ai Lusha? Fairy tale. Ye Qiu somewhat surprised watching this pretty girl armor. Dangerous world No, it cannot be said to be too dangerous in the world, but this world had been in a fight. Just, Ye Qiu carefully thought for a moment, as if here and nothing could make him strong to completely change things. Some door any loss Forget it, now is not the time to care about these things, cannot say fairy tale can bring some different things. Myra Jane? Ye Qiu for any kind of magic, even if it is off the dragon magic have not the slightest interest, but for the reception of Jane Myra magic, but it has a very strong interest. Demon soul? I do not know if I could learn to accept magic, and demon's contract if it can, then, with his own existing capacity, the strength is bound up a notch. You know fairy tale? Know me. Ai Lusha when Ye Qiu think, very wary of looking at Ye Qiu, even in the hands of the sword, also pointed at the tip of the chest Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu wry smile, do not be so nervous, I did not malicious, just a simple fairy tale and you know nothing, after all S-class mage, you are still very famous in the kingdom of Fiulai, just in the end is how you appear? What is your magic again? Ai Lusha is still very wary. If it is the group of guys from the Dark Guild, once they cast magic, they can easily find traces. Magic? A flame instantly appeared in Ye Qiu's hand. This is my magic, I wonder if Miss Urza is satisfied. Ye Qiu looked at Urza with a smile. Fire? I didn't expect it to be flame magic. There is only the smell of ordinary fire, and there is no other uncomfortable feeling. It should be unlikely to be a member of the Dark Union. However, it still takes a while to observe. Even I didn't feel the appearance of this kid before, so his strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Ye Qiu didn't know, because of her inexplicable appearance, Urza was extremely wary of him. Alas, traveling with a door is a bit inconvenient. After the Fairy Tale Guild, we must create a storage ring, hoping that it will not consume too much vitality and blood. Miss Urza, I don't know if I can go with you to Fairy Tale. I really want to ask Miss Myra Jane about magic. Ye Qiu said straight to the point. Elsa thought for a while, if this guy is really a spy of the Dark Union, it would be better for the elder to take a look. She still likes things like self-defense. For flowers. Of course, Urza didn't think that in the Fairy Tale Guild, a mere member of a dark guild could really cause any destructive damage. Okay, let's go. Urza agreed very simply. Ye Qiu took the door, and Urza cut off the long horn on the head of the huge monster. This combination's eye-catching ability is top-notch. The two spent less than a day returning to the town where Fairy Tale was located. Mainly because Ye Qiu felt that Urza was wasting her time with such a huge horn, so she simply showed off her terrifying body training strength and punched the huge horn herself. Stand up. I have to say that it is still a bit heavy, at least 3,000 pounds or more. If it weren't for Ye Qiu's numerous abilities, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat a monster of this level of weight. Sure enough, the physical fitness of the people in the fairy tale world is monster level, so it is no wonder that any type of magic attack comes and goes, and there are not many guys whose bodies are shattered. Elsa also admired Ye Qiu's physical fitness. Not everyone has a monster-like physique. People with strong physique are not weak to a certain extent. Arrive. Urza looked at the door of Fairy Tale, her eyes full of emotion. It's like this every time? Every time I come back, I have an inexplicable feeling of peace of mind. Maybe this is the feeling of home. Completely different from the architectural style of Minecraft and One Punch World. After passing through a few towns, Ye Qiu still prefers the scenery and architectural style of fairy tale world, which is obviously more suitable for living. That is, it would be better if there were no messy events. Boom. After Urza pushed open the door of the fairy tale, Ye Qiu threw the huge horn directly on the ground. Ai, Urza. Natsu and Gray, who were still making a fuss just now, it should be these two guys. They have very distinct characteristics. No, they have become obedient, and they have begun to fall in love with each other. Ye didn't pay much attention to it. He swept around in Fairy Tale and found that Fairy Tale Guild's sister paper was really top-notch, and he couldn't find fault. Elsa is still very intimidating in Fairy Tale. After everyone fell in love with each other for a while, they discovered that there was a young man with short silver hair standing beside Elsa. Ha ha ha, our S-rank magician Urza has also grown up, and she knows she can bring men back to the guild. On Makeo's side, the wretchedness of the middle-aged man was restored. Elsa's eyes swept towards him fiercely, and now the other middle-aged and old men's groups did not dare to talk nonsense like Makeo. People will die. Is the president not here? Urza's eyes fell on Myra Jane. The president has gone to the meeting. He has just left, and he will be back in a few days. Myra Jane said with a smile. Ye Qiu sighed with emotion. Myra Jane really forcibly changed her quirks, and she couldn't see any disobedience. This kind of 863 woman is the most dangerous. Elsa, I want to challenge you. Natsu, who had just settled down for a while, challenged Urza. Although I am still afraid of Urza's strength, and I have never gotten a little bit of advantage from Urza's hands when challenging, but for Natsu, it is over and his strength has increased a lot. If he does not challenge AI when Lusa touches it, she always feels that something is wrong. Natsu, I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you right now. I got a piece of information about the Dark Guild. If I don't stop them, there may be a big problem on the guild leader's side. Urza said with a serious face. Is this the beginning of the Iron Forest plot? Ye Qiu was still confused about the timeline, but now he fully understands that Urza, a woman, actually hides it from him, and only said such a thing when she arrived at the guild. It seems that she doesn't trust him at all. Natsu, Gray, I need your help. Urza really invited Natsu and Gray to form a team. This made Ye Qiu a little helpless. Should he go with Urza, or should he go to the Fairy Tale Guild to learn from Myra Zhen and receive magic training? Interrupt, Miss Urza, look, can you give me an introduction? Ye Qiu scratched his face with his fingers embarrassedly. Urza only remembered Ye Qiu at this time, and pulled him directly in front of Mirajan. The kid who suddenly appeared on the road should be pretty good. There doesn't seem to be any other guild's label at the moment. You can check it in detail. The purpose of Fairy Tale is to meet you. See me. At this time, Myra Jane looked at Ye Qiu curiously. The appearance, how should I put it, is more capable and masculine than words like handsome. It really doesn't look like the kind of guy who hides in the dark. It's just that a magician who Urza thinks is not weak, but doesn't have a guild. Why would he come to Fairy Tale to see him? Wow, I didn't expect our Myra Jane fans to be so enthusiastic. The uncles began to cry again. Trouble? Drinking wine. Kana's face was red, and she was obviously used to the fanaticism of Myra Jane fans. This identity is really frustrating. Ye Qiu was speechless. He really wasn't a fan of Myra Zhen, but it was a misunderstanding. It was better than being treated as a spy of the Dark Guild. Do you want to join us? Natsu looked at Ye Qiu familiarly. My name is Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu introduced himself easily. By the way, if you want to do the task, you can just leave. As for whether to join Fairy Tale or not, I still need to think about it. Hey, that kid named Ye Qiu, what kind of strength are you? Our Fairy Tale, the president of our Fairy Tale, Mr. Makarov, is a member of the Holy Ten. In the magic guild of the entire Fiancé Kingdom. Why? It's also one of the best, don't go too far. Uncle Macau spoke up. The middle-aged men of Wakaba also started booing. Who could have heard that Ye Qiu, the stinky brat, didn't take the addition of Fairy Tale to heart at all, as if he had an indifferent attitude. Compared with the kid Ye Qiu, the newcomer Lucy is much cuter. Not only is he yearning for Fairy Tale, but he is also beautiful and has a good figure, which is simply the welfare of the uncles. I'm sorry. If there's anything wrong, I'll apologize first. I'm just more afraid of trouble. After all, joining the Magic Guild is a task, and I don't like to fight the weak just because of money. In fact, if I say that my magic is the most powerful, it should be rich. Ye Qiu said indifferently. The medicated bath package has been popular in the world recently. Ye Qiu doesn't know how much money Ye Qiu has now. Anyway, the richest group of people in the UK world are Hero, yes, Ye Qiu made money from them, and naturally he became the richer person. I'm scared. Watch him. Spicy chicken, BD, scumbag. It's amazing to be rich. Can the money be compared to their fairy tale? Whether it's Natsu, Urza, or someone else going out on a mission, it's not like they can destroy a town casually. The value of a town starts from a loser. Well, Elsa twitched the corners of her mouth, not thinking that the Ye Qiu she brought back would be such a wonderful person. Mila Zhen covered her mouth and snickered. Ye Qiu was really interesting. If he was really his fan, that would be fine. But for people who don't even care about joining the fairy tale, Myra Jane doesn't think Ye Qiu will be her fan. Mila, this guy still needs to be observed for a while. I think it's better for me to take him with me in case someone gets mad at him. Urza directly grabbed Ye Qiu's collar. Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Hey, you guys are going to carry out an important mission to fight against the Dark Guild, so it's not good to take me as an outsider. It doesn't matter, our strength is strong enough, it doesn't matter if we take you. No matter what you want to do, there will always be someone who can deal with you, Urza said unceremoniously at 3.8. Ye Qiu shrugged, expressing very helpless. Urza really thinks highly of the so-called strongest team of their fairy tale. Forget it, don't care about women. Ye Qiu wasn't interested in the plot of the Iron Forest, but he was still a little interested in Eli Goer. Fairy tale's words, it's not that it can't bring him any benefits. Magic elements are the closest to nature. Rather than comprehend the illusory heaven, it is better to directly experience the use of elements by the magicians here, which may help his practice. Ye Qiu thinks about it. Let's start with Eli Goer and see if he can make his Fengshen legs go further. After all, the training time is still short. Ye Qiu can only use some special means if he wants to become stronger quickly. Bring it. In front of the station, Urza directly reached out to Ye Qiu. What? Ye had a blank look on his face. Money? Didn't you say that your strongest magic is money? Shouldn't you use your own magic at this time? Urza said naturally. No money. Ye Qiu's answer was straightforward. I just left the world of fairy tale. How can I make money from this world? Even if I can make money, it will take a while. Hehe, it seems that what you just said is all bragging. Elsa smiled a little bit. It's better if you don't laugh. Ye Qiu shivered. Since it seems that what you said before was a lie, then I hope you will not be a little bit quieter, or you will have any accident, and I can't guarantee it. Urza said coldly. Gray also looked at Ye Qiu maliciously. Only Lucy was kind, and she was not very suitable for this weird team. Ye Qiu doesn't really care. By the way, your door, it's best to leave it to us for safekeeping. You can take it with you wherever you go. It should be something valuable. AI-12 Lusa added before stepping on the train. Speaking of this question, Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm sorry, some things can't be given to others. As for money, don't worry, I'll tell you when I get on the train, why I own the world. The richest super magic. Lie? No. After a while, Urza saw whether she was lying or not. I can't even get the money for the train ride, and I can't talk about my strongest magic being rich. Do not believe? The group of 5 people seemed a bit strange, but for the sake of the money they gave, the ticket inspector had no choice but to let them get on the train. Just after getting on the train, Natsu, who was still jumping on his front feet, suddenly disappeared, and he just fell there half dead. Look at Oh, now I will show my magic and tell you why my strongest magic is money. Ye Qiu glanced at everyone. Sure enough, after he spoke, everyone's attention was instantly focused on him. Rich magic? They've never met before, so let's get to know them. Only Urza's brows furrowed a little, and she was secretly vigilant, but she knew that Ye Qiu's magic was related to fire, and he was on the train now. It's really hard to explain. Originally, the president had enough headaches because of Natsu's group, so he must not put more pressure on the president because of the inexplicable guy Ye Qiu. AI Lusha seems totally forgotten. Among the staff to Makarov into trouble, there herself. Ye Qiu still some heartache. To display quirks, it must be hair pulling. You say that the creation of any door or something pulled his hair, it is certainly worth it, but if for some other reason hair loss, it really made him feel sad. What do you pull hair? AI Lusha look of confusion. Other people are not very understanding. When it was magic, and it is related to the hair pulling, really strange. Ye Qiu helpless. I cast magic of special conditions. Pay attention to what you. The following is to witness the miracle of the moment. Among the 4 very surprised eyes, Ye Qiu in the hands of 2 human hairs, is actually directly into a white-bearded old grandfather eating chicken 2 packages. In addition to Naz is a half-dead look, others smell the fresh taste of the chicken eating the old, suddenly be attracted in the past. Really I did not think, there are people in this world of magic is conjured to eat. No wonder you can become the world's richest magic? According to the amount of fat Ye Qiu, AI Lusha estimate a bit, and if a change so many smells very good food, then it is surely able to get a few of the incredible wealth. If this was a group of the association beast inside no, there are certainly willing to own such a magic. And from Ye Qiu confident attitude that seems, it can become dishes, certainly more than this one. Indeed rich magic AI Lusha looked deep Ye Qiu 1, thought she Sanhedrin enough strange, did not think the world is there a more wonderful person exists. Really big world full of wonders Taste, this food you usually eat is certainly not, even if there is no amount of money, but also cannot eat. Ye Qiu said very easily. Well then, do not eat this fast food, eaten for the first time, do not eat the Demon Tail members, we are given high praise. Mr. Ye Qiu, no wonder you are a fan of Myra, it seems your magic, not for fighting it. Gray touched enjoy belly. AI Lusha very strange looking, think of it this time asked for one, Ye Qiu, you in the end how it is obviously the magic of fire, why was it able to conjure food? Could a person can practice many different magic? That's a good question, and no who cannot practice many different magic Actually fire? Gray eyes shine suddenly there, but his style of ice magician, for the fire department magician born with no small enemy ideology. Ice and fire 863, has always been 2 opposing forces. Ye Qiu does not matter, said, the power of this stuff, I can have time to practice a lot why there is only one force. Facelift when you practice magic, not also practicing fencing well, although I look at you fencing little slag. What did you say? AI Lusha had no idea, Ye Qiu this audacious guy, actually dared to taunt him at this time. Just a glimmer of Ye Qiu against the idea of Gray. This time also had to admire the incomparable looked Ye Qiu. This guy is really audacious, ah? Yes, that is audacious, ah, such a blatant provocation AI Lusha. Anyway, he is afraid of. AI Lusha Gray must be to go beyond the target, but before them, AI Lusha became the S-Class Mage. In the Demon Tail Association, it is the #1 strength that exists. No one wanted to play with AI Lusha was then, so sometimes still are not being gratuitously provocative AI Lusha better. Do you want to try a hand? We sit still, they exchange blows with fists, really powerful people. The effort will not be the weak hands. You guys have nothing to do with the shot. I was able to break through the defense, even if I lost. Time for me to join the Demon Tail as a cook. I do not have any comments. Ye Qiu proposed channel consistent with interest. Live well, can't you? Hearing Ye Qiu's words to provoke Urza again, Gray was dumbfounded. It seemed that this guy didn't even know how terrifying Urza was in Fairy Tail. However, what this guy said was really annoying. I don't know why, but he wanted to beat him, and even he was angry. Gray didn't believe that Urza would be indifferent at all. Very good, I appreciate your courage, but I shouldn't need to take action against you. The strength of every member of our Fairy Tail Guild is beyond your imagination. Urza stared at Ye Qiu calmly. On the contrary, Lucy showed an expression of sincerity and fear. Every member of the Fairy Tail Guild is indeed very powerful, but it does not include her. If someone who dares to provoke an existence like Elsa doesn't have any strength, she won't believe it. Go ahead. Ye Qiu didn't continue to fight with Elsa. Sometimes it's better to do it directly than anything. Gray glanced at Elsa and saw that the eldest sister had no intention of taking action. After hesitating for a while, she simply did it directly. Originally, I wanted to see Ye Qiu's strength. Since I have this opportunity, there is nothing to hesitate. Fortunately, I shot directly. Anyway, this guy can't be counted on, and he can really bring a little threat to Ye Qiu. Only himself. Hey, I have to say that although Gray is an ice magician, he has been fighting with the most talented members of Fairy Tail all year round, and his close combat ability is not weak at all. The power and speed of the shot are amazing. Not bad. Ye Qiu admired Gray's moves. It was very simple, without any extra moves, and attacked purely by relying on strength and speed. But it's just admiration. In the eyes of other Fairy Tail members, Ye Qiu's outstretched hands are like white jade. Blocked? Gray's shot was very fast and his strength was very strong, but no matter what angle he attacked from, he was easily blocked by Ye Qiu. This makes the members of Fairy Tail feel speechless. The hands are obviously more beautiful than the hands of a woman, and they don't seem to have any skill at all, but they have created such a shocking effect, which is really shocking. After a moment of silence, Urza quickly made a decision. He could see it, and begged this guy to come prepared. His skills are very powerful, and it is definitely not something that Gray can handle alone. On Gray's side, because of Ye Qiu's counterattack as if walking in the courtyard, a large number of fine beads of sweat soon appeared on his forehead. Isn't this person's melee fighting skills a little too exaggerated, even though it looks like a move that is attacking his chest, but he can always attack other places from an incomparably weird angle, making him hard to guard against. The only thing that was a little irritating was that Ye Qiu could end the battle quickly, but every time he wanted to win, he chose to give up the attack. No, it should be said that this guy Ye Qiu never made a serious shot from the beginning to the end. Damn, are you looking down on me? Gray couldn't be more angry, but he knew that no matter how angry he was, he would definitely not be Ye Qiu's opponent. Fortunately, Ella, who saw that the situation was not right, chose to take action directly, and did not feel any burden because more people bullied less people. Lucy, shoot. Elsa doesn't know Lucy's strength very well, so she thinks that one more person may have more strength. The angle is impeccable, and most importantly, there is no flaw at all. Urza considers herself to be one of the strongest melee warriors in the Fairy Tail, but she is very sure that she will never be an opponent in the wild without using a sword. The addition of Urza did not cause any trouble to Ye Qiu, and his expression was still extremely calm. As for Lucy, looking at the three hands that were constantly moving, his mind went blank, and finally he had an idea and came up with a perfect method. Since there is no way to trouble Ye Qiu with his hands, then he will use his own legs to create a little trouble for him, or at least distract him. Well, there's absolutely nothing wrong with me doing this. This guy is not part of our fairy tale. Lucy forcibly found a reason for herself, who was sitting opposite Ye Qiu. She stretched out her extremely slender legs and kicked Ye Qiu fiercely. Interesting. Ye Qiu said before that he could only shoot, that was to give them a chance. This little girl, Lucy, is afraid that she doesn't know. His strongest skill is not his kung fu. The palms were much more delicate. Ye Qiu's legs were like steel, instantly bypassing Lucy's unruly kicks, and hooping her slender legs firmly. What? Lucy struggled a few times, but found that no matter how much she struggled, Ye Qiu's legs didn't seem to be very strong, but they firmly fixed her legs, and she couldn't move even half an inch. After about 2 minutes, Ye Qiu felt bored. Whether it's Urza or Gray, the attacks have nothing to say, they are all straight attacks. It's over? Ye Qiu turned his wrist, and instantly broke through the attack of the two, and slapped Gray's chest with one hand, and then another palm, instantly slapped on Urza's chest. However, this blow is really a bit tricky, it's really hard. Well, as I said, you are not my opponents in melee combat. It seems that I don't need to be the chef of Fairy Tail for the time being. Ye Qiu touched his stomach easily. After the meal, the exercise is over. I hope I can see Qian Wanghao, some members of the Dark Guild later, otherwise this trip will be too boring. Who are you? Urza stared at Ye Qiu. There are too many methods, and she doesn't know how to completely see through the mysterious halo on Ye Qiu's body. How could it be so strong? She was an S-rank mage, and a mage famous for her melee combat. How could she be defeated by Ye Qiu so easily? But if Ye Qiu really had such a powerful strength, he would definitely not be famous in the kingdom of Fiori. I am just a traveler. If you want to become stronger, I can help you. I am still very helpful. Ye Qiu said the rain without any hesitation. It seems that this guy still doesn't want to talk about it. He just hopes that this powerful guy will not cause any trouble when he will be a member of the Kendo Dark Guild. Hey, isn't it just losing a match? There's no need to be so frustrated. In fact, isn't it normal for you to lose such a match? This is a world dominated by magic. Everyone is thinking about how to improve their magical abilities, so naturally they don't pay too much attention to the ability to fight in close quarters. And many powerful wizards, will it be possible for others to get close? Ye Qiu said indifferently. That being said, the truth is the same, but inexplicably lost to Ye Qiu, everyone still felt a little unhappy in their hearts. Especially Urza, her eyes almost never left Ye Qiu's body. For others, magic can be used as an excuse to avoid the problem of failure, but for her, this is not possible, because she has been practicing swordsmanship since she was a child. I have learned countless melee combat moves, but I am still defeated so thoroughly. And for Urza, the most unacceptable thing is her defeat or the result of joining forces with her companions. I also beg this guy. The strength of melee combat may not be too strong, at least for now. She does not feel that in the kingdom of Fiori, there is no one who can match Ye Qiu in melee combat strength. After the matter is settled, I will return to the Fairy Tale Guild, and I will find you every day. Urza looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Ye Qiu was dumbfounded. Miss Urza, you're going too far. I'm not a member of your Fairy Tale Guild. Why do you go to me every day? I just want to be a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. It's just exercise after meals. You're going too far. Humph. Urza just turned her face away, obviously with her temperament. She wouldn't give Ye Qiu any leeway. Wouldn't she just go there every day to find this guy? What a big deal. Ye Qiu, I can't ask you, although I'm a magician in the shape of ice, but I don't fight with that guy less often. I think magic sometimes isn't the whole of the fight. The Lieutenant General has exhausted his magic power, so he must rely on his own strength to fight, so his own strength and magic power are as important to a magician. Gray said seriously. Ye Qiu nodded. I really didn't expect that you would have such an awareness. It is indeed a good idea, and for any magician, the body is like a container. Only the body becomes the stronger it is, the more magic can be integrated. Haven't you found it? Unless it is those who are gifted. Otherwise, any powerful magician has a good physical quality. Makes sense? Gray remembered that Ulu, his former mentor, was such a person. While teaching them ice modeling magic, he also emphasized the importance of the body to mages, so he would develop such an inexplicable the habit of taking off your clothes. Be sure to ask Mr. Ye Qiu for more advice in the future. For the members of Fairy Tales Guild, there is no hint of age. The powerhouse is always admirable. The strength shown by Ye Qiu is indeed worthy of their respect. And Ye Qiu doesn't look like a member of the Dark Guild no matter what. The speed of the train was neither too fast nor too slow. Ye Qiu still keenly sensed an unpleasant aura on the train. This could be regarded as an extra ability he gained after he obtained the swiftness of fire. But is it to be reminded? Ye Qiu thought about it for a while and let it go. Destruction of the plot doesn't mean much to Ye Qiu, and these members of the Fairy Tale Guild, if they don't experience some battles, there is no way to improve themselves. Once they leave this world, they will change things, but they will become fairies. The reason for the weakening of the tale. Soon after the train arrived at the station, Urza and the others threw Natsu on the train very smoothly, without even noticing it. When he found Natsu, he finally discovered the Dark Guild Iron Forest's attempt to release the demon Lurbai from the flute. There is only a limited number of people who can do the magic carriage. You are not our fairy tale. There is no need for the members of the guild to fall into the danger of this incident. If you want, please go back to Fairy Tale and wait for us. Wait for me. After this matter is settled, I will come back to you. Urza sat on the magic carriage, and the bracelet that entered the magic power was directly placed in her hands. Ye Qiu held his chin and thought for a while, it's really unnecessary to take a carriage, but I have something to do with that guy Eli Gore, so if you don't mind, I'll go this time. Going for a walk. In the world of Fairy Tale, there is indeed no obvious way for me to become stronger, but I also hope that I don't mind opening another magic class at Xiangying High School. Quirks often represent a person's attributes and talents. For example, elemental quirks like Shoto Todoroki may really be able to practice ice magic and fire magic. Squirt squirt. In this case, what the hell League of Villains, what is there to be afraid of? When the power of Quirks is exhausted, it will directly cast magic power, and when the magic power is exhausted, Quirks will recover a lot. Persistence. In this way, the durability of the battle has been greatly improved, yet you didn't know how the students of Xiangying High School were going to lose? What's the matter with you looking for Eli Gore? That is the president of the Dark Magic Guild is a very dangerous person. Could it be that there is some deal between you and him? Urza stared at Ye Qiu tightly. No, I just want to make use of it. Eli Gore may be a very dangerous character for you, but for me, he is really too weak, and I don't do your magic. The carriage, just go with you, there is no way for me to recognize the way. Ye Qiu spread his hands. Humph. If you can keep up, just follow along. The magic power in Urza's body suddenly poured out, and the magic carriage drove forward at an extremely fast speed. According to Gray and Lucy's thoughts, if Ye Qiu wanted to catch up, at least he had to find another magic carriage, but if he went to find a magic carriage now, there should be little chance of catching up with them. It's a little slow. Just when the two expressed their regrets, they did not expect Ye Qiu's familiar voice to appear in their ears again. Urza, who was driving the carriage, was startled by Ye Qiu's sudden voice. You. Urza looked at Ye Qiu in shock. Keep up? Did you really catch up? And Ye Qiu didn't drive any magic carriage at all, he was running on his own legs. No, it can't be said to be running. This guy, Ye Qiu, didn't move his legs very fast, but his posture looked rather graceful, as if he was walking around in the courtyard. Too much? It was clear that he had been surging with magic power so hard to make the magic carriage drive at such a fast speed. But this guy moves his legs faster than a magic carriage? Ye Qiu, aren't you a fire magician? Why do I look at you, but you look like a wind magician? Gray stuck his head out of the carriage suspiciously. Speaking of which, there are really few wizards of the wind system. Eli Gore from the Iron Forest is one of them, so it is no wonder Ye Qiu intends to meet Eli Gore. Me? It's not actually a magician. This ability is the same as magic. It's an ability acquired through practice. I've told you, you probably don't understand. After you kill those guys in the Iron Forest, back to Fairy Tail, let me tell you again, I'm going to study in Fairy Tail for a while anyway. Ye Qiu had a relaxed expression even when he was talking to Gray. Magic carriage? Ah, that can be compared with his Fengshen legs. Now, if Ye Qiu runs the Fengshen legs with all his strength, the speed will not be comparable to that of a plane, at least it will be much faster than this magic carriage. Isn't it magic? Urza was a little moved. If Ye Qiu's footwork could be learned, combined with her own dressing magic, her combat power would be greatly improved in a short period of time. The speed of the magic carriage was not too slow, and it soon arrived at the railway station occupied by the Iron Forest, but Urza's handling was really a bit speechless, and what did not cooperate with her conductors, was directly knocked to the ground by her one by one. Don't be so cruel. Ye Qiu shivered. Gray, who had taken off his clothes, was accustomed to it. This is how Urza handles things, and it will be fine to get used to it later. Still Lucy is gentle. Ye Qiu did not forget to praise Lucy. A few people followed behind Urza and rushed into the station. Sure enough, the inside was already occupied by the members of the Iron Forest. Just looking at the group of guys who looked like dragons really made Ye Qiu have no interest in making a move. This group of guys is simply better than the League of Villains, and even those weak eccentrics, but also make him have no desire to shoot. After saying nonsense, Eli Gore used his wind magic to quickly disappear from everyone's sight. Ye Qiu touched his chin. It's interesting, pure magic is indeed much faster than martial arts. Is this the reason for completely controlling the elements? What are you saying? Gray looked at Ye Qiu with a puzzled expression. Ye Qiu shook his head. I'm just studying magic. Research magic? Don't be joking. Anyway, Gray didn't see that there was something about Ye Qiu that was like a researcher, and he didn't think that the words just now had anything to do with magic research. Wow, Ye Qiu, right. I remember your name, and I also remember that Urza once said that you are a fire magician, and I am also a fire magician, so why don't we compare the villain, more? Natsu, who was revived with blood, immediately waved his arms and shouted to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu shrugged. Although it doesn't feel very interesting, since you challenged me, I can only exercise. Get rid of these guys ASAP? Urza's eyes were extremely serious. A dangerous character like Eli Gore must not be allowed to leave, otherwise, once the Larabai magic flute is blown, black magic will take shape, and it is unknown how many innocent people will die by then. Is it the bedbug on the opposite side? That's really embarrassing. The Fairy Queen has already spoken. I can only follow her words, otherwise I don't want to be stunned to the ground by her like the conductors outside. Ye Qiu shrugged. In Natsu's hand, flames were already tumbling. Ask for flowers. Fire? Then let's see, whose flame is more powerful. The corners of Ye Qiu's mouth rose slightly, and his body instantly took a stance. That stance seemed to be standing there casually, but no matter from which angle he looked, it looked like he had no flaws at all. Right? Just no flaws? Worried that Ye Qiu won't be able to solve the battle as quickly as Urza, they prepared themselves and Gray to go after the unpleasant guy Eli Gore first. But this momentum. Urza trusted her own intuition. The members of the Iron Forest Dark Magic Guild, who didn't seem to have the slightest aura, would definitely not be Ye Qiu's opponents. Vulcan-style Kong Long has regrets? Point 0. Hold head high. In the horrified eyes of everyone in the demon tail, a terrifying golden fire dragon roared out of his palm in an instant, and the length of this fire dragon even stretched for dozens of meters. Ah, this is the cry of a dragon? Is it dragon-slaying magic? No, this dragon is completely different from the dragons I have seen. Why? What the hell is this for? Natsu scratched his hair in pain. In terms of his IQ, he couldn't understand the difference between the dragons in the east and the giant dragons in the west. Dragon? Except for Natsu, the other people in Fairy Tale have never seen the real dragon, but they have also seen the appearance of the dragon in the documents and illustrated books, and they are very sure that the terrifying flame that Ye Qiu hit back formed from the palm of his hand. The creatures were definitely not the dragons they knew. Although his heart is full of doubts, he can at least know one thing, that is, Ye Qiu will use the real fire magic system, otherwise, how could any normal person shoot flames out of thin air in the palm of his hand? But if I read it right just now, when Ye Qiu activated the magic, did he not see any magic circle in the area? I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Ye Qiu, aren't you too despicable to take action ahead of time? I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to rush. Natsu screamed, and the whole person rushed out, with a fierce flame in his hand, and directly swept the group of members of the Iron Forest. Small. Under the sweep of the golden flame dragon, the members of the Iron Forest quickly fell to the ground, and they didn't even have the strength to resist, and there were countless burn marks on their bodies. Not at all left. The members of the Dark Magic Guild usually treat ordinary people extremely ruthlessly, so Ye Qiu does not feel that he is not a member of the Magic Guild and needs to be merciful to this group of scumbags. On the contrary, the person who was knocked down by Natsu fell to the ground and groaned, not seriously injured. Of course, this was mainly related to Ye Qiu's instant shot, which almost defeated everyone. Let's go, although there are still some small minions in this building, but don't worry about them, the strength is too weak. I also think that the members of the Dark Guild should be considered to have some strength to be able to be in your eyes. The subordinates are the king and hegemony, and now it seems that 880 you people from the Light Magic Guild deal with it. It is too gentle. Iron Forest? Anyway, in Ye Qiu's view, except for Eli Gore, everyone else is like a joke. That's right, the current Natsu and Grey combination are not too strong at all. There are still many people in the fairy tale whose strength can be compared with them, or the group members can compete with them. But even if Urza doesn't make a move, or even if he doesn't ask for it, the level of Natsu and Grey's teamwork is enough to sweep all the members of the Iron Forest except the president. In addition to the Dark Guild that is still hidden behind the scenes, the strength of these Dark Guilds on the bright side is simply not enough to mention. Natsu and Grey, the two of them took the initiative to clean up the remaining members of the Dark Magic Guild inside the station. There was nothing they could do. Just now, most of them were killed by Ye Qiu's one move to subdue the dragon and 18 palms. They finally met a few. The opponent's enthusiasm for hands-on has not been fully raised yet. On the contrary, after Ye Qiu, Urza, and Lucy arrived at the roof of the station, they saw a terrifying whirlwind blowing outside. They tried to throw stones into the whirlwind, and the stones instantly changed, became countless dust and ashes. Damn, this is Eli Gore's magic. If we have to force it, we will only be instantly shattered into pieces by these whirlwinds, Urza said bitterly. Soon Natsu and Grey also rushed over, and there were some signs of battle on their bodies, but it was obvious that the group of fallers were not their opponents, and they also brought a Zioxy from the Iron Forest. It's useless. Lord Eligal's magic is full of lethality, unless it is to attack him. Even an S-rank mage like Urza can't break through such a magic whirlwind. God of Death? Eli Goyle's name is Death? Ye Qiu felt that if it wasn't for Natsu's pig's foot halo, how could Eli Goer be defeated so easily? After that Brahma finished speaking weakly, Natsu and Grey attacked with their fire magic and ice magic respectively, and as expected, there was no way to cause any damage to the whirlwind, not even a single ripple. No matter what method we use, we must break the magic whirlwind quickly, otherwise I don't know what kind of dangerous things Eli Goer will do with the Lullaby magic flute. With the current trajectory of action, it seems likely that he will go to the place where the presidents hold regular meetings. Urza's face was solemn. It's not that serious, right? It's just a layer of whirlwind. It's just wind. As long as your body is strong enough, or you can directly penetrate this layer of magic whirlwind, you can easily break through, Ye Qiu said lightly. After all, regardless of everyone's horrified eyes, Ye Qiu's right arm was instantly dyed with a layer of golden light, and when Urza had no time to dissuade him, he stretched his arms into the whirlwind. It's over? It's over? Ye Qiu's hand is gone. Hubby, the blue cat, was constantly flying in the air. Lucy was so scared that her face was pale, and Elsa directly grabbed Ye Qiu's collar and pulled him back fiercely. You don't want to die. Is this the time for you to be brave? Before she could teach Ye Qiu a good lesson, Arisa found out that she had an extra hand in front of her, and the owner of the hand was Ye Qiu. Don't worry, my hand is still intact, but the magic power of Eli Goer is really strong, even I feel pain. You see I still have a lot of marks on my hand. If the magic power is stronger, maybe I will really get hurt. Following Ye Qiu's words, everyone saw countless faint red marks on Ye Qiu's arm, as if they were scratched by something, but they were not scratched. Everyone doesn't know what to say anymore. If they remember correctly, from the short time they spent together, it seems that Ye Qiu not only has a terrifying melee ability, but also has a powerful fire magic, and the speed is comparable to magic. The carriage, and now the physical strength is able to withstand the magical whirlwind split of the Dark Guild Iron Voice Guild President Eli Goer. What kind of monster is this? It should be said, what kind of ability does this guy Ye Qiu have? Ye Qiu, with your physical defense, can you take us out? Urza looked at Ye Qiu nervously. Ye Qiu shook his head. That's definitely impossible. My body is strong enough to get out of this magical whirlwind that trapped us. But I can't take you out unless it's your body that can be caught by mine. The body is completely blocked. Hold? Well, a little unrealistic. Even if it was Lucy who looked a little petite, Ye Qiu couldn't make her hide in his arms completely. Actually, there may be a way, don't worry. Ye Qiu glanced at the whirlwind and said, this kind of wind is very inclusive, and it is not something that can be broken by ordinary attacks. No fire, no ice. Of course, ordinary swords and spears with 3.8 swords and halberds will not work either, which means that Urza must be helpless. But they couldn't do anything. It didn't mean Ye Qiu couldn't do anything. If it doesn't work, use the wind. Eli Goer's ability is the wind. Ye Qiu used the wind to break his ability. Urza can't wait a little longer, and Natsu is about to have a flash of inspiration and think of a way. Ye Qiu remembered correctly, according to the script's inertia, he should have used Lucy's heroic spirit to escape from the station. If that's the case, then let's get started. Aeolus legs kamikaze furious. The wrath of the gods is unstoppable. In an instant, Ye Qiu's aura became extremely terrifying. Those long legs brought a hurricane with terrifying might and slammed into Eli Goer's magical whirlwind wall. Colliding with wind and wind? What an inexplicable idea. Although Ye previously showed Qiu's very all-powerful enough to make people feel fearful, this move is also very destructive. However, Urza and the others obviously want to believe more. Facing this barrier made up of cyclones, it is obviously not a good decision to use it to solve the problem. It is very likely that it will be assimilated. Hihi, it seems that the members of Fairy Tail look down on my skills a bit. Ye Qiu chuckled lightly. Hit it? The kamikaze howl directly collided with Eli Goer's magic. The two winds were fighting fiercely, but Ye Qiu finally kicked a gap in that barrier little by little. Get out now? If Ye Qiu hadn't shouted, Urza and the others would have been stunned. How is this possible? After Ye Qiu directly kicked the barrier completely and turned it into a breeze, the Big 12 gradually came back to it. How did you do it? In case of strength comes. Ye Qiu felt Elsa's unkind face, and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. This girl's aura is a bit strong. Actually, it's because that guy Eli Goer has left, but I can continue to exert force. Anyway, everyone is using wind power. As long as my power is continuous, I can always kick the barrier. It seems to be a very simple matter, but Urza and the others understand better than anyone how strong Ye Han's control of the wind element must be in order to break through that barrier. Go, hurry up and chase Eli Goer. Urza knew now was not the time to delay. Happy, fly me over there. Natsu directly greeted hubby, and a person who made an assertion flew into the sky. I'll take you away. Ye Qiu didn't care whether Urza's armor was very hard, and directly hugged Urza by the waist. Catch the shadows? Hubby brought a Natsu, and the flight speed was not bad, but compared with Ye Qiu, it was still a little slower. Too fast? Gray looked at Lucy, and Lucy looked at Gray again. In the end, the two of them could only smile bitterly and go to the magic carriage, otherwise how could they catch up with the three people? Why help me? Urza did not resist, but her tone was still full of confusion. Fascinating person? All of Ye Qiu's actions are a bit wayward, so capricious that she doesn't know whether Ye Qiu belongs to a good person or a bad person. While this guy doesn't really want to join Fairy Tail, he's still helping them. Is he really a fan of that woman Myra Jane? I don't know why, Elsa is still a little jealous in her heart. After all, she has been with Myra for so many years, and the guy who wants to join the guild has no intention of joining, but she will help them because of Myra's reasons. Completing the task, this feeling really makes her, the Queen of Goblins, very uncomfortable. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. How about Eli Goer? Do you want to consider abandoning the dark to the light? I can let you join my organization and become a real hero. Yes. Organization? Ye Qiu's words instantly aroused Urza's vigilance. What is the origin of this guy? And what does he mean by an organization? But the word hero, ES, can give people a lot of understanding. For example, this organization does not seem to be on the side of the Dark Union. Are you also a member of Fairy Tail? Eli Goer looked at Ye Qiu with some vigilance as the guy standing in the corner was a little unobtrusive, but he didn't expect such a guy to catch up with him in the first place. I'm not a member of Fairy Tail's guild, but I might join Fairy Tail or not in the future. It depends on my mood, but we don't seem to be discussing the same thing now. I wonder if you are willing to give up the dark and cast the light. Sorry? You hypocrites who live in the world of light will never know my ambitions. I am Eli Goer, the god of death. Today I will let you die here, whether you are a member of the Fairy Tail Guild or not. I believe that after I kill the Queen of Goblins, more people should know how powerful our Dark Guild, the Iron Forest, is. Eli Goer seems to be very confident in his own strength. I come. Urza subconsciously uses her own dressing magic to teach this Eli Goer a little lesson and let him know how powerful an S-class Magus is. Don't worry, how can such a small minion get you, the Fairy Queen, to take action? Just leave it to me to deal with it. I just want to experience his wind magic to see if the magic is that strong. Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Now that they have followed and walked into the plot event, for the person who wants to improve his strength through battle at this moment, if he doesn't fight, wouldn't he be too sorry for the time he wasted? Only fight? Court death. Eli Goer's sickle waved a terrifying wind blade, and it swept in the direction of Ye Qiu. Not only Ye Qiu, but even Urza was also within the scope of the package. It's really a petty way of fighting. Is it necessary to involve a woman in this situation? Ye Qiu had already tried Eli Gore's magic power when he was at the station, which was an excellent weapon for him to polish his body. King Kong is not bad magic. Dragon Elephant Boruogong? 880. Ye Qiu directly displayed his two major body training techniques, and there was a faint brilliance under the golden light, which made Arisa feel sacred and inviolable. What kind of magic is this? When? Eli Gore's casual attack was just under Ye Qiu's defense, adding a few faint red marks to her skin, and it really didn't even leave a wound. Okay, Eli Gore is obviously very confident about his attack. He did not expect such a situation. His pupils are full of horror. How can the human body be so strong, even if it is legendary that has disappeared? Dragon, he also firmly believes that his magic can bring harm to the dragon's body. Isn't that the strength? It's not that I look down on you. Your control over the wind is too weak. It seems that my invitation to you is going to be lowered by a level. You shouldn't get too much salary in the future. Let you see what the real wind is like. Ye Qiu's tone was calm. Too weak? No wonder Natsu in the early stages of the plot can hang and beat Eli Gore at will. Not as powerful as hell-blowing snow? This point Ye Qiu can be very sure is in the use of wind. Avery Goer is several grades behind hell-blowing snow. Right on Eli Goer's side, Natsu and hubby also rushed to the scene while they were attacking Ye Qiu's body frantically. Natsu, hurry up and help. Ye Qiu has been bullied. Hubby said eagerly. Elsa waved her hand. Don't take action for the time being. Just leave it to Ye Qiu to deal with it. Eli Goer should not be his opponent. What? Could it be that it was not Ye Qiu who was being suppressed? Anyway, in the eyes of Natsu and Harpy, Enigel was watching the crazy attackers, but Ye Qiu didn't seem to have any power to fight back. Gray and Lucy also rushed to the scene quickly afterwards. After seeing the situation at the scene, they were also shocked. I originally thought that Ye Qiu, that is, the strength of the arm, was a little terrifying, but I didn't expect that the whole body was 360 degrees up and down, and there was no dead angle. There is no harm at all. Everyone is here, so the show should begin? Ye Qiu suddenly burst out all the energy of Zhuyang's infuriating energy. Under the value of Zhuyang's infuriating energy, his chasing wind caught the wind of Eli Goer, and instantly rushed to him. In front of you. So fast? Sure enough, Ye Qiu is omnipotent? Vulcan style catching the wind? It really is fire magic. Ye Qiu's fire magic is so powerful, but why is it different from my fire magic? Natsu was excited and puzzled. I saw it again. Compared with the previous flame dragon, this move was more pure. The flame did not change into any other form, it just attached to Ye Qiu's legs and attacked Eli Gore. It's not that simple. It's not just fire magic. The fire magic also contains the power of the wind, and you thought it was the flames that wrapped Ye Qiu's legs, but what I saw was that Guy's legs were directly transformed into flames. Urza's tone was extremely serious. Can the human body really enter the state of being able to become an element flower at the same time? Anyway, there is no such person in the fairy tale guild, and Urza does not understand this kind of magic. To be precise, everyone's magical talent is basically fixed, and she has never seen anyone who can display so many different types of energy at the same time, which is really weird. Perhaps the Lurabai demon was not the key to their trip. Urza felt that it might be more important for the fairy tale guild to understand Ye Qiu's details. Ye Qiu's performance was obviously not over yet. Eli Gore directly displayed his storm coat, wrapping a layer of grey-black storm around his body. He did not believe that Ye Qiu's melee attack had any effect. How awesome! The windbreaker can destroy the existence of flames, and at the same time, it can also resist wind damage to a certain extent. Eli Gore waved the incomparably sharp sickle in his hand. The blade of the sickle looked very penetrating under the sun, as if it could cut Ye Qiu's skin at any time. Really think too much. Even the Deep Sea King can't use melee attacks to destroy my body's defense. It's just a weapon, hee. Eli Gore's sickle, with the blessing of wind magic element, looked extremely sharp, but in front of Ye Qiu's body, it was still useless. It's over. Ye Qiu's voice reached Eli Gore's ears calmly. 100 times 1 finger Zen? You can easily destroy ordinary fire, so what about the fire I burn with Zhuyang True Qi? The terrifying flame fingers ripped apart the windbreaker violently, and Ariel Gao's body was also blasted out more than 100 meters by the huge Rakido. His chest was charred black, and his mouth was also he was spitting blood constantly, and he looked extremely weak. Is this defeated? Natsu touched the back of his head and looked at Urza. The strength of an S-class wizard. Urza said calmly. Ye Qiu, this BD, doesn't know what he was thinking, but he was holding his door while fighting? Natsu was scratching his fingers as he recalled how many people in Fairy Tail were S-rank mages. It seems that there are really not many. So, Ye Qiu is really amazing? Don't bother you, I will take this guy Eli Gore, he is still useful to me. Ye Qiu greeted Urza. BD, what did you say? People from this dark magic guild must be handed over to the Magic Council to deal with. Urza directly summoned her long sword out of rage. I think too much. I'm not a magician. Why should I act according to the rules of the Magic Council? Goodbye. The following is your stage. Help me tell Myra. I will find time to see her. Ye Qiu made a seemingly solemn farewell. Oh? Urza stomped on the ground with one foot, and her body attacked Ye Qiu's direction at a very fast speed. You can go if you want. Eli Goyle is too dangerous. Anything related to the Black Magician, Eli Goyle can get it. Ye Qiu seems to have defeated Eli Gower, but in Urza's view, it may not be that he wants to get more things from Eli Gower. Suspicious? Ye Qiu had to stay and wait until everything was cleared up. In case the next time we meet again is villain, Urza does not know any way to easily defeat this comprehensive and powerful villain, I can go if I want? So, bye. Ye Qiu put the random door on the ground in front of everyone, then dragged Eli Gore, who was seriously injured and dying, and walked directly into the random door. Urza's attack arrived, but her attack completely hit the air. Eliminate, money, lost. Ye Qiu and Eli Gore disappeared directly from everyone's sight, leaving only the dumbfounded Natsu. Then, what kind of magic is it? Natsu looked at Gray blankly. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Gray glared at him angrily. Elsa's expression was extremely solemn, and she had to find the guild leader. If the guild leader didn't know about this special existence, it might become a hidden danger for the entire Fiori kingdom. Let's go, let's find the president. Isn't it over? I'm not going to ride the carriage anymore. Natsu let out a soft sigh. Lucy's heart was also mourning. There was a powerful help, and the task was solved in minutes. Finally, she no longer faced any danger, but she didn't know why. A woman's sixth sense told her to follow AI by Lucy's side. More dangerous things will happen on the cliff.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.